Section 1 of The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Thomas. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. Message from the Deep Sea by Dr. John Jones Pitcairn and R. Austin Freeman. Part 1. The Whitechapel Road, though redeemed by scattered relics of a more picturesque past from the utter desolation of its neighbour the Commercial Road, is hardly a gay thoroughfare, especially at its eastern end, where its sordid modernity seems to reflect the colourless lives of its inhabitants, does the grey and dreary length depress the spirits of the wayfarer. But the longest and dullest road can be made delightful by sprightly discourse seasoned with wit and wisdom, and so it was that as I walked westward by the side of my friend John Thorndyke, a long, monotonous road seemed all too short. We had been to the London hospital to see a remarkable case of acromegaly, and as we returned, we discussed this curious affliction and the allied condition of gigantism, in all their bearings, from the origin of the Gibson chin to the physique of Og, King of Bashan. "It would have been interesting," Thorndyke remarked as we passed up Aldgate High Street, "to have put one's finger into His Majesty's pituitary fossa, after his decease, of course. By the way, here is Harrow Alley. You remember Defoe's description of the dead cart waiting out here and the ghastly procession coming down the alley." He took my arm and led me up the narrow thoroughfare as far as the sharp turn by the Star and Still public house, where we turned to look back. "I never passed this place," he said musingly, "but I seem to hear the clang of the bell and the dismal cry of the carter." He broke off abruptly. Two figures had suddenly appeared framed in the archway, and now advanced at headlong speed. One, who led, was a stout middle-aged Jewess, very breathless and dishevelled. The other was a well-dressed young man, hardly less agitated than his companion. As they approached, the young man suddenly recognised my colleague and accosted him in agitated tones. "I've just been sent for to a case of murder or suicide. Would you mind looking at it for me, sir? It's my first case, and I feel rather nervous." Here the woman darted back and plucked the young doctor by the arm. "Hurry, hurry!" she exclaimed. "Don't stop to talk!" Her face was as white as lard and shiny with sweat. Her lips twitched, her hands shook, and she stared with the eyes of a frightened child. "Of course I will come, Hart," said Thorndyke, and turning back we followed the woman as she elbowed her way frantically among the foot passengers. "Have you started in practice here?" Thorndyke asked as we hurried along. "No, sir," replied Dr. Hart. "I am an assistant. My principal is the police sergeant, but he is out just now. It is very good of you to come with me, sir." "Tut, tut," rejoined Thorndyke. "I am just coming to see that you do credit to my teaching. That looks like the house." We had followed our guide into a side street, halfway down which we could see a knot of people clustered around a doorway. They watched us as we approached, and drew aside to let us enter. The woman whom we were following rushed into the passage with the same headlong haste with which she had traversed the streets, and so up the stairs. But as she neared the top of the flight, she slowed down suddenly, and began to creep up on tiptoe with noiseless and hesitating steps. On the landing she turned to face us, and pointing a shaking forefinger at the door at the back of the room, whispered almost inaudibly, "She's in there," and then sank half fainting on the bottom stair of the next flight. I laid my hand on the knob of the door and looked back at Thorndyke. He was coming slowly up the stairs, closely scrutinising floor, walls, and handrail as he came. When he reached the landing, I turned the handle and we entered the room together, closing the door after us. The blind was still down, and in the dim, uncertain light nothing out of the common was, at first, to be seen. The shabby little room looked trim and orderly enough, save for a heap of cast-off feminine clothing piled on a chair. The bed appeared undisturbed except by the half-seen shape of its occupant, and the quiet face, dimly visible in the shadowy corner, might have been that of a sleeper but for its utter stillness and the dark stain on the pillow by its side. Dr. Hart stole on tiptoe to the bedside, while Thorndyke drew up the blind, and as the garish daylight poured into the room the young surgeon fell back with a gasp of horror. "Good God!" he exclaimed. "Poor creature! But this is a frightful thing, sir!" The light streamed down upon the white face of a handsome girl of 25, a face peaceful, placid, and beautiful with the austere and almost unearthly beauty of the youthful dead. The lips were slightly parted, the eyes half closed and drowsy, shaded with sweeping lashes, and a wealth of dark hair in massive plaits served as a foil to the translucent skin. Our friend had drawn back the bedclothes a few inches, and now there was revealed, beneath the comely face, so serene and inscrutable, and yet so dreadful in its fixity and waxen pallor, a horrible yawning wound that almost divided the shapely neck. Thorndyke looked down with stern pity at the plump white face. "It was savagely done," said he, "and yet mercifully, by reason of its very savagery. She must have died without waking." "The brute!" exclaimed Hart, clenching his fists and turning crimson with wrath. "The infernal cowardly beast! "He shall hang! By God, he shall hang!" In his fury, the young fellow shook his fists in the air, even as the moisture welled up in his eyes. Thorndyke touched him on the shoulder. "That is what we are here for, Hart," said he. "Get out your notebook." And with this he bent down over the dead girl. At the friendly reproof, the young surgeon pulled himself together, and with open notebook commenced his investigation, while I, at Thorndyke's request, occupied myself in making a plan of the room, with a description of its contents and their arrangements. But this occupation did not prevent me from keeping an eye on Thorndyke's movements, and presently I suspended my labours to watch him, as with his pocket-knife he scraped together some objects that he had found on the pillow. "What do you make of this?" he asked as I stepped over to his side. He pointed with the blade to a tiny heap of what looked like silver sand, and as I looked more closely I saw that similar particles were sprinkled on the other parts of the pillow. "Silver sand?" I exclaimed. "I don't understand at all how it can have got there. Do you?" Thorndyke shook his head. "We will consider the explanation later," was his reply. He had produced from his pocket a small metal box which he always carried, and which contained such requisites as cover slips, capillary tubes, moulding wax, and other diagnostic materials. He now took from it a seed envelope, into which he neatly shovelled a little pinch of sand with his knife. He had closed the envelope, and was writing a pencil description on the outside, when we were startled by a cry from Hart. "Good God, sir! Look at this! It was done by a woman!" He had drawn back the bedclothes, and was staring aghast at the dead girl's left hand. It held a thin tress of long red hair. Thorndyke hastily pocketed his specimen, and stepping around the little bedside table, bent over the hand with knitted brows. It was closed, though not tightly clenched, and when an attempt was made to gently separate the fingers, they were found to be as rigid as the fingers of a wooden hand. Thorndyke stooped yet more closely, and taking out his lens, scrutinized the wisp of hair throughout its entire length. "There is more here than meets the eye at first glance," he remarked. "What say you, Hart?" He held out his lens to his quondam pupil, who was about to take it from him when the door opened, and 3 men entered. One was a police inspector, the second appeared to be a plainclothes officer, while the third was evidently the divisional surgeon. "Friends of yours, Hart?" inquired the latter, regarding us with some disfavour. Thorndyke gave a brief explanation of our presence, to which the newcomer rejoined, "Well, sir, your locus standi here is a matter for the inspector. My assistant was not authorised to call in outsiders. You needn't wait, Hart." With this he proceeded to his inspection, while Thorndyke withdrew the pocket thermometer that he had slipped under the body and took the reading. The inspector, however, was not disposed to exercise the prerogative at which the surgeon had hinted, for an expert has his uses. "How long should you say she'd been dead, sir?" he asked affably. "About 10 hours," replied Thorndyke. The inspector and the detective simultaneously looked at their watches. "That fixes it at 2 o'clock this morning," said the former. "What's that, sir?" The surgeon was pointing to the wisp of hair in the dead girl's hand. "My word!" exclaimed the inspector. "A woman, eh? She must be a tough customer. This looks like a soft job for you, Sergeant." "Yes," said the detective. "That accounts for that box with the hassock on it at the head of the bed. She had to stand on them to reach over, but she couldn't have been very tall." "She must have been mighty strong, though," said the inspector. "Why, she has nearly cut the poor wench's head off." He moved around to the head of the bed, and stooping over, peered down at the gaping wound. Suddenly he began to draw his hand over the pillow and then to rub his fingers together. "Why," he exclaimed, "there's sand on the pillow! Silver sand! Now, how can that have come here?" The surgeon and the detective both came around to verify this discovery, and an earnest consultation took place as to its meaning. "Did you notice it, sir?" the inspector asked Thorndyke. "Yes," replied the latter. "It's an unaccountable thing, isn't it?" "I don't know that it is either," said the detective. He ran over to the washstand and then uttered a grunt of satisfaction. "It's quite a simple matter after all, you see," he said, glancing complacently at my colleague. "There's a ball of sand soap on the washstand, and the basin is full of blood-stained water. You see, she must have washed the blood off her hands and off the knife too. A pretty cool customer she must be. And then she used the sand soap. Then while she was drying her hands, she must have stood over the head of the bed and let the sand fall on the pillow. I think that's clear enough." "Admirably clear," said Thorndyke. "And what do you suppose was the sequence of events?" The gratified detective glanced around the room. "I take it," said he, "that the deceased read herself to sleep. There is a book on the table by the bed, and a candlestick with nothing in it but a bit of burnt wick at the bottom of the socket. I imagine that the woman came in quietly, lit the gas, put the box and the hassock at the bed head, stood on them, and cut her victim's throat. Deceased must have waked up and clutched the murderess's hair, though there doesn't seem to have been much of a struggle, but no doubt she died almost at once. Then the murderess washed her hands, cleaned the knife, tied up the bed a bit, and went away. That's about how things happened, I think, but how she got in without anyone hearing, and how she got out, and where she went to, are the things that we've got to find out." "Perhaps," said the surgeon, drawing the bedclothes over the corpse, "we had better have the landlady in and make a few inquiries." He glanced significantly at Thorndyke, and the inspector coughed behind his hand. My colleague, however, chose to be obtuse to these hints. Opening the door, he turned the key backwards and forwards several times, drew it out, examined it narrowly, and replaced it. "The landlady is outside on the landing," he remarked, holding the door open. Thereupon the inspector went out, and we all followed to hear the results of his inquiries. "Now, Mrs. Goldstein," said the officer, opening his notebook, "I want you to tell us all that you know about this affair and about the girl herself. What was her name?" The landlady, who had been joined by a white-faced, tremulous man, wiped her eyes and replied in a shaky voice, "Her name, poor child, was Minna Adler. She was a German. She came from Bremen about 2 years ago. She had no friends in England, no relatives, I mean. She was a waitress at a restaurant in Fenchurch Street, and a good, quiet, hard-working girl." "When did you discover what had happened?" "About 11 o'clock. I thought she had gone to work as usual, but my husband noticed from the backyard that her blind was still down. So I went up and knocked, and when I got no answer, I opened the door and went in, and then I saw—" Here the poor soul, overcome by the dreadful recollection, burst into hysterical sobs. "Her door was unlocked then. Did she usually lock it?" "I think so," sobbed Mrs. Goldstein. "The key was always inside." "And the street door? Was that secure when you came down this morning?" "It was shut. We don't bolt it because some of the lodgers come home rather late." "And now tell us, had she any enemies? Was there anyone who had a grudge against her?" No, poor child. Why should anyone have a grudge against her? No, she had no quarrel, no real quarrel with anyone. Not even Miriam." "Miriam?" inquired the inspector. "Who was she?" "Oh, that was nothing," interposed the man hastily. "That was not a quarrel." "Just a little unpleasantness, I suppose, Mr. Goldstein," suggested the inspector. "Just a little foolishness about a young man," said Mr. Goldstein. "That was all. Miriam was a little jealous, but it was nothing." No, of course, we all know that young women are apt to—" A soft footstep had been for some time audible slowly descending the stair above, and at this moment a turn of the staircase brought the newcomer into view. And at that vision the inspector stopped short as if petrified, and a tense, startled silence fell upon us all. Down the remaining stairs there advanced towards us a young woman, powerful but short, wild-eyed, dishevelled, horror-stricken, and of a ghastly pallor, and her hair was a fiery red. Stock still and speechless, we all stood as this apparition came slowly towards us, but suddenly the detective slipped back into the room, closing the door after him, to reappear a few moments later holding a small paper packet, which, after a quick glance at the inspector, he placed in his breast pocket. "This is my daughter Miriam that we spoke about, gentlemen," said Mr. Goldstein. "Miriam, those are the doctors and the police." The girl looked at us from one to the other. You have seen her, then?" she said in a strange muffled voice, and added, "She isn't dead, is she? Not really dead?" The question was asked in a tone at once coaxing and despairing, such as a distracted mother might use over the corpse of her child. It filled me with vague discomfort, and, unconsciously, I looked round towards Thorndyke. To my surprise, he had vanished. Noiselessly backing towards the head of the stairs, where I could command a view of the hall or passage, I looked down, and saw him in the act of reaching up to a shelf behind the street door. He caught my eye and beckoned, whereupon I crept away unnoticed by the party on the landing. When I reached the hall, he was wrapping up 3 small objects, each in a separate cigarette paper, and I noticed that he handled them with more than ordinary tenderness. "We didn't want to see that poor devil of a girl arrested," said he, as he deposited the 3 packets gingerly in his pocket-box. "Let us be off." He opened the door noiselessly, and stood for a moment turning the latch backwards and forwards and closely examining its bolt. I glanced up at the shelf behind the door. On it were 2 flat china candlesticks, in one of which I had happened to notice as we came in, a short end of candle lying on a tray, and I now looked to see if that was what Thorndyke had annexed, but it was still there. I followed my colleague out into the street, and for some time we walked on without speaking. "You guessed what the sergeant had in that paper, of course," said Thorndyke at length. "Yes, it was the hair from the dead woman's hand, and I thought he had much better have left it there." "Undoubtedly. But that is the way in which well-meaning policemen destroy valuable evidence. Not that it matters much in this particular instance, but it might have been a fatal mistake." "Do you intend to take any active part in this case?" I asked. "That depends on the circumstances. I have collected some evidence, but what it is worth I don't yet know. Neither do I know whether the police have observed the same set of facts, but I need not say that I shall do anything that seems necessary to assist the authorities. That is a matter of common citizenship." The inroads made upon our time by the morning's adventures made it necessary that we should go each about his respective business without delay. So after a perfunctory lunch at a tea shop we separated, and I did not see my colleague again until the day's work was finished, and I turned into our chambers just before dinner time. Here I found Thorndyke seated at the table, and evidently full of business. A microscope stood close by, with a condenser throwing a spot of light onto a pinch of powder that had been sprinkled onto the slide. His collecting box lay open before him, and he was engaged, rather mysteriously, in squeezing a thick white cement from a tube onto 3 little pieces of moulding wax. "Useful stuff, this fortifix," he remarked. "It makes excellent casts, and saves the trouble and mess of mixing plaster, which is a consideration for small work like this. By the way, if you want to know what was on that poor girl's pillow, just take a peep through the microscope. It is a rather pretty specimen." I stepped across and applied my eye to the instrument. The specimen was indeed pretty in more than a technical sense. Mingled with crystalline grains of quartz, glassy spicules, and water-worn fragments of coral, were a number of lovely little shells, some of the texture of fine porcelain, others like blown Venetian glass. "These are foraminifera," I exclaimed. "Yes." "Then it is not silver sand after all." "Certainly not." "But what is it then?" Thorndyke smiled. "It is a message to us from the deep sea, Jervis, from the floor of the eastern Mediterranean." "And can you read the message?" "I think I can," he replied, "but I shall know soon, I hope." I looked down at the microscope again and wondered what message these tiny shells had conveyed to my friend. Deep sea sand on a dead woman's pillow. What could be more incongruous? What possible connection could there be between this sordid crime in the east of London and the deep bed of the tideless sea? Meanwhile, Thorndyke squeezed out more cement onto the 3 little pieces of moulding wax, which I suspected to be the objects that I had seen him wrapping up with such care in the hall of the Goldsteins' house. Then, laying one of them down on a glass slide, with its cemented side uppermost, he stood the other 2 upright on either side of it. Finally, he squeezed out a fresh load of the thick cement, apparently to bind the 3 objects together, and carried the slide very carefully to a cupboard, where he deposited it, together with the envelope containing the sand and the slide from the stage of the microscope. He was just locking the cupboard when a sharp rat-tat on our knocker sent him hurriedly to the door. A messenger boy standing on the threshold held out a dirty envelope. "Mr. Goldstein kept me an awful long time, sir," said he. "I haven't been a-loitering." Thorndyke took the envelope over to the gaslight, and, opening it, drew forth a sheet of paper, which he scanned quickly and almost eagerly. And though his face remained inscrutable as a mask of stone, I felt a conviction that the paper had told him something that he wished to know. The boy having been sent on his way rejoicing, Thorndyke turned to the bookshelves, along which he ran his eye thoughtfully, until it alighted on a shabbily bound volume near one end. This he reached down, and as he laid it open on the table, I glanced at it, and was surprised to observe that it was a bilingual work, the opposite pages being apparently in Russian and Hebrew. "The Old Testament in Russian and Yiddish," he remarked, noting my surprise. "I am going to get Polton to photograph a couple of specimen pages. Is that the postman or a visitor?" It turned out to be the postman, and as Thorndyke extracted from the letterbox an official blue envelope, he glanced significantly at me. "This answers your question, I think, Jervis," said he. "Yes, coroner's subpoena and a very civil letter. Sorry to trouble you, but I had no choice under the circumstances." Of course he hadn't. "Dr. Davidson has arranged to make the autopsy tomorrow at 4 p.m, and I should be glad if you could be present. The mortuary is in Barker Street next to the school. Well, we must go, I suppose, so Davidson will probably resent it." He took up the testament and went off with it to the laboratory. We lunched at our chambers on the following day, and after the meal drew up our chairs to the fire and lit our pipes. Thorndyke was evidently preoccupied, for he laid his open notebook on his knee, and gazing meditatively into the fire, made occasional entries with his pencil, as though he were arranging the points of an argument. Assuming that the Aldgate murder was the subject of his cogitations, I ventured to ask, "Have you any material evidence to offer the coroner?" He closed his notebook and put it away. "The evidence that I have," he said, "is material and important, but it is disjointed and rather inconclusive. If I can join it up into a coherent whole, which I hope to do before we reach the court, it will be very important indeed. But here is my invaluable familiar with the instruments of research." He turned with a smile towards Polton, who had just entered the room, and master and man exchanged a friendly glance of mutual appreciation. The relations of Thorndyke and his assistant were a constant delight to me. On the one side service, loyal and wholehearted, on the other frank and full recognition. "I should think those will do, sir," said Polton, handing his principal a small cardboard box, such as playing cards are carried in. Thorndyke pulled off the lid, and I then saw that the box was fitted internally with grooves for plates, and contained 2 mounted photographs. The latter were very singular productions indeed. They were copies each of a page of the Testament, one in Russian, the other Yiddish, but the lettering appeared white on a black ground, of which it occupied only quite a small space in the middle, leaving a broad black margin. Each photograph was mounted on a stiff card, and each card had a duplicate photograph pasted on the back. Thorndyke exhibited them to me with a provoking smile, holding them daintily by their edges, before he slid them back into the grooves of their box. "We are making a little digression into philology, you see," he remarked as he pocketed the box. "But we must be off now. We shall keep Davidson waiting. Thank you, Polton." The district railway carried us swiftly eastward, and we emerged from Aldgate Station a full half-hour before we were due. Nevertheless, Thorndyke stepped out briskly, but instead of making directly for the mortuary, he strayed off unaccountably into Mansell Street, scanning the numbers of houses as he went. A row of old houses, picturesque but grimy, on our right seemed especially to attract him, and he slowed down as we approached them. "There is a quaint survival, Jervis," he remarked, pointing to a crudely painted wooden effigy of an Indian standing on a bracket at the door of a small old-fashioned tobacconist's shop. We halted to look at the little image, and at that moment a side door opened, and a woman came out onto the doorstep, where she stood gazing up and down at the street. Thorndyke immediately crossed the pavement and addressed her, apparently with some question, for I heard her answer presently, "6:15 is his time, sir, and he is generally punctual to the minute." "Thank you," said Thorndyke. "I'll bear that in mind." And lifting his hat, he walked on briskly, turning presently up a side street which brought us out into Aldgate. It was now but 5 minutes to 4, so we strode off quickly to keep our tryst at the mortuary. But although we arrived at the gate as the hour was striking, when we entered the building we found Dr. Davidson hanging up his apron and preparing to depart. "Sorry I couldn't wait for you," he said with no great show of sincerity, "but a post-mortem is a mere farce in a case like this. You have seen all that there was to see. However, there is the body. Hart hasn't closed it up yet." With this and a curt "Good afternoon," he departed. "I must apologise for Dr. Davidson, sir," said Hart, looking up with a vexed face from the desk at which he was writing out his notes. "You needn't," said Thorndyke. "You didn't supply him with manners, and don't let me disturb you. I only want to verify 1 or 2 points." Accepting the hint, Hart and I remained at the desk, while Thorndyke, removing his hat, advanced to the long slate table and bent over its burden of pitiful tragedy. For some time he remained motionless, running his eye gravely over the corpse, in search, no doubt, of bruises and indications of a struggle. Then he stooped and narrowly examined the wound, especially at its commencement and end. Suddenly he drew nearer, peering intently as if something had attracted his attention, and having taken out a lens, fetched a small sponge with which he dried an exposed process of the spine. Holding his lens before the dried spot, he again scrutinized it closely, and then with a scalpel and forceps detached some object, which he carefully washed, and then once more examined through his lens as it lay in the palm of his hand. Finally, as I expected, he brought forth his collecting box, took from it a seed envelope into which he dropped the object, evidently something quite small, closed up the envelope, wrote on the outside of it, and replaced it in the box. "I think I have seen all that I wanted to see," he said, as he pocketed the box and took up his hat. "We shall meet tomorrow morning at the inquest." He shook hands with Hart, and we went out into the relatively pure air. On one pretext or another, Thorndyke lingered about the neighbourhood of Aldgate until a church bell struck 6, when he bent his steps towards Harrow Alley. Through the narrow winding passage he walked, slowly and with a thoughtful mien, along Little Somerset Street and out into Mansell Street, until just on the stroke of 1:15 we found ourselves opposite the little tobacconist's shop. Thorndyke glanced at his watch and halted, looking keenly up the street. A moment later he hastily took from his pocket the cardboard box, from which he extracted the 2 mounted photographs which had puzzled me so much. They now seemed to puzzle Thorndyke equally, to judge by his expression, for he held them close to his eyes, scrutinizing them with an anxious frown, and backing by degrees into the doorway at the side of the tobacconist's. At this moment I became aware of a man who, as he approached, seemed to eye my friend with some curiosity and more disfavour. A very short, burly young man, apparently a foreign Jew, whose face, naturally sinister and unprepossessing, was further disfigured by the marks of smallpox. "Excuse me," he said brusquely, pushing past Thorndyke. "I live here." "I'm sorry," responded Thorndyke. He moved aside and then suddenly asked, "By the way, I suppose you do not by any chance understand Yiddish?" "Why do you ask?" the newcomer demanded gruffly. "Because I have just had these 2 photographs of lettering given to me. One is in Greek, I think, and one in Yiddish, but I have forgotten which is which." He held out the 2 cards to the stranger, who took them from him and looked at them with scowling curiosity. "This one is Yiddish," said he, raising his right hand, "and this other is Russian, not Greek." He held out the 2 cards to Thorndyke, who took them from him, holding them carefully by the edges as before. "I am greatly obliged to you for your kind assistance," said Thorndyke. But before he had time to finish his thanks, the man had entered by means of his latchkey and slammed the door. Thorndyke carefully slid the photographs back into their grooves, replaced the box in his pocket, and made an entry in his notebook. "That," said he, "finishes my labours, with the exception of a small experiment which I can perform at home. By the way, I picked up a morsel of evidence that Davidson had overlooked. He will be annoyed, and I am not very fond of scoring off a colleague, but he is too uncivil for me to communicate with." The coroner's subpoena had named 10 o'clock as the hour at which Thorndyke was to attend to give evidence, but a consultation with a well-known solicitor so far interfered with his plans that we were a quarter of an hour late in starting from the Temple. My friend was evidently in excellent spirits, though silent and preoccupied, from which I inferred that he was satisfied with the results of his labours. But as I sat by his side in the hansom, I forbore to question him, not from mere unselfishness, but rather from the desire to hear his evidence for the first time in conjunction with that of the other witnesses. The room in which the inquest was held formed part of a school adjoining the mortuary. Its vacant bareness was on this occasion enlivened by a long baize-covered table, at the head of which sat the coroner, while one side was occupied by the jury, and I was glad to observe that the latter consisted for the most part of genuine working men, instead of the solid-faced, truculent professional jurymen who so often grace these tribunals. A row of chairs accommodated the witnesses. A corner of the table was allotted to the accused woman's solicitor, a smart, dapper gentleman in a gold pince-nez. A portion of one side to the reporters, and several ranks of benches were occupied by miscellaneous assembly representing the public. There were one or two persons present whom I was somewhat surprised to see. There was, for instance, our pockmarked acquaintance of Mansell Street, who greeted us with a stare of hostile surprise. And there was Superintendent Miller of Scotland Yard, in whose manner I seemed to detect some kind of private understanding with Thorndyke. But I had little time to look about me, for when we arrived the proceedings had already commenced. Mrs. Goldstein, the first witness, was finishing her recital of the circumstances under which the crime was discovered, and as she retired, weeping hysterically, she was followed by looks of commiseration from the sympathetic jurymen. End of Message from the Deep Sea by Dr. John Jones Pitcairn and R. Austin Freeman. Part 1. Section 2 of The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Thomas. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. Message from the Deep Sea by Dr. John Jones Pitcairn and R. Austin Freeman. Part 2. The next witness was a young woman named Kate Silver. As she stepped forward to be sworn, she flung a glance of hatred and defiance at Miriam Goldstein, who, white-faced and wild of aspect, with her red hair streaming in dishevelled masses onto her shoulders, stood apart in custody of two policemen, staring about her as if in a dream. "You were intimately acquainted with the deceased, I believe," said the coroner. "I was. We worked at the same place for a long time, the Empire Restaurant in Fenchurch Street, and we lived in the same house. She was my most intimate friend." "Had she, as far as you know, any friends or relations in England?" "No, she came to England from Bremen about 3 years ago. It was then that I made her acquaintance. All her relations were in Germany, but she had many friends here because she was a very lively, amiable girl." "Had she, as far as you know, any enemies, any persons, I mean, who bore any grudge against her and were likely to do her an injury?" "Yes, Miriam Goldstein was her enemy. She hated her." "You say Miriam Goldstein hated the deceased? How do you know that?" "She made no secret of it. They had had a violent quarrel about a young man named Moses Cohen. He was formerly Miriam's sweetheart, and I think they were very fond of one another until Minna Adler came to lodge at the Goldsteins' house about 3 months ago. Then Moses took a fancy to Minna, and she encouraged him, although she had a sweetheart of her own, a young man named Paul Petrovsky, who also lodged in the Goldsteins' house. At last Moses broke off with Miriam and engaged himself to Minna. Then Miriam was furious and complained to Minna about what she called her perfidious conduct. But Minna only laughed and told her she could have Petrovsky instead." "And what did Minna say to that?" asked the coroner. "She was still more angry, because Moses Cohen is a smart, good-looking young man, while Petrovsky is not much to look at. Besides, Miriam did not like Petrovsky. He had been rude to her, and she had made her father send him away from the house, so they were not friends, and it was just after that that the trouble came." "The trouble?" "I mean about Moses Cohen. Miriam is a very passionate girl, and she was furiously jealous of Minna, so when Petrovsky annoyed her by taunting her about Moses Cohen and Minna, she lost her temper and said dreadful things about both of them." "As, for instance?" "She said she would kill them both, and that she would like to cut Minna's throat." "When was this?" "It was the day before the murder." "Who heard her say these things besides you?" "Another lodger named Edith Bryant and Petrovsky. We were all standing in the hall at the time." "But I thought you said Petrovsky had been turned away from the house." "So he had a week before, but he had left a box in his room, and on this day he had come to fetch it. That was what started the trouble. Miriam had taken his room for her bedroom and turned her old one into a workroom. She said he could not go into her room to fetch his box." "And did he?" "I think so. Miriam and Edith and I went out, leaving him in the hall. When we came back the box was gone, and as Mrs. Goldstein was in the kitchen and there was nobody else in the house, he must have taken it." "You spoke of Miriam's workroom. What work did she do?" "She cut stencils for a firm of decorators." Here the coroner took a peculiarly shaped knife from the table before him and handed it to the witness. "Have you ever seen that knife before?" he asked. "Yes, it belongs to Miriam Goldstein. It is a stencil knife that she used in her work." This concluded the evidence of Kate Silver, and when the name of the next witness, Paul Petrovsky, was called, our Mansell Street friend came forward to be sworn. His evidence was quite brief and merely corroborative of that of Kate Silver. as was that of the next witness, Edith Bryant. When these had been disposed of, the coroner announced, "Before taking the medical evidence, gentlemen, I propose to hear that of the police officers, and first we will call Detective Sergeant Alfred Bates." The sergeant stepped forward briskly and proceeded to give his evidence with official readiness and precision. "I was called by Constable Simmons at 11:49, and reached the house 2 minutes to 12 in company with Inspector Harris and Divisional Surgeon Davidson. When I arrived, Dr. Hart, Dr. Thorndyke, and Dr. Jervis were already in the room. I found the deceased woman, Minna Adler, lying in bed with her throat cut. She was dead and cold. There were no signs of a struggle, and the bed did not appear to have been disturbed. There was a table by the bedside, on which was a book and an empty candlestick. The candle had apparently burnt out, for there was only a piece of charred wick at the bottom of the socket. A box had been placed on the floor at the head of the bed, and a hassock stood on it. Apparently the murderer had stood on the hassock and leaned over the head of the bed to commit the murder. This was rendered necessary by the position of the table, which could not have been moved without making some noise and perhaps disturbing the deceased. I infer from the presence of the box and the hassock that the murderer is a short person." "Was there anything else that seemed to fix the identity of the murderer?" "Yes. A tress of woman's red hair was grasped in the left hand of the deceased." As the detective uttered this statement, a simultaneous shriek of horror burst from the accused woman and her mother. Mrs. Goldstein sank half fainting onto a bench, while Miriam, pale as death, stood as one petrified, fixing the detective with a stare of terror as he drew from his pocket 2 small paper packets, which he opened and handed to the coroner. "The hair in the packet marked A," he said, "is that which was found in the hand of the deceased. That in the packet marked B is the hair of Miriam Goldstein." Here the accused woman's solicitor rose. "Where did you obtain the hair in the packet marked B?" he demanded. "I took it from a bag of combings that hung on the wall of Miriam Goldstein's bedroom," answered the detective. "I object to this," said the solicitor. "There is no evidence that the hair from that bag was the hair of Miriam Goldstein at all." Thorndyke chuckled softly. "The lawyer is as dense as the policeman," he remarked to me in an undertone. "Neither of them seems to see the significance of that bag in the least." "Did you know about the bag, then?" I asked in surprise. "No, I thought it was the hairbrush." I gazed at my colleague in amazement, and was about to ask for some elucidation of this cryptic reply, when he held up his finger and turned again to listen. "Very well, Mr. Horowitz," the coroner was saying. "I will make a note of your objection, but I shall allow the sergeant to continue his evidence." The solicitor sat down, and the detective resumed his statement. "I have examined and compared the 2 samples of hair, and it is my opinion that they are from the head of the same person. The only other observation that I made in the room was that there was a small quantity of silver sand sprinkled on the pillow around the deceased woman's head." "Silver sand?" exclaimed the coroner. "Surely that is a very singular material to find on a woman's pillow." "I think it is easily explained," replied the sergeant. "The wash-hand basin was full of blood-stained water, showing that the murderer had washed his or her hands, and probably the knife too, after the crime. On the washstand was a ball of sand soap, and I imagine that the murderer used this to cleanse his or her hands, and while drying them must have stood over the head of the bed and let the sand sprinkle down onto the pillow." "A simple but highly ingenious explanation," commented the coroner approvingly, and the jurymen exchanged admiring nods and nudges. "I searched the rooms occupied by the accused woman, Miriam Goldstein, and found there a knife of the kind used by stencil cutters, but larger than usual. There were stains of blood on it, which the accused explained by saying that she cut her fingers some days ago. She admitted that the knife was hers." This concluded the sergeant's evidence, and he was about to sit down when the solicitor rose. "I should like to ask this witness 1 or 2 questions," said he, and the coroner having nodded assent, he proceeded. "Has the finger of the accused been examined since her arrest?" "I believe not," replied the sergeant. "Not to my knowledge, at any rate." The solicitor noted the reply, and then asked, "With reference to the silver sand, did you find any at the bottom of the wash-hand basin?" The sergeant's face reddened. "I did not examine the wash-hand basin," he answered. "Did anybody examine it?" "I think not." "Thank you." Mr. Horowitz sat down, and the triumphant squeak of his quill pen was heard above the muttered disapproval of the jury. "We shall now take the evidence of the doctors, gentlemen," said the coroner, "and we will begin with that of the divisional surgeon. You saw the deceased, I believe, doctor," he continued, when Dr. Davidson had been sworn, "soon after the discovery of the murder, and you have since then made an examination of the body." "Yes, I found the body of the deceased lying in her bed, which had apparently not been disturbed. She had been dead about 10 hours, and rigidity was complete in the limbs but not in the trunk. The cause of death was a deep wound extending right across the throat and dividing all the structures down to the spine. It had been inflicted with a single sweep of a knife while the deceased was lying down, and was evidently homicidal. It was not possible for the deceased to have inflicted the wound herself. It was made with a single-edged knife, drawn from left to right. The assailant stood on a hassock placed on a box at the head of the bed, and leaned over to strike the blow. The murderer is probably quite a short person, very muscular and right-handed. There was no sign of a struggle, and judging by the nature of the injuries, I should say that death was almost instantaneous. In the left hand of the deceased was a small tress of a woman's red hair. I have compared that hair with that of the accused, and am of the opinion that it is her hair. You were shown a knife belonging to the accused? Yes, a stencil knife. There were stains of dried blood on it, which I have examined and find to be mammalian blood. It is probably human blood, but I cannot say with any certainty that it is. Could the wound have been inflicted with this knife? Yes, though it is a small knife to produce so deep a wound, still it is quite possible. The coroner glanced at Mr. Horowitz. Do you wish to ask this witness any questions? He inquired. If you please, sir, was the reply. The solicitor rose and, having glanced through his notes, commenced. You have described certain blood stains on this knife, but we have heard that there was blood-stained water in the wash basin, and it is suggested most reasonably that the murderer washed his hands and the knife. But if the knife was washed, how do you account for the bloodstains on it? Apparently the knife was not washed, only the hands. But is that not highly improbable? No, I think not. You say that there was no struggle and that death was practically instantaneous, but yet the deceased had torn out a lock of the murderer's hair. Are not those two statements inconsistent with one another? No. The hair was probably grasped convulsively at the moment of death. At any rate, the hair was undoubtedly in the dead woman's hand. Is it possible to identify positively the hair of any individual? No, not with certainty, but this is very peculiar hair. The solicitor sat down, and Dr. Hart having been called, and having briefly confirmed the evidence of his principal, the coroner announced, "The next witness, gentlemen, is Dr. Thorndyke, who was present almost accidentally, but was actually the first on the scene of the murder. He has since made an examination of the body and will, no doubt, be able to throw some further light on this horrible crime." Thorndyke stood up, and having been sworn, laid on the table a small box with a leather handle. Then, in answer to the coroner's questions, he described himself as a lecturer on medical jurisprudence at St. Margaret's Hospital, and briefly explained his connection with the case. At this point, the foreman of the jury interrupted to ask that his opinion might be taken on the hair and the knife, as these were matters of contention, and the objects in question were accordingly handed to him. Is the hair in the packet marked A, in your opinion, from the same person as that in the packet marked B? The coroner asked. I have no doubt they are from the same person, was the reply. Will you examine this knife and tell us if the wound on the deceased might have been inflicted with it? Thorndyke examined the blade attentively, and then handed the knife back to the coroner. The wound might have been inflicted with this knife, said he, but I am quite sure that it was not. Can you give us your reasons for that very definite opinion? I think, said Thorndyke, that it will save time if I give you the facts in a connected order. The coroner bowed assent, and he proceeded. I will not waste your time by reiterating facts already stated. Sergeant Bates has fully described the state of the room, and I have nothing to add on that subject. Dr. Davidson's description of the body covers all the facts. The woman had been dead about 10 hours. The wound was unquestionably homicidal, and was inflicted in the manner he has described. Death was apparently instantaneous, and I should say that the deceased never awakened from her sleep. But, objected the coroner, the deceased held a lock of hair in her hand. That hair, replied Thorndyke, was not the hair of the murderer. It was placed in the hand of the corpse for an obvious purpose, and the fact that the murderer had brought it with him shows that the crime was premeditated, and that it was committed by someone who had access to the house and was acquainted with its inmates. As Thorndyke made this statement, coroner, jurymen, and spectators alike gazed at him in open-mouthed amazement. There was an interval of intense silence, broken by a wild, hysterical laugh from Mrs. Goldstein, and then the coroner asked, "How did you know that the hair in the hand of the corpse was not that of the murderer?" The inference was very obvious. At the first glance, the peculiar and conspicuous colour of the hair struck me as suspicious, but there were 3 facts, each of which was in itself sufficient to prove that the hair was probably not that of the murderer. In the first place, there was the condition of the hand. When a person at the moment of death grasps any object firmly, there is set up a condition known as cadaveric spasm. The muscular contraction passes immediately into rigor mortis or death stiffening, and the object remains grasped by the dead hand until the rigidity passes off. In this case, the hand was perfectly rigid, but it did not grasp the hair at all. The little tress lay in the palm quite loosely, and the hand was only partially closed. Obviously, the hair had been placed in it after death. The other 2 facts had reference to the condition of the hair itself. Now, when a lock of hair is torn from the head, it is evident that all the roots will be found at the same end of the lock. But in the present instance, this was not the case. The lock of hair which lay in the dead woman's hand had roots at both ends, and so could not have been torn from the head of the murderer. But the third fact that I observed was still more conclusive. The hairs of which that little tress was composed had not been pulled out at all. They had fallen out spontaneously. They were, in fact, shed hairs, probably combings. Let me explain the difference. When a hair is shed naturally, it drops out of the little tube in the skin called the root sheath, having been pushed out by the young hair growing up underneath. The root end of such a shed hair shows nothing but a small bulbous enlargement, the root bulb. But when a hair is forcibly pulled out, its root drags out the root sheath with it, and this can plainly be seen as a glistening mass on the end of the hair. If Miriam Goldstein will pull out a hair and pass it to me, I will show you the great difference between hair which is pulled out and hair which is shed. The unfortunate Miriam needed no pressing. In a twinkling she had tweaked out a dozen hairs, which a constable handed across to Thorndyke, by whom they were at once fixed in a paperclip. A second clip being produced from the box, half a dozen hairs taken from the tress which had been found in the dead woman's hand were fixed in it. Then Thorndyke handed the two clips, together with a lens, to the coroner. "Remarkable!" exclaimed the latter, "and most conclusive." He passed the objects on to the foreman, and there was an interval of silence while the jury examined them with breathless interest and much facial contortion. "The next question," resumed Thorndyke, "was whence did the murderer obtain these hairs? I assumed that they had been taken from Miriam Goldstein's hairbrush, but the sergeant's evidence makes it pretty clear that they were obtained from the very bag of combings from which he took a sample for comparison." "I think, Doctor," remarked the coroner, "you have disposed of the hair clue pretty completely. May I ask if you found anything that may throw any light on the identity of the murderer?" "Yes," replied Thorndyke. "I observed certain things which determine the identity of the murderer quite conclusively." He turned a significant glance on Superintendent Miller, who immediately rose, stepped quietly to the door, and then returned, putting something into his jacket. "When I entered the hall," Thorndyke continued, "I noted the following facts. Behind the door was a shelf on which were two china candlesticks. Each was fitted with a candle, and in one was a short candle end about an inch long lying in a tray. On the floor close to the mat was a spot of candle wax and some faint marks of muddy feet. The oilcloth on the stairs also bore faint footmarks, made by wet galoshes. They were ascending the stairs and grew fainter towards the top. There were two more spots of candle wax on the stairs, and one on the handrail, a burnt end of a wax match halfway up the stairs, and another on the landing. There were no descending footmarks, but one of the spots of wax close to the balusters had been trodden on while warm and soft, and bore the mark of the front of the heel of a galosh descending the stairs. The lock of the street door had recently been oiled, as had also that of the bedroom door, and the latter had been unlocked from outside with a bent wire, which had made a mark on the key. Inside the room I made two further observations. One was that the dead woman's pillow was lightly sprinkled with sand, somewhat like silver sand, but greyer and less gritty. I shall return to this presently. The other was that the candlestick on the bedside table was empty. It was a peculiar candlestick, having a skeleton socket formed of 8 flat strips of metal. The charred wick of a burnt-out candle was at the bottom of the socket, but a little fragment of wax on the top edge showed that another candle had been stuck in it and had been taken out, for otherwise that fragment would have been melted. I at once thought of the candle end in the hall, and when I went down again I took that end from the tray and examined it. On it I found 8 distinct marks corresponding to the 8 bars of the candlestick in the bedroom. It had been carried in the right hand of some person, for the warm soft wax had taken beautifully clear impressions of a right thumb and forefinger. I took 3 moulds of the candle end in moulding wax, and from these moulds have made this cement cast, which shows both the fingerprints and the marks of the candlestick. He took from his box a small white object, which he handed to the coroner. "And what do you gather from these facts?" asked the coroner. "I gather that at about 1:45 on the morning of the crime, a man, who had on the previous day visited the house to obtain the tress of hair and oil the locks, entered the house by means of a latchkey. We can fix the time by the fact that it rained on that morning from 1:30 to 1:45, this being the only rain that has fallen for a fortnight, and the murder was committed about 2 o'clock. The man lit a wax match in the hall and another halfway up the stairs. He found the bedroom door locked and turned the key from outside with a bent wire. He entered, lit the candle, placed the box and hassock, murdered his victim, washed his hands and knife, took the candle end from the socket and went downstairs, where he blew out the candle and dropped it into the tray. The next clue is furnished by the sand on the pillow. I took a little of it and examined it under the microscope, where it turned out to be deep-sea sand from the eastern Mediterranean. It was full of the minute shells called foraminifera. As one of those happened to belong to a species which is found only in the Levant, I was able to fix the locality. "But this is very remarkable," said the coroner. "How on earth could deep-sea sand have got onto this woman's pillow?" "The explanation," replied Thorndyke, "is really quite simple. Sand of this kind is contained in considerable quantities in Turkey sponges. The warehouses in which the sponges are unpacked are often strewn with it ankle deep. The men who unpack the cases become dusted with it, their clothes saturated and their pockets filled with it. If such a person, with his clothes and pockets full of sand, had committed this murder, it is pretty certain that in leaning over the head of the bed in a partly inverted position, he would have let fall a certain quantity of the sand from his pockets and the interstices of his clothing. Now, as soon as I had examined this sand and ascertained its nature, I sent a message to Mr. Goldstein, asking him for a list of the persons who were acquainted with the deceased, with their addresses and occupations. He sent me the list by return, and among the persons mentioned was a man who was engaged as a packer in a wholesale sponge warehouse in the Minories. I further ascertained that the new season's crop of turkey sponges had arrived a few days before the murder. The question that now arose was whether this sponge packer was the person whose fingerprints I had found on the candle end. To settle this point, I prepared 2 mounted photographs, and having contrived to meet the man at his door on his return from work, I induced him to look at them and compare them. He took them from me, holding each one between a forefinger and thumb. When he returned them to me, I took them home and carefully dusted each on both sides with certain surgical dusting powder. The powder adhered to the places where his fingers and thumbs had pressed against the photographs, showing the fingerprints very distinctly. Those of the right hand were identical with the prints on the candle, as you will see if you compare them with the cast. He produced from the box the photograph of the Yiddish lettering, on the black margin of which there now stood out with startling distinctness a yellowish-white print of a thumb. Thorndyke had just handed the card to the coroner when a very singular disturbance arose. While my friend had been giving the latter part of his evidence, I had observed the man Petrovsky rise from his seat and walk stealthily across to the door. He turned the handle softly and pulled, at first gently and then with more force, but the door was locked. As he realized this, Petrovsky seized the handle with both hands and tore at it furiously, shaking it to and fro with the violence of a madman, and his shaking limbs, his starting eyes, glaring insanely at the astonished spectators, his ugly face dead white, running with sweat and hideous with terror, made a picture that was truly shocking. Suddenly he let go the handle, and with a horrible cry thrust his hand under the skirt of his coat and rushed at Thorndyke. But the superintendent was ready for this. There was a shout and a scuffle, and then Petrovsky was borne down, kicking and biting like a maniac, while Miller hung on to his right hand and the formidable knife that it grasped. "I will ask you to hand that knife to the coroner," said Thorndyke, when Petrovsky had been secured and handcuffed, and the superintendent had readjusted his collar. "Will you kindly examine it, sir," he continued, "and tell me if there is a notch in the edge near to the point, a triangular notch about 1/8 of an inch long?" The coroner looked at the knife and said in a tone of surprise, "Yes, there is. You have seen this knife before, then?" "No, I have not," replied Thorndyke, "but perhaps I had better continue my statement. There is no need for me to tell you that the fingerprints on the card and on the candle are those of Paul Petrovsky. I will proceed to the evidence furnished by the body. In accordance with your order, I went to the mortuary and examined the corpse of the deceased. The wound has been fully and accurately described by Dr. Davidson, but I observed one fact which I presume he had overlooked. Embedded in the bone of the spine, in the left transverse process of the 4th vertebra, I discovered a small particle of steel which I carefully extracted." He drew his collecting box from his pocket, and taking from it a seed envelope, handed the latter to the coroner. "That fragment of steel is in this envelope," he said, "and it is possible that it may correspond to the notch in the knife blade." Amidst an intense silence, the coroner opened the little envelope and let the fragment of steel drop onto a sheet of paper. Laying the knife on the paper, he gently pushed the fragment towards the notch. Then he looked up at Thorndyke. "It fits exactly," said he. There was a heavy thud at the other end of the room, and we all looked around. Petrovsky had fallen onto the floor, insensible. "An instructive case, Jervis," remarked Thorndyke as we walked homewards. "A case that reiterates the lesson that the authorities still refuse to learn." "What is that?" I asked. "It is this. When it is discovered that a murder has been committed, the scene of that murder should instantly become the palace of the Sleeping Beauty. Not a grain of dust should be moved, not a soul should be allowed to approach it until the scientific observer has seen everything in situ and absolutely undisturbed. No tramplings of excited constables, no rummaging by detectives, no scrambling to and fro of bloodhounds. Consider what would have happened in this case if we had arrived a few hours later. The corpse would have been in the mortuary, the hair in the sergeant's pocket, the bed rummaged and the sand scattered abroad, the candle probably removed, and the stairs covered with fresh tracks. There would not have been the vestige of a clue. And, I added, the deep sea would have uttered its message in vain." End of Message from the Deep Sea by Dr. John Jones Pitcairn and R. Austin Freeman. Part 2. Recording by Beth Thomas.
Section 3 of The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. The Affair of the Avalanche Bicycle and Tire Company, Limited, by Arthur Morrison. Part 1. Cycle companies were in the market everywhere. Immense fortunes were being made in a few days, and sometimes little fortunes were being lost to build them up. Mining shares were dull for a season, and any company with the word cycle or tire in its title was certain to attract capital, no matter what its prospects were like in the eyes of the expert. All the old private cycle companies suddenly were offered to the public, and their proprietors, already rich men, built themselves houses on the Riviera, bought yachts, ran racehorses, and left business forever. Sometimes the shareholders got their money's worth, sometimes more, sometimes less. Sometimes they got nothing but total loss, but still the game went on. One could never open a newspaper without finding, displayed at large, the prospectus of yet another cycle company with capital expressed in 6 figures at least, often in 7. Solemn old dailies, into whose editorial heads no new thing ever found its way till years after it had been forgotten elsewhere, suddenly exhibited the scandalous phenomenon of broken columns in their advertising sections, and the universal prospectuses stretched outrageously across half or even all the page, a thing to cause apoplexy in the bodily system of any self-respecting manager of the old school. In the midst of this excitement, it chanced that the firm of Dorrington and Hicks were engaged upon an investigation for the famous and long-established Indestructible Bicycle and Tricycle Manufacturing Company of London and Coventry. The matter was not one of sufficient intricacy or difficulty to engage Dorrington's personal attention, and it was given to an assistant. There was some doubt as to the validity of a certain patent having reference to a particular method of tightening the spokes and truing the wheels of a tricycle, and Dorrington's assistant had to make inquiries, without attracting attention to the matter, as to whether or not there existed any evidence, either documentary or in the memory of veterans, of the use of this method or anything like it before the year 1885. The assistant completed his inquiries and made his report to Dorrington. Now, I think I have said that from every evidence I have seen, the chief matter of Dorrington's solicitude was his own interest, and just at this time he had heard, as had others, much of the money being made in cycle companies. Also, like others, he had conceived a great desire to get the confidential advice of someone in the know, advice which might lead him into the good thing desired by all the greedy who flutter about at the outside edge of the stock and share market. For this reason Dorrington determined to make this small matter of the wheel patent an affair of personal report. He was a man of infinite resource, plausibility, and good companionship, and there was money going in the cycle trade. Why, then, should he lose an opportunity of making himself pleasant in the inner groves of that trade, and catch whatever might come his way? Information, syndicate shares, directorships, anything. So that Dorrington made himself master of his assistant's information, and proceeded to the head office of the Indestructible Company on Holborn Viaduct, resolved to become the entertaining acquaintance of the managing director. On his way his attention was attracted by a very elaborately fitted cycle shop, which his recollection told him was new. The Avalanche Bicycle and Tire Company was the legend gilt above the great plate-glass window, and in the window itself stood many brilliantly enamelled and plated bicycles, each labelled on the frame with the flaming red and gold transfer of the firm, and in the midst of all was another bicycle, covered with dried mud, of which, however, sufficient had been carefully cleared away to expose a similar glaring transfer to those that decorated the rest, with a placard announcing that on this particular machine somebody had ridden in some incredible distance on bad roads in a very little more than no time at all. A crowd stood before the window and gaped respectfully at the placard, the bicycles, the transfers, and the mud, though they paid little attention to certain piles of folded white papers, endorsed in bold letters with the name of the company, with the suffix limited, and the word prospectus in bloated black letters below. These, however, Dorrington observed at once, for he had himself that morning, in common with several thousand other people, received one by post. Also, half a page of his morning paper had been filled with a copy of that same prospectus, and the afternoon had brought another copy in the evening paper. In the list of directors there was a titled name or two, together with a few unknown names, doubtless the practical men. And below this list there were such positive promises of tremendous dividends, backed up and proved beyond dispute by such ingenious piles of business-like figures, every line of figures referring to some other line for testimonials to its perfect genuineness and accuracy, that any reasonable man, it would seem, must instantly sell the hat off his head and the boots off his feet to buy one share at least, and so make his fortune for ever. True, the business was but lately established, but that was just it. It had rushed ahead with such an amazing rapidity, as was natural with an avalanche, that it had got altogether out of hand, and orders couldn't be executed at all, wherefore the proprietors were reluctantly compelled to let the public have some of the luck. This was Thursday. The share list was to be opened on Monday morning and closed inexorably at 4 o'clock on Tuesday afternoon, with a merciful extension to Wednesday morning for the candidates for wealth who were so unfortunate as to live in the country. So that it behooved everybody to waste no time, lest he be numbered among the unlucky whose subscription money should be returned in full, failing allotment. The prospectus did not absolutely say it in so many words, but no rational person could fail to feel that the directors were fervently hoping that nobody would get injured in the rush. Dorrington passed on and reached the well-known establishment of the Indestructible Bicycle Company. This was already a limited company of a private sort, and had been so for 10 years or more, and before that the concern had had 8 or 9 years of prosperous experience. The founder of the firm, Sir Paul Mallows, was now the managing director, and a great pillar of the cycling industry. Dorrington gave his clerk his card and asked to see Mr. Mallows. Mr. Mallows was out, it seemed, but Mr. Stedman, the secretary, was in, and him Dorrington saw. Mr. Stedman was a pleasant, youngish man, who had been a famous amateur bicyclist in his time, and was still an enthusiast. In 10 minutes business was settled and dismissed, and Dorrington's tact had brought the secretary into a pleasant discursive chat with much exchange of anecdote. Dorrington expressed much interest in the subject of bicycling, and seeing that Stedman had been a racing man, particularly as to bicycling races. "There'll be a rare good race on Saturday, I expect," Stedman said. "Or rather," he went on, "I expect the 50 miles record will go. I fancy our man Gillett is pretty safe to win, but he'll have to move, and I quite expect to see a good set of new records on our advertisements next week. The next best man is Lant, the new fellow, you know, who rides for the Avalanche people." "Let's see. They're going to the public as a limited company, aren't they?" Dorrington asked casually. Stedman nodded with a little grimace. "You don't think it's a good thing, perhaps?" Dorrington said, noting the grimace. "Is that so?" "Well," Stedman answered, "of course I can't say. I don't know much about the firm. Nobody does, as far as I can tell. But they seem to have got a business together in almost no time. That is, if the business is as genuine as it looks at first sight. But they want a rare lot of capital, and then the prospectus, well, I've seen more satisfactory ones, you know. I don't say it isn't all right, of course, but still I shan't go out of my way to recommend any friends of mine to plunge on it." "Oh, you won't?" No, I won't. Though no doubt they'll get their capital, or most of it. Almost any cycle or tire company can get subscribed just now, and this Avalanche affair is both. And it is so well advertised, you know. Lant has been winning on their mounts just lately, and they've been booming it for all they're worth. By Jove, if they could only screw him up to win the 50 miles on Saturday and beat our man Gillett, that would give them a push. Just at the correct moment, too. Gillett's never been beaten yet at the distance, you know. But Lant can't do it, though, as I've said, he'll make Some fast riding. It'll be a race, I tell you. I should like to see it. Well, why not come? See about it, will you? And perhaps you'd like to run down to the track after dinner this evening and see our man training. Awfully interesting, I can tell you, with all the pacing machinery and all that. Will you come? Dorrington expressed himself delighted, and suggested that Stedman should dine with him before going to the track. Stedman, for his part, charmed with his new acquaintance, as everybody was at first meeting with Dorrington, assented gladly. At that moment the door of Stedman's room was pushed open, and a well-dressed middle-aged man with a shaven, flabby face appeared. "I beg your pardon," he said. "I thought you were alone. I just ripped my finger against the handle on my broom door as I came in. The screw sticks out. Have you a piece of sticking plaster?" He extended a bleeding finger as he spoke. Stedman looked doubtfully at his desk. "Here is some court plaster," Dorrington exclaimed, producing his pocketbook. "I always carry it. It's handier than ordinary sticking plaster. How much do you want?" "Oh, thanks. An inch or so." "This is Mr. Dorrington and Messrs. Dorrington and Hicks, Mr. Mallows," Stedman said. "Our managing director, Mr. Paul Mallows, Mr. Dorrington." Dorrington was delighted to make Mr. Mallow's acquaintance, and he busied himself with a careful strapping of the damaged finger. Mr. Mallows had the large frame of a man of strong build who had had much hard bodily work, but there hung about it the heavier, softer flesh that told of a later period of ease and sloth. "Mr. Mallows," Stedman said, "the bicycle's the safest thing after all. Dangerous things, these brooms." "Ah, you younger men," Mr. Mallows replied with a slow and rounded enunciation. "You younger men can afford to be active. We elders—" "Can afford a broom," Dorrington added, before the managing director began the next word. "Just so, and the bicycle does it all. Wonderful thing, the bicycle." Dorrington had not misjudged his man, and the oblique reference to his wealth flattered Mr. Mallows. Dorrington went once more through his report as to the spoke patent, and then Mr. Mallows bade him good-bye. "Good day, Mr. Dorrington, good day," he said. "I am extremely obliged by your careful personal attention to this matter of the patent. We may leave it with Mr. Stedman now, I think. Good day. I hope soon to have the pleasure of meeting you again." And with clumsy stateliness Mr. Mallows vanished. "So you don't think the Avalanche good business as an investment?" Dorrington said once more as he and Stedman, after an excellent dinner, were cabbing it to the track. "No, no," Stedman answered. "Don't touch it. There's better things than that coming along presently. Perhaps I shall be able to put you in for something, you know, a bit later. But don't be in a hurry. As to the Avalanche, even if everything else was satisfactory, there's too much booming being done just now to please me. All sorts of rumours, you know, of their having something up their sleeve and so on. Mysterious hints in the papers and all that, as to something revolutionary being in hand with the Avalanche people. Perhaps there is, but why they don't fetch it out in view of the public subscription for shares is more than I can understand, unless they don't want too much of a rush. And as to that, well, they don't look like modestly shrinking from anything of that sort up to the present." They were at the track soon after 7, but Gillett was not yet riding. Dorrington remarked that Gillett appeared to begin late. "Well," Stedman explained, "he's one of those fellows that afternoon training doesn't seem to suit unless there's a bit of walking exercise. He does just a few miles in the morning and a spurt or two, and then he comes on just before sunset for a fast 10 or 15 miles. That is when he's getting fit for such a race as Saturday's. Tonight will be his last spin of that length before Saturday, because tomorrow will be the day before the race. Tomorrow he'll only go a spurt or two and rest most of the day." They strolled about inside the track, the two highly banked ends whereof seemed to a near-sighted person in the centre to be solid erect walls, along the face of which the training riders skimmed fly fashion. Only 3 or 4 persons beside themselves were in the enclosure when they first came, but in 10 minutes' time Mr. Paul Mallows came across the track. "Why," said Stedman to Dorrington, "here's the governor. It isn't often he comes down here, but I expect he's anxious to see how Gillett's going in view of Saturday." "Good evening, Mr. Mallows," said Dorrington. "I hope the finger's all right. You want any more plaster?" Good evening," responded Mr. Mallows heavily. "Thank you, the finger's not troubling me a bit." He held it up, still decorated by the black plaster. "Your plaster remains, you see. I was a little careful not to fray it too much in washing, that was all." And Mr. Mallows sat down on a light iron garden chair, of which several stood here and there in the enclosure, and began to watch the riding. The track was clear, the dusk was approaching when at last the great Gillett made his appearance on the track. He answered a friendly question or two put to him by Mallows and Stedman, and then, giving his coat to his trainer, swung off along the track on his bicycle, led in front by a tandem and closely attended by a triplet. In 50 yards his pace quickened, and he settled down into a swift, even pace, regular as clockwork. Sometimes a tandem and sometimes a triplet went to the front, but Gillett neither checked nor heeded, as, nursed by his pacers, who were directed by the trainer from the centre, he swept along mile after mile, each mile in but a few seconds over the 2 minutes. "Look at the action!" exclaimed Stedman with enthusiasm. "Just watch him, not an ounce of power wasted there. Did you ever see more regular ankle work? And did anybody ever sit a machine quite so well as that? Show me a movement anywhere above the hips." "Ah," said Mr. Mallows, "Gillett has a wonderful style, really." The men in the enclosure wandered about here and there on the grass, watching Gillett's riding as one watches the performance of a great piece of art, which indeed was what Gillett's riding was. There were, besides Mallows, Stedman, Dorrington, and the trainer, 2 officials of the Cyclists' Union, an amateur racing man named Sparks, the track superintendent, and another man. The sky grew darker, and gloom fell about the track. The machines became invisible, and little could be seen of the riders across the ground but the row of rhythmically working legs and the white cap that Gillett wore. The trainer had just told Stedman that there would be 3 fast laps, and then his man would come off the track. "Well, Mr. Stedman," said Mr. Mallows, "I think we shall be all right for Saturday." "Rather," answered Stedman confidently. "Gillett's going great guns and steady as a watch." The pace now suddenly increased. The tandem shot once more to the front, the triplet hung on the rider's flank, and the group of swishing wheels flew around the track at a 150 gait. The spectators turned about, following the riders round the track with their eyes, and then swinging into the straight from the top bend, the tandem checked suddenly and gave a little jump. Gillett crashed into it from behind, and the triplet, failing to clear, wavered and swung and crashed over and along the track too. All 3 machines and 6 men were involved in one complicated smash. Everybody rushed across the grass, the trainer first. Then the cause of the disaster was seen. Lying on its side on the track, with men and bicycles piled over and against it, was one of the green-painted light iron garden chairs that had been standing in the enclosure. The triplet men were struggling to their feet, and, though much cut and shaken, seemed the least hurt of the lot. One of the men of the tandem was insensible, and Gillett, who from his position had got all the worst of it, lay senseless too, badly cut and bruised, and his left arm was broken. The trainer was cursing and tearing his hair. "If I knew who'd done this," Stedman cried, "I'd pulp him with that chair." "Oh, that betting, wailed Mr. Mallows, hopping about distractedly. "See what it leads people into doing. It can't have been an accident, can it?" "Accident? Skittles! A man doesn't put a chair on a track in the dark and leave it there by accident. Is anybody getting away there from the outside of the track?" No, there's nobody. He wouldn't wait till this. He's clear off it a minute ago and more. Here, fielders, shut the outer gate and we'll see who's about." But there seemed to be no suspicious character. Indeed, except for the groundman, his boy, Gillett's trainer, and a racing man who had just finished dressing in the pavilion, there seemed to be nobody about beyond those whom everybody had seen standing in the enclosure. But there had been ample time for anybody standing unnoticed at the outer rails to get across the track in the dark just after the riders had passed, place the obstruction, and escape before the completion of the lap. The damaged men were helped or carried into the pavilion, and the damaged machines were dragged after them. I will give £50 gladly, more, 100, said Mr. Mallows, excitedly, to anybody who will find out who put that chair on the track. It might have ended in murder. Some wretched bookmaker, I suppose, who has taken too many bets on Gillett. As I've said 1,000 times, betting is the curse of all sport nowadays. The governor excites himself a great deal about betting and bookmakers, Stedman said to Dorrington as they walked toward the pavilion. But between you and me, I believe some of the Avalanche people are in this. The betting bee is always in Mallow's bonnet, but as a matter of fact there's very little betting at all on cycle races, and what there is little more than a matter of half-crowns or at most half-sovereigns on the day of the race. No bookmaker ever makes a heavy book first. Still, there may be something in it this time, of course. But look at the Avalanche people. With Gillett away, their man can certainly win on Saturday, and if only the weather keeps fair, he can almost as certainly beat the record. Just at present, the 50 miles is fairly easy, and it's bound to go soon. Indeed, our intention was that Gillett should pull it down on Saturday. He was a safe winner, bar accidents, and it was good odds on his altering the record. If the weather were good and all. With Gillett out of it, Lant is just about as certain to win as our man would be if all were well. And there would be a boon for the Avalanche Company on the very eve of the share subscription. Lant, you must know, was very second-rate till this season. But he has improved wonderfully in the last month or two, since he has been with the Avalanche people. Let him win, and they can point to the machine as responsible for it all. Here, they will say, in effect, is a man who could rarely get in front, even in second-class company, till he rode an Avalanche. Now he beats the world's record for 50 miles on it, and makes rings around the topmost professionals. Why, it will be worth thousands of capital to them. Of course, the subscription of capital won't hurt us, but the loss of the record may. And to have Gillett knocked out like this in the middle of the season is serious. Yes, I suppose with you it is more than a matter of this one race. Of course, and so it will be with the Avalanche Company. Don't you see, with Gillett probably useless for the rest of the season, Lant will have it all his own way, and at anything over 10 miles. That'll help to boom up the shares, and there'll be big profit made on trading in them. Oh, I tell you, this thing seems pretty suspicious to me. Oh, look here, said Dorrington. Can you borrow a light for me and let me run over with it to the spot where the smash took place? The people have cleared into the pavilion, and I could go alone. Well, certainly. Will you have a try for the governor's 100? Well, perhaps. But anyway, there's no harm in doing you a good turn if I can while I'm here. Some day perhaps you'll do me one. Right you are. I'll ask Fielders, the groundman. A lantern was brought, and Dorrington betook himself to the spot where the iron chair still lay, while Stedman joined the rest of the crowd in the pavilion. Dorrington minutely examined the grass within 2 yards of the place where the chair lay, and then, crossing the track and getting over the rails, did the same with the damp gravel that paved the outer ring. The track itself was of cement, and unimpressionable by footmarks, but nevertheless he scrutinized that with equal care, as well as the rails. Then he turned his attention to the chair. It was, as I have said, a light chair made of flat iron strip bent to shape and riveted. It had seen good service, and its present coat of green paint was evidently far from being its original one. Also, it was rusty in places, and parts had been repaired and straightened with cross pieces secured by bolts and square nuts, some rusty and loose. It was from one of these square nuts, holding a cross piece that stayed the back at the top, that Dorrington secured some object. It might have been a hair, which he carefully transferred to his pocketbook. This done, with one more glance round, he betook himself to the pavilion. A surgeon had arrived, and he reported well of the chief patient. It was a simple fracture and a healthy patient. When Dorrington entered, preparations were beginning for setting the limb. There was a sofa in the pavilion, and the surgeon saw no reason for removing the patient till all was made secure. "Found anything?" asked Stedman in a low tone of Dorrington. Dorrington shook his head. "Not much," he answered in a whisper. "I'll think it over later." Dorrington asked one of the Cyclists' Union officials for the loan of a pencil, and having made a note with it, immediately in another part of the room asked Sparks, the amateur, to lend him another. Stedman had told Mr. Mallows of Dorrington's late employment with the lantern, and the managing director now said quietly, "You remember what I said about rewarding anybody who discovered the perpetrator of this outrage, Mr. Dorrington? Well, I was excited at the time, but I quite hold to it. It is a shameful thing. You have been looking about the grounds, I hear. I hope you have come across something that will enable you to find something out. Nothing will please me more than to have to pay you, I'm sure." "Well," Dorrington confessed, "I'm afraid I haven't seen anything very big in the way of a clue, Mr. Mallows, but I'll think a bit. The worst of it is, you never know who these betting men are, do you, once they get away? There are so many, and it may be anybody. Not only that, but they may bribe anybody." "Yes, of course. There's no end to their wickedness, I'm afraid. Stedman suggests that trade rivalry may have had something to do with it. But that seems an uncharitable view, don't you think? Of course we stand very high, and there are jealousies and all that, but this is a thing I'm sure no firm would think of stooping to for a moment. No, it's betting that is at the bottom of this, I fear. And I hope, Mr. Dorrington, that you will make some attempt to find the guilty parties."
Presently Stedman spoke to Dorrington again. "Here's something that may help you," he said. "To begin with, it must have been done by someone from outside of the track."
"Why?"
"Well, at least, every probability's that way. Everybody inside was directly interested in Gillett's success, excepting the Union officials and Sparks, who's a gentleman and quite above suspicion, and as much so, indeed, as the Union officials. Of course, there was the ground man, but he's all right, I'm sure."
"And the trainer?"
"Oh, that's altogether improbable, altogether. I was going to say—"
"And there's that other man who was standing about. I haven't heard who he was."
"Right you are. I don't know him either. Where is he now?"
But the man had gone.
"Look here, I'll make some quiet inquiries about that man," Stedman pursued. "I forgot all about him in the excitement of the moment. I was going to say that although whoever did it could easily have got away by the gate before the smash came, he might not have liked to go that way in case of observation in passing the pavilion. In that case, he could have got away, and indeed he could have got into the grounds to begin with by way of one of those garden walls that bound the ground just by where the smash occurred. If that were so, he must either live in one of the houses, or he must know somebody that does. Perhaps you might put a man to smell about along the road. It's only a short one. Chisnell Road's the name."
Yes, Dorrington responded patiently. "There might be something in that." By this time Gillett's arm was in a starched bandage and secured by splints, and a cab was ready to take him home. Mr. Mallows took Stedman away with him, expressing a desire to talk business, and Dorrington went home by himself. He did not turn down Chisnell Road, but he walked jauntily along toward the nearest cab stand, and once or twice he chuckled, for he saw his way to a delightfully lucrative financial operation in cycle companies, without risk of capital. The cab gained, he called at the lodgings of two of his men assistants and gave them instant instructions. Then he packed a small bag at his rooms in Conduit Street, and at midnight was in the late fast train for Birmingham. End of the Affair of the Avalanche Bicycle and Tire Company Limited by Arthur Morrison, Part 1. Section 4 of The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. The Affair of the Avalanche Bicycle and Tire Company Limited by Arthur Morrison, Part 2. The prospectus of the Avalanche Bicycle and Tire Company stated that the works were at Exeter and Birmingham. Exeter is a delightful old town, but it can scarcely be regarded as the center of the cycle trade. Neither is it in especially easy and short communication with Birmingham. It was the sort of thing that any critic, anxious to pick holes in the prospectus, might wonder at, and so one of Dorrington's assistants had gone by the night mail to inspect the works. It was from this man that Dorrington in Birmingham, about noon on the day after Gillett's disaster, received this telegram. Works here old disused cloth mills just out of town. Closed and empty, but with big new signboard, and notice that works now running are at Birmingham. Agent says only deposit paid. Tenancy agreement not signed. Farish. The telegram increased Dorrington's satisfaction, for he had just taken a look at the Birmingham works. They were not empty, though nearly so, nor were they large, and a man there had told him that the chief premises where most of the work was done were at Exeter, and the hollower the business, the better prize he saw in store for himself. He had already, early in the morning, indulged in a telegram on his own account, though he had not signed it. This was how it ran. Mallows, 58 Upper Sandown Place, London, W. Fear all not safe here. Run down by 10:10 train without fail. Thus it happened that at a little later than 8:30, Dorrington's other assistant, watching the door of number 58 Upper Sandown Place, saw a telegram delivered, and immediately afterward Mr. Paul Mallows in much haste dashed away in a cab which was called from the end of the street. The assistant followed in another. Mr. Mallows dismissed his cab at a theatrical wig-maker's in Bow Street and entered. When he emerged in little more than 40 minutes' time, none but a practised watcher who had guessed the reason of his visit would have recognized him. He had not assumed the clumsy disguise of a false beard. He was made up deftly. His colour was heightened, and his face seemed thinner. There was no heavy accession of false hair, but a slight crepe hair whisker at each side made a better and less pronounced disguise. He seemed a younger, healthier man. The watcher saw him safely off to Birmingham by the 10:10 train, and then gave Dorrington note by telegraph of the guise in which Mr. Mallows was travelling. Now this train was timed to arrive at Birmingham at 1, which was the reason that Dorrington had named it in the anonymous telegram. The entrance to the Avalanche Works was by a large gate, which was closed, but which was provided with a small door to pass a man. Within was a yard, and at a little before 1 o'clock Dorrington pushed open the small door, peeped, and entered. Nobody was about in the yard, and what little noise could be heard came from a particular part of the building on the right. A pile of solid export crates stood to the left, and these Dorrington had noticed at his previous cast that morning as making a suitable hiding place for temporary use. Now he slipped behind them and awaited the stroke of 1. Prompt at the hour, a door on the opposite side of the yard swung open, and 2 more and a boy emerged and climbed one after another through the little door in the big gate. Then presently another man, not a workman, but apparently a sort of overseer, came from the opposite door, which he carelessly left fall to behind him, and he also disappeared through the little door, which he then locked. Dorrington was now alone in the sole active works of the Avalanche Bicycle and Tire Company Limited. He tried the door opposite and found it was free to open. Within he saw in a dark corner a candle which had been left burning, and opposite him a large iron enamelling oven, like an immense safe, and round about on benches were strewn heaps of the glaring red and gold transfer which Dorrington had observed the day before on the machines exhibited in the Holborn Viaduct window. Some of the frames had the label newly applied, and others were still plain. It would seem that the chief business of the Avalanche Bicycle and Tire Company Limited was the attaching of labels to previously nondescript machines. But there was little time to examine further, and indeed Dorrington presently heard the noise of a key in the outer gate. So he stood and waited by the enamelling oven to welcome Mr. Mallows. As the door was pushed open, Dorrington advanced and bowed politely. Mallows started guiltily, but remembering his disguise, steadied himself and asked gruffly, "Well, sir, and who are you?" "I," answered Dorrington with perfect composure, "I am Mr. Paul Mallows. You may have heard of me in connection with the Indestructible Bicycle Company." Mallows was altogether taken aback, but then it struck him that perhaps the detective, anxious to win the reward he had offered in the matter of the Gillett outrage, was here making inquiries in the assumed character of the man who stood impenetrably disguised before him. So after a pause he asked again, a little less gruffly, "And what may be your business?" "Well," said Dorrington, "I did think of taking shares in this company. I suppose there would be no objection to the managing director of another company taking shares in this?" "No," answered Mallows, wondering what all this was to lead to. "Of course not. I'm sure you don't think so, eh?" Dorrington, as he spoke, looked in the other's face with a sly leer, and Mallows began to feel altogether uncomfortable. "But there's one other thing," Dorrington pursued, taking out his pocket-book, though still maintaining his leer in Mallow's face. "One other thing. And, by the way, will you have another piece of court plaster now I've got it out? Don't say no. It's a pleasure to oblige you, really." And Dorrington, his leer growing positively fiendish, tapped the side of his nose with the case of court plaster. Mallows, paled under the paint, gasped and felt for support. Dorrington laughed pleasantly. "Oh, come," he said encouragingly. "Don't be frightened. I admire your cleverness, Mr. Mallows, and I shall arrange everything pleasantly, as you will see. And as to the court plaster, if you'd rather not have it, you needn't. You have another piece on now, I see. Why didn't you get them to paint it over at Clarkson's? They really did the face very well, though. And there again you were quite right. Such a man as yourself was likely to be recognized in such a place as Birmingham, and that would have been unfortunate for both of us. Both of us, I assure you. Man alive, don't look as though I was going to cut your throat. I'm not, I assure you. You're a smart man of business, and I happen to have spotted a little operation of yours, that's all. I shall arrange easy terms for you. Pull yourself together and talk business before the men come back. Here, sit on this bench." Mallows, staring amazedly in Dorrington's face, suffered himself to be led to a bench and sat on it. "Now," said Dorrington, "the first thing is a little matter of £100. That was the reward you promised if I should discover who broke Gillett's arm last night. Well, I have. Do you happen to have any notes with you? If not, make it a cheque." But how? I mean, who? Oh, don't waste time, Mr. Mallows. Who? Why, yourself, of course. I knew all about it before I left you last night, though it wasn't quite convenient to claim the reward then, for reasons you'll understand presently. Come, that little 100. But what proof have you? I'm not to be bounced like this, you know. Mr. Mallows was gathering his faculties again. "Proof? Why, man alive, be reasonable. Suppose I have none. None at all. What difference does that make? Am I to walk out and tell your fellow directors where I have met you, here, or am I to have that 100? More, am I to publish abroad that Mr. Paul Mallows is the moving spirit in the rotten Avalanche Bicycle Company. Well, Mallows answered reluctantly, if you put it like that. But I only put it like that to make you see things reasonably. As a matter of fact, your connection with this new company is enough to bring your little performance with the iron chair pretty near proof. But I got at it from the other side. See here, you're much too clumsy with your fingers, Mr. Mallows. First you go and tear the tip of your middle finger opening your broom door, and have to get court plaster from me. Then you let that court plaster get frayed at the edge, and you still keep it on. After that you execute your very successful chair operation. When the eyes of the others are following the bicycles, you take the chair in the hand with the plaster on it, catching hold of it at the place where a rough, loose, square nut protrudes, and you pitch it on the track so clumsily and nervously that the nut carries away the frayed thread of the court plaster with it. Here it is, you see, still in my pocketbook, where I put it last night by the light of the lantern. Just a sticky black silk thread, that's all. I've only brought it to show you I'm playing a fair game with you. Of course, I might easily have got a witness before I took the thread off the nut, if I had thought you were likely to fight the matter. But I knew you were not. You can't fight, you know, with this bogus company business known to me. So that I am only showing you this thread as an act of grace, to prove that I have stumped you with perfect fairness. And now the 100. Here's a fountain pen if you want one. Well, said Mallows glumly, I suppose I must, then. He took the pen and wrote the check. Dorrington blotted it on the pad of his pocketbook and folded it away. So much for that, he said. That's just a little preliminary, you understand. We've done these things just as a guarantee of good faith, not necessarily for publication, though you must remember that as yet there's nothing to prevent it. I've done you a turn by finding out who upset those bicycles, as you so ardently wished me to do last night, and you've loyally fulfilled your part of the contract by paying me the promised reward. Though I must say that you haven't paid with all the delight and pleasure you spoke of at the time. But I'll forgive you that, and now that the little hors d'oeuvre is disposed of, we'll proceed to serious business. Mallow looked uncomfortably glum. But you mustn't look so ashamed of yourself, you know, Dorrington said, purposely misinterpreting his glumness. It's all business. You were disposed for a little side flutter, so to speak, a little speculation outside your regular business. Well, you mustn't be ashamed of that. No, Mallows observed, assuming something of his ordinarily ponderous manner. No, of course not. It's a little speculative deal. Everybody does it, and there's a deal of money going. Precisely. And since everybody does it, and there is so much money going, you are only making your share. Of course. Mr. Mallows was almost pompous by now. Of course. Dorrington coughed slightly. Well now, do you know, I'm exactly the same sort of man as yourself, if you don't mind the comparison. I am disposed for a little side business, so to speak, a little speculation outside my regular business. I also am not ashamed of it. And since everybody does it, and there is so much money going, why, I am thinking of making my share, so that we are evidently a pair, and naturally intended for each other. Mr. Paul Mallows here looked a little doubtful. See here now, Dorrington proceeded. I have lately taken it into my head to operate a little on the cycle share market. That was why I came round myself about that little spoke affair instead of sending an assistant. I wanted to know somebody who understood the cycle trade, from whom I might get tips. You see, I'm perfectly frank with you. Well, I have succeeded uncommonly well, and I want you to understand that I have gone every step of the way by fair work. I took nothing for granted, and I played the game fairly. When you asked me, as you had anxious reason to ask, if I had found anything, I told you there was nothing very big. And see what a little thing the thread was. Before I came away from the pavilion, I made sure that you were really the only man there with black court plaster on his fingers. I had noticed the hands of every man but two, and I made all excuse of borrowing something to see those. I saw your thin presence of suspecting the betting men, and I played up on it. I have had a telegraphic report on your Exeter works this morning. Deserted cloth mills with nothing on it of yours but a signboard, and only a deposit of rent paid. There they referred to the works here. Here they referred to the works there. It was very clever, really. Also, I have had a telegraphic report of your make-up adventure this morning. Clarkson does it marvelously, doesn't he? And by the way, the telegram bringing you down to Birmingham was not from your confederate here, as perhaps you fancied. It was from me. Thanks for coming so promptly. I managed to get a quiet look round here just before you arrived, and on the whole the conclusion I come to as to the Avalanche Bicycle and Tire Company Limited is this: a clever man, whom it gives me great pleasure to know, with a bow to Mallows, conceives the notion of offering the public the very rottenest cycle company ever planned, and all without appearing in it himself. He finds what little capital is required. His 2 or 3 confederates help to make up a board of directors, with 1 or 2 titled guinea pigs, who know nothing of the company and care nothing, and the rest's easy. A professional racing man is employed to win races and make records on machines which have been specially made by another firm. Perhaps it was the Indestructible, who knows? To a private order, and afterwards decorated with the name and style of the bogus company on a transfer. For ordinary sale, bicycles of the trade description are bought, so much 100 from the factors, and put your own name on them. They come cheap, and they sell at a good price. The profit pays all expenses and perhaps a bit over, and by the time they all break down, the company will be successfully floated. The money, the capital, will be divided. The moving spirit and his confederates will have disappeared, and the guinea pigs will be left to stand the racket, if there is a racket. And the moving spirit will remain unsuspected, a man of account in the trade all the time. Admirable. All the work to be done at the works is the sticking on of labels and a bit of enamelling. Excellent all round. Isn't that about the size of your operations? Well, yes, Mallows answered a little reluctantly, but with something of modest pride in his manner. That was the notion, since you speak so plainly. And it shall be the notion. Everything shall be as you have planned it, with one exception, which is this: the moving spirit shall divide his plunder with me. You? But why, I gave you 100 just now. Dear, dear. Why will you harp so much on that vulgar little 100? That's settled and done with. That's our little personal bargain in the manner of the lamentable accident with the chair. We are now talking a bigger business, not hundreds, but thousands, and not one of them, but a lot. Come now, a mind like yours should be wide enough to admit of a broad and large view of things. If I refrain from exposing this charming scheme of yours, I shall be promoting a piece of scandalous robbery. Very well, then. I want my promotion money in the regular way. Can I shut my eyes and allow a piece of iniquity like this to go on unchecked, without getting anything by way of damages for myself? Perish the thought. When all expenses are paid and the confederates are sent off with as little as they will take, you and I will divide fairly. Mr. Mallows, respectable brothers in rascality. Mind, I might say we'd divide to begin with, and leave you to pay expenses. but I am always fair to a partner in anything of this sort. I shall just want a little guarantee, you know. It's safest in such matters as these. Say a bill at 6 months for £10,000, which is very low. When a satisfactory division is made, you shall have the bill back. Come, I have a bill stamp ready, being so much convinced of your reasonableness as to buy it this morning, though it cost £5. But that's nonsense. You're trying to impose. I'll give you anything reasonable. Half is out of the question. What, after all the trouble and worry and risk that I've had?
Which would suffice for no more than to put you in jail if I held up my finger.
But hang it, be reasonable. You're a mighty clever man, and you've got me on the hip, as I admit. Say 10%.
You're wasting your time, and presently the men will be back. Your choice is between making half or making none and going to jail into the bargain. Choose.
But just consider, choose.
Mallows looked despairingly about him.
But really, he said, I want the money more than you think.
For the last time, choose. Mallow's despairing gaze stopped at the enamelling oven.
Well, he said, if I must, I suppose. But I warn you, you may regret it.
Oh dear, no, I'm not so pessimistic. Come, you wrote a check, now I'll write the bill. 6 months after date, pay to me or my order the sum of £10,000 for value received. Excellent value, too, I think. There you are. When the bill was written and signed, Mallows scribbled his acceptance with more readiness than might have been expected. Then he rose and said with something of a brisk cheerfulness in his tone,
Well, that's done. And the least said, the soonest mended. You've won it, and I won't grumble any more. I think I've done this thing pretty neatly, eh? Come and see the works.
Every other part of the place was empty of machinery. There were a good many finished frames and wheels, bought separately and now in course of being fitted together for sale, and there were many more complete bicycles of cheap but showy make, to which nothing needed to be done but to fix the red and gold transfer of the Avalanche Company. Then Mallows opened the tall iron door of the enamelling oven.
See this, he said. This is the enamelling oven. Get in and look round. The frames and other different parts hang on the racks after the enamel is laid on, and all those gas jets are lighted to harden it by heat. Do you see that deeper part there by the back? Go closer.
Dorrington felt a push at his back, and the door was swung to with a bang, and the latch dropped. He was in the dark, trapped in a great iron chamber. And instantly Dorrington's nostrils were filled with the smell of escaping gas. He realized his peril on the instant. Mallows had given him the bill with the idea of silencing him by murder and recovering it. He had pushed him into the oven and had turned on the gas. It was dark, but to light a match would mean death instantly, and without the match it must be death by suffocation and poison of gas in a very few minutes. To appeal to Mallow was useless. Dorrington knew too much. It would seem that at last a horribly fitting retribution had overtaken Dorrington in death by a mode parallel to that which he and his creatures had prepared for others. Dorrington's victims had drowned in water, or at least Crofton's had, for I never ascertained definitely whether anybody had met his death by the tank after the Croftons had taken service with Dorrington, and now Dorrington himself was to drown in gas. The oven was of sheet iron, fastened by a latch in the centre. Dorrington flung himself desperately against the door, and it gave outwardly at the extreme bottom. He snatched a loose angle iron with which his hand came in contact, dashed against the door once more, and thrust the iron through where it strained open. Then, with another tremendous plunge, he drove the door a little more outward and raised the angle iron in the crack. Then once more, and raised it again. He was near to losing his senses when, with one more plunge, the catch of the latch not designed for such treatment suddenly gave way, the door flew open, and Dorrington, blue in the face, staring, stumbling, and gasping, came staggering out into the fresh air, followed by a gush of gas. Mallows had retreated to the rooms behind, and thither Dorrington followed him, gaining vigour and fury at every step. At sight of him, the wretched Mallows sank in a corner, sighing and shivering with terror. Dorrington hauled the struggling wretch across the room, tearing off the crepe whiskers as he came, while Mallows supplicated and whined, fearing that it might be the other's design to imprison him in the enamelling oven. But at the door of the room against that containing the oven, their progress came to an end, for the escaped gas had reached the lighted candle, and with one loud report the partition wall fell in, half burying Mallows where he lay and knocking Dorrington over. Windows fell out of the building, and men broke through the front gate, climbed into the ruined rooms, and stopped the still escaping gas. When the two men and the boy returned with the conspirator who had been in charge of the works, they found a crowd from the hardware and cycle factories thereabout, surveying with great interest the spectacle of the extrication of Mr. Paul Mallows, managing director of the Indestructible Bicycle Company, from the broken bricks, mortar, bicycles, and transfers of the Avalanche Bicycle and Tire Company Limited, and the preparations for carrying him to a surgeon's, where his broken leg might be set. And in a couple of hours it was all over Birmingham, and spreading to other places, that the business of the Avalanche Bicycle and Tire Company consisted of sticking brilliant labels on factors' bicycles, bought in batches, so that when, next day, Lant won the 50 miles race in London, he was greeted with ironical shouts of, "Come on, you transfer! I mind your label. Where'd you steal the bicycle? Sold your shares?" and so forth. Somehow the Avalanche Bicycle and Tire Company Limited never went to allotment. It was found politic also that Mr. Paul Mallows should retire from the directorate of the Indestructible Bicycle Company. As for Dorrington, he had his £100 reward, but the bill for £10,000 he never presented. Why, I do not altogether know, unless he found that Mr. Mallows' financial position, as he had hinted, was not altogether so good as was supposed. End of the Affair of the Avalanche Bicycle and Tire Company Limited, by Arthur Morrison, Part 2.
Section 5 of The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Nigel Carrington in London, April 2011. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. The Duchess of Wiltshire's Diamonds, by Guy Boothby. Part 1. To the reflective mind, the rapidity with which the inhabitants of the world's greatest city seize upon a new name or idea and familiarize themselves with it can scarcely prove otherwise than astonishing. As an illustration of my meaning, let me take the case of Climo, the now famous private detective, who has won for himself the right to be considered as great as Lecoq, or even the late lamented Sherlock Holmes. Up to a certain morning, London had never even heard his name, nor had it the remotest notion as to who or what he might be. It was as sublimely ignorant and careless on the subject as the inhabitants of Kamchatka or Peru. Within 24 hours, however, the whole aspect of the case was changed. The man, woman, or child who had not seen his posters or heard his name was counted an ignoramus unworthy of intercourse with human beings. Princes became familiar with it as their trains tore them to Windsor to luncheon with the Queen. The nobility noticed and commented upon it as they drove about the town. Merchants and businessmen generally read it as they made their ways by omnibus or underground to their various shops and counting-houses. Street boys called each other by it as a nickname. Music-hall artistes introduced it into their patter, while it was even rumoured that the stock exchange itself had paused in the full flood tide of business to manufacture a riddle on the subject. That Climo made his profession pay him well was certain. First, from the fact that his advertisements must have cost a good round sum, and second, because he had taken a mansion in Belverton Street, Park Lane, next door to Porchester House, where, to the dismay of that aristocratic neighbourhood, he advertised that he was prepared to receive and be consulted by his clients. The invitation was responded to with alacrity, and from that day forward, between the hours of 12 and 2, the pavement upon the north side of the street was lined with carriages, every one containing some person desirous of testing the great man's skill. I must here explain that I have narrated all this in order to show the state of affairs existing in Belverton Street and Park Lane when Simon Khan arrived, or was supposed to arrive, in England. If my memory serves me correctly, it was on Wednesday, the 3rd of May, that the Earl of Amberley drove to Victoria to meet and welcome the man whose acquaintance he had made in India under such peculiar circumstances, and under the spell of whose fascination he and his family had fallen so completely. Reaching the station, his lordship descended from his carriage and made his way to the platform set apart for the reception of the Continental Express. He walked with a jaunty air, and seemed to be on the best of terms with himself and the world in general. How little he suspected the existence of the noose into which he was so innocently running his head. As if out of compliment to his arrival, the train put in an appearance within a few moments of his reaching the platform. He immediately placed himself in such a position that he could make sure of seeing the man he wanted, and waited patiently until he should come in sight. Khan, however, was not among the first batch. Indeed, the majority of passengers had passed before his lordship caught sight of him. One thing was very certain: however great the crush might have been, it would have been difficult to mistake Khan's figure. The man's infirmity and the peculiar beauty of his face rendered him easily recognizable. Possibly after his long sojourn in India he found the morning cold, for he wore a long fur coat, the collar of which he turned up round his ears, thus making a fitting frame for his delicate face. On seeing Lord Amberley, he hastened forward to greet him. "This is most kind and friendly of you," he said as he shook the other by the hand. "A fine day, and Lord Amberley to meet me. One could scarcely imagine a better welcome." As he spoke, one of his Indian servants approached and salaamed before him. He gave him an order, and received an answer in Hindustani, whereupon he turned again to Lord Amberley. "You may imagine how anxious I am to see my new dwelling," he said. "My servant tells me that my carriage is here, so may I hope that you will drive back with me and see for yourself how I am likely to be lodged?" "I shall be delighted," said Lord Amberley, who was longing for the opportunity, and they accordingly went out into the station-yard together to discover a brougham drawn by 2 magnificent horses, and with Nur Ali, in all the glory of white raiment and crested turban, on the box waiting to receive them. His lordship dismissed his Victoria, and when Jawar Singh had taken his place beside his fellow-servant upon the box, the carriage rolled out of the station-yard in the direction of Hyde Park. "I trust her ladyship is quite well," said Simon Khan politely as they turned into Gloucester Place. "Excellently well, thank you," replied his lordship. "She bade me welcome you to England in her name as well as my own, and I was to say that she's looking forward to seeing you." "She's most kind, and I shall do myself the honour of calling upon her as soon as circumstances will permit," answered Khan. "I beg you will convey my best thanks to her for her thought of me." While these polite speeches were passing between them, they were rapidly approaching a large hoarding, on which was displayed a poster setting forth the name of the now famous detective, Climo. Simon Khan, leaning forward, studied it, and when they had passed, turned to his friend again. "At Victoria, and on all the hoardings we meet, I see an enormous placard bearing the word Climo. Pray, what does it mean?" His lordship laughed. "You're asking a question which a month ago was on the lips of 9 out of every 10 Londoners. It is only within the last fortnight that we have learned who and what Climo is." "And pray, what is he?" "Well, the explanation's very simple. He's neither more nor less than a remarkably astute private detective, who has succeeded in attracting notice in such a way that half London has been induced to patronize him. I have had no dealings with the man myself, but a friend of mine, Lord Orpington, has been the victim of a most audacious burglary, and the police having failed to solve the mystery, he has called Climo in. We shall therefore see what he can do before many days are past. But there, I expect you will soon know more about him than any of us. Indeed, and why? For the simple reason that he has taken number 1 Belverton Terrace, the house adjoining your own, and sees his clients there. Simon Khan pursed up his lips and appeared to be considering something. I trust you will not prove a nuisance, he said at last. The agents who found me the house should have acquainted me with the fact. Private detectives, on however large a scale, scarcely strike one as the most desirable of neighbours, particularly for a man who is so fond of quiet as myself. At this moment they were approaching their destination. As the carriage passed Belverton Street and pulled up, Lord Amberley pointed to a long line of vehicles standing before the detective's door. "You can see for yourself something of the business he does," he said. "Those are the carriages of his clients, and it is probable that twice as many have arrived on foot." "I shall certainly speak to the agent on the subject," said Khan, with a shadow of annoyance upon his face. "I consider the fact of this man's being so close to me a serious drawback to the house." Joa Singh here descended from the box and opened the door in order that his master and his guest might alight, while portly Ram Gafur, the butler, came down the steps and salaamed before them with oriental obsequiousness. Khan greeted his domestics with kindly condescension, and then, accompanied by the ex-viceroy, entered his new abode. "I think you may congratulate yourself upon having secured one of the most desirable residents in London," said his lordship 10 minutes or so later, when they had explored the principal rooms. "I'm very glad to hear you say so," said Khan. "I trust your lordship will remember that you will always be welcome in the house as long as I am its owner." "That's very kind of you to say so," returned Lord Amberley warmly. "I shall look forward to some months of pleasant intercourse. And now I must be going. Tomorrow, perhaps, if you have nothing better to do, you will give us the pleasure of your company at dinner. Your fame has already gone abroad, and we shall ask 1 or 2 nice people to meet you, including my brother and sister-in-law, Lord and Lady Gulpington, Lord and Lady Orpington, and my cousin, the Duchess of Wiltshire, whose interest in China and Indian art, as perhaps you know, is only second to your own. I shall be most glad to come. We may count on seeing you in Eaton Square, then, at 8 o'clock? If I am alive, you may be sure I shall be there. Must you really go? Then goodbye, and many thanks for meeting me." His lordship having left the house, Simon Khan went upstairs to his dressing-room, which it was to be noticed he found without inquiry, and rang the electric bell beside the fireplace 3 times. While he was waiting for it to be answered, he stood looking out of the window at the long line of carriages in the street below. "Everything is progressing admirably," he said to himself. "Amberley does not suspect any more than the world in general. As a proof, he asks me to dinner tomorrow evening to meet his brother and sister-in-law, 2 of his particular friends, and above all, her Grace of Wiltshire. Of course I shall go, and when I bid her Grace goodbye, it will be strange if I am not 1 step nearer the interest on Lizzie's money." At this moment the door opened, and his valet, the grave and respectable Belton, entered the room. Khan turned to greet him impatiently. Come, Belton," he said, "we must be quick. It is 20 minutes to 12, and if we don't hurry, the folk next door will become impatient. Have you succeeded in doing what I spoke to you about last night?" "I have done everything, sir." "I'm glad to hear it. Now, lock that door and let us get to work. You can let me have your news while I am dressing." Opening one side of a massive wardrobe that completely filled one end of the room, Belton took from it a number of garments. They included a well-worn velvet coat, a baggy pair of trousers so old that only a notorious pauper or a millionaire could have afforded to wear them, a flannel waistcoat, a Gladstone collar, a soft silk tie, and a pair of embroidered carpet slippers upon which no old-clothes man in the most reckless way of business in Petticoat Lane would have advanced a single halfpenny. Into these he assisted his master to change. "Now give me the wig, and unfasten the straps of this hump," said Khan, as the other placed the garments just referred to upon a neighbouring chair. Belton did as he was ordered. And then there happened a thing the like of which no one would have believed. Having unbuckled a strap on either shoulder, and slipped his hand beneath the waistcoat, he withdrew a large papier-mâché hump, which he carried away and carefully placed in a drawer of the bureau. Relieved of his burden, Simon Carne stood up as straight and well-made a man as any in Her Majesty's dominions. The malformation, for which so many, including the Earl and Countess of Amberley, had often pitied him, was nothing but a hoax intended to produce an effect which would permit him additional facilities of disguise. The hump discarded, and the grey wig fitted carefully to his head in such a manner that not even a pinch of his own curly locks could be seen beneath it, he adorned his cheeks with a pair of crepe hair whiskers, donned the flannel vest and the velvet coat previously mentioned, slipped his feet into the carpet slippers, placed a pair of smoked glasses upon his nose, and declared himself ready to proceed about his business. The man who would have known him for Simon Carne would have been as astute as, well, shall we say, as the private detective Climo himself. "It's on the stroke of 12, he said, as he gave a final glance at himself in the pier-glass above the dressing-table and arranged his tie to his satisfaction. "Should anyone call, instruct Ram Gafur to tell them that I have gone out on business and should not be back until 3 o'clock. "Very good, sir. "Now, undo the door and let me go in." Thus commanded, Belton went across to the large wardrobe, which, as I have already said, covered the whole of one side of the room, and opened the middle door. 2 or 3 garments were seen inside, suspended on pegs, and these he removed, at the same time pushing towards the right panel at the rear. When this was done, a large aperture in the wall between the 2 houses was disclosed. Through this door Carne passed, drawing it behind him. In number 1 Belverton Terrace, the house occupied by the detective, whose presence in the street Carne seemed to find so objectionable, the entrance thus constructed was covered by the peculiar kind of confessional box in which Climo invariably sat to receive his clients, the rearmost panels of which opened in the same fashion as those in the wardrobe in the dressing-room. These being pulled aside, he had but to draw them to again after him, take his seat, ring the electric bell to inform his housekeeper that he was ready, and then welcome his clients as quickly as they cared to come. Punctually at 2 o'clock the interviews ceased, and Climo, having reaped an excellent harvest of fees, returned to Porchester House to become Simon Carne once more. Possibly it was due to the fact that the Earl and Countess of Amberley were brimming over with his praise. It may have been the rumour that he was worth as many millions as you have fingers upon your hand that did it. One thing, however, was self-evident. Within 24 hours of the noble Earl's meeting him at Victoria Station, Simon Carne was the talk not only of fashionable but also of unfashionable London. That his household were, with one exception, natives of India, that he paid a rental for Porchester House which ran into 5 figures, that he was the greatest living authority upon China and Indian art generally, and that he had come over to England in search of a wife, were among the smallest of the canards set afloat concerning him. During dinner next evening, Carne put forth every effort to please. He was placed on the right hand of his hostess, and next to the Duchess of Wiltshire. To the latter he paid particular attention, and to such good purpose that when the ladies returned to the drawing-room afterwards, her Grace was full of his praises. They had discussed china of all sorts. Carne had promised her a specimen which she had longed for all her life, but had never been able to obtain, and in return she had promised to show him the quaintly carved Indian casket, in which the famous necklace, of which he had of course heard, spent most of its time. She would be wearing the jewels in question at her own ball in a week's time, she informed him, and if he would care to see the case when it came from her bankers on that day, she would be only too pleased to show it to him. As Simon Carne drove home in his luxurious brougham afterwards, he smiled to himself as he thought of the success which was attending his first endeavour. 2 of the guests, who were stewards of the Jockey Club, had heard with delight his idea of purchasing a horse in order to have an interest in the Derby, while another, on hearing that he desired to become the possessor of a yacht, had offered to propose him for the RCYC. To crown it all, however, and much better than all, the Duchess of Wiltshire had promised to show him her famous diamonds. By this time next week, he said to himself, Lizzie's interest should be considerably closer. But, satisfactory as my progress has been hitherto, it is difficult to see how I am to get possession of the stones From what I've been able to discover, they're only brought from the bank on the day the Duchess intends to wear them, and they're taken back by His Grace the following morning. While she's got them on her person, it would be manifestly impossible to get them from her, and as, when she takes them off, they are returned to their box and placed in a safe constructed in the wall of the bedroom adjoining, and which for the occasion is occupied by the butler and one of the under footmen, the only key being in possession of the Duke himself, it would be equally foolish to hope to appropriate them. In what manner, therefore, I am to become their possessor passes my comprehension. However, one thing is certain. Obtained they must be, and the attempt must be made on the night of the ball, if possible. In the meantime, I'll set my wits to work upon a plan. Next day, Simon Carne was the recipient of an invitation to the ball in question, and 2 days later he called upon the Duchess of Wiltshire at her residence in Belgrave Square with a plan prepared. He also took with him the small vase he had promised her 4 nights before. She received him most graciously, and their talk fell at once into the usual channel. Having examined her collection and charmed her by means of 1 or 2 judicious criticisms, he asked permission to include photographs of certain of her treasures in his forthcoming book. Then, little by little, he skilfully guided the conversation onto the subject of jewels. "Since we are discussing gems, Mr. Carne," she said, "perhaps it would interest you to see my famous necklace. By good fortune I have it in the house now, for the reason that an alteration is being made to one of the clasps by my jewellers." "I should like to see it immensely," answered Carne. "At one time and another I have had the good fortune to examine the jewels of the leading Indian princes, and I should like to be able to say that I had seen the famous Wiltshire necklace." "Then you shall certainly have that honour," she answered with a smile. "If you will ring that bell, I will send for it." Carne rang the bell as requested, and when the butler entered he was given the key of the safe and ordered to bring the case to the drawing-room. "We must not keep it very long," she observed while the man was absent. "It is to be returned to the bank in an hour's time." "I am indeed fortunate," Carne replied, and turned to the description of some curious Indian wood carving on which he was making a special feature in his book. As he explained, he had collected his illustrations from the doors of Indian temples, from the gateways of palaces, from old brass work, and even from carved chairs and boxes he had picked up in all sorts of odd corners. Her Grace was most interested. "How strange that you should have mentioned it," she said. "If carved boxes have any interest for you, it is possible my jewel case itself may be of use to you. As I think I told you during Lady Amberley's dinner, it came from Benares, and has carved upon it the portraits of nearly every god in the Hindu pantheon." "You raised my curiosity to fever heat," said Carne. A few moments later the servant returned, bringing with him a wooden box about 16 inches long by 12 wide, and 8 deep, which he placed upon a table beside his mistress, after which he retired. "This is the case to which I have just been referring," said the Duchess, placing her hand on the article in question. "If you glance at it, you will see how exquisitely it is carved." Concealing his eagerness with an effort, Simon Carne drew his chair up to the table and examined the box. It was with justice she had described it as a work of art. What the wood was of which it was constructed, Carne was unable to tell. It was dark and heavy, and though it was not teak, closely resembled it. It was literally covered with quaint carving, and of its kind was a unique work of art. "It is most curious and beautiful," said Carne, when he had finished his examination. "In all my experience, I can safely say I have never seen its equal. If you will permit me, I should very much like to include a description and an illustration of it in my book." "Of course you may do so. I shall be only too delighted," answered her Grace. "If it will help you in your work, I shall be glad to lend it to you for a few hours in order that you may have the illustration made." This was exactly what Carne had been waiting for, and he accepted the offer with alacrity. "Very well, then," she said. "On the day of my ball, when it will be brought from the bank again, I will take the necklace out and send the case to you. I must make one proviso, however, and that is that you let me have it back the same day." "I will certainly promise to do that," replied Carne. "And now let us look inside," said his hostess. Choosing a key from a bunch she carried in her pocket, she unlocked the casket and lifted the lid. Accustomed as Carne had all his life been to the sight of gems, What he saw before him then almost took his breath away. The inside of the box, both sides and bottom, was quilted with the softest Russia leather, and on this luxurious couch reposed the famous necklace. The fire of the stones, when the light caught them, was sufficient to dazzle the eyes, so fierce was it. As Khan could see, every gem was perfect of its kind, and there were no fewer than 300 of them. The setting was a fine example of the jeweller's art. And last but not least, the value of the whole affair was £50,000, a mere flea bite to the man who had given it to his wife, but a fortune to any humbler person. "And now that you have seen my property, what do you think of it?" asked the Duchess, as she watched her visitor's face. "It is very beautiful," he answered, "and I do not wonder that you are proud of it. Yes, the diamonds are very fine, but I think it is their abiding place that fascinates me more. Have you any objection to my measuring it?" "Pray do so, if it is likely to be of any assistance to you," replied her Grace. Khan thereupon produced a small ivory rule, ran it over the box, and the figures he thus obtained he jotted down in his pocket-book. 10 minutes later, when the case had been returned to the safe, he thanked the Duchess for her kindness and took his departure, promising to call in person for the empty case on the morning of the ball. Reaching home, he passed into his study, and seating himself at his writing table, pulled a sheet of notepaper towards him and began to sketch, as well as he could remember it, the box he had seen. Then he leant back in his chair and closed his eyes. "I've cracked a good many hard nuts in my time," he said reflectively, "but never one that seemed so difficult at first sight as this. As far as I see at present, the case stands as follows. The box will be brought from the bank, where it usually reposes, to Wiltshire House on the morning of the dance. I shall be allowed to have possession of it, without the stones, of course, for a period possibly extending from 11 o'clock in the morning to 4 or 5, at any rate not later than 7 in the evening. After the ball, the necklace will be returned to it, when it will be locked up in the safe, over which the butler and a footman will mount guard. To get into the room during the night is not only too risky, but physically out of the question, while to rob her Grace of her treasure during the progress of the dance would be equally impossible. The Duke fetches the casket and takes it back to the bank himself, so to all intents and purposes I'm almost as far off the solution as ever." Half an hour went by and found him still seated at his desk, staring at the drawing on the paper. Then an hour. The traffic of the streets rolled past the house unheeded. Finally, Joa Singh announced his carriage, and feeling that an idea might come to him with a change of scene, he set off for a drive in the park. By this time, his elegant mail phaeton, with its magnificent horses and Indian servant on the seat behind, was as well known as Her Majesty's state equipage, and attracted almost as much attention. Today, however, the fashionable world noticed that Simon Khan looked preoccupied. He was still working out his problem, but so far without much success. Suddenly something, no one will ever be able to say what, put an idea into his head. The notion was no sooner born in his brain than he left the park and drove home quickly. 10 minutes had scarcely elapsed before he was back in his study again, and had ordered that Wajib Baksh should be sent to him. When the man he wanted put in an appearance, Khan handed him the paper upon which he had made the drawing of the jewel case. "Look at this," he said, "and tell me what thou seest there." "I see a box," answered the man, who by this time was well accustomed to his master's ways. "As thou sayest, it is a box," said Khan. "The wood is heavy and thick, though what wood it is I do not know. The measurements are upon the paper below. Within, both the sides and bottom are quilted with soft leather, as I have also shown. Now think now, Wajib Baksh, for in this case thou wilt need to have all thy wits about thee. Tell me, is it in thy power, O most cunning of all craftsmen, to insert such extra sides within this box that they, being held by a spring, shall lie so snug as not to be noticeable to the ordinary eye? Can it be so arranged that when the box is locked, they shall fall flat upon the bottom, thus covering and holding fast what lies beneath them, and yet making the box appear to the eye as if it were empty? Is it possible for thee to do such a thing?" Wajib Baksh did not reply for a few moments. His instinct told him what his master wanted, and he was not disposed to answer hastily, for he also saw that his reputation as the most cunning craftsman in India was at stake. "If the heaven-born will permit me the night for thought," he said at last, "I will come to him when he rises from his bed and tell him what I can do, and he can then give his orders as it pleases him." "Very good," said Khan. "Then tomorrow morning I shall expect thy report. Let the work be good, and there will be many rupees for thee to touch in return. As to the lock and the way it shall act, let that be the concern of Hiram Singh." Wajib Baksh salaamed and withdrew, and Simon Khan for the time being dismissed the matter from his mind. Next morning, while he was dressing, Belton reported that the two artificers desired an interview with him. He ordered them to be admitted, and forthwith they entered the room. It was noticeable that Wajib Baksh carried in his hand a heavy box, which, upon Khan's motioning him to do so, he placed upon the table. "Have ye thought over the matter?" he asked, seeing that the men waited for him to speak. "We have thought of it," replied Hiram Singh, who always acted as spokesman for the pair. "If the presence will deign to look, he will see that we have made a box of the size and shape such as he drew upon the paper." "Yes, it is certainly a good copy," said Khan condescendingly, after he'd examined it. Wajib Baksh showed his white teeth in appreciation of the compliment, and Hiram Singh drew closer to the table. "And now, if the Sahib will open it, he will in his wisdom be able to tell if it resembles the other that he has in his mind." Khan opened the box as requested, and discovered that the interior was an exact counterfeit of the Duchess of Wiltshire's jewel case, even to the extent of the quilted leather lining which had been the other's principal feature. He admitted that the likeness was all that could be desired. "As he is satisfied," said Hiram Singh, "it may be that the protector of the poor will deign to try an experiment with it. See, here is a comb. Let it be placed in the box. So. Now he will see what he will see." The broad, silver-backed comb lying upon his dressing-table was placed on the bottom of the box. The lid was closed and the key turned in the box. The case being securely fastened, Hiram Singh laid it before his master. "I am to open it, I suppose?" said Khan, taking the key and replacing it in the lock. "If my master pleases," replied the other. Khan accordingly turned it in the lock, and having done so, raised the lid and looked inside. His astonishment was complete. To all intents and purposes the box was empty. The comb was not to be seen, and yet the quilted sides and bottom were, to all appearances, just the same as when he had first looked inside. "This is most wonderful," he said. And indeed it was as clever a conjuring trick as any he had ever seen. "Nay, it is very simple," Wajib Baksh replied. "The heaven-born told me that there must be no risk of detection." He took the box in his own hands, and running his nails down the centre of the quilting, dividing the false bottom into two pieces, these he lifted out, revealing the comb lying on the real bottom beneath. "The sides, as my lord will see," said Hiram Singh, taking a step forward, "are held in their appointed places by these two springs. Thus, when the key is turned, the springs relax, and the sides are driven by others into their places on the bottom, where the seams in the quilting mask the join. But there is one disadvantage. It is as follows. When the pieces which form the bottom are lifted out, in order that my lord may get at whatever lies concealed beneath, the springs must of necessity stand revealed. However, to anyone who knows sufficient of the working of the box to lift out the false bottom, it will be an easy matter to withdraw the springs and conceal them about his person." "As you say, that is an easy matter," said Khan, "and I shall not be likely to forget. Now, one other question. Presuming I'm in a position to put the real box into your hands for, say, 8 hours, do you think that in that time you can fit it up so that detection will be impossible?" "Assuredly, my lord," replied Hiram Singh with conviction. "There is but the lock and the fitting of the springs to be done. 3 hours at most would suffice for that." "I'm pleased with you," said Khan. "As a proof of my satisfaction, when the work is finished, you will each receive 500 rupees. Now you can go." According to his promise, 10 o'clock on the Friday following found him in his hansom driving towards Belgrave Square. He was a little anxious, though the casual observer would scarcely have been able to tell it. The magnitude of the stake for which he was playing was enough to try the nerve of even such a past master in his profession as Simon Khan. Arriving at the house, he discovered some workmen erecting an awning across the footway in preparation for the ball that was to take place at night. It was not long, however, before he found himself in the boudoir, reminding Her Grace of her promise to permit him an opportunity of making a drawing of the famous jewel case. The Duchess was naturally busy, and within a quarter of an hour he was on his way home with the box placed on the seat of the carriage beside him. "Now," he said as he patted it good-humouredly, "if only the notion worked out by Hiram Singh and Wajib Baksh holds good, the famous Wiltshire diamonds will become my property before very many hours are past. By this time tomorrow, I suppose London will be all agog concerning the burglary." On reaching his house, he left his carriage and himself carried the box into his study. Once there, he rang his bell and ordered Hiram Singh and Wajib Baksh to be sent to him. When they arrived, he showed them the box upon which they were to exercise their ingenuity. "Bring your tools in here," he said, "and do the work under my own eyes. You have but 9 hours before you, so you must make the most of them." The men went for their implements, and as soon as they were ready, set to work. All through the day they were kept hard at it, with the result that by 5 o'clock the alterations had been effected and the case stood ready. By the time Khan returned from his afternoon drive in the park, it was quite prepared for the part it was to play in his scheme. Having praised the men, he turned them out and locked the door, then went across the room and unlocked a drawer in his writing table. From it he took a flat leather jewel case, which he opened. It contained a necklace of counterfeit diamonds, if anything a little larger than the one he intended to try to obtain. He had purchased it that morning in the Burlington Arcade for the purpose of testing the apparatus his servants had made, and this he now proceeded to do. Laying it carefully upon the bottom, he closed the lid and turned the key. When he opened it again, the necklace was gone, and even though he knew the secret, he could not for the life of him see where the false bottom began and ended. After that, he reset the trap and tossed the necklace carelessly in. To his delight, it acted as well as on the previous occasion. He could scarcely contain his satisfaction. His conscience was sufficiently elastic to give him no trouble. To him, it was scarcely a robbery he was planning, but an artistic trial of skill, in which he pitted his wits and cunning against the forces of society in general. That is the end of The Duchess of Wiltshire's Diamonds by Guy Boothby, Part 1. Recording by Nigel Carrington, in London, England, April 2011. Section 6 of The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Nigel Carrington in London, April 2011. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. The Duchess of Wiltshire's Diamonds by Guy Boothby, Part 2. At 7:30 he dined, and afterwards smoked a meditative cigar over the evening paper in the billiard-room. The invitations to the ball were for 10 o'clock, and at 9:30 he went to his dressing-room. "Make me tidy as quickly as you can," he said to Belton when the latter appeared, "and while you're doing so, listen to my final instructions. Tonight, as you know, I am endeavouring to secure the Duchess of Wiltshire's necklace. Tomorrow morning all London will resound with the hubbub, and I have been making my plans in such a way as to arrange that Climo shall be the first person consulted. When the messenger calls, if call he does, see that the old woman next door bids him tell the Duke to come personally at 12 o'clock. Do you understand?" "Perfectly, sir." "Very good. Now give me the jewel case and let me be on. You need not sit up for me." Precisely as the clocks in the neighbourhood were striking 10, Simon Khan reached Belgrave Square, and, as he hoped, found himself the first guest. His hostess and her husband received him in the anteroom of the drawing-room. "I come laden with 1,000 apologies," he said, as he took her Grace's hand and bent over it with that ceremonious politeness which was one of the man's chief characteristics. "I am most unconscionably early, I know, but I hastened here in order that I might personally return the jewel case you so kindly lent me. I must trust to your generosity to forgive me. The drawings took longer than I expected." "Please do not apologize," answered her Grace. "It is very kind of you to have brought the case yourself. I hope the illustrations have proved successful. I shall look forward to seeing them as soon as they are ready. But I'm keeping you holding the box. One of my servants will take it to my room." She called a footman to her and bade him take the box and place it upon her dressing table. "Before it goes, I must let you see that I've not damaged it, either externally or internally," said Khan with a laugh. "It is such a valuable case that I should never forgive myself if it had even received a scratch during the time it has been in my possession." So saying, he lifted the lid and allowed her to look inside. To all appearance, it was exactly the same as when she had lent it to him earlier in the day. "You have been most careful," she said, and then, with an air of banter, she continued, "If you desire it, I shall be pleased to give you a certificate to that effect." They jested in this fashion for a few moments after the servant's departure, during which time Khan promised to call upon her the following morning at 11 o'clock, and to bring with him the illustrations he had made, and a queer little piece of china he had had the good fortune to pick up in a dealer's shop the previous afternoon. By this time fashionable London was making its way up the grand staircase, and with its appearance further conversation became impossible. Shortly after midnight, Khan bade his hostess good night and slipped away. He was perfectly satisfied with his evening's entertainment, and if the key of the jewel case were not turned before the jewels were placed in it, he was convinced they would become his property. It speaks well for his strength of nerve when I record the fact that on going to bed his slumbers were as peaceful and untroubled as those of a little child. Breakfast was scarcely over next morning before a hansom drew up to his front door and Lord Amberley alighted. He was ushered into Khan's presence forthwith, and on seeing that the latter was surprised at his early visit, hastened to explain. "My dear fellow," he said, as he took possession of the chair the other offered him, "I've come round to see you on most important business. As I told you last night at the dance, when you so kindly asked me to come and see the steam yacht you had purchased, I had an appointment with Wiltshire at 9:30 this morning. On reaching Belgrave Square, I found the whole house in confusion. Servants were running hither and thither with scared faces. The butler was on the borders of lunacy. The Duchess was well nigh hysterical in her boudoir, while her husband was in his study vowing vengeance against all the world." "You alarm me," said Khan, lighting a cigarette with a hand that was as steady as a rock. "What on earth has happened?" I think I might safely allow you 50 guesses and then wager £100 you'd not hit the mark, and yet in a certain measure it concerns you." "Concerns me? Good gracious, what have I done to bring all this about?" "Pray do not look so alarmed," said Amberley. "Personally, you have done nothing. Indeed, on second thoughts, I don't know that I am right in saying that it concerns you at all. The fact of the matter is, Khan, a burglary took place last night at Wiltshire House, and the famous necklace has disappeared." "Good heavens, you don't say so." "But I do. The circumstances of the case are as follows. When my cousin retired to her room last night after the ball, she unclasped the necklace, and in her husband's presence placed it carefully in her jewel case, which she locked. That having been done, Wiltshire took the box to the room which contained the safe, and himself placed it there, locking the iron door with his own key. The room was occupied that night, according to custom, by the butler and one of the footmen, both of whom have been in the family since they were boys. Next morning, after breakfast, the Duke unlocked the safe and took out the box, intending to convey it to the bank as usual. Before leaving, however, he placed it on his study table and went upstairs to speak to his wife. He cannot remember exactly how long he was absent, but he feels convinced that he was not gone more than a quarter of an hour at the very utmost. Their conversation finished, she accompanied him downstairs, where she saw him take up the case to carry it to his carriage. Before he left the house, however, she said, "I suppose you have looked to see that the necklace is all right." "How could I do so?" was his reply. "You know you possess the only key that will fit it." She felt in her pockets, but to her surprise the key was not there. "If I were a detective, I should say that is a point to be remembered," said Khan with a smile. Pray, where did she find her keys? Upon her dressing table, said Amberley, though she has not the slightest recollection of leaving them there. Well, when she'd procured the keys, what happened? Why, they opened the box, and to their astonishment and dismay found it empty. The jewels were gone. Good gracious, what a terrible loss. It seems almost impossible that it can be true. And pray, what did they do? At first they stood staring into the empty box, hardly believing the evidence of their own eyes. Stare how they would, however, they could not bring them back. The jewels had, without doubt, disappeared, but when and where the robbery had taken place it was impossible to say. After that they had up all the servants and questioned them, but the result was, as they might have foreseen, no one, from the butler to the kitchen maid, could throw any light upon the subject. To this minute it remains as great a mystery as when they first discovered it. I am more concerned than I can tell you, said Khan. How thankful I ought to be that I returned the case to Her Grace last night, but in thinking of myself, I am forgetting to ask what has brought you to me. If I can be of any assistance, I hope you will command me. Well, I'll tell you why I've come, replied Lord Amberley. Naturally, they are most anxious to have the mystery solved and the jewels recovered as soon as possible. Now, Wiltshire wanted to send to Scotland Yard there and then, but his wife and I eventually persuaded him to consult Climo. Now, as you know, if the police authorities are called in first, he refuses the business altogether. Now, we thought, you are his next-door neighbour, you might possibly be able to assist us. You may be very sure, my lord, I will do everything that lies in my power. Let us go in and see him at once. As he spoke, he rose and threw what remained of his cigarette into the fireplace. His visitor having imitated his example, they procured their hats and walked round from Park Lane into Belverton Street to bring up at number 1. After they had rung the bell, the door was opened to them by the old woman, who invariably received the detective's clients. "Is Mr. Climo at home?" asked Khan, "and if so, can we see him?" The old lady was a little deaf, and the question had to be repeated before she could be made to understand what was wanted. As soon, however, as she realized their desire, she informed them that her master was absent from town, but would be back as usual at 12 o'clock to meet his clients. "What on earth's to be done?" said the Earl, looking at his companion in dismay. "I'm afraid I can't come back again, as I have a most important appointment at that hour." "Do you think you could entrust the business to me?" asked Khan. "If so, I will make a point of seeing him at 12 o'clock, and could call at Wiltshire House afterwards and tell the Duke what I have done." "That's very good of you," replied Amberley. "If you are sure it would not put you to too much trouble, that would be quite the best thing to be done." "I will do it with pleasure," Khan replied. "I feel it my duty to help in whatever way I can." "Oh, you're very kind," said the other. "Then, as I understand it, you are to call upon Climo at 12 o'clock, and afterwards to let my cousins know what you have succeeded in doing. I only hope he will help us to secure the thief. We're having too many of these burglaries just now. I must catch this hansom and be off. Goodbye, and many thanks." "Goodbye," said Khan, and shook him by the hand. The hansom having rolled away, Khan retraced his steps to his own abode. "'Tis really very strange," he muttered as he walked along, "how often chance condescends to lend her assistance to my little schemes. The mere fact that his Grace left the box unwatched in his study for a quarter of an hour may serve to throw the police off on quite another scent. I'm also glad that they decided to open the case in the house, for if it had gone to the bankers and had been placed in the strong-room unexamined, I should never have been able to get possession of the jewels at all." 3 hours later he drove to Wiltshire House and saw the Duke. The Duchess was far too much upset by the catastrophe to see anyone. "This is really most kind of you, Mr. Khan," said his Grace, when the other had supplied an elaborate account of his interview with Climo. "We are extremely indebted to you. I am sorry he cannot come before 10 o'clock tonight, and that makes this stipulation of my seeing him alone. For I must confess I would like to have had someone else present to ask any questions that might escape me. But if that's his usual hour and custom, well, we must abide by it, that's all. I hope he will do some good, for this is the greatest calamity that has ever befallen me. As I told you just now, it has made my wife quite ill. She's confined to her bedroom and quite hysterical." "You do not suspect anyone, I suppose?" inquired Khan. "No, not a soul," the other answered. "The thing is such a mystery that we do not know what to think. I feel convinced, however, that my servants are as innocent as I am. Nothing will ever make me think them otherwise. I wish I could catch the fellow, that's all. I'd make him suffer for the trick he's played me." Khan offered an appropriate reply, and after a little further conversation upon the subject bade the irate nobleman good-bye and left the house. From Belgrave Square he drove to one of the clubs of which he had been elected a member in search of Lord Orpington, with whom he had promised a lunch, and afterwards took him to a shipbuilder's yard near Greenwich in order to show him the steam yacht he had lately purchased. It was close upon dinner-time before he returned to his own residence. He brought Lord Orpington with him, and they dined in state together. At 9 the latter bade him good-bye, and at 10 Khan retired to his dressing-room and rang for Belton. "What have you to report?" he asked, "with regard to what I bade you do in Belgrave Square?" "I followed your instructions to the letter," Belton replied. "Yesterday morning I wrote to Messrs. Horniblow and Jimson, the house agents in Piccadilly, in the name of Colonel Braithwaite, and asked for an order to view the residence to the right of Wiltshire House. I asked that the order might be sent direct to the house, where the Colonel would get it upon his arrival. This letter I posted myself in Basingstoke, as you desired me to do. At 9 o'clock yesterday morning I dressed myself as much like an elderly army officer as possible, and took a cab to Belgrave Square. The caretaker, an old fellow of close upon 70 years of age, admitted me immediately upon hearing my name, and proposed that he should show me over the house. This, however, I told him was quite unnecessary, backing my speech with a present of £half-a-crown. Whereupon he returned to his breakfast perfectly satisfied, while I wandered about the house at my own leisure. Reaching the same floor as that upon which is situated the room in which the Duke's safe is kept, I discovered that your supposition was quite correct, that it would be possible for a man, by opening the window, to make his way along the coping from one house to the other without being seen. I made certain that there was no one in the bedroom in which the butler slept, and then arranged the long telescope walking stick you gave me, and fixed one of my boots to it by means of the screw in the end. With this I was able to make a regular succession of footsteps in the dust along the ledge between one window and the other. That done, I went downstairs again, bade the caretaker good morning, and got into my cab. From Belgrave Square I drove to the shop of the pawnbroker, whom you told me you had discovered was out of town. His assistant inquired my business, and was anxious to do what he could for me. I told him, however, that I must see his master personally, as it was about the sale of some diamonds I had left me. I pretended to be annoyed that he was not at home, and muttered to myself, so that the man could hear, something about its meaning a journey to Amsterdam. And then I limped out of the shop, paid off my cab, and walking down a by-street removed my moustache and altered my appearance by taking off my greatcoat and muffler. A few streets further on I purchased a bowler hat in place of the old-fashioned topper I'd hitherto been wearing, and then took a cab from Piccadilly and came home. "You have fulfilled my instructions admirably," said Khan. "And if the business comes off, as I expect it will, you shall receive your usual percentage. Now I must be turned into Climo, and be off to Belgrave Square to put his Grace of Wiltshire upon the track of this burglar." Before he retired to rest that night, Simon Khan took something wrapped in a red silk handkerchief from the capacious pocket of the coat Climo had been wearing a few moments before. Having unrolled the covering, he held up to the light the magnificent necklace, which for so many years had been the joy and pride of the ducal house of Wiltshire. The electric light played upon it, and touched it with 1,000 different hues. "Where so many have failed," he said to himself, as he wrapped it in the handkerchief again and locked it in his safe. "It is pleasant to be able to congratulate oneself on having succeeded. It is without its equal, and I don't think I shall be overstepping the mark if I say that I think when she receives it, Liz will be glad she lent me the money." Next morning, all London was astonished by the news that the famous Wiltshire diamonds had been stolen, and a few hours later Khan learnt from an evening paper that the detectives who had taken up the case upon the supposed retirement from it of Climo were still completely at fault. That evening he was to entertain several friends to dinner. They included Lord Amberley, Lord Orpington, and a prominent member of the Privy Council. Lord Amberley arrived late, but filled to overflowing with importance. His friends noticed his state and questioned him. "Well, gentlemen," he answered, as he took up a commanding position upon the drawing-room hearthrug, I am in a position to inform you that Climo has reported upon the case, and the upshot of it is that the Wiltshire diamond mystery is a mystery no longer." "What do you mean?" asked the others in a chorus. "I mean that he sent in his report to Wiltshire this afternoon as arranged. From what he said the other night, after being alone in the room with the empty jewel case and a magnifying glass for 2 minutes or so, he was in a position to describe the modus operandi, and what is more, to put the police on the scent of the burglar." "And how has it worked?" asked Khan. "From the empty house next door," replied the other. "On the morning of the burglary, a man, purporting to be a retired army officer, called with an order to view, got the caretaker out of the way, clambered along to Wiltshire House by means of the parapet outside, reached the room during the time the servants were at breakfast, opened the safe, and abstracted the jewels." "But how did Climo find all this out?" asked Lord Orpington. "By his own inimitable cleverness," replied Lord Amberley. "At any rate, it has been proved that he was correct. The man did make his way from next door, and the police have since discovered that an individual answering to the description given visited a pawnbroker's shop in the city about an hour later and stated that he had diamonds to sell." "If that is so, it turns out to be a very simple mystery after all," said Lord Orpington, as they began their meal. "Thanks to the ingenuity of the cleverest detective in the world," remarked Amberley. "In that case, here's a good health to Climo," said the Privy Councillor, raising his glass. "I will join you in that," said Simon Khan. "Here's a very good health to Climo, and his connection with the Duchess of Wiltshire's diamonds. May he always be equally successful." "Hear, hear to that," replied his guests. End of The Duchess of Wiltshire's Diamonds by Guy Boothby, Part 2. Recording by Nigel Carrington in London, England, April 2011.
Section 7. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Lewis Richardson. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. The Horse of the Invisible by William Hope Hodgson, Part 1. When I reached 427 Cheney Walk, Chelsea, I found Carnacki sitting alone. As I came into the room, he rose with a perceptibly stiff movement and extended his left hand. His face seemed to be badly scarred and bruised, and his right hand was bandaged. He shook hands and offered me his paper, which I refused. Then he passed me a handful of photographs and returned to his reading. Now, that is just Carnacki. Not a word had come from him, and not a question from me. He would tell us all about it later. I spent about half an hour looking at the photographs, which were chiefly snaps, some by flashlight, of an extraordinarily pretty girl. Though in some of the photographs it was wonderful that her prettiness was so evident, for so frightened and startled was her expression, that it was difficult not to believe that she had been photographed in the presence of some imminent and overwhelming danger. The bulk of the photographs were of interiors of different rooms and passages, and in every one the girl might be seen, either full length in the distance, or closer with perhaps only a hand or arm or portion of the head or dress included in the photograph. All of these had evidently been taken with some definite aim. They did not have for its first purpose the picturing of the girl, but obviously of her surroundings, and they made me very curious, as you can imagine. Near the bottom of the pile, however, I came across something definitely extraordinary. It was a photograph of the girl, standing abrupt and clear in the great blaze of a flashlight, as was plain to be seen. Her face was turned a little upward, as if she had been frightened suddenly by some noise. Directly above her, as though half-formed and coming down out of the shadows, was the shape of a single, enormous hoof. I examined this photograph for a long time, without understanding it more than that it had probably to do with some queer case in which Carnacki was interested. When Jessup, Arkwright, and Taylor came in, Carnacki quietly held out his hand for the photographs, which I returned in the same spirit, and afterwards we all went in to dinner. When we had spent a quiet but profitable hour at the table, we pulled our chairs round and made ourselves snug, and Carnacki began. "I've been north," he said, speaking slowly and painfully between puffs at his pipe, "up to Hiskins of East Lancashire. It has been a pretty strange business all round, as I fancy you chaps will think when I have finished. I knew, before I went, something about the horse story, as I have heard it called, but I never thought of it as coming my way somehow. Also, I know now that I never considered it seriously, in spite of my rule always to keep an open mind. Funny creatures we humans. Well, I got a wire asking for an appointment, which of course told me that there was some trouble. On the date I fixed, old Captain Hiskins himself came up to see me. He told me a great many new details about the horse story, though naturally I'd always known the main points and understood that if the first child were a girl, that girl would be haunted by the horse during her courtship. It is, as you can see, an extraordinary story, and though I have always known about it, I have never thought it to be anything more than an old-time legend, as I have already hinted. You see, for 7 generations, the Hiskins family have had men children for their firstborn, and even the Hiskins themselves have long considered the tale to be little more than a myth. To come to the present, the eldest child of the reigning family is a girl, and she has been often teased and warned in jest by her friends and relations that she is the first girl to be the eldest for 7 generations, and that she would have to keep her men friends at arm's length or go into a nunnery if she hoped to escape the haunting. And this, I think, shows us how thoroughly the tale has grown to be considered as nothing worthy of the least serious thought, don't you think so? 2 months ago, Miss Hiskins became engaged to Beaumont, a young naval officer, and on the evening of the very day of the engagement, before it was even formally announced, a most extraordinary thing happened, which resulted in Captain Hiskins making the appointment and my ultimately going down to their place to look into the thing. From the old family records and papers that were trusted to me, I found that there could be no possible doubt that prior to something like 150 years ago, there were some very extraordinary and disagreeable coincidences, to put the thing in the least emotional way. In the whole of the 2 centuries prior to that date, there were 5 firstborn girls out of a total of 7 generations of the family. Each of these girls grew up to maidenhood, and each became engaged, and each one died during the period of engagement. 2 by suicide, 1 by falling from a window, 1 from a broken heart, presumably heart failure owing to sudden shock through fright. The 5th girl was killed one evening in the park round the house, but just how there seemed to be no exact knowledge, only that there was an impression that she had been kicked by a horse. She was dead when found. Now, you see, all of these deaths might be attributed in a way, even the suicides, to natural causes. I mean, as distinct from supernatural, you see? Yet, in every case, the maidens had undoubtedly suffered some extraordinary and terrifying experiences during their various courtships. For in all of the records there was mention either of the neighing of an unseen horse, or of the sounds of an invisible horse galloping, as well as many other peculiar and quite inexplicable manifestations. You begin to understand now, I think, just how extraordinary a business it was that I was asked to look into. I gathered from the records that the haunting of the girls was so constant and horrible that 2 of the girls' lovers fairly ran away from their lady loves. And I think it was this, more than anything else, that made me feel that there had been something more in it than a mere succession of uncomfortable coincidences. I got hold of these facts before I'd been many hours in the house, and after this I went pretty carefully into the details of the things that had happened on the night of Miss Hiskins' engagement to Beaumont. It seems that as the 2 of them were going through the big lower corridor, just after dusk and before the lamps had been lighted, there had been a sudden horrible neighing in the corridor close to them. Immediately afterwards, Beaumont received a tremendous blow or kick which broke his right forearm. Then the rest of the family came running to know what was wrong, and the servants. Lights were brought in the corridor, and afterwards the whole house searched, but nothing unusual was found. You can imagine the excitement in the house and the half-incredulous, half-believing talk about the old legend. Later on, in the middle of the night, the old captain was awakened by the sound of a great horse galloping round and round the house. Several times after this, both Beaumont and the girl said that they had heard the sounds of hooves near to them after dusk in several of the rooms and corridors. 3 nights later, Beaumont was awakened by a strange neighing in the night-time, seeming to come from the direction of his sweetheart's bedroom. He ran hurriedly for her father, and the two of them raced to her room. They found her awake, and ill with sheer terror, having been awakened by the neighing, seemingly close to her bed. The night before I arrived, there had been a fresh happening, and they were all in a frightfully nervy state, as you can imagine. I spent most of the first day, as I have hinted, in getting hold of details, but after dinner I slacked off and played billiards all the evening with Beaumont and Miss Hisgins. We stopped about 10 o'clock and had coffee, and I got Beaumont to give me full particulars about the thing that had happened the night before. He and Miss Hisgins had been sitting quietly in her aunt's boudoir whilst the old lady chaperoned them behind a book. It was growing dusk, and the lamp was at her end of the table. The rest of the house was not yet lit, as the evening had come earlier than usual. Well, it seems that the door into the hall was open, and suddenly the girl said, "Shh! What's that?" They both listened, and then Beaumont heard it. The sound of a horse outside the front door. "Your father?" he suggested, but she reminded him that her father was not riding. Of course they were both ready to feel queer, as you can suppose, but Beaumont made an effort to shake this off and went into the hall to see whether anyone was at the entrance. It was pretty dark in the hall, and he could see the glass panels of the inner draught door clear-cut in the darkness of the hall. He walked over to the glass and looked through into the drive beyond, but there was nothing in sight. He felt nervous and puzzled, and opened the inner door and went out onto the carriage circle. Almost directly afterwards, the great hall door swung to with a crash behind him. He told me that he had had a sudden, awful feeling of having been trapped in some way. This is how he put it. He whirled round and gripped the door handle, but something seemed to be holding it with a vast grip on the other side. Then, before it could be fixed in his mind that this was so, he was able to turn the handle and open the door. He paused a moment in the doorway and peered into the hall, for he had hardly steadied his mind sufficiently to know whether he was really frightened or not. Then he heard his sweetheart blow him a kiss out of the greyness of the big, unlit hall, and he knew that she had followed him from the boudoir. He blew her a kiss back and stepped inside the doorway, meaning to go to her, and then suddenly, in a flash of sickening knowledge, he knew that it was not his sweetheart who had blown him that kiss. He knew that something was trying to tempt him alone into the darkness, and that the girl had never left the boudoir. He jumped back, and in the same instant of time he heard the kiss again, nearer to him. He called out at the top of his voice, "Mary, stay in the boudoir. Don't move out of the boudoir until I come to you." He heard her call something in reply from the boudoir, and then he had struck a clump of a dozen or so matches and was holding them above his head and looking round the hall. There was no one in it, but even as the matches burned out, there came the sounds of a great horse galloping down the empty drive. Now, you see, both he and the girl had heard the sounds of the horse galloping, but when I questioned more closely, I found that the aunt had heard nothing, though it is true she is a bit deaf, and she was further back in the room. Of course, both he and Miss Hisgins had been in an extremely nervous state and ready to hear anything. The door might have been slammed by a sudden puff of wind owing to some inner door being opened, and as for the grip on the handle, that may have been nothing more than the sneck catching. With regard to the kisses and the sounds of the horse galloping, I pointed out that these might have seemed ordinary enough sounds if they had been only cool enough to reason. As I told him, and as he knew, the sounds of a horse galloping carry a long way on the wind, so that what he had heard might have been nothing more than a horse being ridden some distance away. And as for the kiss, plenty of quiet noises, the rustle of a paper or a leaf, have a somewhat similar sound, especially if one is in an overstrung condition and imagining things. I was preaching this little sermon on common sense versus hysteria as we put out the lights and left the billiard room, but neither Beaumont nor Miss Hisgins would agree that there had been any fancy on their parts. We had come out of the billiard room by this and were going along the passage, and I was still doing my best to make both of them see the ordinary commonplace possibilities of the happening, when what killed my pig, as the saying goes, was the sound of a hoof in the dark billiard room we had just left. I felt the creep come on me in a flash, up my spine and over the back of my head. Miss Hisgins whooped like a child with whooping cough and ran up the passage, giving little gasping screams. Beaumont, however, ripped round on his heels and jumped back a couple of yards. I gave back a bit too, as you can understand. "There it is," he said in a low, breathless voice. "Perhaps you'll believe me now." "There's certainly something," I whispered back, and never taking my gaze off the closed door of the billiard room. "Hush," he muttered. "There it is again." There was a sound like a great horse pacing round and round the billiard room, with slow, deliberate steps. A horrible cold fright took me, so that it seemed impossible to take a full breath. You know the feeling. And then I know we must have walked backwards, for we found ourselves suddenly at the opening of the long passage. We stopped there and listened. The sounds went on steadily with a horrible sort of deliberateness, as if the brute were taking a sort of malicious gusto in walking about all over the room in which we had just been. Do you understand what I mean? Then there was a pause, and a long time of absolute quiet, except for an excited whispering from some of the people down in the big hall. The sound came plainly up the wide stairway. I fancy they were gathered round Miss Hisgins with some notion of protecting her. I should think Beaumont and I stood there at the end of the passage for about 5 minutes, listening for any noise in the billiard room. Then I realised what a horrible funk I was in, and I said to him, "I'm going to see what's in there." "So am I," he answered. He was pretty white, but he had heaps of pluck. I told him to wait a minute, and I made a dash into my bedroom and got my camera and flashlight. I slipped my revolver into my right-hand pocket and a knuckle-duster over my left fist where it was ready, and yet would not stop me from being able to work my flashlight. Then I ran back to Beaumont. He held out his right hand to show me that he had his pistol, and I nodded, but whispered to him not to be too quick to shoot, as there might be some silly practical joking at work after all. He had got a lamp from a bracket in the upper hall, which he was holding in the crook of his damaged arm, so that we had a good light. Then we went down the passage, towards the billiard room, and you can imagine that we were a pretty nervous couple. All this time there had not been a sound, but abruptly, when we were within a couple of yards of the door, we heard the sudden clumping of a hoof on the solid parquet floor of the billiard room. In the instant afterward, it seemed to me that the whole place shook beneath the ponderous hoof-falls of some huge thing coming towards the door. Both Beaumont and I gave back a pace or two, and then realised, and hung on to our carriage, as you might say, and waited. The great tread came right up to the door, and then stopped, and there was an instant of absolute silence. Except that, so far as I was concerned, the pulse in my throat and temples almost deafened me. I dare say we waited quite half a minute, and then came the further restless clumping of a great hoof. Immediately afterward, the sound came right on, as if some invisible thing passed through the closed door and the passage, and I know that I spread myself stiff against the wall. The clunk-clunk, clunk-clunk of the great hoof-falls passed right between us, and slowly and with deadly deliberateness down the passage. I heard them through a haze of blood beats in my ears and temples, and my body extraordinarily rigid and pringling and breathless. I stood for a little time like this, my head turned so that I should see up the passage. I was conscious only that there was a hideous danger abroad. Do you understand? And then suddenly my pluck came back to me. I was aware that the noise of the hoof-beats sounded near the other end of the passage. I twisted quickly and got my camera to bear and snapped the flashlight. Immediately afterward, Beaumont let fly a storm of shots down the passage and began to run, shouting, "It's after Mary! Run, run!" He rushed down the passage and I after him, and we came out on the main landing and heard the sound of a hoof on the stairs. And after that, nothing. And from thence onwards, nothing. Down below us in the big hall, I could see a number of the household round Miss Hisgins, who seemed to have fainted, and there were several of the servants clumped together a little way off, staring up at the main landing, and no one saying a single word. And about some 20 steps up the stairs was old Captain Hisgins, with a drawn sword in his hand, where he had halted just below the last hoof sound. I think I never saw anything finer than that old man standing there between his daughter and that infernal thing. I dare say you can understand the queer feeling of horror I had at passing that place on the stairs where the sounds had ceased. It was as if the monster was still standing there, invisible. And the peculiar thing was that we never heard another sound of the hoof, either up or down the stairs. After they had taken Miss Hisgins to her room, I sent word that I should follow so soon as they were ready for me. And presently, when a message came to tell me that I could come any time, I asked her father to give me a hand with my instrument box, and between us we carried it into the girl's bedroom. I had the bed pulled well out into the middle of the room, after which I erected the electric pentangle round the bed. Then I directed that lamps should be placed round the room, but that on no account must any light be made within the pentangle. Neither must anyone pass in or out. The girl's mother I had placed within the pentangle, and directed that her maid should sit without, ready to carry any message, so as to make sure that Mrs. Hisgins did not have to leave the pentangle. I suggested also that the girl's father should stay the night in the room, and that he had better be armed. When I left the room, I found Beaumont waiting outside the door in a miserable state of anxiety. I told him what I had done, and explained to him that Miss Hisgins was probably perfectly safe within the protection, but that in addition to her father remaining the night in the room, I intended to stand guard at the door. I told him that I should like him to keep me company, for I knew that he could never sleep, and I should not be sorry to have a companion. Also, I wanted to have him under my own observation, for there was no doubt but that he was actually in greater danger than the girl. At least that was my opinion, and still is, as I think you will agree later. I asked him whether he would object to my drawing a pentangle round him for the night, and got him to agree, but I saw that he did not know whether to be superstitious about it, or to regard it more as a piece of foolish mumming. But he took it seriously enough when I gave him some particulars about the Black Veil case, when young Astor died. You remember, he said it was a piece of silly superstition, and stayed outside? Poor devil. As it chanced, the night passed quietly enough, until a little while before dawn, when we both heard the sounds of a great horse galloping round and round the house, just as Captain Hisgins had described it. You can imagine how queer it made me feel, and directly afterward I heard someone stir within the room. I knocked at the door, for I was uneasy, and the captain came. I asked whether everything was right, to which he replied yes, and immediately asked whether I had heard the sounds of the galloping, so that I knew he had heard them also. I suggested that it might be well to leave the bedroom door open a little, until the dawn came in, as there was certainly something abroad. This was done, and he went back into the room to be near to his wife and daughter. I had better say here that I was doubtful whether there was any value in the defence about Miss Hisgins, for what I term the personal sounds of the manifestation were so extraordinarily material, that I was inclined to parallel the case with that of Hertford's, where the hand of the child kept materializing within the pentangle, and patting the floor. As you will remember, that was a hideous business. Yet, as it chanced, nothing further happened, and so soon as daylight had fully come, we all went off to bed. Beaumont knocked me up about midday, and I went down and made breakfast into lunch. Miss Hisgins was there, and seemed in very fair spirits, considering. She told me that I had made her feel almost safe for the first time in days, and she told me also that her cousin, Harry Parsket, was coming down from London, and she knew that he would do anything to help fight the ghost. After that, she and Beaumont went into the grounds, to have a little time together. I had a walk in the grounds myself, and went round the house, but saw no traces of hoof marks, and after that I spent the rest of the day making an examination of the house, but found nothing. I made an end of my search before dark, and went to my room to dress for dinner. When I got down, the cousin had just arrived, and I found him one of the nicest men I have met for a long time, a chap with a tremendous amount of pluck, and the particular kind of man I like to have with me in a bad case like the one I was on. I could see that what puzzled him most was our belief in the genuineness of the haunting, and I found myself almost wanting something to happen, just to show him how true it was. As it chanced, something did happen, with a vengeance. Beaumont and Miss Hisgins had gone out for a stroll in the dusk, and Captain Hisgins asked me to come into his study for a short chat, while Parsket went upstairs with his traps, for he had no man with him. I had a long conversation with the old captain, in which I pointed out that the haunting had evidently no particular connection with the house, but only with the girl herself, and that the sooner she was married the better, as it would give Beaumont a right to be with her at all times, and, further than this, it might be that the manifestations would cease if the marriage were actually performed. The old man nodded agreement to this, especially to the first part, and reminded me that 3 of the girls who were said to have been haunted had been sent away from the home, and met their deaths whilst away. And then, in the midst of our talk, there came a pretty frightening interruption, for all at once the old butler rushed into the room, most extraordinarily pale. "Miss Mary, sir, Miss Mary," he gasped out, using the old name. "She's screaming, out in the park, sir, and they say they can hear the horse." The captain made one dive for a rack of arms and snatched down his old sword and ran out, drawing it as he ran. I dashed out and up the stairs, snatched my camera flashlight and a heavy revolver, gave one yell at Parsket's door, "The horse!" and was down into the grounds. Out in the darkness there was a confused shouting, and I caught the sounds of shooting away among the scattered trees. And then, from a patch of blackness to my left, there burst suddenly an infernal gobbling sort of neighing. Instantly I whipped round and snapped off the flashlight. The great blare of the light blazed out momentarily, showing me the leaves of a big tree close at hand, quivering in the night breeze. But there had been nothing else, and then the tenfold blackness came down upon me, and I heard Parsket shouting a little way back to know whether I had seen anything. The next instant he was beside me, and I felt safer for his company, for there was some incredible thing near to us, and I was momentarily blind because of the brightness of the flashlight. "What was it? What was it?" he kept repeating in an excited voice, and all the time I was staring into the darkness and answering mechanically, "I don't know. I don't know." There was a burst of shouting somewhere ahead, and then a shot. We ran towards the sounds, yelling to the people not to shoot, for in the darkness and panic there was this danger also. Then there came 2 of the gamekeepers racing hard up the drive with lanterns and their guns, and immediately afterwards a row of lights dancing towards us from the house, carried by some of the manservants. As the lights came up, I saw we had come close to Beaumont. He was standing over Miss Hisgins, and he had his revolver in his right hand. Then I saw his face, and there was a great wound across his forehead. By him was the captain, turning his naked sword this way and that, and peering into the darkness, and a little behind him stood the old butler, a battle-axe from one of the arm-stands in the hall in his hands. Yet there was nothing strange to be seen anywhere. We got the girl into the house and left her with her mother and Beaumont, whilst a groom rode for a doctor, and then the rest of us, with 4 other keepers, all armed with guns and carrying lanterns, searched round the home park, but we found nothing. When we got back, we found the doctor had been. He had bound up Beaumont's wound, which luckily was not deep, and ordered Miss Hisgins straight to bed. I went upstairs with the captain and found Beaumont on guard outside the girl's door. I asked him how he felt, and then, so soon as they were ready for us, Captain Hisgins and I went into the bedroom and fixed the pentangle again round the bed. They had already got lamps about the room, and after I had set the same order of watching as on the previous night, I joined Beaumont outside of the door. Parsket had come up while I had been in the bedroom, and between us we got some idea from Beaumont as to what had happened out in the park. It seems that they were coming home after their stroll from the direction of the West Lodge, when suddenly Miss Hisgins said, "Hush!" and came to a standstill. He stopped and listened, but heard nothing for a little. Then he caught it. The sound of a horse seemingly a long way off, galloping towards them over the grass. He told the girl that it was nothing, and started to hurry her towards the house, but she was not deceived, of course. In less than a minute they heard it quite close to them in the dark, and they began to run. Then Miss Hisgins caught her foot and fell. She began to scream, and that is what the butler heard. As Beaumont lifted the girl, he heard the hoofs come thudding right at him. He stood over her and fired all 5 chambers of his revolver at the sounds. He told us that he was sure he saw something that looked like an enormous horse's head right upon him in the light of the last flash of his pistol. Immediately afterwards he was struck a tremendous blow, which knocked him down. And then the captain and the butler came running up, shouting. The rest, of course, we knew. About 10 o'clock the butler brought us up a tray, for which I was very glad, as the night before I had got rather hungry. I warned Beaumont, however, to be very particular not to drink any spirits, and I also made him give me his pipe and matches. At midnight I drew a pentangle round him, and Parsket and I sat one on each side of him, but outside of the pentangle, for I had no fear that there would be any manifestation against anyone except Beaumont or Miss Hisgins. After that we kept pretty quiet. The passage was lit by a big lamp at each end, so that we had plenty of light, and we were all armed, Beaumont and I with revolvers and Parsket with a shotgun. In addition to my weapon, I had my camera and flashlight. Now and again we talked in whispers, and twice the captain came out of the bedroom to have a word with us. About 1:30 we had all grown very silent, and suddenly, about 20 minutes later, I held up my hand silently, for there seemed to me to be a sound of galloping out in the night. I knocked on the bedroom door for the captain to open it, and when he came, I whispered to him that we thought we heard the horse. For some time we stayed listening, and both Parsket and the captain thought they had heard it. But now I was not so sure, neither was Beaumont. Yet afterwards I thought I heard it again. I told Captain Hisgins I thought he had better go back into the bedroom and leave the door a little open, and this he did. But from that time onward we heard nothing, and presently the dawn came in, and we all went very thankfully to bed. When I was called at lunch-time, I had a little surprise, for Captain Hisgins told me that they had held a family council, and had decided to take my advice and have the marriage without a day's more delay than possible. Beaumont was already on his way to London to get a special licence, and they hoped to have the wedding the next day. This pleased me, for it seemed the sanest thing to be done in the extraordinary circumstances, and meanwhile I should continue my investigations. But until the marriage was accomplished, my chief thought was to keep Miss Hisgins near to me. End of The Horse of the Invisible by William Hope Hodgson, Part 1. Recording by David Lewis Richardson, Lancashire, England. Section 8. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Lewis Richardson. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. The Horse of the Invisible by William Hope Hodgson, Part 2. After lunch, I thought I would take a few experimental photographs of Miss Hisgins and her surroundings. Sometimes the camera sees things that would seem very strange to the normal human eyesight. You see what I mean? With this intention, and partly to make an excuse to keep her in my company as much as possible, I asked Miss Hisgins to join me in my experiments. She seemed glad to do this, and I spent several hours with her, wandering all over the house from room to room, and whenever the impulse came, I took a flashlight of her and the room or corridor in which we chanced to be at the moment. After we had gone right through the house in this fashion, I asked her whether she felt sufficiently brave to repeat the experiments in the cellars. She said yes, and so I rooted out Captain Hisgins and Parsket, for I was not going to take her down even into what you might call artificial darkness, without help and companionship at hand. When we were ready, we went down into the wine cellar, Captain Hisgins carrying a shotgun, and Parsket a specially prepared background and a lantern. I got the girl to stand in the middle of the cellar, while Parsket and the captain held out the background behind her. Then I fired off the flashlight, and we went into the next cellar, where we repeated the experiment. Then, in the third cellar, a tremendous pitch-dark place, something extraordinary and horrible manifested itself. I had stationed Miss Hisgins in the centre of the place, with her father and Parsket holding the background as before. When all was ready, and just as I pressed the trigger of the flash, there came in the cellar that dreadful gobbling neighing that I had heard out in the park. It seemed to come from somewhere above the girl, and in the glare of the sudden light I saw that she was staring tensely upward at no visible thing. And then, in the succeeding comparative darkness, I was shouting to the captain and Parsket to run Miss Hisgins out into the daylight. This was done instantly, and I shut and locked the door, afterwards making the first and the 8th signs of the Saama ritual opposite to each post, and connecting them across the threshold with a triple line. In the meanwhile, Parsket and Captain Hisgins carried the girl to her mother, and left her there in a half-fainting condition, whilst I stayed on guard outside of the cellar door, feeling pretty horrible, for I knew that there was some disgusting thing inside. And along with this feeling there was a sense of half-ashamedness, rather miserable, you know, because I had exposed Miss Hisgins to this danger. I had got the captain's shotgun, and when he and Parsket came down again, they were each carrying guns and lanterns. I could not possibly tell you the utter relief of spirit and body that came to me when I heard them coming. But just try to imagine what it was like standing outside of that cellar, can you? I remember noticing, just before I went to unlock the door, how white and ghastly Parsket looked, and the old captain was grey-looking, and I wondered whether my face was like theirs. And this, you know, had its own distinct effect on my nerves, for it seemed to bring the beastliness of the thing bashed down on me in a fresh way. I know it was only sheer willpower that carried me up to the door and made me turn the key. I paused one little moment, and then, with a nervy jerk, sent the door wide open and held my lantern over my head. Parsket and the captain came one on each side of me and held up their lanterns. But the place was absolutely empty. Of course, I did not trust to a casual look of this kind, but spent several hours, with the help of the 2 others, in sounding every square foot of the floor, ceiling, and walls. Yet, in the end, I had to admit that the place was absolutely normal. And so, in the end, we came away none the wiser. But I sealed the door, and outside, opposite each doorpost, I made the first and last signs of the Saama ritual, joining them, as before, with a triple line. Can you imagine what it was like searching that cellar? When we got upstairs, I inquired very anxiously how Miss Hisgins was, and the girl came out herself to tell me that she was all right, and that I was not to trouble about her or blame myself, as I told her I had been doing. I felt happier then, and went off to dress for dinner. And after that was done with, Parsket and I went off to one of the bathrooms to develop the negatives that I had been taking. Yet none of the plates had anything to tell me, until we came to the one that was taken in the cellar. Parsket was developing, and I had taken a batch of the fixed plates out into the lamplight to examine them. I had just gone carefully through the lot when I heard a shout from Parsket, and when I ran to him he was looking at a partly developed negative, which he was holding up to the red lamp. It showed the girl plainly, looking upwards, as I had seen her. But the thing that astonished me was the shadow of an enormous hoof, right above her, as if it were coming down upon her out of the shadows. And you know, I had run her bang into that danger, and that was the thought that was chief in my mind. As soon as the developing was complete, I fixed the plate and examined it carefully in a good light. There was no doubt about it at all. The thing above Miss Hisgins was an enormous shadowy hoof. Yet I was no nearer to coming to any definite knowledge, and the only thing I could do was to warn Parsket to say nothing about it to the girl, for it would only increase her fright. But I showed the thing to her father, for I considered it right that he should know. That night we took the same precautions for Miss Hisgins' safety as on the 2 previous nights, and Parsket kept me company, yet the dawn came in without anything unusual having happened, and I went off to bed. When I got down to lunch, I learnt that Beaumont had wired to say that he would be in soon after 4, also that a message had been sent to the rector, and it was generally plain that the ladies of the house were in a tremendous fluster. Beaumont's train was late, and he did not get home until 5, but even then the rector had not put in an appearance, and the butler came in to say that the coachman had returned without him, as he had been called away unexpectedly. Twice more during the evening the carriage was sent down, but the clergyman had not returned, and we had to delay the marriage until the next day. That night I arranged the defence round the girl's bed, and the captain and his wife sat up with her as before. Beaumont, as I expected, insisted on keeping watch with me, and he seemed in a curiously frightened mood, not for himself, you know, but for Miss Hisgins. He had a horrible feeling, he told me, that there would be a final dreadful attempt on his sweetheart that night. This, of course, I told him was nothing but nerves, yet really it made me feel very anxious. For I've seen too much not to know that under such circumstances a premonitory conviction of impending danger is not necessarily to be put down entirely to nerves. In fact, Beaumont was so simply and earnestly convinced that the night would bring some extraordinary manifestation that I got Parsket to rig up a long cord from the wire of the butler's bell to come along the passage handy. To the butler himself I gave directions not to undress and to give the same order to 2 of the footmen. If I rang, he was to come instantly with the footmen, carrying lanterns, and the lanterns were to be kept ready lit all night. If for any reason the bell did not ring and I blew my whistle, he was to take that as a signal in the place of the bell. After I had arranged all these minor details, I drew a pentacle about Beaumont and warned him very particularly to stay within it, whatever happened. And when this was done, there was nothing to do but wait and pray that the night would go as quietly as the night before. We scarcely talked at all, and by about 1 a.m. we were all very tense and nervous, so that at last Parsket got up and began to walk up and down the corridor to steady himself a bit. Presently I slipped off my pumps and joined him, and we walked up and down, whispering occasionally, for something over an hour, until, in turning, I caught my foot in the bell cord and went down on my face, but without hurting myself or making a noise. When I got up, Parsket nudged me. "Did you notice that the bell never rang?" he whispered. "Jove," I said. "You're right." "Wait a minute," he answered. "I'll bet it's only a kink somewhere in the cord." He left his gun and slipped along the passage, and taking the top lamp, tiptoed away into the house, carrying Beaumont's revolver ready in his right hand. He was a plucky chap, as I think you will admit. Suddenly, Beaumont motioned to me for absolute quiet. Directly afterwards I heard the thing for which he listened, the sound of a horse galloping out in the night. I think that I may say I fairly shivered. The sound died away and left a horrible, desolate, eerie feeling in the air, you know. I put my hand out to the bell cord, hoping that Parsket had got it clear. Then I waited, glancing before and behind. Perhaps 2 minutes passed, full of what seemed like an almost unearthly quiet. And then, suddenly down the corridor at the lighted end, there sounded the clumping of a great hoof, and instantly the lamp was thrown down with a tremendous crash, and we were in the dark. I tugged hard on the cord and blew the whistle. Then I raised my snapshot and fired the flashlight. The corridor blazed into brilliant light, but there was nothing, and then the darkness fell like thunder. I heard the captain at the bedroom door and shouted to him to bring out a lamp, quick. But instead something started to kick the door, and I heard the captain shouting within the bedroom, and then the screaming of a woman. I had a sudden horrible fear that the monster had got into the bedroom, but in the same instant from up the corridor there came abruptly the vile, gobbling neighing that we had heard in the park in the cellar. I blew the whistle again, and groped blindly for the bell cord, shouting to Beaumont to stay in the pentacle, whatever happened. I yelled again to the captain to bring out the lamp, and there came a smashing sound against the bedroom door. Then I had my matches in my hand to get some light before that incredible unseen monster was upon us. The match scraped on the box and flared up, dully, and in the same instant I heard a faint sound behind me. I whipped round in a kind of mad terror and saw something in the light of the match. A monstrous horse head close to Beaumont. "Look out, Beaumont!" I shouted in a sort of scream. "It's behind you!" The match went out abruptly, and instantly there came the huge bang of Parsket's double barrel, both barrels at once fired, evidently single-handed by Beaumont, close to my ear as it seemed. I caught a momentary glimpse of the great head in the flash, and of an enormous hoof amid the belch of fire and smoke, seeming to be descending upon Beaumont. In the same instant I fired 3 chambers of my revolver. There was the sound of a dull blow, and then that horrible gobbling neigh broke out close to me. I fired twice at the sound. Immediately afterwards something struck me, and I was knocked backwards. I got to my knees and shouted for help at the top of my voice. I heard the woman screaming behind the closed door of the bedroom, and was dully aware that the door was being smashed from the inside, and directly afterwards I knew that Beaumont was struggling with some hideous thing near to me. For an instant I held back, stupidly, paralysed with funk, and then, blindly and in a sort of rigid chill of goose-flesh, I went to help him, shouting his name. I can tell you I did not feel much of a hero. There came a little choking scream out of the darkness, and at that I jumped forward into the dark. I gripped a vast furry ear, then something stuck me another great blow, knocking me sick. I hit back, weak and blind, and gripped with the other hand at the incredible thing. Abruptly I was dimly aware of a tremendous crash behind me and a great burst of light. There were other lights in the passage, and a noise of feet and shouting. My hand grips were torn from the thing they held. I shut my eyes stupidly and heard a loud yell above me, and then a heavy blow like a butcher chopping meat, and something fell upon me. I was helped to my knees by the captain and the butler. On the floor lay an enormous horse head, out of which protruded a man's trunk and legs. On the wrists were fixed great hoofs. It was the monster. The captain cut something with the sword that he held in his hand, and stooped and lifted off the mask, for that is what it was. I saw the face then of the man who had worn it. It was Parsket. He had a bad wound across the forehead where the captain's sword had hit through the mask. I looked bewilderedly from him to Beaumont, who was sitting up, leaning against the wall of the corridor. Then I stared at Parsket again. "By Jove!" I said at last, and then I was quiet, for I was so ashamed for the man. You can understand, can't you? And he was opening his eyes, and I had grown so to like the man. And then, just as Parsket was getting back his wits and looking from one to the other of us and beginning to remember, there happened a strange and incredible thing, for from the end of the corridor there sounded suddenly the clamping of a great hoof. I looked that way, and then instantly at Parsket, and saw a horrible fear in his face and eyes. He wrenched himself round weakly, and stared in mad terror up the corridor to where the sound had been, and the rest of us stared, all in a frozen group. I remember hearing vaguely half sobs and whispers from Miss Hiskin's bedroom, all the while that I stared frightenedly up the corridor. The silence lasted several seconds, and then, abruptly, there came again the clumping of the great hoof, away up at the end of the corridor, and immediately afterward the clunk, 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 clunk of mighty hooves coming down the passage towards us. Even then, most of us thought it was some mechanism of Parsket's still at work, and we were in the queerest mixture of fright and doubt. I think everyone looked at Parsket, and suddenly the captain shouted out, "Stop this damn fooling at once! Haven't you done enough?" For my part, I was frightened, for I had a sense that there was something horrible and wrong. And then Parsket managed to gasp out, "It's not me! My God, it's not me! My God, it's not me!" And then, it seemed to come home to everyone in an instant that there was really some dreadful thing coming down the passage. There was a mad rush up the passage, and even old Captain Hiskins gave back with the butler and the footman. Beaumont fainted outright, as I found afterwards, for he had been badly mauled. I just flattened back against the wall, kneeling, as I was, too stupid and dazed even to run, and almost in the same instant the pondering hoof-fall sounded close to me, and seeming to shake the solid floor as they passed. Abruptly the great sound ceased, and I knew in a sort of sick fashion that the thing had halted opposite to the open door of the girl's bedroom. And then, I was aware that Parsket was standing, rocking in the doorway, with his arms spread across so as to fill the doorway with his body. Parsket showed extraordinarily pale, and the blood was running down his face from the wound in his forehead. And then I noticed that he seemed to be looking at something in the passage with a peculiar, desperate, fixed gaze. But there was really nothing to be seen, and suddenly the clunk-clunk, clunk-clunk recommenced, and passed onward down the passage, and in the same moment Parsket pitched forward out of the doorway onto his face. There were shouts from the huddle of men down the passage, and the 2 footmen and the butler simply ran, carrying the lanterns. But the captain went against the side wall with his back and put the lamp he was carrying over his head. The dull tread of the horse went past him, and left him unharmed, and I heard the monstrous hoof-falls going away and away through the quiet house. And after that, a dead silence. Then the captain moved and came towards us, very slowly and shaky, with an extraordinarily grey face. I crept towards Parsket, and the captain came to help me. We turned him over, and I knew in a moment that he was dead. But you can imagine what a feeling it sent through me. I looked at the captain, and suddenly he said, That. I know he was trying to tell me that Parsket had stood between his daughter and whatever it was that had gone down the passage. I stood up and steadied him, though I was not very steady myself. And suddenly his face began to work, and he went down on his knees by Parsket and cried like some shaken child. And then, I knew that the women were in the doorway of the bedroom, and I turned away and left him to them, whilst I went over to Beaumont. That is practically the whole story, and the only thing that is left to me is to try to explain some of the puzzling parts here and there. Perhaps you have seen that Parsket was in love with Miss Hisgins, and this fact is the key to a good deal that was extraordinary. He was doubtless responsible for some portions of the haunting. In fact, I think for nearly everything. But I can prove nothing, and what I have to tell you is chiefly the result of deduction. In the first place, it is obvious that Parsket's intention was to frighten Beaumont away, and when he found that he could not do this, I think he grew so desperate that he really intended to kill him. I hate to say this, but the facts force me to think so. It is quite certain that Parsket was the person who broke Beaumont's arm. He knew all the details of the so-called horse legend, and got the idea to work upon the old story for his own end. He evidently had some method of slipping in and out of the house, probably through one of the many French windows, or possibly he had a key to 1 or 2 of the garden doors, and when he was supposed to be away he was really coming down on the quiet and hiding somewhere in the neighbourhood. The incident of the kiss in the dark hall I put down to sheer nervous imaginings on the part of Beaumont and Miss Hisgins. Yet I must say that the sound of the horse outside of the front door is a little difficult to explain away. But I am still inclined to keep to my first idea on this point, that there was nothing really unnatural about it. The hoof sounds in the billiard room and down the passage were done by Parsket, from the floor below, by pumping against the panelled ceiling with a block of wood tied to one of the window hooks. I proved this by an examination which showed the dints in the woodwork. The sounds of the horse galloping round the house was also done by Parsket, who must have had a horse tied up in the plantation nearby, unless indeed he made the sounds himself. But I do not see how he could have gone fast enough to produce the illusion, you see. The gobbling neighing in the park was a ventriloquial achievement on the part of Parsket, and the attack out there on Beaumont was also by him, so that when I thought he was in the bedroom, he must have been outside all the time, and joined me after I ran out of the front door. This is probable. I mean that Parsket was the cause, for if it had been something more serious he would certainly have given up his foolishness, knowing that there was no longer any need for it. I cannot imagine how he escaped being shot both then and in the last mad action of which I have just told you. He was enormously without fear of any kind for himself, as you can see. The time when Parsket was with us, when we thought we heard the horse galloping round the house, we must have been deceived. No one was very sure, except of course Parsket, who would naturally encourage the belief. The neighing in the cellar is where I consider there came the first suspicion into Parsket's mind that there was something more at work than his sham haunting. The neighing was done by him in the same way that he did it in the park. When I remember how ghastly he looked, I feel sure that the sounds must have had some infernal quality added to them which frightened the man himself. Yet later he would persuade himself that he had been getting fanciful. Of course, I must not forget that the effect upon Miss Hisgins must have made him feel pretty miserable. Then, about the clergyman being called away, we found afterwards that it was a bogus errand, or rather call, and it is obvious that Parsket was at the bottom of this, so as to get a few more hours in which to achieve his end. And what that was, a very little imagination will show you. For he had found that Beaumont would not be frightened away. See what I mean? Then there is no doubt at all that Parsket left the cord to the butler's bell in a tangle, or hitched somewhere, so as to give him an excuse to slip away naturally to clear it. This also gave him the opportunity to remove one of the passage lamps. Then he had only to smash the other, and the passage was in utter darkness for him to make the attempt on Beaumont. In the same way it was he who locked the door of the bedroom and took the key. It was in his pocket. This prevented the captain from bringing a light and coming to the rescue. But Captain Hisgins broke down the door with the heavy fender curb, and it was his smashing the door that had sounded so confusing and frightening in the darkness of the passage. The photograph of the monstrous hoof above Miss Hisgins in the cellar is one of the things that I am less sure about. It might have been faked by Parsket whilst I was out of the room, and this would have been easy enough to anyone who knew how. But you know, it does not look like a fake. Yet there is as much evidence of probability that it was faked as against, and the thing is too vague for an examination to help to a definite decision, so that I will express no opinion one way or the other. It is certainly a horrible photograph. And now I come to that last dreadful thing. There has been no further manifestation of anything abnormal, so that there is an extraordinary uncertainty in my conclusions. If we had not heard those last sounds, and if Parsket had not shown that enormous sense of fear, the whole of this case could be explained away in the way in which I have shown. And in fact, as you have seen, I am of the opinion that almost all of it can be cleared up. But I see no way of going past the thing we heard at the last, and the fear that Parsket showed. His death? No, that proves nothing. At the inquest it was described somewhat untechnically as due to heart spasm. This is normal enough and leaves us quite in the dark as to whether he died because he stood between the girl and some incredible monster. The look on Parsket's face and the thing he called out when he heard the great hoof sounds coming down the passage seemed to show that he had the sudden realization of what before then may have been nothing more than a horrible suspicion. And his fear and appreciation of some tremendous danger approaching was probably more keenly real even than mine. And then he did the one fine great thing. "And the cause," I said. "What caused it?" Carnacki shook his head. "God knows," he answered with a peculiar, sincere reverence. "If that thing was what it seemed to be, one might suggest an explanation which would not offend one's reasons, but which may be utterly wrong. Yet I have thought, though it would take a long lecture on thought induction to get you to appreciate my reasons, that Parsket had produced what I might term a kind of induced haunting, a kind of induced simulation of his mental conceptions due to his desperate thoughts and broodings. It is impossible to make it clearer in a few words." "But the old story," I said. "Why may not there have been something in that?" "There may have been something in it," said Carnacki quietly, "but I do not think it had anything to do with this. I have not clearly thought out my reasons yet, but later I may be able to tell you why I think so." "And the marriage in the cellar, was there anything found there?" asked Taylor. "Yes, the marriage was performed that day in spite of the tragedy," Carnacki told us. "It was the wisest thing to do, considering the things that I cannot explain. Yes, I had the floor of that big cellar up, for I had a feeling I might find something there to give me some light. But there was nothing. You know, the whole thing is tremendous and extraordinary. I shall never forget the look on Parsket's face. And afterwards, the disgusting sounds of those great hoofs going away through the quiet house. Carnacki stood up. "Out you go," he said in a friendly fashion, using the recognized formula. And we went presently out into the quiet of the embankment, and so to our homes. End of The Horse of the Invisible by William Hope Hodgson, Part 2. Recording by David Lewis Richardson, Lancashire, England.
Section 9 of The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. The Case of the Mirror of Portugal by Arthur Morrison. Part 1. 1. Whether or not this case has an historical interest is a matter of conjecture. If it has none, then the title I have given it is a misnomer. But I think the conjecture that some historical interest attaches to it is by no means an empty one, and all that can be urged against it is the common, though not always declared error, that romance expired 50 years at least ago, and history with it. This makes it seem improbable that the answer to an unsolved riddle of a century since should be found today in an inquiry agent's dingy office in Bedford Street, Covent Garden. Whether or not it has so been found, the reader may judge for himself, though the evidence stops far short of actual proof of the identity of the Mirror of Portugal, with the stone wherewith this case was concerned. But first, as to the Mirror of Portugal, this was a diamond of much and ancient fame. It was of Indian origin, and it had lain in the possession of the royal family of Portugal in the time of Portugal's ancient splendor. But 300 years ago, after the extinction of the early line of succession, the diamond, with other jewels, fell into the possession of Don Antonio, one of the half-dozen pretenders who were then scrambling for the throne. Don Antonio, badly in want of money, deposited the stone in pledge with Queen Elizabeth of England, and never redeemed it. Thus it took its place as one of the English crown jewels, and so remained till the overthrow and death of Charles I. Queen Henrietta then carried it with her to France, and there, to obtain money to satisfy her creditors, she sold it to the great Cardinal Mazarin. He bequeathed it at his death to the French crown, and among the crown jewels of France it once more found a temporary abiding place. But once more it brought disaster with it in the shape of a revolution, and again a king lost his head at the executioner's hands, and in the riot and confusion of the great revolution of 1792, the Mirror of Portugal with other jewels vanished utterly. Where it went to, and who took it, nobody ever knew. The Mirror of Portugal disappeared as suddenly and effectually as though fused to vapor by electric combustion. So much for the famous mirror. Whether or not its history is germane to the narrative which follows, probably nobody will ever certainly know. But that Dorrington considered that it was, his notes on the case abundantly testify. For some days, before Dorrington's attention was in any way given to this matter, a poorly dressed and not altogether prepossessing Frenchman had been haunting the staircase and tapping at the office door, unsuccessfully attempting an interview with Dorrington, who happened to be out, or busy, whenever he called. The man never asked for Hicks, Dorrington's partner, but this was very natural. In the first place, it was always Dorrington who met all strangers and conducted all negotiations, and in the second, Dorrington had just lately, in a case of regarding a secret society in Soho, made his name much known and respected, not to say feared, in the foreign colony of that quarter. Wherefore it was likely that a man who bore evidence of residence in that neighborhood should come with the name of Dorrington on his tongue. The weather was cold, but the man's clothes were thin and threadbare, and he had no overcoat. His face was of a broad, low type, coarse in feature and small in forehead, and he wore the baggy black linen peaked cap familiar on the heads of men of his class in parts of Paris. He had called unsuccessfully, as I have said, sometimes once, sometimes more frequently, on each of 3 or 4 days before he succeeded in seeing Dorrington. At last, however, he intercepted him on the stairs, as Dorrington arrived at about 11 in the morning. "Pardon, monsieur," he said, laying his finger on Dorrington's arm. "It is Monsieur Dorrington, not?" "Well, suppose it is. What then?" Dorrington never admitted his identity to a stranger without first seeing good cause. "I have business, very great business. Business of a large profit for you, if you please to take it. Where shall I tell it?" "Come in here," Dorrington replied, leading the way to his private room. The man did not look like a wealthy client, but that signified nothing. Dorrington had made profitable strokes after introductions even less promising. The man followed Dorrington, pulled off his cap, and sat in the chair Dorrington pointed at. "In the first place," said Dorrington, "what's your name?" "Ah, yes. But before all that I tell is for ourselves alone, is it not? It is all in confidence, eh?" "Yes, yes, of course," Dorrington answered with virtuous impatience. "Whatever is said in this room is regarded as strictly confidential. What's your name?" "Jacques Bouvier. Living at Little Norham Street, Soho. And now the business you speak of." "The business is this. My cousin, Léon Bouvier, he is coquin, a rascal." "Very likely." "He has a great jewel, it is, I have no doubt, a diamond of great value. It is not his. There is no right of him to it. It should be mine. If you get it for me, 1/4 of it in money shall be yours, and it is of great value." "Where does your cousin live?" "What is he?" "Beck Street, Soho. He has a shop, a Café de Bon Camarade, and he give me not a crust if I starve." It scarcely seemed likely that the keeper of a little foreign café in a back street of Soho would be possessed of a jewel 1/4 of whose value would be prize enough to tempt Dorrington to take a new case up. But Dorrington bore with the man a little longer. "What is this jewel you talk of?" he asked. "And if you don't know enough about it to be quite sure whether it is a diamond or not, what do you know?" "Listen. The stone I have never seen, but that it is a diamond makes probable." "What else so much value? And it is much value that gives my cousin so great care and trouble. Cochon! Listen, I relate to you. My father, he was charcoal burner at Bonneuil, department of Seine. My uncle, the father of my cousin, also was charcoal burner. The grandfather, charcoal burner also, and his father and his grandfather before him, all burners of charcoal at Bonneuil. Now perceive, the father of my grandfather was of the great Revolution, a young man, great among those who stormed the Bastille, the Tuileries, the Hôtel de Ville, brave, and a leader. Now, when palaces were burnt and heads were falling, there was naturally much confusion. Things were lost, things of large value. What more natural? While so many were losing the head from the shoulders, it was not strange that some should lose jewels from the neck. And when these things were lost, who might have a greater right to keep them than the young men of the Revolution, the brave and the leaders, they who did the work? If you mean that your respectable great-grandfather stole something, you needn't explain it any more, Dorrington said. I quite understand. I do not say stole. When there is a great revolution, a thing is anybody's. but it would not be convenient to tell of it at the time, for the new government might believe everything to be its own. These things I do not know. You will understand. I suggest an explanation, that is all. After the Great Revolution, my great-grandfather lives alone and quiet, and burns the charcoal as before. Why? The jewel is too great to sell so soon. So he gives it to his son and dies. He also, my grandfather, still burns the charcoal. Again, why? Because, as I believe, he is too poor, too common a man to go about openly to sell so great a stone. More, he loves the stone, for with that he is always rich. And so he burns his charcoal and lives contented as his father had done. And he is rich, and nobody knows it. What then? He has 2 sons. When he dies, which son does he leave the stone to? Each one says it is for himself. That is natural. I say it was for my father. But however that may make itself, my father dies suddenly. He falls in a pit. By accident, says his brother. Not by accident, says my mother. And soon after, she dies too. By accident too, perhaps you ask. Oh, yes, by accident too, no doubt. The man laughed disagreeably. So I am left alone, a little boy, to burn charcoal. When I am a bigger boy, there comes the Great War, and the Prussians besiege Paris. My uncle, he, burning charcoal no more, goes at night and takes things from the dead Prussians. Perhaps they are not always quite dead when he finds them. Perhaps he makes them so. Be that as it will, the Prussians take him one dark night, and they stand him against a garden wall, and piff, paff, they shoot him. That is all of my uncle. But he dies a rich man, and nobody knows. What does his wife do? She has the jewel, and she has a little money that has been got from the dead Prussians. So, when the war is over, she comes to London with my cousin, the bad Léon, and she has a café, Café des Bons Camarades. And Léon grows up, and his mother dies, and he has the café, and with the jewel is a rich man, nobody knowing. Nobody but me. But, figure to yourself, shall I burn charcoal and starve at Bonneuil with a rich cousin in London, rich with a diamond that should be mine? Not so. I come over, and Léon, at first, he lets me wait at the café. But I do not want that. There is the stone, and I can never see it, never find it. So one day Léon finds me looking in a box, and shoot, out I go. I tell Léon that I will share the jewel with him, or I will tell the police. He laughs at me. There is no jewel, he says. I am mad. I do not tell the police, for that is to lose it altogether. But I come here, and I offer you 1/4 of the diamond if you shall get it. Steal it for you, eh? Jacques Bouvier shrugged his shoulders. The word is as you please, he said. The jewel is not his, and if there is delay, it will be gone. Already he goes each day to Hatton Garden, leaving his wife to keep the Café des Bons Camarades. Perhaps he is selling the jewel today. Who can tell? So that it will be well that you begin at once. Very well. My fee in advance will be 20 guineas. What? Dieu, I have no money, I tell you. Get the diamond, and there is 1/4, 25% for you. But what guarantee do you give that this story of yours isn't all a hoax? Can you expect me to take everything on trust and work for nothing? The man rose and waved his arms excitedly. It is true, I say, he exclaimed. It is a fortune. There is much for you, and it will pay. I have no money, or you should have some. What can I do? You will lose the chance if you are foolish. It rather seems to me, my friend, that I shall be foolish to give valuable time to gratifying your cock-and-bull fancies. See here now, I'm a man of business, and my time is fully occupied. You come here and waste half an hour or more of it with a long rigmarole about some valuable article that you say yourself you have never seen, and you don't even know whether it is a diamond or not. You wander at large over family traditions which you may believe yourself or may not. You have no money, and you offer no fee as a guarantee of your bona fides. And the sum of the thing is that you ask me to go and commit a theft, to purloin an article you can't even describe, and then to give you 3/4 of the proceeds. No, my man, you have made a mistake. You must go away from here at once, and if I find you hanging about my door again, I shall have you taken away very summarily. Do you understand? Now, go away." "Mon Dieu, but I have no more time to waste," Dorrington answered, opening the door and pointing to the stairs. "If you stay here any longer, you'll get into trouble." Jacques Bouvier walked out, muttering and agitating his hands. At the top stair he turned, and almost too angry for words, burst out, "Sir, you are a very big fool. A fool!" But Dorrington slammed the door. He determined, however, if he could find a little time, to learn a little more of Léon Bouvier, perhaps to put a man to watch at the Café des Bons Camarades. That the keeper of this place in Soho should go regularly to Hatton Garden, the diamond market, was curious, and Dorrington had met and analysed too many extraordinary romances to put aside unexamined Jacques Bouvier's seemingly improbable story. But, having heard all the man had to say, it had clearly been his policy to get rid of him in the way he had done. Dorrington was quite ready to steal a diamond, or anything else of value, if it could be done quite safely, but he was no such fool as to give 3/4 of his plunder, or any of it, to somebody else. So that the politic plan was to send Jacques Bouvier away with the impression that his story was altogether pooh-poohed and was to be forgotten. 2. Dorrington left his office late that day, and the evening being clear, though dark, he walked toward Conduit Street by way of Soho. He thought to take a glance at the Café des Bons Camarades on his way without being observed, should Jacques Bouvier be in the vicinity. Beck Street, Soho, was a short and narrow street lying east and west, and joining two of the larger streets that stretched north and south across the district. It was even a trifle dirtier than these by-streets in that quarter are wont to be. The Café des Bons Camarades was a little green-painted shop, the window whereof was backed by muslin curtains, while upon the window itself appeared in florid painted letters the words "Cuisine Française." It was the only shop in the street, with the exception of a small coal and firewood shed at one end, the other buildings consisting of the side wall of a factory, now closed for the night, and a few tenement houses. An alley entrance, apparently the gate of a stable yard, stood next the café. As Dorrington walked by the steamy window, he was startled to hear his own name and some part of his office address spoken in excited tones somewhere in this dark alley entrance. And suddenly a man, rather well dressed, and cramming a damaged tall hat on his head as he went, darted from the entrance and ran in the direction from which Dorrington had come. A stoutly built Frenchwoman, carrying on her face every indication of extreme excitement, watched him from the gateway, and Dorrington made no doubt that it was in her voice that he had heard his name mentioned. He walked briskly to the end of the short street, turned at the end, and hurried round the block of houses in hope to catch another sight of the man. Presently he saw him, running, in Old Compton Street, and making in the direction of Charing Cross Road. Dorrington mended his pace and followed. The man emerged where Shaftesbury Avenue meets Charing Cross Road, and, as he crossed, hesitated once or twice, as though he thought of hailing a cab, but decided rather to trust his own legs. He hastened through the byways to St. Martin's Lane, and Dorrington now perceived that one side and half the back of his coat was dripping with wet mud. Also it was plain, as Dorrington had suspected, that his destination was Dorrington's own office in Bedford Street. So the follower broke into a trot, and at last came upon the muddy man wrenching at the bell, and pounding at the closed door of the house in Bedford Street, just as the housekeeper began to turn the lock. "Monsieur Dorrington! Monsieur Dorrington!" the man exclaimed excitedly as a door was opened. "He's gone home long ago," the caretaker growled. "You might have known that. Oh, here he is, though. Good evening, sir." "I am Mr. Dorrington," the inquiry agent said politely. "Can I do anything for you?" "Ah, yes, it is important. At once. I am robbed." "Just step upstairs, then, and tell me about it." Dorrington had but begun to light the gas in his office when his visitor broke out. "I am robbed, Monsieur Dorrington, robbed by my cousin Coquia. Robbed of everything. Robbed, I tell you." He seemed astonished to find the other so little excited by the intelligence. "Let me take your coat," Dorrington said calmly. "You've had a downer in the mud, I see. Why, what's this?" He smelt the collar as he went toward a hat peg. "Chloroform. Ah, yes, it is that rascal Jacques, I will tell you. This evening I go into the gateway next my house, Café de Bon Camarade, to enter by the side door, and paf! A shawl is flung across my face from behind. It is pulled tight. There is a knee in my back. I can catch nothing with my hand. It smells all hot in my throat. I choke, and I fall over. There is no more. I wake up, and I see my wife, and she take me into the house. I am all muddy and tired, but I feel, and I have lost my property. It is a diamond. And my cousin Jacques, he has done it." "Are you sure of that?" "Sure? Oh, yes, it is certain, I tell you. Certain." "Then why not inform the police?" The visitor was clearly taken aback by this question. He faltered and looked searchingly in Dorrington's face. "That is not always the convenient way," he said. "I would rather that you do it. It is a diamond that I want, not to punish my cousin, thief that he is." Dorrington mended a quill with ostentatious care, saying encouragingly as he did so, "I can quite understand that you may not wish to prosecute your cousin, only to recover the diamond you speak of. Also, I can quite understand that there may be reasons, family reasons perhaps others, which may render it inadvisable to make even the existence of the jewel known more than absolutely necessary. For instance, there may be other claimants. Monsieur Léon Bouvier." The visitor started. "You know my name, then?" he asked. "How is that?" Dorrington smiled, the smile of a sphinx. "Monsieur Bouvier," he said, "it is my trade to know everything. Everything." He put the pen down and gazed whimsically at the other. "My agents are everywhere. You talk of the secret agent of the Russian police. They are nothing. It is my trade to know all things. For instance," Dorrington unlocked a drawer and produced a book. It was but an office diary, and turning its pages went on. "Let me see. B. It is my trade, for instance, to know about the Café de Bon Camarade, established by the late Madame Bouvier, now unhappily deceased. It is my trade to know of Madame Bouvier at Bonneuil, where the charcoal was burnt, and where Madame Bouvier was unfortunately left a widow at the time of the siege of Paris, because of some lamentable misunderstanding of her husband's with a file of Prussian soldiers by an orchard wall. It is my trade, moreover, to know something of the sad death of that husband's brother, in a pit, and of the later death of his widow. Oh, yes, more," turning a page attentively, as though following detailed notes. "It is my trade to know of a little quarrel between those brothers. It might even have been about a diamond, just such a diamond as you have come about tonight, and of jewels missed from the Tuileries in the great Revolution 100 years ago." He shut the book with a bang and returned it to its place. "And there are other things, too many to talk about," he said, crossing his legs and smiling calmly at the Frenchman. During this long pretense at reading, Bouvier had slid farther and farther forward on his chair, till he sat on the edge, his eyes staring wide, and his chin dropped. He had been pale when he arrived, but now he was of a leaden grey. He said not a word. Dorrington laughed lightly. "Come," he said, "I see you are astonished. Very likely. Very few of the people and families whose dossiers we have here," he waved his hand generally about the room, "are aware of what we know. But we don't make a song of it, I assure you, unless it is for the benefit of clients. A client's affairs are sacred, of course, and our resources are at his disposal. Do I understand that you become a client?" Bouvier sat a little farther back on his chair and closed his mouth. Yes," he answered at length, with an effort, moistening his lips as he spoke. "That is why I come." "Ah, now we shall understand each other," Dorrington replied genially, opening an ink-pot and clearing his blotting-pad. "We're not connected with the police here, or anything of that sort, and, except so far as we can help them, we leave our clients' affairs alone. You wish to be a client, and you wish me to recover your lost diamond. Very well, that is business. The first thing is the usual fee in advance, 20 guineas. Will you write a check?" Bouvier had recovered some of his self-possession, and he hesitated. "It is a large fee," he said. "Large? Nonsense! It is the sort of fee that might easily be swallowed up in half a day's expenses. And besides, a rich diamond merchant like yourself—" Bouvier looked up quickly. "Diamond merchant?" he said. "I do not understand. I have lost my diamond. There was but one." "And yet you go to Hatton Garden every day." "What?" cried Bouvier, letting his hand fall from the table. "You know that, too?" "Of course," Dorrington laughed easily. "It is my trade, I tell you. But write the check." Bouvier produced a crumpled and dirty cheque-book and complied, with many pauses, looking up dazedly from time to time into Dorrington's face. "Now," said Dorrington, "tell me where you kept your diamond, and all about it." "It was in an old little wooden box. So." Bouvier, not yet quite master of himself, sketched an oblong of something less than 3 inches long by 2 broad. The box was old and black. My grandfather may have made it, or his father. The lid fitted very tight, and the inside was packed with fine charcoal powder, with a diamond resting in it. The diamond. Oh, it was great. Like that. So. He made another sketch, roughly square, 1.25 inches across. But it looked even much greater still. So bright, so wonderful. It is easy to understand that my grandfather did not sell it, beside the danger. It is so beautiful a thing, and it is such great riches, all in one little box. Why should not a poor charcoal burner be rich in secret, and look at his diamond, and get all the few things he wants by burning his charcoal? And there was the danger. But that is long ago. I am a man of business, and I desire to sell it and be rich. And that Jacques, he has stolen it. Let us keep to the point. The diamond was in a box. Well, where was the box? On the outside of the box there were notches, so and so. Round the box, at each place, there was a tight, strong silk cord, that is, 2 cords. The cords were round my neck, under my shirt, so. And the box was under my arm, just as a boy carries his satchel, but high up, in the armpit, where I could feel it at all times. Tonight, when I come to myself, my collar was broken at the stud. See, the cords were cut, and all was gone. You say your cousin Jacques had done this. How do you know? Ah, but who else? Who else could know? And he has always tried to steal it. At first I let him wait at the Café des Bons Camarades. What does he do? He pries about my house, and opens drawers, and I catch him at last looking in a box, and I turn him out. And he calls me a thief. Sacre! He goes. I have no more of him. And so he does this. Very well. Write down his name and address on this piece of paper, and your own. Bouvier did so. And now tell me what you have been doing at Hatton Garden. Well, it was a very great diamond. I could not go to the first man and show it to sell. I must make myself known. It never struck you to get the stone cut in two, did it? Eh? What? Nom de chien, no! He struck his knee with his hand. Fool! Why did I not think of that? But still, he grew more thoughtful, I should have to show it to get it cut, and I did not know where to go, and the value would have been less. Just so, but it's the regular thing to do, I may tell you, in cases like this. But go on, about Hatton Garden, you know. I thought that I must make myself known among the merchants of diamonds, and then, perhaps, I should learn the ways and one day be able to sell. As it was, I knew nothing at all. I waited, and I saved money in the cafe. Then, when I could do it, I dressed well and went and bought some diamonds of a dealer, very little diamonds, a little trayful for 20 pounds, and I tried to sell them again, but I have paid too much. I can only sell for 15 pounds. Then I buy more, and sell them for what I give. Then I take an office in Hatton Garden. That is, I share a room with a dealer, and there is a partition between our desks. My wife attends the cafe. I go to Hatton Garden to buy and sell. It loses me money, but I must lose till I can sell the great diamond. I get to know the dealers more and more. And then tonight, as I go home, he finished with an expressive shrug and a wave of the hand. Yes, I think I see, Dorrington said. As to the diamond again, it doesn't happen to be a blue diamond, does it? No, pure white. Perfect. Dorrington had asked because two especially famous diamonds disappeared from among the French crown jewels at the time of the Great Revolution. One blue, the greatest colored diamond ever known, and the other, the Mirror of Portugal. Bouvier's reply made it plain that it was certainly not the first which he had just lost. Come, Dorrington said, I will call and inspect the scene of your disaster. I haven't dined yet, and it must be well past 9 o'clock now. They returned to Beck Street. There were gates at the dark entry by the side of the Café des Bons Camarades, but they were never shut, Bouvier explained. Dorrington had them shut now, however, and a lantern was produced. The paving was of rough cobblestones, deep in mud. Do many people come down here in the course of an evening? Dorrington asked. Never anybody but myself. Very well. Stand away at your side door. Bouvier and his wife stood huddled and staring on the threshold of the side door, while Dorrington, with the lantern, explored the muddy cobblestones. The pieces of a broken bottle lay in a little heap, and a cork lay a yard away from them. Dorrington smelt the cork, and then collected together the broken glass, there were but 4 or 5 pieces, from the little heap. Another piece of glass lay by itself a little way off, and this also Dorrington took up, scrutinizing it narrowly. Then he traversed the whole passage carefully, stepping from bare stone to bare stone, and skimming the ground with the lantern. The mud lay confused and trackless in most places, though the place where Bouvier had been lying was indicated by an appearance of sweeping, caused no doubt by his wife dragging him to his feet. Only one other thing, beside the glass and cork, did Dorrington carry away as evidence, and that the Bouviers knew nothing of, for it was the remembrance of the mark of a sharp, small boot heel in more than one patch of mud between the stones. Will you object, Madame Bouvier, he asked, as he handed back the lantern, to show me the shoes you wore when you found your husband lying out here? Madame Bouvier had no objection at all. They were what she was then wearing, and had worn all day. She lifted her foot and exhibited one. There was no need for a second glance. It was a loose, easy cashmere boot, with spring sides and heels cut down flat for indoor comfort. And this was at what time? It was between 7 and 8 o'clock, both agreed, though they differed a little as to the exact time. Bouvier had recovered when his wife raised him, had entered the house with her, at once discovered his loss, and immediately, on his wife's advice, set out to find Dorrington, whose name the woman had heard spoken of frequently among the visitors to the cafe in connection with the affair of the secret society already alluded to. He had felt certain that Dorrington would not be at his office, but trusted to be directed where to find him. "Now," Dorrington asked of Bouvier, the woman had been called away, "tell me some more about your cousin. Where does he live?" "In Little Norham Street, the third house from this end, on the right side, and the back room at the top. That is, unless he has moved just lately." "Has he been ill recently?" "Ill?" Bouvier considered. "Not that I can say. No, I have never heard of Jacques being ill." It seemed to strike him as an incongruous and new idea. "Nothing has made him ill all his life. He is too good in constitution, I think." "Does he wear spectacles?" "Spectacles? Mais no, never. Why should he wear spectacles? His eyes are good as mine." "Very well. Now attend. Tomorrow you must not go to Hatton Garden. I will go for you. If you see your cousin Jacques, you must say nothing. Take no notice. Let everything proceed as though nothing had happened. Leave all to me. Give me your address at Hatton Garden." "But what is it you must do there?" "That is my business. I do my business in my own way. Still, I will give you a hint. Where is it that diamonds are sold? In Hatton Garden, as you so well know, as I expect your cousin knows if he has been watching you. Then where will your cousin go to sell it? Hatton Garden, of course. Never mind what I shall do there to intercept it. I am to be your new partner, you understand, bringing money into the business. You must be ill and stay at home till you hear from me. Go now and write me a letter of introduction to the man who shares the office with you, or I shall write it if you like, and you shall sign it. What sort of a man is he?" "Very quiet, a tall man, perhaps English, but perhaps not." "Ever buy or sell diamonds with him?" "Once only. It was the first time. That is how I learned of the half office to let." The letter was written, and Dorrington stuffed it carelessly into his pocket. "Mr. Hammer is the name, is it?" he said. "I fancy I have met him somewhere. He is short-sighted, isn't he?" "Oh, yes, he is short-sighted, with pince-nez." "Not very well lately?" "No, I think not. He takes medicine in the office. But you will be careful, eh? He must not know." "Do you think so? Perhaps I may tell him, though." "Tell him? Ciel, no! You must not tell people. No." "Shall I throw the whole case over and keep your deposit fee?" "No, no, not that. But it is foolish to tell to people." "I am to judge what is foolish and what wise, Monsieur Bouvier. Good evening." "Good evening, Monsieur Dorrington." "Good evening." Bouvier followed him out of the gate. "And will you tell me, do you think there is a way to get the diamond? Have you any plan?" "Oh, yes, Monsieur Bouvier. I have a plan. But, as I have said, that is my business. It may be a successful plan, or it may not. That we shall see." And the dossier?" "The notes that you so marvellously have written out in the book you read. When this business is over, you will destroy them, eh? You will not leave a clue?" "The notes that I have in my books," answered Dorrington, without relaxing a muscle of his face, "are my property, for my own purposes, and were mine before you came to me. Those relating to you are a mere item in thousands. So long as you behave well, Monsieur Bouvier, they will not harm you. And, as I said, the confidences of a client are sacred to Dorrington and Hicks. But as to keeping them, certainly I shall. Once more, good evening." Even the stony-faced Dorrington could not repress a smile, and something very like a chuckle, as he turned the end of the street and struck out across Golden Square towards his rooms in Conduit Street. The simple Frenchman, only half a rogue, even less than half, was now bamboozled, and put aside as effectually as his cousin had been. Certainly there was a diamond, and an immense one. If only the Bouvier tradition were true, probably the famous Mirror of Portugal, and nothing stood between Dorrington and absolute possession of that diamond but an ordinary sort of case such as he dealt with every day. And he had made Bouvier pay a fee for the privilege of putting him completely on the track of it. Dorrington smiled again. His dinner was spoilt by waiting, but he troubled little of that. He spread before him and examined again the pieces of glass and the cork. The bottle had been a druggist's ordinary flat bottle, graduated with dose marks, and altogether 7 inches high or thereabout. It had without a doubt contained the chloroform wherewith Leon Bouvier had been assaulted, as Dorrington had judged from the smell of the cork. The fact of the bottle being corked showed that the chloroform had not been bought all at once, since in that case it would have been put up in a stoppered bottle. More probably it had been procured in very small quantities, ostensibly for toothache or something of that kind, at different druggists, and put together in this larger bottle, which had originally been used for something else. The bottle had been distinguished by a label, the usual white label affixed by the druggist with directions as to taking the medicine, and this label had been scraped off, all except a small piece at the bottom edge by the right-hand side, whereon might be just distinguished the greater part of the letters N.E. The piece of glass that had lain a little way apart from the bottle was not a part of it, as a casual observer might have supposed. It was a fragment of a concave lens with a channel ground in the edge. End of The Case of the Mirror of Portugal by Arthur Morrison, Part 1. Recording by William Tomko.
Section 10 of The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. The Case of the Mirror of Portugal by Arthur Morrison, Part 2. At 10 precisely next morning, as usual, Mr. Ludwig Hammer mounted the stairs of the house at Hatton Garden, wherein he rented half a room as office. He was a tall, fair man, wearing thick, convex pince-nez. He spoke English like a native, and indeed he called himself an Englishman, though there were those who doubted the Briticism of his name. Scarce had he entered his office when Dorrington followed him. The room had never been a very large one, and now a partition divided it in two, leaving a passage at one side only by the window. On each side of this partition stood a small pedestal table, a couple of chairs, a copying press, and the other articles usual in a meagerly finished office. Dorrington strode past Bouvier's half of the room, and came upon Hammer as he was hanging his coat on a peg. The letter of introduction had been burnt, since Dorrington had only asked for it in order to get Hammer's name and the Hatton Garden address without betraying to Bouvier the fact that he did not already know all about it. "Good morning, Mr. Hammer," said Dorrington loudly. "Sorry to see you're not well." He pointed familiarly with his stick at a range of medicine bottles on a mantelpiece. "But it's very trying weather, of course. You've been suffering from toothache, I believe?" Hammer seemed at first disposed to resent the loudness and familiarity of this speech, but at the reference to toothache he started suddenly and set his lips. "Chloroform's a capital thing for toothache, Mr. Hammer, and for other things. I'm not in your line of business myself, but I believe it has even been used in the diamond trade." "What do you mean?" asked Hammer, flushing angrily. "Mean? Why, bless me, nothing more than I said. By the way, I'm afraid you dropped one of your medicine bottles last night. I brought it back, though I'm afraid it's past repair. It's a good job you didn't quite clear the label off before you took it out with you, else I might have had a difficulty." Dorrington placed the fragments on the table. "You see, you've just left the first letter of E.C. in the druggist's address, and the last N of Hatton Garden just before it. There doesn't happen to be any other garden in E.C. district that I know of, nor does the name of any other thoroughfare end in N. They are mostly streets, or lanes, or courts, you see. And there seems to be only one druggist in Hatton Garden. Capital fellow, no doubt. The one whose name and address I observe on those bottles on the mantelpiece." Dorrington stood with his foot on a chair, and tapped his knee carelessly with his stick. Hammer dropped into the other chair, and regarded him with a frown, though his face was pale. Presently he said in a strained voice, "Well?" "Yes, there is something else, Mr. Hamer, as you appear to suggest. I see you wearing a new pair of glasses this morning. Pity you broke the others last night, but I brought the piece you left behind." He gathered up the broken bottle and held up the piece of concave lens. "I think, after all, it's really best to use a cord with pince nez. It's awkward, and it catches in things, I know, but it saves a breakage, and you're liable to get the glasses knocked off, you know, in certain circumstances." Hamer sprang to his feet with a snarl, slammed the door, locked it, and turned on Dorrington. But now Dorrington had a revolver in his hand, though his manner was as genial as ever. "Yes, yes," he said, "best to shut the door, of course. People listen, don't they? But sit down again. I'm not anxious to hurt you, and as you will perceive, you're quite unable to hurt me. What I chiefly came to say is this. Last evening my client, Mr. Leon Bouvier of this office and Café de Bons Camarades, was attacked in the passage adjoining his house by a man who was waiting for him, with a woman. Was it really Mrs. Hamer? But there, I won't ask. Keeping watch. He was robbed of a small old wooden box containing charcoal and a diamond. My name is Dorrington, firm of Dorrington and Hicks, which you may have heard of. That's my card. I've come to take away that diamond." Hamer was pale and angry, but in his way was almost as calm as Dorrington. He put down the card without looking at it. "I don't understand you," he said. "How do you know I've got it?" "Come, come, Mr. Hamer," Dorrington replied, rubbing the barrel of his revolver on his knee. "That's hardly worthy of you. You're a man of business, with a head on your shoulders, the sort of man I like doing business with, in fact. Men like ourselves needn't trifle. I've shown you most of the cards I hold, though not all, I assure you. I'll tell you, if you like, all about your little tour round the druggist with a convenient toothache, all about the evenings on which you watched Bouvier home, and so on. But, really, need we, as men of the world, descend to such peddling detail? Well, suppose I have got it, and suppose I refuse to give it to you. What then?" "What then? But why should we talk of unpleasant things? You won't refuse, you know." "Do you mean you'd get it out of me by help of that pistol?" "Well," said Dorrington, deliberately, "the pistol is noisy, and it makes a mess and all that. But it's a useful thing, and I might do it with that, you know, in certain circumstances. But I wasn't thinking of it. There's a much less troublesome way." "Which?" "You're a slower man than I took you for, Mr. Hamer. Or perhaps you haven't quite appreciated me yet. If I were to go to that window and call the police, what with the little bits of evidence in my pocket, and the other little bits that the druggist who sold the chloroform would give you, and the other bits in reserve that I prefer not to talk about just now, there would be rather an awkwardly complete case of robbery with violence, wouldn't there? And you'd have to lose the diamond after all, to say nothing of a little rest in jail and general ruination." "That sounds very well, but what about your client?" "Come now, you call me a man of the world, and I am one. How will your client account for the possession of a diamond worth £80,000 or so? He doesn't seem a millionaire. The police would want to know about him as well as about me if you were such a fool as to bring them in. Where did he steal it, eh?" Dorrington smiled and bowed at the question. "That's a very good card to play, Mr. Hamer," he said. "A capital card, really. To a superficial observer it might look like winning the trick. But I think I can trump it." He bent further forward and tapped the table with the pistol barrel. "Suppose I don't care one solitary dump what becomes of my client. Suppose I don't care whether he goes to jail or stays out of it. In short, suppose I prefer my own interests to his." "Oh," Hamer cried, "I begin to understand. You want to grab the diamond for yourself, then?" "I haven't said anything of the kind, Mr. Hamer," Dorrington replied suavely. "I have simply demanded the diamond which you stole last night, and I have mentioned an alternative." "Oh, yes, yes, but we understand one another. Come, we'll arrange this. How much do you want?" Dorrington stared at him stonily. I beg your pardon," he said, "but I don't understand. I want the diamond you stole." "But come now, we'll divide. Bouvier had no right to it, and he's out. You and I, perhaps, haven't much right to it, legally, but it's between us, and we're both in the same position." "Pardon me," Dorrington replied silkily, "but there you mistake. We are not in the same position by a long way. You are liable to an instant criminal prosecution. I have simply come, authorized by my client, who bears all responsibility, to demand a piece of property which you have stolen. That is the difference between our positions, Mr. Hamer. Come now, a policeman is standing just opposite. Shall I open the window and call him? Or do you give in?" "Oh, I give in, I suppose," Hamer groaned. "But you're a deal too hard. A man of your ability shouldn't be so mean." "That's right and reasonable," Dorrington answered briskly. "The wise man is the man who knows when he is beaten, and saves further trouble. You may not find me so mean after all, but I must have the stone first. I hold the trumps, and I'm not going to let the other player make conditions. Where's the diamond?" "It isn't here, it's at home. You'll have to get it out of Mrs. Hamer. Shall I go and wire to her?" No, said Dorrington. "That's not the way. We'll just go together, and take Mrs. Hamer by surprise, I think. I mustn't let you out of sight, you know. Come, we'll get a hansom. Is it far?" "Bessborough Street, Pimlico. You'll find Mrs. Hamer has a temper of her own." Well, we all have our failings. But before we start, now, observe." For a moment Dorrington was stern and menacing. "You wriggled a little at first, but that was quite natural. Now you've given in, and at the first sign of another wiggle I stop at once and for all. Understand? No tricks, now." They entered a hansom at the door. Hamer was moody and silent at first, but under the influence of Dorrington's gay talk, he opened out after a while. "Well," he said, "you're far the cleverest of the three, no doubt, and perhaps in that way you deserve to win. It's mighty smart of you to come in like this, and push Bouvier on one side and me on the other, and both of us helpless. But it's rough on me after having all the trouble." "Don't be a bad loser, man," Dorrington answered. "You might have had a deal more trouble and a deal more roughness, too, I assure you." "Oh, yes, I might. I'm not grumbling. But there's one thing that's puzzled me all along. Where did Bouvier get that stone from?" "He inherited it. It's the most important of the family jewels, I assure you." "Oh, skittles! I might have known you wouldn't tell me, even if you knew yourself. But I should like to know, what sort of a duffer must it have been that let Bouvier do him for that big stone? Bouvier, of all men in the world! Why, he was a record flat himself. Couldn't tell a diamond from a glass marble, I should think. Why, he used to buy peddling little trays of rotters in the garden at twice their value. And then he'd sell them for what he could get. I know very well he wasn't going on systematically dropping money like that for no reason at all. He had some axe to grind, that was plain. And after a while he got asking timid questions as to the sale of big diamonds, and how it was done and who bought them and all that. That put me on it at once. All this buying and selling at a loss was a blind. He wanted to get into the trade to sell stolen diamonds, that was clear, and there was some value in them too, else he couldn't afford to waste months of time and lose money every day over it. So I kept my eye on him. I noticed when he put his overcoat on, and thought I wasn't looking, he would settle a string of some sort round his neck, under his shirt collar, and feel to pack up something close under his armpit. Then I watched him home, and saw the sort of shanty he lived in. I mentioned those things to Mrs. H., and she was naturally indignant at the idea of a chap like Bouvier having something valuable in a dishonest way, and agreed with me that if possible it ought to be got from him, if only in the interest of virtue. Hamer laughed jerkily. So at any rate we determined to get a look at whatever it was hanging around his neck, and we made the arrangements you know about. It seemed to me that Bouvier was pretty sure to lose it before long, one way or another, if it had any value at all, to judge by the way it was done in other matters. But I assure you I nearly fell down like Bouvier himself when I saw what it was. No wonder we left the bottle behind where I dropped it, after soaking the shawl. I wonder I didn't leave the shawl itself, and my hat, and everything. I assure you we sat up half last night looking at that wonderful stone. No doubt. I shall have a good look at it myself, I assure you. Here is Bessington Street. Which is the number?" They alighted, and entered a house rather smaller than those about it. "Ask Mrs. Hamer to come here," said Hamer gloomily to the servant. The men sat in the drawing-room. Presently Mrs. Hamer entered, a shortish, sharp, keen-eyed woman of 45. "This is Mr. Dorrington," said Hamer, "of Dorrington and Hicks, private detectives. He wants us to give him that diamond." The little woman gave a sort of involuntary bounce, and exclaimed, "What? Diamond? What do you mean?" "Oh, it's no good, Maria," Hamer answered dolefully. "I've tried it every way myself. One comfort is we're safe, as long as we give it up. Here," he added, turning to Dorrington, "show her some of your evidence. That'll convince her." Very politely Dorrington brought forth, with full explanations, the cork and the broken glass, while Mrs. Hamer, biting hard at her thin lips, grew shinier and redder in the face every moment, and her hard grey eyes flashed fury. "And you let this man," she burst out to her husband when Dorrington had finished, "you let this man leave your office with those things in his possession after he'd shown them to you? And you as big as he is, and bigger? Coward!" "My dear, you don't appreciate Mr. Dorrington's forethought, hang it. I made preparations for the very line of action you recommend, but he was ready. He brought out a very well-kept revolver, and he has it in his pocket now." Mrs. Hamer only glared, speechless with anger. "You might just get Mr. Dorrington a whiskey and soda, Maria," Hamer pursued, with a slight lift of the eyebrows which he did not intend Dorrington to see. The woman was on her feet in a moment. "Thank you, no," interposed Dorrington, rising also. "I won't trouble you. I'd rather not drink anything just now, and although I fear I may appear rude, I can't allow either of you to leave the room. In short," he added, "I must stay with you both till I get the diamond." "And this man Bouvier?" asked Mrs. Hamer. "What is his right to the stone?" "Really, I don't feel competent to offer an opinion, do you know?" Dorrington answered sweetly. "To tell the truth, Monsieur Bouvier doesn't interest me very much." "No go, Maria," growled Hamer. "I've tried it all. The fact is we've got to give Dorrington the diamond. If we don't, he'll just call in the police. Then we should lose diamonds and everything else too. He doesn't care what becomes of Bouvier. He's got us, that's what it is. He won't even bargain to give us a share." Mrs. Hamer looked quickly up. "Oh, but that's nonsense," she said. "We've got the thing. We ought at least to say has." Her sharp eyes searched Dorrington's face, but there was no encouragement in it. "I'm sorry to disappoint a lady," he said, "but this time it is my business to impose terms, not to submit to them. Come, the diamond." "Well, you'll give us something, surely?" the woman cried. "Nothing is sure, madam, except that you will give me that diamond, or face a policeman in 5 minutes." The woman realized her helplessness. "Well," she said, "much good may it do you. You'll have to come and get it. I'm keeping it somewhere else. I'll go and get my hat." Again Dorrington interposed. "I think we'll send your servant for the hat," he said, reaching for the bell rope. "I'll come wherever you like, but I shall not leave you till this affair is settled, I promise you. And, as I reminded your husband a little time ago, you'll find tricks come expensive." The servant brought Mrs. Hamer's hat and cloak, and that lady put them on, her eyes ablaze with anger. Dorrington made the pair walk before him to the front door, and follow them into the street. "Now," he said, "where is this place? Remember, no tricks." Mrs. Hamer turned towards Vauxhall Bridge. "It's just over by Upper Kennington Lane," she said. "Not far." She paced out before them, Dorrington and Hamer following, the former affable and businesslike, the latter apparently a little puzzled. When they came about the middle of the bridge, the woman turned suddenly. "Come, Mr. Dorrington," she said in a more subdued voice than she had used yet. "I give in. It's no use trying to shake you off, I can see. I have the diamond with me. Here." She put a little black wooden box in his hand. He made to open the lid, which fitted tightly, and at that moment the woman, pulling her other hand free from under her cloak, flung away over the parapet something that shone like 50 points of electric light. "There it goes!" she screamed aloud, pointing with her finger. "There's your diamond, you dirty thief, you bully! Go after it now, you spy!" The great diamond made a curve of glitter and disappeared into the river. For the moment Dorrington lost his cool temper. He seized the woman by the arm. "Do you know what you've done, you wildcat?" he exclaimed. "Yes, I do," the woman screamed, almost foaming with passion, while boys began to collect, though there had been but a few people on the bridge. "Yes, I do, and now you can do what you please, you thief, you bully." Dorrington was calm again in a moment. He shrugged his shoulders and turned away. Hamer was frightened. He came at Dorrington's side and faltered, I told you she had a temper. What will you do?" Dorrington forced a laugh. "Oh, nothing," he said. "What can I do? Locking you up now wouldn't fetch the diamond back. And besides, I'm not sure that Mrs. Hamer won't attend to your punishment faithfully enough." And he walked briskly away. "What did she do, Bill?" asked one boy of another. "Why, didn't you see? She chucked that man's watch in the river." "Gar, that wasn't a watch," interrupted a third. "It was a little glass tumbler. I see it." "Have you got my diamond?" asked the agonized Léon Bouvier of Dorrington a day later. "No, I have not," Dorrington replied dryly. "Nor has your cousin Jacques. But I know where it is, and you can get it as easily as I." "Mon Dieu! Where?" "At the bottom of the River Thames, exactly in the centre, rather to the right of Vauxhall Bridge, looking from this side. I expect it will be rediscovered in some future age, when the bed of the Thames is a diamond field." The rest of Bouvier's savings went in the purchase of a boat, and in this, with a pail on a long rope, he was very busy for some time afterwards. But he only got a great deal of mud into his boat. End of The Case of the Mirror of Portugal, by Arthur Morrison. Recording by Todd.
Section 11 of The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Om123. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1, Madame Sarah, by L.T. Mead and Robert Eustache. Part 1. Everyone in trade, and a good many who are not, have heard of Warner's Agency, the Solvency Enquiry Agency for all British trade. Its business is to know the financial condition of all wholesale and retail firms, from Rothschild's to the smallest sweetstuff shop in Whitechapel. I do not say that every firm figures on its books, but by methods of secret enquiry it can discover the status of any firm or individual. It is the great safeguard to British trade and prevents much fraudulent dealing. Of this agency, I, Dixon Drews, was appointed manager in 1890. Since then, I have met queer people and seen strange sights, for men do curious things for money in this world. It so happened that in June 1899, my business took me to Madeira on an inquiry of some importance. I left the island on the 14th of the month by the Norham Castle for Southampton. I embarked after dinner. It was a lovely night, and the strains of the band in the public gardens of Funchal came floating across the star-powdered bay through the warm, balmy air. Then the engine bells rang to full speed ahead, and flinging a farewell to the fairest island on earth, I turned to the smoking room in order to light my cheroot. "Do you want a match, sir?" The voice came from a slender, young-looking man who stood near the taffrail. Before I could reply, he had struck one and held it out to me. "Excuse me," he said, as he tossed it overboard, "but surely I am addressing Mr. Dixon Drews." "You are, sir," I said, glancing keenly back at him, "but you have the advantage of me." "Don't you know me?" he responded. "Jack Selby, Hayward's House, Harrow, 1879. "By Jove, so it is!" I cried. Our hands met in a warm clasp, and a moment later I found myself sitting close to my old friend, who had fagged for me in the bygone days, and whom I had not seen from the moment when I said good-bye to the hill in the grey mist of a December morning 20 years ago. He was a boy of 14 then, but nevertheless I recognized him. His face was bronzed and good-looking, his features refined. As a boy, Selby had been noted for his grace, his well-shaped head, his clean-cut features. These characteristics still were his, and although he was now slightly past his first youth, he was decidedly handsome. He gave me a quick sketch of his history. "My father left me plenty of money," he said, "and the Meadows, our old family place, is now mine. I have a taste for natural history. That taste took me 2 years ago to South America. I have had my share of strange adventures, and have collected valuable specimens and trophies. I am now on my way home from Para, on the Amazon, having come by boat to Madeira, and changed there to the Castle line. But why all this talk about myself?" he added, bringing his deck chair a little nearer to mine. "What about your history, old chap? Are you settled down with a wife and kiddies of your own? Or is that dream of your school days fulfilled? And are you the owner of the best private laboratory in London?" "As to the laboratory," I said, with a smile, "you must come and see it. For the rest I am unmarried." "Are you?" "I was married the day before I left Para, and my wife is on board with me." "Capital!" I answered. "Let me hear all about it." "You shall. Her maiden name was Dallas, Beatrice Dallas. She is just 20 now. Her father was an Englishman, and her mother a Spaniard. Neither parent is living. She has an elder sister, Edith, nearly 30 years of age, unmarried, who is on board with us. There is also a step-brother, considerably older than either Edith or Beatrice. I met my wife last year in Para, and at once fell in love. I am the happiest man on earth. It goes without saying that I think her beautiful, and she is also very well off. The story of her wealth is a curious one. Her uncle, on the mother's side, was an extremely wealthy Spaniard, who made an enormous fortune in Brazil out of diamonds and minerals. He owned several mines, but it is supposed that his wealth turned his brain. At any rate, it seems to have done so, as far as the disposal of his money went. He divided the yearly profits and interest between his nephew and his 2 nieces, but declared that the property itself should never be split up. He has left the whole of it to that one of the 3 who should survive the others, A perfectly insane arrangement, but not, I believe, unprecedented in Brazil. Very insane, I echoed. What was he worth? Over 2 million sterlings. By Jove, I cried. What a sum! But what about the half-brother? He must be over 40 years of age, and is evidently a bad lot. I have never seen him. His sisters won't speak to him, or have anything to do with him. I understand that he is a great gambler. I am further told that he is at present in England, and as there are certain technicalities to be gone through before the girls can fully enjoy their incomes, one of the first things I must do when I get home is to find him out. He has to sign certain papers, for we shan't be able to put things straight until we get his whereabouts. Some time ago my wife and I had heard that he was ill, but dead or alive, we must know all about him, and as quickly as possible. I made no answer, and he continued. I'll introduce you to my wife and sister-in-law tomorrow. Beatrice is quite a child compared to Edith, who acts towards her almost like a mother. Bee is a little beauty, so fresh and round and young-looking, but Edith is handsome too, although I sometimes think she is as vain as a peacock. By the way, Drews, this brings me to another part of my story. The sisters have an acquaintance on board, one of the most remarkable women I have ever met. She goes by the name of Madame Sarah, and knows London well. In fact, she confesses to having a shop in the Strand. What she has been doing in Brazil, I do not know, for she keeps all her affairs strictly private. But you will be amazed when I tell you what her calling is. What? I asked. A professional beautifier. She claims the privilege of restoring youth to those who consult her. She also declares that she can make quite ugly people handsome. There is no doubt that she is very clever. She knows a little bit of everything, and has wonderful recipes with regard to medicines, surgery, and dentistry. She is a most lovely woman herself, very fair, with blue eyes, an innocent childlike manner, and quantities of rippling gold hair. She openly confesses that she is very much older than she appears. She looks about 25. She seems to have travelled all over the world, and says that by birth she is a mixture of Indian and Italian, her father having been Italian and her mother Indian. Accompanying her is an Arab, a handsome, picturesque sort of fellow, who gives her the most absolute devotion, and she is also bringing back to England 2 Brazilians from Para. This woman deals in all sorts of curious secrets, but principally in cosmetics. Her shop in the Strand could, I fancy, tell many a strange history. Her clients go to her there, and she does what is necessary for them. It is a fact that she occasionally performs small surgical operations, and there is not a dentist in London who can vie with her. She confesses quite naively that she holds some secrets for making false teeth cling to the palate that no one knows of. Edith Dallas is devoted to her. In fact, her adoration amounts to idolatry. You give a very brilliant account of this woman, I said. You must introduce me tomorrow. I will, answered Jack with a smile. I should like your opinion of her. I am right glad I have met you, Drews. It is like old times. When we get to London, I mean to put up at my town house in Eaton Square for the remainder of the season. The meadows shall be refurnished, and Bee and I will take up our quarters sometime in August. Then you must come and see us. But I am afraid, before I give myself up to mere pleasure, I must find that precocious brother-in-law, Henry Joachim Silva. If you have any difficulty, apply to me, I said. I can put at your disposal, in an unofficial way, of course, agents who would find almost any man in England, dead or alive. I then proceeded to give Selby a short account of my own business. Thanks, he said presently. That is capital. You are the very man we want. The next morning, after breakfast, Jack introduced me to his wife and sister-in-law. They were both foreign-looking, but very handsome, and the wife in particular had a graceful and uncommon appearance. We had been chatting about 5 minutes when I saw coming down the deck a slight, rather small woman, wearing a big sun hat. "Ah, madam," cried Selby, "here you are. I had the luck to meet an old friend on board, Mr. Dixon Drews, and I have been telling him all about you. I should like you to know each other. Drews, this lady is Madame Sarah, of whom I have spoken to you. Mr. Dixon Drews, Madame Sarah." She bowed gracefully, and then looked at me honestly. I had seldom seen a more lovely woman. By her side, both Mrs. Selby and her sister seemed to fade into insignificance. Her complexion was almost dazzlingly fair, her face refined in expression, her eyes penetrating, clever, and yet with the innocent frank gait of a child. Her dress was very simple. She looked altogether like a young, fresh, and natural girl. As we sat chatting lightly and about commonplace topics, I instinctively felt that she took an interest in me even greater than might be expected upon an ordinary introduction. By slow degrees, she so turned the conversation as to leave Selby and his wife and sister out, and then, as they moved away, she came a little nearer and said in a low voice, "I am very glad we have met, and yet how odd this meeting is. Was it really accidental?" "I do not understand you," I answered. "I know who you are," she said lightly. "You are the manager of Warner's agency. Its business is to know the private affairs of those people who would rather keep their own secrets. Now, Mr. Drews, I am going to be absolutely frank with you. I own a small shop in the Strand, a perfumery shop, and behind those innocent-looking doors I conduct a business which brings me in gold of the real. Have you, Mr. Drews, any objection to my continuing to make a livelihood in perfectly innocent ways?" "None whatever," I answered. "You puzzle me by alluding to the subject." "I want you to pay my shop a visit when you come to London. I have been away for 3 or 4 months. I do wonders for my clients, and they pay me largely for my services. I hold some perfectly innocent secrets which I cannot confide to anybody. I have obtained them partly from the Indians and partly from the natives of Brazil. I have lately been in Para to inquire into certain methods by which my trade can be improved." "And your trade is?" I said, looking at her with amusement and some surprise. "I am a beautifier," she said lightly. She looked at me with a smile. "You don't want me yet, Mr. Drews, but the time may come when even you will wish to keep back the infirmity's years. In the meantime, can you guess my age?" "I will not hazard a guess," I answered, "and I will not tell you. Let it remain a secret. Meanwhile, understand that my calling is quite an open one, and I do hold secrets. I should advise you, Mr. Drews, even in your professional capacity, not to interfere with them." The childlike expression faded from her face as she uttered the last words. There seemed to ring a sort of challenge in her tone. She turned away after a few moments, and I rejoined my friends. "You have been making acquaintance with Madame Sarah, Mr. Drews," said Mrs. Selby. "Don't you think she is lovely?" "She is one of the most beautiful women I have ever seen," I answered. "But there seems to be a mystery about her." "Oh, indeed there is," said Edith Dallas gravely. "She asked me if I could guess her age. I continued. I did not try, but surely she cannot be more than 25. "No one knows her age," said Mrs. Selby. "But I will tell you a curious fact, which perhaps you will not believe. She was bridesmaid at my mother's wedding 30 years ago. She declares that she never changes, and has no fear of old age." "You mean that seriously?" I cried. "But surely it is impossible." "Her name is on the register, and my mother knew her well. She was mysterious then, and I think my mother got into her power, but of that I am not certain. Anyhow, Edith and I adore her. Don't we, Eddie?" She laid her hand affectionately on her sister's arm. Edith Dallas did not speak, but her face was careworn. After a time, she said slowly, "Madame Sarah is uncanny and terrible. There is, perhaps, no business imaginable, not even a lawyer's, that engenders suspicions more than mine. I hate all mysteries, both in persons and things. Mysteries are my natural enemies. I felt now that this woman was a distinct mystery. That she was interested in me, I did not doubt, perhaps because she was afraid of me. The rest of the voyage passed pleasantly enough. The more I saw Mrs. Selby and her sister, the more I liked them. They were quite simple and straightforward. I felt sure that they were both as good as gold. We parted at Waterloo, Jack and his wife and her sister going to Jack's house in Eaton Square, and I returning to my quarters in St. John's Wood. I had a house there, with a long garden, at the bottom of which was my laboratory, the laboratory that was the pride of my life, it being, I fondly considered, the best private laboratory in London. There I spent all my spare time making experiments and trying this chemical combination and the other, living in hopes of doing great things some day, for Warner's agency was not to be the end of my career. Nevertheless, it interested me thoroughly, and I was not sorry to get back to my commercial conundrums. The next day, just before I started to go to my place of business, Jack Selby was announced. "I want you to help me," he said. I have been already trying in a sort of general way to get information about my brother-in-law, but all in vain. There is no such person in any of the directories. Can you put me on the road to discovery?" I said I could, and would, if he would leave the matter in my hands. "With pleasure," he replied. "You see how we are fixed up. Neither Edith nor B can get any money with regularity until the man is found. I cannot imagine why he hides himself." "I will insert advertisements in the personal columns of the newspapers," I said, "and request anyone who can give information to communicate with me at my office. I will also give instructions to all the branches of my firm, as well as to my head assistants in London, to keep their eyes open for any news. You may be quite certain that in a week or two we shall know all about him." Selby appeared cheered at this proposal, and having begged of me to call upon his wife and her sister as soon as possible, took his leave. On that very day advertisements were drawn up and sent to several newspapers and inquiry agents, but week after week passed without the slightest result. Selby got very fidgety at the delay. He was never happy except in my presence, and insisted on my coming, whenever I had time, to his house. I was glad to do so, for I took an interest both in him and his belongings, and as to Madame Sarah, I could not get her out of my head. One day Mrs. Selby said to me, "Have you ever been to see Madame? I know she would like to show you her shop and general surroundings." "I did promise to call upon her," I answered, "but have not had time to do so yet." "Will you come with me tomorrow morning?" asked Edith Dallas suddenly. She turned red as she spoke, and the worried, uneasy expression became more marked on her face. I had noticed for some time that she had been looking both nervous and depressed. I had first observed this peculiarity about her on board the Norham Castle, but as time went on, instead of lessening, it grew worse. Her face for so young a woman was haggard. She started at each sound, and Madame Sarah's name was never spoken in her presence without her avenging almost undue emotion. "Will you come with me?" she said with great eagerness. I immediately promised, and the next day, about 11 o'clock, Edith Dallas and I found ourselves in a hansom driving to Madame Sarah's shop. We reached it in a few minutes, and found an unpretentious little place wedged in between a hosier's on one side and a cheap print seller's on the other. In the windows of the shop were pyramids of perfume bottles, with scintillating facet stoppers tied with colored ribbons. We stepped out of the hansom and went indoors. Inside the shop were a couple of steps which led to a door of solid mahogany. "This is the entrance to her private house," said Edith, and she pointed to a small brass plate on which was engraved the name Madame Sarah, Parfumeuse. Edith touched an electric bell, and the door was immediately opened by a smartly dressed page boy. He looked at Miss Dallas as if he knew her very well, and said, "Madame is within, and is expecting you, miss." He ushered us both into a quiet-looking room, soberly but handsomely furnished. He left us, closing the door. Edith turned to me. "Do you know where we are?" she asked. "We are standing at present in a small room just behind Madame Sarah's shop," I answered. "Why are you so excited, Miss Dallas? What is the matter with you?" "We are on the threshold of the magician's cave," she replied. "We shall soon be face to face with the most marvelous woman in the whole of London. There is no one like her." "And you fear her?" I said, dropping my voice to a whisper. She started, stepped back, and with great difficulty recovered her composure. At that moment the page boy returned to conduct us through a series of small waiting rooms, and we soon found ourselves in the presence of Madame herself. "Ah," she said with a smile, "this is delightful. You have kept your word, Edith, and I am greatly obliged to you. I will now show Mr. Drews some of the mysteries of my trade. But understand, sir," she added, "that I shall not tell you any of my real secrets. Only as you would like to know something about me, you shall." "How can you tell I should like to know about you?" I asked. She gave me an honest glance, which somewhat astonished me, and then she said, "Knowledge is power. Don't refuse what I am willing to give. Edith, you will not object to waiting here, while I show Mr. Drews through the rooms. First observe this room, Mr. Drews. It is lighted only from the roof. When the door shuts, it automatically locks itself, so that any intrusion from without is impossible. This is my sanctum sanctorum. A faint odor of perfume pervades the room. This is a hot day, but the room itself is cool. What do you think of it all?" I made no answer. She walked to the other end, and motioned to me to accompany her. There stood a polished oak square table, on which lay an array of extraordinary-looking articles and implements. stoppered bottles full of strange medicaments, mirrors, plain and concave, brushes, sprays, sponges, delicate needle-pointed instruments of bright steel, tiny lancets, and forceps. Facing this table was a chair, like those used by dentists. Above the chair hung electric lights in powerful reflectors, and lenses like bull's-eye lanterns. Another chair, supported on a glass pedestal, was kept there, Madame Sarah informed me, for administering static electricity. There were dry cell batteries for the continuous currents, and induction coils for Faraday currents. There were also platinum needles for burning out the roots of hairs. Madame took me from this room into another, where a still more formidable array of instruments was to be found. Here were a wooden operating table and chloroform and ether apparatus. When I had looked at everything, she turned to me. "Now you know," she said. "I am a doctor, perhaps a quack. These are my secrets. By means of these I live and flourish." She turned her back on me and walked into the other room with the light springy step of youth. Edith Dallas, white as a ghost, was waiting for us. "You have done your duty, my child," said Madame. "Mr. Drews has seen just what I want him to see. I am very much obliged to you both. We shall meet tonight at Lady Farrington's at home. Until then, farewell." When we got into the street and were driving back again to Eaton Square, I turned to Edith. "Many things puzzle me about your friend," I said, "but perhaps none more than this. By what possible means can a woman who owns to being the possessor of a shop obtain the entry to some of the best houses in London? Why does society open her doors to this woman, Miss Dallas?" "I cannot quite tell you," was her reply. "I only know the fact that wherever she goes, she is welcomed and treated with consideration, and wherever she fails to appear, there is a universally expressed feeling of regret." I had also been invited to Lady Farrington's reception that evening, and I went there in a state of great curiosity. There was no doubt that Madame interested me. I was not sure of her. Beyond doubt, there was a mystery attached to her, and also, for some unaccountable reason, she wished both to propitiate and defy me. Why was this? I arrived early, and was standing in the crush near the head of the staircase when Madame was announced. She wore the richest white satin and quantities of diamonds. I saw her hostess bend towards her and talk eagerly. I noticed Madame's reply and the pleased expression that crossed Lady Farrington's face. A few minutes later, a man with a foreign-looking face and long beard sat down before the grand piano. He played a light prelude, and Madame Sarah began to sing. Her voice was sweet and low, with an extraordinary pathos in it. It was the sort of voice that penetrates to the heart. There was an instant pause in the gay chatter. She sang amidst perfect silence, and when the song had come to an end, there followed a furor of applause. I was just turning to say something to my nearest neighbor when I observed Edith Dallas, who was standing close by. Her eyes met mine. She laid her hand on my sleeve. "The room is hot," she said, half panting as she spoke. "Take me out on the balcony." I did so. The atmosphere of the reception rooms was almost intolerable, but it was comparatively cool in the open air. "I must not lose sight of her," she said suddenly. "Of whom?" I asked, somewhat astonished at her words. "Of Sarah." "She is there," I said. "You can see her from where you stand." We happened to be alone. I came a little closer. "Why are you afraid of her?" I asked. "Are you sure that we shall not be hurt?" was her answer. "She terrifies me," were her next words. "I will not betray your confidence, Miss Dallas. Will you not trust me? You ought to give me a reason for your fears." "I cannot. I dare not. I have said far too much already. Don't keep me, Mr. Drews. She must not find us together." As she spoke, she pushed her way through the crowd, and before I could stop her, was standing by Madame Sarah's side. End of Madame Sarah by L.T. Mead and Robert Eustace. Part 1. Section 12 of The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Om123. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. Madame Sarah by L.T. Mead and Robert Eustace. Part 2. The reception in Portland Place was, I remember, on the 26th of July. 2 days later, the Selbys were to give their final at home before leaving for the country. I was, of course, invited to be present, and Madame was also there. She had never been dressed more splendidly, nor had she ever before looked younger or more beautiful. Wherever she went, all eyes followed her. As a rule, her dress was simple, almost like what a girl would wear. But tonight she chose rich oriental stuffs, made of many colors, and absolutely glittering with gems. Her golden hair was studded with diamonds. Round her neck she wore turquoise and diamonds mixed. There were many younger women in the room, but none the youngest nor the fairest had a chance beside Madame. It was not mere beauty of appearance, it was charm which carries all before it. I saw Miss Dallas, looking slim and tall and pale, standing at a little distance. I made my way to her side. Before I had time to speak, she bent towards me. "Is she not divine?" she whispered. "She bewilders and delights everyone. She is taking London by storm." "Then you are not afraid of her tonight?" I said. "I fear her more than ever. She has cast a spell over me. But listen, she is going to sing again." I had not forgotten the song that Madame had given us at the Farringdons, and stood still to listen. There was a complete hush in the room. Her voice floated over the heads of the assembled guests in a dreamy Spanish song. Edith told me that it was a slumber song, and that Madame boasted of her power of putting almost anyone to sleep who listened to her rendering of it. "She has many patients who suffer from insomnia," whispered the girl, "and she generally cures them with that song, and that alone. Ah, we must not talk. She will hear us." Before I could reply, Selby came hurrying up. He had not noticed Edith. He caught me by the arm. "Come just for a minute into this window, Dixon," he said. "I must speak to you. I suppose you have no news with regard my brother-in-law." "Not a word," I answered. "To tell you the truth, I am getting terribly put out over the matter. We cannot settle any of our money affairs just because this man chooses to lose himself. My wife's lawyers wired to Brazil yesterday, but even his bankers did not know anything about him." "The whole thing is a question of time," was my answer. "When are you off to Hampshire?" "On Saturday." As Selby said the last words, he looked around him. Then he dropped his voice. "I want to say something else. The more I see," he nodded towards Madame Sarah, "the less I like her. Edith is getting into a very strange state. Have you not noticed it? And the worst of it is, my wife is also infected. I suppose it is the dodge of the omens for patching people up and making them beautiful. Doubtless the temptation is overpowering in the case of a plain omen. But Beatrice is beautiful herself and young. What can she have to do with cosmetics and complexion pills?" "You don't mean to tell me that your wife has consulted Madame Sarah as a doctor?" "Not exactly, but she has gone to her about her teeth. She complained of toothache lately, and Madame's dentistry is renowned. Edith is constantly going to her for one thing or another. But then Edith is infatuated." As Jack said the last words, he went over to speak to someone else, and before I could leave the seclusion of the window, I perceived Edith Dallas and Madame Sarah in honest conversation together. I could not help overhearing the following words: "Don't come to me tomorrow. Get into the country as soon as you can. It is far and away the best thing to do." As Madame spoke, she turned softly and caught my eyes. She bowed, and the peculiar look, the sort of challenge she had given me before, flashed over her face. It made me uncomfortable, and during the night that followed, I could not get it out of my head. I remembered what Selby had said with regard to his wife and her money affairs. Beyond doubt, he had married into a mystery that Madame knew all about. There was very big money interest, and strange things happen when millions are concerned. The next morning I had just risen, and was sitting at breakfast when a note was handed to me. It came by special messenger, and was marked urgent. I tore it open. These were its contents: "My dear Drews, a terrible blow has fallen on us. My sister-in-law, Edith, was taken suddenly ill this morning at breakfast. The nearest doctor was sent for, but he could do nothing, as she died half an hour ago. Do come and see me, and if you know any very clever specialist, bring him with you. My wife is utterly stunned by the shock. Yours, Jack Selby." I read the note twice before I could realize what it meant. Then I rushed out and, hailing the first hansom I met, said the man, "Drive to number 192, Victoria Street, as quickly as you can." Here lived a certain Mr. Eric Vandeleur, an old friend of mine and the police surgeon for the Westminster district, which included Eaton Square. No shrewder or sharper fellow existed than Vandeleur, and the present case was essentially in his province, both legally and professionally. He was not at his flat when I arrived, having already gone down to the court. Here I accordingly hurried, and was informed that he was in the mortuary. For a man who, as it seemed to me, lived in a perpetual atmosphere of crime and violence, of death and coroners' courts, his habitual cheerfulness and brightness of manner were remarkable. Perhaps it was only the reaction from his work, for he had the reputation of being one of the most astute experts of the day in medical jurisprudence, and the most skilled analyst in toxicological cases on the Metropolitan Police turf. Before I could send him word that I wanted to see him, I heard the door bang, and Vandeleur came hurrying down the passage, putting on his coat as he rushed along. "Hello!" he cried. "I haven't seen you for ages. Do you want me?" "Yes, very urgently," I answered. "Are you busy?" "Head over ears, my dear chap. I cannot give you a moment now, but perhaps later on." "What is it? You look excited." "I have got to go to Eaton Square like the wind, but come along if you like, and tell me on the way." "Capital!" I cried. "The thing has been reported then. You are going to Mr. Selby's, number 34A. Then I am going with you." He looked at me in amazement. "But the case has only just been reported. What can you possibly know about it?" "Everything. Let us take this hansom, and I'll tell you as we go along." As we drove to Eaton Square, I quickly explained the situation, glancing now and then at Vandeleur's bright, clean-shaven face. He was no longer Eric Vandeleur, the man with the latest club story and the merry twinkle in his blue eyes. He was Vandeleur, the medical jurist, with a face like a mask, his lower jaw slightly protruding and features very fixed. "The thing promises to be serious," he replied as I finished, "but I can do nothing until after the autopsy. Here we are, and there is my man waiting for me. He has been smart." On the steps stood an official-looking man in uniform who saluted. "Coroner's officer," explained Vandeleur. We entered the silent, darkened house. Selby was standing in the hall. He came to meet us. I introduced him to Vandeleur, and he at once led us into the dining-room, where we found Dr. Osborne, whom Selby had called in when the alarm of Edith's illness had been first given. Dr. Osborne was a pale, undersized, very young man. His face expressed considerable alarm. Vandeleur, however, managed to put him completely at his ease. "I'll have a chat with you in a few minutes, Dr. Osborne," he said, "but first I must get Mr. Selby's report. Will you please tell me, sir, exactly what occurred?" "Certainly," he answered. "We had a reception here last night, and my sister-in-law did not go to bed until early morning. She was in bad spirits, but otherwise in her usual health. My wife went into her room after she was in bed and told me later on that she had found Edith in hysterics and could not get her to explain anything. We both talked about taking her to the country without delay. Indeed, our intention was to get off this afternoon." "Well," said Vandeleur, "we had breakfast about 9:30, and Miss Dallas came down, looking quite in her usual health, and in apparently good spirits. She ate with appetite, and as it happened, she and my wife were both helped from the same dish. The meal had nearly come to end when she jumped up from the table, uttered a sharp cry, turned very pale, pressed her hand to her side, and ran out of the room. My wife immediately followed her. She came back again in a minute or two, and said that Edith was in violent pain, and begged of me to send for a doctor. Dr. Osborne lives just round the corner. He came at once, but she died almost immediately after his arrival." "You were in the room?" asked Vandeleur, turning to Osborne. "Yes," he replied. "She was conscious to the last moment, and died suddenly." "Did she tell you anything?" "No, except to assure me that she had not eaten any food that day until she had come down to breakfast. After the death occurred, I sent immediately to report the case, locked the door of the room where the poor girl's body is, and saw also that nobody touched anything on this table." Vandeleur rang the bell, and the servant appeared. He gave quick orders. The entire remains of the meal were collected and taken charge of, and then he and the coroner's officer went upstairs. When we were alone, Selby sank into a chair. His face was quite drawn and haggard. "It is the horrible suddenness of the thing which is so appalling," he cried. "As to Beatrice, I don't believe she will ever be the same again. She was deeply attached to Edith. Edith was nearly 10 years her senior, and always acted the part of mother to her. This is a sad beginning to our life. I can scarcely think collectedly." I remained with him a little longer, and then, as Vandeleur did not return, went back to my own house. There I could settle to nothing, and when Vandeleur rang me up on the telephone about 6 o'clock, I hurried off to his rooms. As soon as I arrived, I saw that Selby was with him, and the expression on both their faces told me the truth. "This is a bad business," said Vandeleur. "Miss Dallas has died from swallowing poison. An exhaustive analysis and examination have been made, and a powerful poison, unknown to European toxicologists, has been found. This is strange enough, but how it has been administered is a puzzle. I confess, at the present moment, we are all nonplussed. It certainly was not in the remains of the breakfast, and we have had dying evidence that she took nothing else. Now a poison with such appalling potency would take effect quickly. It is evident that she was quite well when she came to breakfast, and that the poison began to work towards the close of the meal. But how did she get it? This question, however, I shall deal with later on. The more immediate point is this. The situation is a serious one in view of the monetary issues and the value of the lady's life. From the aspects of the case, her undoubted sanity and her affection for her sister, we may almost exclude the idea of suicide. We must therefore call it murder. This harmless, innocent lady is struck down by the hand of an assassin, and with such devilish cunning that no trace or clue is left behind. For such an act there must have been some very powerful motive, and the person who designed and executed it must be a criminal of the highest order of scientific ability. Mr. Selby has been telling me the exact financial position of the poor lady, and also of his own young wife. The absolute disappearance of the step-brother, in view of his previous character, is in the highest degree strange, knowing, as we do, that between him and the 2 million sterling there stood 2 lives. One is taken. A deadly sensation of cold seized me as Vandeleur uttered these last words. I glanced at Selby. His face was colourless, and the pupils of his eyes were contracted, as though he saw something which terrified him. "What happened once may happen again," continued Vandeleur. "We are in the presence of a great mystery, and I counsel you, Mr. Selby, to guard your wife with the utmost care." These words, falling from a man of Vandeleur's position and authority on such matters, were sufficiently shocking for me to hear. But for Selby to be given such a solemn warning about his young and beautiful and newly married wife, who was all the world to him, was terrible indeed. He leaned his head on his hands. "Mercy on us," he muttered. "Is this a civilized country, where death can walk abroad like this, invisible, not to be avoided? Tell me, Mr. Vandeleur, what I must do." "You must be guided by me," said Vandeleur, "and believe me, there is no witchcraft in the world. I shall place a detective in your household immediately. Don't be alarmed. He will come to you in plain clothes, and will simply act as a servant. Nevertheless, nothing can be done to your wife without his knowledge. As to you, Drews," he continued, turning to me, "the police are doing all they can to find this man, Silver, and I ask you to help them with your big agency, and to begin at once. Leave your friend to me. Wire instantly if you hear news." "You may rely on me," I said, and a moment later I had left the room. As I walked rapidly down the street, the thought of Madame Sarah, her shop and its mysterious background, its surgical instruments, its operating table, its induction coils, came back to me. And yet, what could Madame Sarah have to do with the present strange, inexplicable mystery? The thought had scarcely crossed my mind before I heard a clatter alongside the curb, and turning round, I saw a smart open carriage, drawn by a pair of horses, standing there. I also heard my own name. I turned. Bending out of the carriage was Madame Sarah. "I saw you going by, Mr. Drews. I have only just heard the news about poor Edith Dallas. I am terribly shocked and upset. I have been to the house, but they would not admit me. Have you heard what was the cause of her death?" Madame's blue eyes filled with tears as she spoke. "I am not at liberty to disclose what I have heard, madam," I answered, "since I am officially connected with the affair." Her eyes narrowed. The brimming tears dried as though by magic. Her glance became scornful. "Thank you," she answered. "Your reply tells me that she did not die naturally. How very appalling! But I must not keep you. Can I drive you anywhere?" "No, thank you." "Good-bye, then." She made a sign to the coachman, and as the carriage rolled away, turned to look back at me. Her face wore the defiant expression I had seen there more than once. Could she be connected with the affair? The thought came upon me with a violence that seemed almost conviction. Yet I had no reason for it, none. To find Henry Joachim Silver was now my principal thought. Advertisements were widely circulated. My staff had instructions to make every possible inquiry, with large money rewards as incitements. The collateral branches of other agencies throughout Brazil were communicated with by cable, and all the Scotland Yard channels were used. Still, there was no result. The newspapers took up the case. There were paragraphs in most of them with regard to the missing stepbrother and the mysterious death of Edith Dallas. Then someone got hold of the story of the will, and this was retailed with many additions for the benefit of the public. At the inquest, the jury returned the following verdict. We find that Miss Edith Dallas died from taking poison of unknown name, but by whom or how administered there is no evidence to say. This unsatisfactory state of things was destined to change quite suddenly. On the 6th of August, as I was seated in my office, a note was brought me by a private messenger. It ran as follows. Norfolk Hotel, Strand. Dear Sir, I have just arrived in London from Brazil, and have seen your advertisements. I was about to insert one myself in order to find the whereabouts of my sisters. I am a great invalid, and unable to leave my room. Can you come to see me at the earliest possible moment? Yours, Henry Joachim Silva. In uncontrollable excitement, I hastily dispatched 2 telegrams, one to Selby and the other to Vandeleur, begging of them to be with me without fail as soon as possible. So the man had never been in England at all. The situation was more bewildering than ever. One thing at least was probably Edith Dallas's death was not due to her stepbrother. Soon after 6:30, Selby arrived, and Vandeleur walked in 10 minutes later. I told them what had occurred and showed them the letter. In half an hour's time we reached the hotel, and on stating who I was, we were shown into a room on the first floor by Silva's private servant. Resting in an armchair, as we entered, sat a man. His face was terribly thin. The eyes and cheeks were so sunken that the face had almost the appearance of a skull. He made no effort to rise when we entered, and glanced from one of us to the other with the utmost astonishment. I at once introduced myself, and explained who we are. He then waved his hand for his man to retire. "You have not heard the news, of course, Mr. Silva," I said. "News? What?" He glanced up to me and seemed to read something in my face. He started back in his chair. "Good heavens," he replied. "Do you allude to my sisters? Tell me quickly, are they alive?" "Your elder sister died on the 29th of July. There is every reason to believe her death was caused by foul play." As I uttered these words, the change that passed over his face was fearful to witness. He did not speak, but remained motionless. His claw-like hands clutched the arms of the chair. His eyes were fixed and staring, as though they would start from their hollow sockets. The color of his skin was like clay. I heard Selby breathe quickly behind me, and Vandeleur stepped towards the man and laid his hand on his shoulder. "Tell us what you know of this matter," he said sharply. Recovering himself with an effort, the invalid began in tremulous voice. "Listen closely, for you must act quickly. I am indirectly responsible for this fearful thing. My life has been a wild and wasted one, and now I am dying. The doctors tell me I cannot live a month, for I have a large aneurysm of the heart. 18 months ago I was in Rio. I was living fast and gambled heavily. Among my fellow gamblers was a man much older than myself. His name was Jose Arrange. He was, if anything, a greater gambler than I. One night we played alone. The stakes ran high until they reached a big figure. By daylight I had lost to him nearly £200,000. Though I am a rich man in point of income, under my uncle's will, I could not pay a 20th part of that sum. This man knew my financial position, and in addition to a sum of £5,000 paid down, I gave him a document. I must have been mad to do so. The document was this. It was duly witnessed and attested by a lawyer, that in the event of my surviving 2 sisters, and thus inheriting the whole of my uncle's vast wealth, £500,000 should go to Jose Arrange. I felt I was breaking up at the time, and the chances of my inheriting the money were small. Immediately after the completion of the document, this man left Rio. I then heard a great deal about him that I had not previously known. He was a man of queerest antecedents, partly Indian, partly Italian. He had spent many years of his life amongst the Indians. I heard also that he was as cruel as he was clever, and possessed some wonderful secrets of poisoning unknown to the West. I thought a great deal about this, for I knew that by signing that document I had placed the lives of my two sisters between him and a fortune. I came to Paris 6 weeks ago, only to learn that one of my sisters was married, and that both had gone to England. Ill as I was, I determined to follow them in order to warn them. I also wanted to arrange matters with you, Mr. Selby. One moment, sir, I broke in suddenly. Do you happen to be aware if this man, Jos Arrangio, knew a woman calling herself Madame Sarah? Knew her, cried Silver. Very well indeed, and so, for that matter, did I. Arrangio and Madame Sarah were the best friends, and constantly met. She called herself a professional beautifier, was very handsome, and had secrets for the pursuing of her trade unknown even to Arrangio. Good heavens, I cried, and the woman is now in London. She returned here with Mrs. Selby and Miss Dallas. Edith was very much influenced by her, and was constantly with her. There is no doubt in my mind that she is guilty. I have suspected her for some time, but I could not find a motive. Now the motive appears. You surely can have her arrested. Vandeleur made no reply. He gave me a strange look, and then he turned to Selby. Has your wife also consulted Madame Sarah? He asked sharply. Yes, she went to her once about her teeth, but has not been to the shop since Edith's death. I begged of her not to see the woman, and she promised me faithfully she would not do so. Has she any medicines or lotions given to her by Madame Sarah? Does she follow any line of treatment advised by her? No, I am certain on that point. Very well. I will see your wife tonight in order to ask her some questions. You must both leave town at once. Go to your country house and settle there. I am quite serious when I say that Mrs. Selby is in the utmost possible danger until after the death of her brother. We must leave you now, Mr. Silver. All business affairs must wait for the present. It is absolutely necessary that Mrs. Selby should leave London at once. Good night, sir. I shall give myself the pleasure of calling on you tomorrow morning. We took leave of the sick man. As soon as we got into the street, Vandeleur stopped. I must leave it to you, Selby, he said, to judge how much of this matter you tell your wife. Were I you, I would explain everything. The time for immediate action has arrived, and she is a brave and sensible woman. From this moment, you must watch all the foods and liquids that she takes. She must never be out of your sight, or out of the sight of some other trustworthy companion. I shall, of course, watch my wife myself, said Selby, but the thing is enough to drive one mad. I will go with you to the country, Selby, I said suddenly. Ah, cried Vandeleur, that is the best thing possible, and what I wanted to propose. Go, all of you, by an early train tomorrow. Then I will be off home at once to make arrangements, I said. I will meet you, Selby, at Waterloo for the first train to Crossmoor tomorrow. As I was turning away, Vandeleur caught my arm. I am glad you are going with them, he said. I shall write to you tonight re-instructions. Never be without a loaded revolver. Good night. By 6:15 the next morning, Selby, his wife, and I were in a reserved, locked, first-class compartment, speeding rapidly west. The servants and Mrs. Selby's own special maid were in a separate carriage. Selby's face showed signs of a sleepless night, and presented a striking contrast to the fair, fresh face of the girl round whom this strange battle raged. Her husband had told her everything, and though still suffering terribly from the shock and grief of her sister's death, her face was calm and full of repose. A carriage was waiting for us at Crossmoor, and by half-night we arrived at the old home of the Selbys, nestling amid its oaks and elms. Everything was done to make the homecoming of the bride as cheerful as circumstances would permit, but a gloom impossible to lift overshadowed Selby himself. He could scarcely rouse himself to take the slightest interest in anything. The following morning I received a letter from Vandeleur. It was very short, and once more impressed on me the necessity of caution. He said that two eminent physicians had examined Silver, and the verdict was that he could not live a month. Until his death, precautions must be strictly observed. The day was cloudless, and after breakfast I was just starting out for a stroll when the butler brought me a telegram. I tore it open. It was from Vandeleur. Prohibit all food until I arrive. I am coming down, were the words. I hurried into the study and gave it to Selby. He read it and looked up at me. Find out the first train and go and meet him, old chap," he said. "Let us hope that this means an end of the hideous affair." I went into the hall and looked up the trains. The next arrived at Cronsmore at 10:45. I then strolled round to the stables and ordered a carriage, after which I walked up and down on the drive. There was no doubt that something strange had happened. Vandeleur coming down so suddenly must mean a final clearing up of the mystery. I had just turned round at the lodge gates to wait for the carriage when the sound of wheels and horses galloping struck on my ears. The gates were swung open, and Vandeleur in an open fly dashed through them. Before I could recover from my surprise, he was out of the vehicle and at my side. He carried a small black bag in his hand. "I came down by special train," he said, speaking quickly. "There is not a moment to lose. Come at once. Is Mrs. Selby all right?" "What do you mean?" I replied. "Of course he is. Do you suppose that she is in danger?" "Deadly," was his answer. "Come." We dashed up to the house together. Selby, who had heard our steps, came to meet us. "Mr. Vandeleur," he cried, "what is it? How did you come?" "By special train, Mr. Selby, and I want to see your wife at once. It will be necessary to perform a very trifling operation." "Operation!" he exclaimed. "Yes, at once." We made our way through the hall and into the morning room, where Mrs. Selby was busily engaged reading and answering letters. She started up when she saw Vandeleur and uttered an exclamation of surprise. "What has happened?" she asked. Vandeleur went up to her and took her hand. "Do not be alarmed," he said, "for I have come to put all your fears to rest. Now please listen to me. When you visited Madame Sarah with your sister, did you go for medical advice?" The color rushed into her face. "One of my teeth ached," she answered. "I went to her about that. She is, as I suppose you know, a most wonderful dentist. She examined the tooth, found that it required stopping, and got an assistant, a Brazilian, I think, to do it." "And your tooth has been comfortable ever since?" "Yes, quite. She had one of it stopped at the same time." "Will you kindly sit down and show me which was the tooth into which the stopping was put?" She did so. "This was the one," she said, pointing with her finger to one in the lower jaw. "What do you mean? Is there anything wrong?" Vandeleur examined the tooth long and carefully. There was a sudden rapid movement of his hand, and a sharp cry from Mrs. Selby. With the deftness of long practice and a powerful wrist, he had extracted the tooth with one wrench. The suddenness of the whole thing, startling as it was not so strange as his next movement. "Send Mrs. Selby's maid to her," he said, turning to her husband. "Then come, both of you, into the next room." The maid was summoned. Poor Mrs. Selby had sunk back in her chair, terrified and half fainting. A moment later, Selby joined us in the dining room. "That's right," said Vandeleur. "Close the door, will you?" He opened his black bag and brought out several instruments. With one, he removed the stopping from the tooth. It was quite soft and came away easily. Then from the bag he produced a small guinea pig, which he requested me to hold. He pressed the sharp instrument into the tooth, and opening the mouth of the little animal, placed a point on the tongue. The effect was instantaneous. The little head fell onto one of my hands. The guinea pig was dead. Vandeleur was white as a sheet. He hurried up to Selby and wrung his hand. "Thank heaven," he said. "I have been in time, but only just. Your wife is safe. This stopping would hardly have held another hour. I have been thinking all night over the mystery of your sister-in-law's death, and over every minute detail of evidence as to how the poison could have been administered. Suddenly the coincidence of both sisters having had their teeth stopped struck me as remarkable. Like a flash, the solution came to me. The more I considered it, the more I felt that I was right. But by what fiendish cunning such a scheme could have been conceived and executed is beyond my power to explain. The poison is very like hyoscine, one of the worst toxic alkaloids known, so violent in its deadly proportions that the amount that would go into a tooth would cause almost instant death. It has been kept in by a gutta-percha stopping, certain to come out within a month, probably earlier, and most probably during mastication of food. The person would die either immediately or after a very few minutes, and no one would connect a visit to the dentist with a death a month afterwards. What followed can be told in a very few words. Madame Sarah was arrested on suspicion. She appeared before the magistrate, looking innocent and beautiful, and managed, during her evidence, completely to baffle that acute individual. She denied nothing, but declared that the poison must have been put into the tooth by one of the two Brazilians whom she had lately engaged to help her with her dentistry. She had her suspicions with regard to these men soon afterwards, and had dismissed them. She believed that they were in the pay of Joe's arranger, but she could not tell anything for certain. Thus Madame escaped conviction. I was certain that she was guilty, but there was not a shadow of real proof. A month later, Silva died, and Selby is now a double millionaire. End of Madame Sarah by L.T. Mead and Robert Eustache, Part 2.
Section 13 of The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Maxey. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. The Case of the Dixon Torpedo by Arthur Morrison, Part 1. Hewitt was very apt in conversation to dwell upon the many curious chances and coincidences that he had observed, not only in connection with his own cases, but also in matters dealt with by the official police, with whom he was on terms of pretty regular and indeed friendly acquaintanceship. He has told me many an anecdote of similar happenings to Scotland Yard officials with whom he has exchanged experiences. Of Inspector Nettings, for instance, who spent many weary months in search of a man wanted by the American government, and in the end found by the merest accident, a misdirected call, that the man had been lodging next door to himself the whole of the time, just as ignorant, of course, as was the inspector himself as to the enemy at the other side of the party wall. Also, of another inspector, whose name I cannot recall, who, having given rather meager and insufficient details of a man whom he anticipated having great difficulty in finding, went straight down the stairs of the office where he had received instructions, and actually fell over the man near the door, where he had stooped to tie his shoelace. There were cases, too, in which a great and notorious crime had been committed, and various persons had been arrested on suspicion. Some were found among them who had long been badly wanted for some other crime altogether. Many criminals admit their deserts by venturing out of their own particular line of crime into another. Often a man who got into trouble over something comparatively small found himself in for a startlingly larger trouble, the result of some previous misdeed that otherwise would have gone unpunished. The ruble note forger Mirsky might never have been handed over to the Russian authorities had he confined his genius to forgery alone. It was generally supposed at the time of his extradition that he had communicated with the Russian embassy with a view to giving himself up, a foolish proceeding on his part, it would seem, since his whereabouts, indeed even his identity as the forger, had not been suspected. He had communicated with the Russian embassy, it's true, but for a different purpose, as Martin Hewitt well understood at the time. What that purpose was is now for the first time published. The time was 1:30 in the afternoon, and Hewitt sat in his inner office examining and comparing the handwriting of two letters by the aid of a large lens. He put down the lens and glanced at the clock on the mantelpiece with a premonition of lunch, and as he did so, his clerk quietly entered the room with one of those printed slips which were kept for the announcement of unknown visitors. It was filled in a hasty and almost illegible hand, thus: name of visitor, F. Graham Dixon. Address, Chancery Lane. Business, private and urgent. "Show Mr. Dixon in," said Martin Hewitt. Mr. Dixon was a gaunt, worn-looking man of 50 or so, well, although rather carelessly dressed, and carrying in his strong though drawn face and dullish eyes the look that characterizes the lifelong strenuous brain worker. He leaned forward anxiously in the chair which Hewitt offered him, and told his story with a great deal of very natural agitation. "You may have possibly heard, Mr. Hewitt, I know there are rumors, of the new locomotive torpedo which the government is about adopting. It is in fact the Dixon torpedo, my own invention, and in every respect, not merely in my own opinion, but in that of the government experts, by far the most efficient and certain yet produced. It may travel at least 400 yards farther than any torpedo now made, with perfect accuracy of aim, a very great desideratum, let me tell you, and will carry an unprecedentedly heavy charge. There are other advantages, speed, simple discharge, and so forth, that I needn't bother you about. The machine is the result of many years of work and disappointment, and its design has only been arrived at by careful balancing of principles and means, which are expressed on the only 4 existing sets of drawings. The whole thing, I need hardly tell you, is a profound secret, and you may judge of my present state of mind when I tell you that one set of the drawings has been stolen." "From your house?" "From my office in Chancery Lane this morning. The 4 sets of drawings were distributed thus. 2 were at the Admiralty office, one being a finished set on thick paper, and the other a set of tracings therefrom, and the other 2 were at my own office, one being a pencil set, uncolored, a sort of finished draft, you understand, and the other a set of tracings similar to those at the Admiralty. It is this last set that is gone. The 2 sets were kept together in one drawer in my room. Both were there at 10 this morning, of that I'm sure, for I had to go to that very drawer for something else when I first arrived. But at 12, the tracings had vanished." "You suspect somebody, probably?" "I cannot. It is a most extraordinary thing. Nobody has left the office, except myself, and then only to come to you, since 10 this morning, and there's been no visitor, and yet the drawings are gone." "But you have searched the place?" "Of course I have. It was 12 o'clock when I first discovered my loss, and I've been turning the place upside down ever since. I and my assistants. Every drawer has been emptied, every desk and every table turned over. The very carpet and linoleum have been taken up, and there is not a sign of the drawings. My men even insisted on turning all their pockets inside out, although I never for a moment suspected either of them. And it would take a pretty big pocket to hold the drawings, doubled up as small as they might be." "You say your men, there were 2, I understand, had neither left the office?" "Neither, and they are both staying in now. Worsfold suggested that it would be more satisfactory if they did not leave till something was done toward clearing up the mystery, and although, as I have said, I don't suspect either in the least, I acquiesce." "Just so. Now, I'm assuming that you wish me to undertake the recovery of these drawings?" The engineer nodded hastily. "Very good. I will go round to your office, but perhaps you can tell me something about your assistants. Something it might be awkward to tell me in their presence, you know. Mr. Worsfold, for instance." "He is my draftsman, a very excellent and intelligent man, a very smart man, indeed, and I feel sure, quite beyond suspicion. He has prepared many important drawings for me. He's been with me for nearly 10 years now, and I've always found him trustworthy. But of course the temptation in this case would be enormous. Still, I cannot suspect Worsfold. Indeed, how can I suspect anybody in the circumstances?" "The other now?" "His name's Ritter. He's merely a tracer, not a fully skilled draftsman. He's quite a decent young fellow, and I've had him nearly 2 years. I don't consider him particularly smart, or he would have learned a little more of his business by this time. But I don't see the least reason to suspect him. As I said before, I can't reasonably suspect anybody." "Very well. We will get to Chancery Lane now, if you please, and you can tell me more as we go." "I have a cab waiting. What else can I tell you?" "I understand the position to be succinctly this. The drawings were in the office when you arrived. Nobody came out, and nobody went in, and yet they vanished. Is that so?" "That is so. When I say that absolutely nobody came in, of course I except the postman. He brought a couple of letters during the morning. I mean that absolutely nobody came past the barrier in the outer office. The usual thing, you know, like a counter with a frame of glass over it. I quite understand that, but I think you said that the drawings were in a drawer in your own room, not the outer office, where the draftsmen are, I presume. That is the case. It's an inner room, or rather a room parallel with the other and communicating with it, just as your own room is, which we have just left. But then you say you never left your office, and yet the drawings vanished, apparently by some unseen agency, while you were there in the room? Let me explain more clearly. The cab was bowling smoothly along the Strand, and the engineer took out a pocketbook and pencil. I fear, he proceeded, that I am a little confused in my explanation. I am naturally rather agitated. As you will see presently, my office consists of 3 rooms, 2 at one side of a corridor, and the other opposite. Thus, he made a rapid pencil sketch. In the outer office, my men usually work. In the inner office, I work myself. These rooms communicate, as you can see, by door. Our ordinary way in and out of the place is by the door of the outer office leading into the corridor, and when we first pass through the usual lifting flap in the barrier. The door leading from the inner office to the corridor is always kept locked on the inside, and I don't suppose I unlock it once in 3 months. It has not been unlocked all morning. The drawer in which the missing drawings were kept, and in which I saw them at 10 o'clock this morning, is at the place marked D. It is a large chest of shallow drawers in which the plans lie flat. I quite understand. Then there is that private room opposite. What of that? That is a sort of private sitting room that I rarely use except for business interviews of a very private nature. When I said I never left my office, I did not mean that I never stirred out of the inner office. I was about in one room and another, both the outer and the inner offices, and once I went into the private room for 5 minutes. But nobody came either in or out of any of the rooms at that time, for the door of the private room was wide open, and I was standing at the bookcase. I'd just gone to consult a book, just inside the door, with a full view of the doors opposite. Indeed, Worsfold was at the door of the outer office most of the short time. He came to ask me a question. Well, Hewitt replied, it all comes to the simple first statement. You know that nobody left the place or arrived except the postman, who couldn't get near the drawings, and yet the drawings went. Is this your office? The cab had stopped before a large stone building. Mr. Dixon alighted and led the way to the first floor. Hewitt took a casual glance around each of the 3 rooms. There was a sort of door in the frame of ground glass over the barrier to admit of speech with visitors. This door Hewitt pushed wide open and left so. He and the engineer went into the inner office. Would you like to ask Worsfold and Ritter any questions? Mr. Dixon inquired. Presently. Those are their coats, I take it, hanging just to the right of the outer office door over the umbrella stand? Yes, those are all their things, coats, hats, stick, umbrella. And those coats were searched, you say? Yes. And this is the drawer, thoroughly searched, of course? Oh, certainly, every drawer was taken out and turned over. Well, of course, I must assume that you made no mistake in your hunt. Now tell me, did anybody know where these plans were beyond yourself and your 2 men? As far as I can tell, not a soul. You don't keep an office boy? No, there would be nothing for him to do except to post a letter now and again, which Ritter does quite well for. As you are quite sure that the drawings were there at 10 o'clock, perhaps the thing scarcely matters, but I may as well know if your men have keys of the office. Neither. I have patent locks to each door, and I keep all the keys myself. If Worsfold or Ritter arrive before me in the morning, they have to wait to be let in, and I'm always present myself when the rooms are clean. I have not neglected precautions, you see. No, I suppose the object of the theft, assuming it is a theft, is pretty plain. The thief would offer the drawings for sale to some foreign government? Of course, that would probably command a great sum. I've been looking, as I need hardly tell you, to that invention to secure me a very large fortune, and I shall be ruined, indeed, if the design is taken abroad. I'm under the strictest engagements to secrecy with the Admiralty, and not only should I lose all my labor, but I should lose all the confidence reposed in me at headquarters, should, in fact, be subject to penalties for breach of contract, and my career stopped forever. I cannot tell you what serious business this is for me. If you cannot help me, the consequences will be terrible. Bad for the service of the country, too, of course. Of course. Now tell me this. It would, I take it, be necessary for the thief to exhibit these drawings to anybody anxious to buy the secret? I mean, he couldn't describe the invention by word of mouth. Oh, no, that would be impossible. The drawings are of the most complicated description and full of figures upon which the whole thing depends. Indeed, one would have to be a skilled expert to properly appreciate the design at all. Various principles of hydrostatics, chemistry, electricity, and pneumatics are most delicately manipulated and adjusted, and the smallest error or omission in any part would upset the whole. No, the drawings are necessary to the thing, and they're gone. At this moment, the door of the outer office was heard to open, and somebody entered. The door between the two offices was ajar, and Hewitt could see right through to the glass door left open over the barrier and into the space beyond. A well-dressed, dark, bushy-bearded man stood there, carrying a handbag, which he placed on the ledge before him. Hewitt raised his hand to enjoin silence. The man spoke in a rather high-pitched voice and with a slight accent. "Is Mr. Dixon now within?" he asked. "He's engaged," answered one of the draftsmen. "Very particularly engaged. I'm afraid you won't be able to see him this afternoon. Can I give him any message?" "This is the second time I have come today. Not 2 hours ago, Mr. Dixon himself tells me to call again. I have a very important, very excellent steam packing to show him that is very cheap and the best on the market." The man tapped his bag. "I have just taken orders from the largest railway companies. Can I not see him for 1 second only? I will not detain him." "Really, I'm sure you can't this afternoon. He isn't seeing anybody. But if you'll leave your name." "My name is Hunter. But what good is that? He asked me to call a little later, and I come, and now he is engaged. It's a very great pity." And the man snatched up his bag and walking stick and stalked off indignantly. Hewitt stood, gazing through the small aperture in the doorway. "You'd scarcely expect a man with such a name as Hunter to talk with that accent, would you?" he observed musingly. "It isn't a French accent nor a German, but it seems foreign. You don't happen to know him, I suppose?" "No, I don't. He called here about 12:30, just while we were in the middle of our search, and I was frantic over the loss of the drawings. I was in the outer office myself and told him to call later. I have lots of such agents here, anxious to sell all sorts of engineering appliances. But what will you do now? Shall you see my men?" "I think," said Hewitt, rising, "I think I'll get you to question them yourself." "Myself?" "Yes, I have a reason. Will you trust me with the key of the private room opposite? We'll go there for a little while you talk to your men in this room. Bring them in here and shut the door. I can look after the office from across the corridor, you know. Ask them each to detail his exact movements about the office this morning, and get them to recall each visitor who's been here from the beginning of the week. I'll let you know the reason for this later. Come across to me in a few minutes." Hewitt took the key and passed through the outer office into the corridor. 10 minutes later, Mr. Dixon, having questioned his draftsman, followed him. He found Hewitt standing before the table in the private room on which lay several drawings on tracing paper. "See here, Mr. Dixon," said Hewitt. "I think these are the drawings you're anxious about." The engineer sprang toward them with a cry of delight. "Why, yes, yes," he exclaimed, turning them over. "Every one of them. But where? How? They must have been in the place after all, then. What a fool I have been!" Hewitt shook his head. "I'm afraid you're not quite so lucky as you think, Mr. Dixon," he said. "These drawings have most certainly been out of the house for a little while. Never mind how. We'll talk of that after. There is no time to lose. Tell me, how long would it take a good draftsman to copy them?" "They couldn't possibly be traced over properly in less than 2 or 2.5 long days of very hard work," Dixon replied with eagerness. "Ah, then it is as I feared. These tracings have been photographed, Mr. Dixon, and our task is one of every possible difficulty. If they have been copied in the ordinary way, one might hope to get hold of the copy. But photography upsets everything. Copies can be multiplied with such amazing facility that once the thief gets a decent start, it is almost hopeless to checkmate him. The only chance is to get at the negatives before the copies are taken. I must act at once, and I fear, between ourselves, it may be necessary for me to step very distinctly over the line of the law in the matter. You see, to get at those negatives may involve something very like housebreaking. There must be no delay, no waiting for legal procedure, or the mischief is done. Indeed, I very much question whether you have any legal remedy, strictly speaking. Mr. Hewitt, I implore you, do what you can. I need not say that all I have is at your disposal. I will guarantee to hold you harmless for anything that may happen. But do, I entreat you, do everything possible. Think of what the consequences may be. Well, yes, so I do, Hewitt remarked with a smile. The consequences to me, if I were charged with housebreaking, might be something that no amount of guarantee could mitigate. However, I will do what I can, if only from patriotic motives. Now I must see your tracer, Ritter. He is the traitor in the camp. Ritter? But how? Never mind that now. You are upset and agitated, and had better not know more than is necessary for a little while, in case you say or do something unguarded. With Ritter I must take a deep course. What I don't know, I must appear to know, and that will seem more likely to him if I disclaim acquaintance with what I do know. But first, put these tracings safely away out of sight. Dixon slipped them behind his bookcase. Now, Hewitt pursued, call Mr. Worsfold and give him something to do that will keep him in the inner office across the way, and tell him to send Ritter in here. Mr. Dixon called his chief draftsman and requested him to put in order the drawings in the drawers of the inner room that had been disarranged by the search, and to send Ritter, as Hewitt had suggested. Ritter walked into the private room with an air of respectful attention. He was a puffy-faced, unhealthy-looking young man, with very small eyes and a loose, mobile mouth. "Sit down, Mr. Ritter," Hewitt said in a stern voice. "Your recent transactions with your friend Mr. Hunter are well known both to Mr. Dixon and myself." Ritter, who had at first leaned easily back in his chair, started forward at this and paled. "You are surprised, I observe, but you should be more careful in your movements out of door if you do not wish your acquaintances to be known. Mr. Hunter, I believe, has the drawings Mr. Dixon has lost, and if so, I am certain that you have given them to him. That, you know, is theft, for which the law provides a severe penalty." Ritter broke down completely and turned appealingly to Mr. Dixon. "Oh, sir," he pleaded, "it isn't so bad, I assure you. I was tempted, I confess, and I hid the drawings, but they are still in the office, and I can give them to you. Really, I can." "Indeed," Hewitt went on. "Then in that case, perhaps you'd better get them at once. Just go fetch them in. We won't trouble to observe your hiding place. I'll only keep this door open to be sure you don't lose your way. You know, down the stairs, for instance." The wretched Ritter, with hanging head, slunk into the office opposite. Presently he reappeared, looking, if possible, ghastlier than before. He looked irresolutely down the corridor, as if meditating a run for it, but Hewitt stepped forward and motioned him back to the private room. "You mustn't try any more of that sort of humbug," Hewitt said with increased severity. "The drawings are gone, and you have stolen them. You know that well enough. Now, attend to me. If you received your deserts, Mr. Dixon would send for a policeman this moment, and have you hauled off to jail. That is your proper place. But unfortunately, your accomplice, who calls himself Hunter, but who has other names besides that, as I happen to know, has his drawings, and it's absolutely necessary that these should be recovered. I'm afraid that it will be necessary, therefore, to come to some arrangement with this scoundrel, to square him, in fact. Now, just take that pen and paper, and write to your confederate as I dictate. You know the alternative, if you cause any difficulty." Ritter reached tremblingly for the pen. "Address him in your usual way," Dixon proceeded. "Say this: 'There has been an alteration in the plans.' Have you got that? 'There has been an alteration in the plans. I shall be alone here at 6 o'clock. Please come, without fail.' Have you got it? Very well. Sign it and address the envelope. He must come here, and then we may arrange matters. In the meantime, you will remain in the inner office opposite." The note was written, and Mr. Martin Hewitt, without glancing at the address, thrust it into his pocket. When Ritter was safely in the inner office, however, he drew it out and read the address. "I see," he observed. He uses the same name, Hunter. 27 Little Carton Street, Westminster is the address, and there I shall go at once with the note. If the man comes here, I think you'd better lock him in with Ritter and send for a policeman. It may at least frighten him. My object is, of course, to get the man away, then, if possible, to invade his house in some way or other and steal or smash his negatives if they are there and to be found. Stay here in any case till I return, and don't forget to lock up those tracings. End of The Case of the Dixon Torpedo by Arthur Morrison, Part 1. Recording by Tony Maxey, Red Bluff, California.
Section 14 of The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. The Case of the Dixon Torpedo by Arthur Morrison, Part 2. It was about 6 o'clock when Hewitt returned alone, but with a smiling face that told of good fortune at first sight. "First, Mr. Dixon," he said as he dropped into the easy chair in the private room, "let me ease your mind by the information that I have been most extraordinarily lucky. In fact, I think you have no further cause for anxiety. Here are the negatives. They were not all quite dry when I, stole them, I suppose I must say, so that they have stuck together a bit, and probably the films are damaged, but you don't mind that, I suppose." He laid a small parcel, wrapped in a newspaper, on the table. The engineer hastily tore away the paper and took up 5 or 6 glass photographic negatives of a half-plate size, which were damp and stuck together by the gelatin films in couples. He held them, one after the other, up to the light of the window, and glanced through them. Then, with a great sigh of relief, he placed them on the hearth and pounded them to dust and fragments with the poker. For a few seconds neither spoke. Then Dixon, flinging himself into a chair, said, "Mr. Hewitt, I can't express my obligation to you. What would have happened if you had failed, I prefer not to think of. But what shall we do with Ritter now? The other man hasn't been here yet, by the by." "No, the fact is I didn't deliver the letter. The worthy gentleman saved me a world of trouble by taking himself out of the way," Hewitt laughed. "I'm afraid he has rather got himself into a mess by trying 2 kinds of theft at once, and you may not be sorry to hear that his attempt on your torpedo plans is likely to bring him a dose of penal servitude for something else. I'll tell you what has happened. Little Carton Street, Westminster, I found to be a seedy sort of place, one of those old streets that have seen much better days. A good many people seem to live in each house. They are fairly large houses, by the way, and there is quite a company of bell handles on each doorpost, all down the side like organ stops. A barber had possession of the ground floor front at number 27 for trade purposes, so to him I went. 'Can you tell me,' I said, 'where in this house I can find Mr. Hunter?' He looked doubtful, so I went on. 'His friend will do, you know. I can't think of his name. Foreign gentleman, dark, with a bushy beard.' The barber understood at once. 'Oh, that's Mirsky, I expect,' he said. 'Now, I come to think of it, he has had letters addressed to Hunter once or twice. I've took 'em in, top floor back.' This was good so far. I had got at Mr. Hunter's other alias. So, by way of possessing him with the idea that I knew all about him, I determined to ask for him as Mirsky before handing over the letter addressed to him as Hunter. A little bluff of that sort is invaluable at the right time. At the top floor back, I stopped at the door and tried to open it at once, but it was locked. I could hear somebody scuttling about within, as though carrying things about, and I knocked again. In a little while, the door opened about a foot, and there stood Mr. Hunter, or Mirsky, as you like, the man who, in the character of a traveler in steam packing, came here twice today. He was in his shirt sleeves, and cuddled something under his arm, hastily covered with a spotted pocket handkerchief. "I have called to see Monsieur Minsky," said I, "with a confidential letter." "Oh, yes, he answered hastily. I know. Excuse me 1 minute." And he rushed off downstairs with his parcel. Here was a noble chance. For a moment I thought of following him, in case there might be something interesting in the parcel. But I had to decide in a moment, and I decided on trying the room. I slipped inside the door, and, finding the key on the inside, locked it. It was a confused sort of room, with a little iron bedstead in one corner, and a sort of rough, boarded enclosure in another. This I rightly conjectured to be the photographic darkroom, and made for it at once. There was plenty of light within when the door was left open, and I made it once for the drying rack that was fastened over the sink. There were a number of negatives in it, and I began hastily examining them one after another. In the middle of this, our friend Mirsky returned and tried the door. He rattled violently at the handle and pushed. Then he called. At this moment, I had come upon the first of the negatives you have just smashed. The fixing and washing had evidently only lately been completed, and the negative was drying on the rack. I seized it, of course, and the others which stood by it. "Who are you there inside?" Mirsky shouted indignantly from the landing. "Why for you to go in my room like that? Open this door at once, or I'll call the police." I took no notice. I had got the full number of negatives, one for each drawing, but I was not by any means sure that he had not taken an extra set, so I went on hunting down the rack. There were no more, so I set to work to turn out all the undeveloped plates. It was quite possible, you see, that the other set, if it existed, had not yet been developed. Mirsky changed his tune. After a little more banging and shouting, I could hear him kneel down and try the keyhole. I had left the key there, so that he could see nothing, but he began talking softly and rapidly through the hole in a foreign language. I did not know it in the least, but I believe it was Russian. What had led him to believe I understood Russian, I could not at the time imagine, though I have a notion now. I went on ruining his stock of plates. I found several boxes, apparently of new plates, but as there was no means of telling whether they were really unused or merely undeveloped, but with the chemical impress of your drawings on them, I dragged every one ruthlessly from its hiding place and laid it out in the full glare of the sunlight, destroying it thereby, of course, whether it was unused or not. Mirsky left off talking, and I heard him quietly sneaking off. Perhaps his conscience was not sufficiently clear to warrant an appeal to the police, but it seemed to me rather probable at the time that that was what he was going for. So I hurried on with my work. I found 3 dark slides, the parts that carried the plates in the back of the camera, you know, one of them fixed in the camera itself. These I opened, and exposed the plates to ruination as before. I suppose no one ever did so much devastation in a photographic studio in 10 minutes as I managed. I had spoiled every plate I could find, and had the developed negative safely in my pocket, when I happened to glance at the porcelain washing well under the sink. There was one negative in that, and I took it up. It was not a negative of a drawing like yours, but of a Russian 20-ruble note. This was a discovery. The only possible reason any man could have for photographing a banknote was the manufacture of an etched plate for the production of forged copies. I was almost as pleased as I had been at the discovery of your negatives. He might bring the police now as soon as he liked. I could turn the tables on him completely. I began to hunt about for anything else related to this negative. I found an inking roller, some old pieces of blanket, used in printing from plates, and in a corner on the floor, heaped over with newspapers and rubbish, a small copying press. There was also a dish of acid, but not an etched plate or a printed note to be seen. I was looking at the press, with the negative in one hand and the inking roller in the other, when I became conscious of a shadow across the window. I looked up quickly, and there was Mirsky, hanging over from some ledge or projection to the side of the window and staring straight at me, with a look of unmistakable terror and apprehension. The face vanished immediately. I had to move a table to get at the window, and by the time I had opened it there was no sight or sound of the rightful tenant of the room. I had no doubt now of his reason for carrying a parcel downstairs. He probably mistook me for another visitor he was expecting, and knowing he must take this visitor into the room, threw the papers and rubbish over the press, then put all the plates and papers in a bundle and secreted them somewhere downstairs, lest his occupation should be observed. Plainly, my duty now was to communicate with the police. So by the help of a friend, the barber downstairs, a messenger was found and a note sent over to Scotland Yard. I waited, of course, for the arrival of the police and occupied the interval in another look around, finding nothing important, however. When the official detective arrived, he recognized at once the importance of the case. A large number of forged Russian notes had been put into circulation on the continent lately, it seems, and it was suspected that they came from London. The Russian government had been sending urgent messages to the police here on the subject. Of course, I said nothing about your business, but while I was talking with the Scotland Yard man, a letter was left by a messenger addressed to Mirsky. The letter will be examined, of course, by the proper authorities, but I was not a little interested to perceive that the envelope bore the Russian imperial arms above the words Russian Embassy. Now, why should Mirsky communicate with the Russian Embassy? Certainly not to let the officials know that he was carrying on a very extensive and lucrative business in the manufacture of spurious Russian notes. I think it is rather more than possible that he wrote, probably before he actually got your drawings, to say that he could sell information of the highest importance, and that this letter was a reply. Further, I think it quite possible that, when I asked for him by his Russian name, and spoke of a confidential letter, he at once concluded that I had come from the embassy in answer to his letter. That would account for his addressing me in Russian through the keyhole. And, of course, an official from the Russian embassy would be the very last person in the world whom he would like to observe any indications in his little etching experiments. But anyhow, be that as it may, Hewitt concluded, your drawings are safe now, and if once Mirsky is caught, and I think it likely, for a man in his shirt sleeves with scarcely any start and perhaps no money about him hasn't a great chance to get away. If he is caught, I say, he will probably get something handsome at St. Petersburg in the way of imprisonment, or Siberia or what not, so that you will be amply avenged. Yes, but I don't at all understand this business of the drawings even now. How in the world were they taken out of the place? And how in the world did you find it out? Nothing could be simpler. And yet the plan itself was rather ingenious. I'll tell you exactly how the thing revealed itself to me. From your original description of the case, many people would consider that an impossibility had been performed. Nobody had gone out and nobody had come in, and yet the drawings had been taken away. But an impossibility is an impossibility after all, and as drawings don't run away of themselves, plainly somebody had taken them, unaccountable as it may seem. Now, as they were in your inner office, the only people who could have gotten at them besides yourself were your assistants. So that was pretty clear that one of them, at least, had something to do with the business. You told me that Worsfeld was an excellent and intelligent draftsman. Well, if such a man as that intended treachery, he would probably have been able to carry away the design in his head, at any rate a little at a time, and would be under no necessity to run the risk of stealing a set of the drawings. But Ritter, you remarked, was an inferior sort of man. Not particularly smart, I think were your words, only a mechanical sort of tracer. He would be unlikely to be able to carry in his head the complicated details of such designs as yours, and being in a subordinate position, and continually overlooked, he would find it impossible to make copies of the plans in the office. So that, to begin with, I thought I saw the most probable path to start on. When I looked around the rooms, I pushed open the glass door of the barrier and left the door to the inner office ajar, in order to be able to see anything that might happen in any part of the place, without actually expecting any definite development. While we were talking, as it happened, our friend Mirsky, or Hunter as you please, came into the outer office, and my attention was instantly called to him by the first thing he did. Did you notice anything peculiar yourself? No, really, I can't say I did. He seemed to behave much as any traveler or agent might. Well, what I noticed was the fact that as soon as he entered the place, he put his walking stick into the umbrella stand over there by the door, close by where he stood. A most unusual thing for a casual caller to do, before even knowing whether you were in. This made me watch him closely. I perceived with increased interest that the stick was exactly the same kind and pattern as one already standing there, also a curious thing. I kept my eyes carefully on those sticks, and was all the more interested and edified to see, when he left, that he took the other stick, not the one he came with, from the stand, and carried it away, leaving his own behind. I might have followed him, but I decided that more could be learned by staying, as, in fact, proved to be the case. This, by the by, is the stick he carried away with him. I took the liberty of fetching it back from Westminster, because I conceived it to be Ritter's property. Hewitt produced the stick. It was an ordinary thick Malacca cane, with a buckhorn handle and a silver band. Hewitt bent it across his knee and laid it on the table. Yes, Dixon answered. That is Ritter's stick. I think I have often seen it in the stand. But what in the world? One moment. I'll just fetch the stick Mirsky left behind. And Hewitt stepped across the corridor. He returned with another stick, apparently an exact facsimile of the other, and placed it by the side of the other. When your assistants went into the inner room, I carried the stick off for a minute or two. I knew it was not Worsfeld's, because there was an umbrella there with his initial on the handle. Look at this. Martin Hewitt gave the handle a twist and rapidly unscrewed it from the top. Then it was seen that the stick was a mere tube of very thin metal, painted to appear like Malacca cane. It was plain at once that this was no Malacca cane. It wouldn't bend. Inside it, I found your tracings rolled up tightly. You can get a marvelous quantity of thin tracing paper into a small compass by tight rolling. And this was the way they were brought back? The engineer exclaimed. I see that clearly. But how did they get away? That's as mysterious as ever. Not a bit of it. See here. Mirsky gets hold of Ritter, and they agree to get your drawings and photograph them. Ritter is to let his confederate have the drawings, and Mirsky is to bring them back as soon as possible, so that they shall be missed for a moment. Ritter habitually carries this Malacca cane, and the cunning of Mirsky at once suggests that this tube should be made in outward facsimile. This morning Mirsky keeps the actual stick, and Ritter comes to the office with a tube. He seizes the first opportunity, probably when you were in this private room and Worsfeld was talking to you from the corridor, to get at the tracings, roll them up tightly, and put them in the tube, putting the tube back in the umbrella stand. At 12:30, or whenever it was, Mirsky turns up for the first time with the actual stick and exchanges them, just as he afterwards did when he brought the drawings back. Yes, but Mirsky came half an hour after they were... Oh, yes, I see. What a fool I was. I was forgetting, of course. When I first missed the tracings, they were in this walking stick, safe enough, and I was tearing my hair out within an arm's reach of them. Precisely. And Mirsky took them away before your very eyes. I expect Ritter was in a rare funk when he found that the drawings were missed. He calculated, no doubt, on your not wanting them for the hour or two they would be out of the office. How lucky that it struck me to jot a pencil note on one of them. I might easily have made my note somewhere else, and then I should never have known that they had been away. Yes, they didn't give you any too much time to miss them. Well, I think the rest pretty clear. I brought the tracings in here, screwed up the sham stick and put it back. You identified the tracings and found none missing, and then my course was pretty clear, though it looked difficult. I knew you would be very naturally indignant with Ritter, so, as I wanted to manage him myself, I told you nothing of what he had actually done, for fear that in your agitated state, you might burst out with something that might spoil my game. To Ritter, I pretended to know nothing of the return of the drawings, or how they had been stolen. The only things I did know with certainty. But I did pretend to know all about Mirsky, or Hunter, when, as a matter of fact, I knew nothing at all, except that he probably went under more than one name. That put Ritter into my hands completely. When he found the game was up, he began with a lying confession. Believing that the tracings were still in the stick, and that we knew nothing of their return, he said that they had not been away, and that he would fetch them, as I had expected he would. I let him go for them alone, and, when he returned, utterly broken up by the discovery that they were not there, I had him altogether at my mercy. You see, if he had known that the drawings were all the time behind your bookcase, he might have brazened it out, swore that the drawings had been there all the time, and we could have done nothing with him. We couldn't have sufficiently frightened him by the threat of prosecution for theft, because those things were in your possession to his knowledge. As it was, he answered the helm capitally, gave us Mirsky's address on the envelope, and wrote the letter that was to have got him out of the way while I committed burglary, if that disgrace expedient had not been rendered unnecessary. On the whole, the case has gone very well. It has gone marvelously well, thanks to yourself. But what shall I do with Ritter? Here's a stick. Knock him downstairs with it, if you like. I should keep the two, if I were you, as a memento. I don't suppose the respectable Mirsky will ever call to ask for it. But I should certainly kick Ritter out of the door, or out of the window if you like, without delay. Mirsky was caught, and after 2 remands at the police court, was extradited on the charge of forging Russian notes. It came out that he had written to the embassy, as Hewitt had surmised, stating that he had certain valuable information to offer, and the letter which Hewitt had seen delivered was an acknowledgment and a request for more definite particulars. This is what gave rise to the impression that Mirsky had himself informed the Russian authorities of his forgeries. His real interest was very different, but was never guessed. I wonder, Hewitt has once or twice observed, whether, after all, it would not have paid the Russian authorities better on the whole if I had never investigated Mirsky's little note factory. The Dixon torpedo was worth a good many 20-ruble notes. End of the case of the Dixon torpedo by Arthur Morrison. Recording by Todd.
Section 15 of The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Janet. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. The Woman in the Big Hat by Baroness Emma Ozey. Part 1. Lady Molly always had the idea that if the finger of fate had pointed to Mathis's in Regent Street, rather than to Lyons, as the most advisable place for us to have a cup of tea that afternoon, Mr. Culledon would be alive at the present moment. My dear lady is quite sure, and needless to say that I share her belief in herself, that she would have anticipated the murderer's intentions and thus prevented one of the most cruel and callous of crimes which were ever perpetrated in the heart of London. She and I had been to a matinee of Trilby, and were having tea at Lyons, which is exactly opposite Mathis's Vienna Cafe in Regent Street. From where we sat, we commanded a view of the street and of the cafe, which had been very crowded during the last hour. We had lingered over our toasted muffin until past 6, when our attention was drawn to the unusual commotion which had arisen both outside and in the brilliantly lighted place over the road. We saw 2 men run out of the doorway and return a minute or two later,
in company with a policeman. You know what is the inevitable result of such a proceeding in London. Within 3 minutes, a crowd had collected outside Mathis's. 2 or 3 more constables had already assembled and had some difficulty in keeping the entrance clear of intruders. But already my dear lady, keen as a pointer on the scent, had hastily paid her bill, and without waiting to see if I followed her or not, had quickly crossed the road, and the next moment her graceful form was lost in the crowd. I went after her, impelled by curiosity, and presently caught sight of her in close conversation with one of our own men. I have always thought that Lady Molly must have eyes at the back of her head. Otherwise, how could she have known that I stood behind her now? Anyway, she beckoned to me, and together we entered Mathis's, much to the astonishment and anger of the less fortunate crowd. The usually gay little place was indeed sadly transformed. In one corner, the waitresses, in dainty caps and aprons, had put their heads together and were eagerly whispering to one another, whilst casting furtive looks at the small group assembled in front of one of those pretty alcoves, which, as you know, line the walls all around the big tea-room at Mathis's. Here 2 of our men were busy with pencil and notebook, whilst one fair-haired waitress, dissolved in tears, was apparently giving them a great deal of irrelevant and confused information. Chief Inspector Saunders had, I understood, been already sent for. The constables, confronted with this extraordinary tragedy, were casting anxious glances towards the main entrance, whilst putting the conventional questions to the young waitress. And in the alcove itself, raised from the floor of the room by a couple of carpeted steps, the cause of all this commotion, all this anxiety, and all these tears, sat huddled up on a chair, with arms lying straight across the marble-top table, on which the usual paraphernalia of afternoon tea still lay scattered about. The upper part of the body limp, backboneless and awry, half propped up against the wall, half falling back upon the outstretched arms, told quite plainly its weird tale of death. Before my dear lady and I had time to ask any questions, Saunders arrived in a taxicab. He was accompanied by the medical officer, Dr. Townsend, who at once busied himself with the dead man, whilst Saunders went up quickly to Lady Molly. "The chief suggested sending for you," he said quickly. "He was phoning you when I left. There's a woman in this case, and we shall rely on you a good deal." "What has happened?" asked my dear lady, whose fine eyes were glowing with excitement at the mere suggestion of work. "I have only a few stray particulars," replied Saunders, "but the chief witness is that yellow-haired girl over there. We'll find out what we can from her directly. Dr. Townsend has given us his opinion." The medical officer, who had been kneeling beside the dead man, now rose and turned to Saunders. His face was very grave. "The whole matter is simple enough, so far as I'm concerned," he said. "The man has been killed by a terrific dose of morphia, administered no doubt in this cup of chocolate," he added, pointing to a cup in which there still lingered the cold dregs of the thick beverage. "But when did this occur?" asked Saunders, turning to the waitress. I can't say," she replied, speaking with obvious nervousness. "The gentleman came in very early with a lady, somewhere about 4. They made straight for this alcove. The place was just beginning to fill, and the music had begun." "And where is the lady now?" "She went off almost directly. She had ordered tea for herself and a cup of chocolate for the gentleman, also muffins and cakes. About 5 minutes afterwards, as I went past their table, I heard her say to him, 'I'm afraid I must go now or Jay's will be closed, but I'll be back in less than half an hour. You'll wait for me, won't you?' Did the gentleman seem all right then?" "Oh, yes," said the waitress. He had just begun to sip his chocolate, and merely said, "So long," as she gathered up her gloves and muff and then went out of the shop. "And she has not returned since?" "No." "When did you first notice there was anything wrong with this gentleman?" asked Lady Molly. "Well," said the girl with some hesitation, "I looked at him once or twice as I went up and down, for he certainly seemed to have fallen all of a heap. Of course, I thought that he had gone to sleep, and I spoke to the manageress about him, but she thought that I ought to leave him alone for a bit. Then we got very busy, and I paid no more attention to him until about 6 o'clock, when most afternoon tea customers had gone, and we were beginning to get the tables ready for dinners. Then I certainly did think there was something wrong with the man. I called to the manageress, and we sent for the police." "And the lady who was with him at first, what was she like? Would you know her again?" queried Saunders. "I don't know," replied the girl. "You see, I've to attend to such crowds of people of an afternoon. I can't notice each one. And she had on one of those enormous mushroom hats. No one could have seen her face, not more than her chin, unless they looked right under the hat." "Would you know the hat again?" asked Lady Molly. "Yes, I think I should," said the waitress. "It was black velvet and had a lot of plumes. It was enormous," she added, with a sigh of admiration and of longing for the monumental headgear. During the girl's narrative, one of the constables had searched the dead man's pockets. Among other items, he had found several letters addressed to Mark Culloden, Esquire, some with an address in Lombard Street, others with one in Fitzjohn's Avenue, Hampstead. The initials M.C., which appeared both in the hat and on the silver mount of a letter case belonging to the unfortunate gentleman, proved his identity beyond a doubt. A house in Fitzjohn's Avenue does not somehow suggest a bachelor establishment. Even whilst Saunders and the other men were looking through the belongings of the deceased, Lady Molly had already thought of his family, children, perhaps a wife, a mother, who could tell? What awful news to bring to an unsuspecting, happy family, who might even now be expecting the return of father, husband, or son, at the very moment when he lay murdered in a public place, the victim of some hideous plot or feminine revenge. As our amiable friends in Paris would say, it jumped to the eyes that there was a woman in the case, a woman who had worn a gargantuan hat for the obvious purpose of remaining unidentifiable when the question of the unfortunate victim's companion that afternoon came up for solution. And all these facts to put before an expectant wife or an anxious mother. As no doubt you have already foreseen, Lady Molly took the difficult task on her own kind shoulders. She and I drove together to Lorbury House, Fitzjohn's Avenue, and on asking of the manservant who opened the door if his mistress were at home, we were told that Lady Irene Cullen was in the drawing room. Mine is not a story of sentiment, so I'm not going to dwell on that interview, which was one of the most painful moments I recollect having lived through. Lady Irene was young, not 25, I should say petite and frail-looking, but with a quiet dignity of manner which was most impressive. She was Irish, as you know, the daughter of the Earl of Athyville, and it seems had married Mr. Mark Culloden in the teeth of strenuous opposition on the part of her family, which was as penniless as it was aristocratic, whilst Mr. Culloden had great prospects and a splendid business, but possessed neither ancestors nor high connections. She had only been married 6 months, poor little soul, and from all accounts must have idolized her husband. Lady Molly broke the news to her with infinite tact, but there it was. It was a terrific blow, wasn't it, to deal to a young wife, now a widow? and there was so little that a stranger could say in these circumstances. Even my dear lady's gentle voice, her persuasive eloquence, her kindly words, sounded empty and conventional in the face of such appalling grief. 2. Of course, everyone expected that the inquest would reveal something of the murdered man's inner life, would in fact allow the overeager public to get a peep into Mr. Mark Culledon's secret orchard, wherein walked a lady who wore abnormally large velvet hats, and who nourished in her heart one of those terrible grudges against a man which can only find satisfaction in crime. Equally, of course, the inquest revealed nothing that the public did not already know. The young widow was extremely reticent on the subject of her late husband's life, and the servants had all been fresh arrivals when the young couple, just home from their honeymoon, organized their new household at Lorbury House. There was an old aunt of the deceased, Mrs. Steinberg, who lived with the Culledons, but who at the present moment was very ill. Someone in the house, one of the younger servants probably, very foolishly had told her every detail of the awful tragedy. With positively amazing strength, the invalid thereupon insisted on making a sworn statement, which she desired should be placed before the coroner's jury. She wished to bear solemn testimony to the integrity of her late nephew, Mark Culledon, in case the personality of the mysterious woman in the big hat suggested to evilly disposed minds any thought of scandal. Mark Culledon was the one nephew whom I loved, she stated with solemn emphasis. I have shown my love for him by bequeathing to him the large fortune which I inherited from the late Mr. Steinberg. Mark was the soul of honor, or I should have cut him out of my will as I did my other nephews and nieces. I was brought up in the Scotch home, and I hate all this modern fastness and smartness, which are only other words for what I call profligacy. Needless to say, the old lady's statement, solemn though it was of no use whatsoever for the elucidation of the mystery which surrounded the death of Mr. Mark Culledon. But as Mrs. Steinberg had talked of other nephews, whom she had cut out of her will in favor of the murdered man, the police directed inquiries in those various quarters. Mr. Mark Culledon certainly had several brothers and sisters, also cousins, who at different times, usually for some peccadillo or other, seemed to have incurred the wrath of the straight-laced old lady. But there did not appear to have been any ill feeling in the family owing to this. Mrs. Steinberg was the sole mistress of her fortune. She might just as well have bequeathed it in toto to some hospital as to one particular nephew whom she favored, and the various relations were glad, on the whole, that the money was going to remain in the family rather than be cast abroad. The mystery surrounding the woman in the big hat deepened as the days went by. As you know, the longer the period of time which elapses between a crime and the identification of the criminal, the greater the chance the latter has of remaining at large. In spite of strenuous efforts and close questionings of every one of the employees at Mathis's, no one could give a very accurate description of the lady who had tea with the deceased on that fateful afternoon. The first glimmer of light on the mysterious occurrence was thrown about 3 weeks later by a young woman named Catherine Harris, who had been parlor maid at Lorbury House when first Mr. and Lady Irene Culledon returned from their honeymoon. I must tell you that Mrs. Steinberg had died a few days after the inquest. The excitement had been too much for her enfeebled heart. Just before her death, she had deposited £250 with her banker, which sum was to be paid over to any person giving information which would lead to the apprehension and conviction of the murderer of Mr. Mark Culledon. This offer had stimulated everyone's zeal, and I presume had aroused Catherine Harris to realization of what all the while had been her obvious duty. Lady Molly saw her in the chief's private office, and had much ado to disentangle the threads of the girl's confused narrative. But the main point of Harris's story was that a foreign lady had once called at Lorbury House about a week after the master and mistress had returned from their honeymoon. Lady Irene was out at the time, and Mr. Culledon saw the lady in his smoking room. "She was a very handsome lady," explained Harris, "and was beautifully dressed." "Did she wear a large hat?" asked the chief. "I don't remember if it were particularly large," replied the girl. "But you remember what the lady was like?" suggested Lady Molly. "Yes, pretty well. She was very, very tall and very good-looking." "Would you know her again if you saw her?" rejoined my dear lady. "Oh, yes, I think so," was Catherine Harris's reply. Unfortunately, beyond this assurance, the girl could say nothing very definite. The foreign lady seems to have been closeted with Mr. Culledon for about an hour, at the end of which time Lady Irene came home. The butler being out that afternoon, it was Harris who let her mistress in, and as the latter asked no questions, the girl did not volunteer the information that her master had a visitor. She went back to the servants' hall, but 5 minutes later the smoking-room bell rang, and she had to run up again. The foreign lady was then in the hall alone, and obviously waiting to be shown out. This Harris did, after which Mr. Culledon came out of his room, and in the girl's own graphic words, "He went on dreadful." "I don't know if I'd done anything so very wrong," she explained, "but the master seemed quite furious, and said I wasn't a proper parlor maid, or I'd have known that visitors must not be shown in straight away like that. I ought to have said that I didn't know if Mr. Culledon was in, that I would go and see." "Oh, he did go on at me," continued Catherine Harris volubly, "and I suppose he complained to the mistress, for she gave me notice the next day." "And you have never seen the foreign lady since?" concluded Lady Molly. "No, she never come while I was there." "By the way, how do you know she was foreign? Did she speak like a foreigner?" "Oh, no," replied the girl. "She did not say much, only asked for Mr. Culledon, but she looked French-like." This unanswerable bit of logic concluded Catherine's statement. She was very anxious to know whether, if the foreign lady was hanged for murder, she herself would get the £250. On Lady Molly's assurance that she certainly would, she departed in apparent content. 3. "Well, we are no nearer than we were before," said the chief, with an impatient sigh, when the door had closed behind Catherine Harris. "Don't you think so?" rejoined Lady Molly blandly. "Do you consider that what we have heard just now has helped us to discover who was the woman in the big hat?" retorted the chief somewhat testily. "Perhaps not," replied my dear lady with her sweet smile, "but it may help us discover who murdered Mr. Culledon." With which enigmatical statement she effectively silenced the chief, and finally walked out of his office, followed by her faithful Mary. Following Catherine Harris's indications, a description of the lady who was wanted in connection with the murder of Mr. Culledon was very widely circulated, and within 2 days of the interview with the ex-parlor maid, another very momentous one took place in the same office. Lady Molly was at work with the chief over some reports, whilst I was taking shorthand notes at a side desk, when a card was brought in by one of the men, and the next moment, without waiting either for permission to enter or to be more formally announced, a magnificent apparition literally sailed into the dust-covered little back office, filling it with an atmosphere of Parma violets and Russia leather. I don't think that I have ever seen a more beautiful woman in my life. Tall, with a splendid figure and perfect carriage, she vaguely reminded me of the portraits one sees of the late Empress of Austria. This lady was, moreover, dressed to perfection, and wore a large hat adorned with a quantity of plumes. The chief had instinctively risen to greet her, whilst Lady Molly, still and placid, was eyeing her with a quizzical smile. "You know who I am, sir," began the visitor as soon as she had sunk gracefully into a chair. "My name is on that card. My appearance, I understand, tallies exactly with that of a woman who is supposed to have murdered Mark Culloden." She said this so calmly, with such perfect self-possession, that I literally gasped. The chief, too, seemed to have been metaphorically lifted off his feet. He tried to mutter a reply. "Oh, don't trouble yourself, sir," she interrupted him with a smile. "My landlady, my servant, my friends have all read the description of the woman who murdered Mr. Culloden. For the past 24 hours I have been watched by your police. Therefore I have come to you of my own accord before they came to arrest me in my flat. I'm not too soon, am I?" she asked with that same cool indifference which was so startling, considering the subject of her conversation. She spoke English with a scarcely perceptible foreign accent, but I quite understood what Catherine Harris had meant when she said that the lady looked French-like. She certainly did not look English, and when I caught sight of her name on the card, which the chief had handed to Lady Molly, I put her down at once as Viennese. Miss Elizabeth Lowenthal had all the charm, the grace, the elegance, which one associates with Austrian women more than with those of any other nation. No wonder the chief found it difficult to tell her that, as a matter of fact, the police were about to apply for a warrant that very morning for her arrest on a charge of wilful murder. I know," she said, seeming to divine his thoughts. "But let me tell you at once, sir, that I did not murder Mark Culloden. He treated me shamefully, and I would willingly have made a scandal just to spite him. He had become so respectable and straight-laced. But between scandal and murder there's a wide gulf. Don't you think so, madam?" she added, turning for the first time towards Lady Molly. "Undoubtedly," replied my dear lady with the same quizzical smile. "A wide gulf which, no doubt, Miss Elizabeth Lowenthal will best be able to demonstrate to the magistrate tomorrow," rejoined the chief with official sternness of manner. I thought that, for the space of a few seconds, the lady lost her self-assurance at this obvious suggestion. The bloom on her cheeks seemed to vanish, and 2 hard lines appeared between her fine eyes. But, frightened or not, she quickly recovered herself and said quietly, "Now, my dear sir, let us understand one another. I came here for that express purpose. I take it that you don't want your police to look ridiculous any more than I want a scandal. I don't want detectives to hang around my flat, questioning my neighbors and my servants. They would soon find out that I did not murder Mark Culloden, of course. But the atmosphere of the police would hang round me. And I prefer Parma violets," she added, raising a daintily perfumed handkerchief to her nose. "Then you have come to make a statement?" asked the chief. "Yes," she replied. "I'll tell you all I know. Mr. Culloden was engaged to marry me. Then he met the daughter of an earl, and thought he would like her better as a wife than a simple Miss Lowenthal. I suppose I should be considered an undesirable match for a young man who has a highly respectable and snobbish aunt, who would leave him all her money only on the condition that he made a suitable marriage. I have a voice, and I came over to England 2 years ago to study English, so that I might sing in oratory at the Albert Hall. I met Mark on the Calais-Dover boat when he was returning from a holiday abroad. He fell in love with me, and presently asked me to be his wife. After some demur, I accepted him. We became engaged. But he told me that our engagement must remain a secret, for he had an old aunt, from whom he had great expectations, and who might not approve of his marrying a foreign girl, who was without connections and a professional singer. From that moment I mistrusted him, nor was I very astonished when gradually his affection for me seemed to cool. Soon after, he informed me quite callously that he had changed his mind and was going to marry some swell English lady. I didn't care much, but I wanted to punish him by making a scandal, you understand. I went to his house just to worry him, and finally I decided to bring an action for breach of promise against him. It would have upset him, I know. No doubt his aunt would have cut him out of her will. That is all I wanted, but I did not care enough about him to murder him. Somehow her tale carried conviction. We were all of us obviously impressed. The chief alone looked visibly disturbed, and I could read what was going on in his mind. "As you say, Miss Lowenthal," he rejoined, "the police would have found all this out within the next few hours. Once your connection with the murdered man was known to us, the record of your past and his becomes an easy one to pursue. No doubt, too," he added insinuatingly, "our men would soon have been placed in possession of the one undisputable proof of your complete innocence with regard to that fateful afternoon spent at Mathis's cafe." "What is that?" she queried blandly. "An alibi." "You mean where was I during the time that Mark was being murdered in a tea shop?" "Yes," said the chief. "I was out for a walk," she replied quietly. "Shopping, perhaps?" "No." "You met someone who would remember the circumstance, or your servants could say at what time you came in?" "No," she repeated dryly. "I met no one, for I took a brisk walk on Primrose Hill. My 2 servants could only say that I went out at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and returned after 5. There was silence in the little office for a moment or two. I could hear the scraping of the pen with which the chief was idly scribbling geometrical figures on his blotting pad. Lady Molly was quite still. Her large, luminous eyes were fixed on the beautiful woman who had just told us her strange story, with its unaccountable sequel, its mystery which had deepened with the last phrase which she had uttered. Miss Lowenthal, I felt sure, was conscious of her peril. I am not sufficiently a psychologist to know whether it was guilt or merely fear which was distorting the handsome features now, hardening the face and causing the lips to tremble. Lady Molly scribbled a few words on a scrap of paper, which she then passed over to the chief. Miss Lowenthal was making visible efforts to steady her nerves. "That is all I have to tell you," she said, in a voice which sounded dry and harsh. "I think I will go home now." But she did not rise from her chair, and seemed to hesitate, as if fearful lest permission to go were not granted her. To her obvious astonishment, and I must add to my own, the chief immediately rose and said, quite urbanely, "I thank you very much for the helpful information which you have given me. Of course, we may rely on your presence in town for the next few days, may we not?" She seemed greatly relieved, and all at once resumed her former charm of manner and elegance of attitude. The beautiful face was lit up by a smile. The chief was bowing to her in quite a foreign fashion, and in spite of her visible reassurance, she eyed him very intently. Then she went up to Lady Molly and held out her hand. My dear lady took it without an instant's hesitation. I, who knew that it was the few words hastily scribbled by Lady Molly which had dictated the chief's conduct with regard to Miss Lowenthal, was left wondering whether the woman I loved best in all the world had been shaking hands with a murderess. End of The Woman in the Big Hat by Baroness Emma Ozey, Part 1. Recording by Janet, Marysville, Washington. Section 16 of the Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Janet. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1, The Woman in the Big Hat, by Baroness Emma Ozey, Part 2. No doubt you will remember the sensation which was caused by the arrest of Miss Lowenthal on a charge of having murdered Mr. Mark Culloden by administering morphia to him in a cup of chocolate at Mathis's Cafe in Regent Street. The beauty of the accused, her undeniable charm of manner, the hitherto blameless character of her life, all tended to make the public take violent sides either for or against her, and the usual budget of amateur correspondence, suggestions, recriminations, and advice poured into the chief's office in titanic proportions. I must say that, personally, all my sympathies went out to Miss Lowenthal. As I have said before, I am no psychologist, but I had seen her in the original interview at the office, and I could not get rid of an absolutely unreasoning certitude that the beautiful Viennese singer was innocent. The magistrate's court was packed, as you may well imagine, on that first day of the inquiry, and of course sympathy with the accused went up to fever pitch when she staggered into the dock, beautiful still, despite the ravages caused by horror, anxiety, fear, in face of the deadly peril in which she stood. The magistrate was most kind to her. Her solicitor was unimpeachably assiduous. Even our fellows, who had to give evidence against her, did no more than their duty, and were as lenient in their statements as possible. Miss Lowenthal had been arrested in her flat by Danvers, accompanied by 2 constables. She had loudly protested her innocence all along, and did so still, pleading "not guilty" in a firm voice. The great points in favor of the arrest were, firstly, the undoubted motive of disappointment and revenge against a faithless sweetheart, then the total inability to prove any kind of alibi, which under the circumstances certainly added to the appearance of guilt. The question of where the fatal drug was obtained was more difficult to prove. It was stated that Mr. Mark Culloden was director of several important companies, one of which carried on business as wholesale druggists. Therefore, it was argued that the accused, at different times and under some pretext or other, had obtained drugs from Mr. Culloden himself. She had admitted to having visited the deceased at his office in the city both before and after his marriage. Miss Lowenthal listened to all this evidence against her with a hard, set face, as she did also to Catherine Harris's statement about her calling on Mr. Culloden at Lorbury House, but she brightened up visibly when the various attendants at Mathis's Cafe were placed in the box. A very large hat belonging to the accused was shown to the witnesses, but though the police upheld the theory that that was the headgear worn by the mysterious lady at the cafe on that fateful afternoon, the waitresses made distinctly contradictory statements with regard to it. Whilst one girl swore that she recognized the very hat, another was equally positive that it was distinctly smaller than the one she recollected, and when the hat was placed on the head of Miss Lowenthal, 3 out of 4 witnesses positively refused to identify her. Most of these young women declared that, though the accused, when wearing the big hat, looked as if she might have been the lady in question, yet there was a certain something about her which was different. With that vagueness, which is a usual and highly irritating characteristic of their class, The girls finally parried every question by refusing to swear positively either for or against the identity of Miss Lowenthal. "There's something that's different about her somehow," one of the waitresses asserted positively. "What is it that's different?" asked the solicitor for the accused, pressing his point. "I can't say," was the perpetual, maddening reply. Of course, the poor young widow had to be dragged into the case, and here, I think, opinions and even expressions of sympathy were quite unanimous. The whole tragedy had been inexpressibly painful to her, of course, and now it must have seemed doubly so. The scandal which had accumulated round her late husband's name must have added the poignancy of shame to that of grief. Mark Culledon had behaved as callously to the girl whom clearly he had married from interested family motives as he had to the one whom he had heartlessly cast aside. Lady Irene, however, was most moderate in her statements. There was no doubt that she had known of her husband's previous entanglement with Miss Lowenthal, but apparently had not thought fit to make him accountable for the past. She did not know that Miss Lowenthal had threatened a breach of promise against her husband. Throughout her evidence, she spoke with absolute calm and dignity, and looked indeed a strange contrast in her closely fitting, tailor-made costume of black serge and tiny black toque to the more brilliant woman who stood in the dock. The two great points in favor of the accused were, firstly, the vagueness of the witnesses who were called to identify her, and secondly, the fact that she had undoubtedly begun proceedings for breach of promise against the deceased. Judging by the latter's letters to her, she would have had a splendid case against him, which fact naturally dealt a severe blow to the theory as to motive for the murder. On the whole, the magistrate felt that there was not a sufficiency of evidence against the accused to warrant his committing her for trial. He therefore discharged her, and amid loud applause from the public, Miss Lowenthal left the court a free woman. Now, I know that the public did loudly, and to my mind very justly, blame the police for that arrest, which was denounced as being as cruel as it was unjustifiable. I felt as strongly as anybody on the subject, for I knew that the prosecution had been instituted in defiance of Lady Molly's express advice, and in distinct contradiction to the evidence which she had collected. When, therefore, the chief asked my dear lady to renew her efforts in that mysterious case, it was small wonder that her enthusiasm did not respond to his anxiety. That she would do her duty was beyond a doubt, but she had very naturally lost her more fervent interest in the case. The mysterious woman in the big hat was still the chief subject of leading articles in the papers, coupled with that of the ineptitude of the police, who could not discover her. There were caricatures and picture postcards in all the shop windows of a gigantic hat covering the whole figure of its wearer, only the feet and a very long and pointed chin protruding from beneath the enormous brim. Below was the device, "Who is she? Ask the police." One day, it was the second since the discharge of Miss Lowenthal, my dear lady came into my room beaming. It was the first time I had seen her smile for more than a week, and already I had guessed what it was that had cheered her. "Good news, Mary," she said gaily. "At last I've got the chief to let me have a free hand. Oh dear, what a lot of argument it takes to extricate that man from the tangled meshes of red tape." "What are you going to do?" I asked. "Prove that my theory is right as to who murdered Mark Culledon," she replied seriously. "And as a preliminary, We'll go and ask his servants at Lorbury House a few questions." It was then 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At Lady Molly's bidding, I dressed somewhat smartly, and together we went off in a taxi to Fitzjohn's Avenue. Lady Molly had written a few words on one of her cards, urgently requesting an interview with Lady Irene Culloden. This she handed over to the manservant who opened the door at Lorbury House. A few moments later, we were sitting in the cozy boudoir. The young widow, high-bred and dignified in her tight-fitting black gown, sat opposite to us, her white hands folded demurely before her, her small head, with its very close coiffure, bent in closest attention towards Lady Molly. "I most sincerely hope, Lady Irene," began my dear lady, in her most gentle and persuasive voice, "that you will look with all possible indulgence on my growing desire, shared, I may say, by all my superiors at Scotland Yard, to elucidate the mystery which still surrounds your late husband's death." Lady Molly paused, as if waiting for encouragement to proceed. The subject must have been extremely painful to the young widow. Nevertheless, she responded quite gently. "I can understand that the police wish to do their duty in the matter. As for me, I have done all, I think, that could be expected of me. I am not made of iron, and after that day in the police court—" She checked herself, as if afraid of having betrayed more emotion than was consistent with good breeding, and concluded more calmly, "I cannot do any more." "I fully appreciate your feelings in the matter," said Lady Molly, "but you would not mind helping us, would you, in a passive way, if you could, by some simple means, further the cause of justice?" "What is it you want me to do?" asked Lady Irene. "Only to allow me to ring for 2 of your maids and ask them a few questions. I promise you that they shall not be of such a nature as to cause you the slightest pain." For a moment I thought that the young widow hesitated. Then, without a word, she rose and rang the bell. "Which of my servants did you wish to see?" she asked, turning to my dear lady as soon as the butler entered in answer to the bell. "Your own maid and your parlor maid, if I may," replied Lady Molly. Lady Irene gave the necessary orders, and we all sat expectant and silent until, a minute or 2 later, 2 girls entered the room. One wore a cap and apron, the other, in neat black dress and dainty lace collar, was obviously the lady's maid. "This lady," said their mistress, addressing the 2 girls, "wishes to ask you a few questions. She is a representative of the police, so you had better do your best to satisfy her with your answers." "Oh," rejoined Lady Molly pleasantly, choosing not to notice the tone of acerbity with which the young widow had spoken, nor the unmistakable barrier of hostility and reserve which her words had immediately raised between the young servants and the representative of the police. "What I am going to ask these 2 young ladies is neither very difficult nor very unpleasant. I merely want their kind help in a little comedy which will have to be played this evening in order to test the accuracy of certain statements made by one of the waitresses at Mathis's tea shop with regard to the terrible tragedy which has darkened this house. You will do that much, will you not?" she added, speaking directly to the maids. "No one can be so winning or so persuasive as my dear lady." In a moment I saw the girls' hostility melting before the sunshine of Lady Molly's smile. "We'll do what we can, ma'am," said the maid. "That's a brave, good girl," replied my lady. You must know that the chief waitress at Mathis's has this very morning identified the woman in the big hat who, we all believe, murdered your late master. Yes," she continued, in response to a gasp of astonishment which seemed to go round the room like a wave. "The girl seems quite positive, both as regards the hat and the woman who wore it. But of course, one cannot allow a human life to be sworn away without bringing every possible proof to bear on such a statement. And I am sure that everyone in this house will understand that we don't want to introduce strangers more than we can help into the sad affair, which already has been bruited abroad too much." She paused a moment. Then, as neither Lady Irene nor the maids made any comment, she continued, "My superiors at Scotland Yard think it their duty to try and confuse the witness as much as possible in her act of identification. They desire that a certain number of ladies wearing abnormally large hats should parade before the waitress. Among them will be, of course, the one whom the girl has already identified as being the mysterious person who had tea with Mr. Culloden at Mathis's that afternoon. My superiors can then satisfy themselves whether the waitress is or is not so sure of her statement that she invariably picks out again and again one particular individual amongst a number of others or not." "Surely," interrupted Lady Irene dryly, "you and your superiors do not expect my servants to help in such a farce?" "We don't look upon such proceedings as a farce, Lady Irene," rejoined Lady Molly gently. "It is often resorted to in the interest of an accused person, and we certainly would ask the cooperation of your household." "I don't see what they can do." But the two girls did not seem unwilling. The idea appealed to them. I felt sure it suggested an exciting episode and gave promise of variety in their monotonous lives. "I am sure both these young ladies possess fine big hats," continued Lady Molly with an encouraging smile. "I should not allow them to wear ridiculous headgear," retorted Lady Irene sternly. "I have the one your ladyship wouldn't wear and threw away," interposed the young parlour-maid. "I put it together again with the scraps I found in the dust-hole." There was just one instant of absolute silence, one of those magnetic moments when fate seems to have dropped the spool on which she was spinning the threads of a life and is just stooping in order to pick it up. Lady Irene raised a black bordered handkerchief to her lips and then said quietly, "I don't know what you mean, Mary. I never wear big hats." "No, my lady," here interposed the lady's maid, "but Mary means the one you ordered at Sanchia's and only wore the once, the day you went to that concert." "Which day was that?" asked Lady Molly blandly. "Oh, I couldn't forget that day," ejaculated the maid. "Her ladyship came home from the concert. I had undressed her, and she told me that she would never wear her big hat again. It was too heavy. That same day Mr. Culloden was murdered." "That hat would answer our purpose very well," said Lady Molly quite calmly. "Perhaps Mary will go and fetch it, and you had better go and help her put it on." The two girls went out of the room without another word, and there were we three women left facing one another, with that awful secret only half revealed, hovering in the air like an intangible spectre. "What are you going to do, Lady Irene?" asked Lady Molly, after a moment's pause, during which I literally could hear my own heart beating, whilst I watched the rigid figure of the widow in deep black crape, her face set and white, her eyes fixed steadily on Lady Molly. "You can't prove it," she said defiantly. "I think we can," rejoined Lady Molly simply. "At any rate, I mean to try." I have two of the waitresses from Mathis's outside in a cab, and I've already spoken to the attendant who served you at Sanchez, an obscure milliner in a back street near Portland Road. We know that you were at great pains there to order a hat of certain dimensions and to your own minute description. It was a copy of one you had once seen Miss Lowenthal wear when you met her at your late husband's office. We can prove that meeting, too. Then we have your maid's testimony that you wore the same hat once and once only the day, presumably, that you went out to a concert, a statement which you will find it difficult to substantiate, and also the day on which your husband was murdered. Bah, the public will laugh at you, retorted Lady Irene, still defiantly. You would not dare to formulate so monstrous a charge. It will not seem monstrous when justice has weighed in the balance the facts which we can prove. Let me tell you a few of these, the result of careful investigation. There is the fact that you knew of Mr. Culloden's entanglement with Miss Elizabeth Lowenthal, and did your best to keep it from old Mrs. Steinberg's knowledge, realizing that any scandal round her favorite nephew would result in the old lady cutting him, and therefore you, out of her will. You dismissed a parlor maid for the sole reason that she had been present when Miss Lowenthal was shown into Mr. Culloden's study. There is the fact that Mrs. Steinberg had so worded her will that, in the event of her nephew dying before her, her fortune would devolve on you. The fact that, with Miss Lowenthal's action for breach of promise against your husband, your last hope of keeping the scandal from the old lady's ears had effectually vanished. You saw the fortune eluding your grasp. You feared Mrs. Steinberg would alter her will. Had you found the means, and had you dared, would you not rather have killed the old lady? But discovery would have been certain. The other crime was bolder and surer. You have inherited the old lady's millions, for she never knew of her nephew's earlier peccadillos. All of this we can state and prove, and the history of the hat, bought and worn one day only, that same memorable day, and then thrown away. A loud laugh interrupted her, a laugh that froze my very marrow. There is one fact you have forgotten, my Lady of Scotland Yard, came in sharp, strident accents from the black-robed figure, which seemed to have been strangely spectral in the fast-gathering gloom which had been enveloping the luxurious little boudoir. Don't omit to mention the fact that the accused took the law into her own hands. And before my dear lady and I could rush to prevent her, Lady Irene Culloden had conveyed something, we dare not think what, to her mouth. "Find Danvers quickly, Mary," said Lady Molly calmly. "You'll find him outside. Bring a doctor back with you." Even as she spoke, Lady Irene, with a cry of agony, fell senseless in my dear lady's arms. The doctor, I may tell you, came too late. The unfortunate woman evidently had a good knowledge of poisons. She had been determined not to fail. In case of discovery, she was ready and able to mete out justice to herself. I don't think the public ever knew the real truth about the woman in the big hat. Interest in her went the way of all things. Yet my dear lady had been right from beginning to end. With unerring precision, she had placed her dainty finger on the real motive and the real perpetrator of the crime, the ambitious woman who had married solely for money, and meant to have that money even at the cost of one of the most dastardly murders that have ever darkened the criminal annals of this country. I asked Lady Molly what it was that first made her think of Lady Irene as the possible murderess. No one else for a moment had thought her guilty. "The big hat," replied my dear lady with a smile. Had the mysterious woman at Mathis's been tall, The waitresses would not, one and all, have been struck by the abnormal size of the hat. The wearer must have been petite, hence the reason that under a wide brim only the chin would be visible. I at once sought for a small woman. Our fellows did not think of that, because they are men. You see how simple it all was? End of The Woman in the Big Hat by Baroness Emma Ozey, Part 2. Recording by Janet, Marysville, Washington.
Section 17 of The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by S.T. Macduff. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. The Affair of the Tortoise by Arthur Morrison. Very often Hewitt was tempted by the fascination of some particularly odd case to neglect his other affairs to follow up a matter that from a business point of view was of little or no value to him. As a rule, he had a sufficient regard for his own interests to resist such temptations, but in one curious case, at least, I believe he allowed it largely to influence him. It was certainly an extremely odd case, one of those affairs that, coming to light at intervals, but more often remaining unheard of by the general public, convince one that, after all, there is very little extravagance about Mr. R. L. Stevenson's bizarre imaginings of doings in London in his New Arabian Nights. There's nothing in this world that is at all possible. I have often heard Martin Hewitt say, that has not happened or is not happening in London. Certainly he had opportunities of knowing. The case I have referred to occurred sometime before my own acquaintance with him began, in 1878, in fact. He had called one Monday morning at an office in regard to something connected with one of those uninteresting, though often difficult cases which formed perhaps the bulk of his practice, when he was informed of a most mysterious murder that had taken place in another part of the same building on the previous Saturday afternoon. Owing to the circumstances of the case, only the vaguest account had appeared in the morning papers, and even this, as it chanced, Hewitt had not read. The building was one of a new row in a partly rebuilt street near the National Gallery. The whole row had been built by a speculator for the purpose of letting out in flats, suites of chambers, and in one or two cases on the ground floors, offices. The rooms had let very well, and to desirable tenants as a rule. The least satisfactory tenant, the proprietor reluctantly admitted, was a Mr. Rameau, a Negro gentleman, single, who had 3 rooms on the top floor, but one of the particular building that Hewitt was visiting. His rent was paid regularly, but his behavior had produced complaints from other tenants. He got uproariously drunk and screamed and howled in unknown tongues. He fell asleep on the staircase. Ladies were afraid to pass. He bawled rough chaff down the stairs and along the corridors at butcher boys and messengers, and played on errand boys brutal practical jokes that ended in police court summonses. He once had a way of sliding down the baluster shouting, "Hoy, hoy, hoy, yah!" as he went. But as he was a big, heavy man and the balusters had been built for different treatment, he had very soon and very firmly been requested to stop it. He had plenty of money and spent it freely, but it was generally felt that there was too much of the light-hearted savage about him to fit him to live among quiet people. How much longer the landlord would have stood for this sort of thing, Hewitt's informant said, was a matter of conjecture, for on the Saturday afternoon in question, the tenancy had come to a startling full stop. Rameau had been murdered in his room, and the body had, in the most unaccountable fashion, been secretly removed from the premises. The strongest possible suspicion pointed to a man who had been employed in shoveling and carrying coals, cleaning windows, and chopping wood for several of the buildings, and who had left that very Saturday. The crime had, in fact, been committed with this man's chopper, and the man himself had been heard again and again to threaten Rameau, who, in his brutal fashion, had made a butt of him. This man was a Frenchman, Victor Goujon by name, who had lost his employment as a watchmaker by reason of an injury to his right hand, which destroyed its steadiness, and so he had fallen upon evil days and odd jobs. He was a little man of no great strength, but extraordinarily excitable, and the coarse jibes and horseplay of the big Negro drove him almost to madness. Rameau would often, after some more than ordinarily outrageous attack, contemptuously fling Goujon a shilling, which the little Frenchman, although wanting a shilling badly enough, would hurl back in his face, almost weeping with impotent rage. "Pig! Canaille!" he would scream. "Dirty pig of Africa! Take your shilling to where you have stole it! Voleur! Pig!" There was a tortoise living in the basement, of which Goujon had made rather a pet, and the Negro would sometimes use this animal as a missile, flinging it at the little Frenchman's head. On one such occasion, the tortoise struck the wall so forcibly as to break its shell, and then Goujon seized a shovel and rushed at his tormentor with such blind fury that the latter made a bolt of it. These were but a few of the passages between Rameau and the fuel porter, but they illustrate the state of feeling between them. Goujon, after correspondence with a relative in France who offered him work, gave notice to leave, which expired on the day of the crime. At about 3 that afternoon, a housemaid, proceeding toward Rameau's rooms, met Goujon as he was going away. Goujon bade her goodbye, and pointing in the direction of Rameau's room, said exultantly, "There shall be no more of the black pig for me. With him have I done for, zut! I mock me of him. He will never tracasser me no more." And he went away. The girl went to the outer door of Rameau's rooms, knocked, and got no reply. Concluding that the tenant was out, she was about to use her keys when she found that the door was unlocked. She passed through the lobby and into the sitting room, and there fell in a dead faint at the sight that met her eyes. Rameau lay with his back across the sofa and his head drooping within an inch of the ground. On the head was a fearful gash, and below it was a pool of blood. The girl must have laid unconscious for about 10 minutes. When she came to her senses, she dragged herself terrified from the room and up to the housekeeper's apartments, where, being an excitable, nervous creature, she only screamed, "Murder!" and immediately fell in a fit of hysterics that lasted 3/4 of an hour. When at last she came to herself, she told her story, and the hall porter having been summoned, Rameau's rooms were once again approached. The blood still lay on the floor, and the chopper, with which the crime had evidently been committed, rested against the fender. But the body had vanished. A search was at once made, but no trace of it could be seen anywhere. It seemed impossible that it could have been carried out of the building, for the hall porter must at once have noticed anybody leaving with so bulky a burden. Still, in the building, it was not to be found. When Hewitt was informed of these things on Monday, the police were, of course, still in possession of Rameau's rooms. Inspector Netting, Hewitt was told, was in charge of the case, and as the inspector was an acquaintance of his and was then in the room upstairs, Hewitt went up to see him. Nettings was pleased to see Hewitt and invited him to look around the rooms. "Well, perhaps you can spot something we've overlooked," he said, "though it's not a case there can be much doubt about." "You think it's Goujon, don't you?" "Think? Well, rather. Look here. As soon as we got here on Saturday, we found this piece of paper and pin on the floor. We showed it to the housemaid, and then she remembered, and she was too much upset to think of it before, that when she was in the room, the paper was laying on the dead man's chest, pinned there, evidently. It must have dropped off when they removed the body. It's a case of half-mad revenge on Goujon's part, plainly. See it? You read French, don't you?" The paper was a plain, large half-sheet of notepaper, on which a sentence in French was scrawled in red ink in a large, clumsy hand, thus: "Puni par un vengeur de la tortue." "Puni par un vengeur de la tortue," Hewitt replied musingly. "Punished by an avenger of the tortoise? That seems odd." "Well, rather odd. But you understand the reference, of course. Have they told you about Rameau's treatment of Goujon's pet tortoise?" "I think it was mentioned among his other pranks, but this is an extreme revenge for a thing of that sort, and a queer way of announcing it." "Oh, he's mad. Mad with Rameau's continual ragging and baiting," Nettings answered. "Anyway, this is a plain indication, plain as though he'd left his own signature. Besides, it's in his own language, French, and there's his chopper, too." "Speaking of signatures," Hewitt remarked, "perhaps you have already compared this with other specimens of Goujon's writing?" "Well, I did think of it, but they don't seem to have a specimen to hand, and anyway, it doesn't seem very important. There's 'Avenger of the Tortoise' plain enough in the man's own language, and that tells everything. Besides, handwritings are easily disguised." "Have you got Goujon?" "Well, no, we haven't.
There seems to be some little difficulty about that, but I expect to have him by this time tomorrow. Here comes Mr. Styles, the landlord." Mr. Styles was a thin, querulous, and withered-looking little man who twitched his eyebrows as he spoke, and spoke in short, jerky phrases. "No news, eh, Inspector, eh? Eh? Found out nothing else, eh? Terrible thing for my property, terrible. Who's your friend?" Nettings introduced Hewitt. "Shocking thing this, eh, Mr. Hewitt, terrible. Comes of having anything to do with these bloodthirsty foreigners, eh? New buildings and all, character ruined. No one to come live here now, eh? Tenants, noisy niggers, murdered by my own servant, terrible. You formed any opinion, eh?" "I dare say I might if I went into the case." Yes, same opinion as Inspector's, eh? I mean, an opinion of your own." The old man scrutinized Hewitt's face sharply. "Oh, if you'd like me to look into the matter," Hewitt began. "Eh? Oh, look into it? Well, I can't commission you, you know, matter for the police. Mr. Stun, police doing very well, I think. Must be Goujon. But look about the place, certainly, if you like. If you see anything likely to serve my interest, tell me, and perhaps I'll employ you, eh? Eh? Good afternoon." The landlord vanished, and the inspector laughed. "Likes to see what he's buying, does Mr. Styles," he said. Hewitt's first impulse was to walk out of the place at once. But his interest in the case had been roused, and he determined, at any rate, to examine the rooms, and this he did very minutely. By the side of the lobby was a bathroom, and in this was fitted a tip-up wash basin, which Hewitt inspected with particular attention. Then he called the housekeeper and made inquiries about Rameau's clothes and linen. The housekeeper could give no idea of how many overcoats or how much linen he had had. He had all the Negro's love of display, and was continually buying new clothes, which indeed were lying, hanging, littering, and choking up the bedroom in all directions. The housekeeper, however, on Hewitt's inquiring after such a garment in particular, did remember one heavy black ulster, which Rameau had very rarely worn, only in the coldest weather. After the body was discovered, Hewitt asked the housekeeper, was any stranger observed about the place, whether carrying anything or not? "Oh, no, sir," the housekeeper replied. "There's been particular inquiries about that. Of course, after we knew what was wrong and the body was gone, nobody was seen, or he'd have been stopped. But the hall porter says he's certain no stranger came or went for half an hour or more before that, the time about when the housemaid saw the body and fainted." At this moment a clerk from the landlord's office arrived and handed Nettings a paper. "Here you are," said Nettings to Hewitt. "They've found a specimen of Goujon's handwriting at last, if you'd like to see it. I don't want it, I'm not a graphologist, and the case is clear enough for me anyway." Hewitt took the paper. This, he said, is a different sort of handwriting from that on the paper. The red ink note about the Avenger of the Tortoise is in a crude, large, clumsy, untaught style of writing. This is small, neat, and well-formed, except that it is a trifle shaky, probably because of the hand injury. "That's nothing," contended Nettings. "Handwriting clues are worse than useless as a rule. It's so easy to disguise and imitate writing, and besides, if Goujon is such a good penman as you seem to say, why, he could all the easier alter his style. Say now yourself, can any fiddling question of handwriting get over this thing about avenging the tortoise? Practically a written confession, to say nothing of the chopper, and what he said to the housemaid as he left." "Well," said Hewitt, "perhaps not, but we'll see. Meantime," turning to the landlord's clerk, "possibly you will be good enough to tell me one or two things. First, what was Goujon's character?" "Oh, excellent, as far as we know. Oh, we never had a complaint about him, except for little matters of carelessness, leaving coal scuttles on the staircases for people to fall over, losing shovels, and so on. He was certainly a bit careless, but as far as we could see, quite a decent little fellow. One would never have thought him capable of committing murder for the sake of a tortoise, though he was rather fond of the animal." "The tortoise is dead now, I understand." "Yes." "Have you a lift in this building?" "Only for coal and heavy parcels. Goujon used to work it, sometimes going up and down in it himself with coals and so on. It goes into the basement." "And are the coals kept under this building?" No, the store for the whole row is under the next two houses. The basements communicate." "Do you know Rameau's other name?" "César Rameau he signed in our agreement." "Did he ever mention his relations?" "No. That is to say, He did say something one day when he was very drunk, but of course it was all rot. Someone told him not to make such a row. He was a beastly tenant. And he said he was the best man in the place, and his brother was prime minister and all sorts of things. Mere drunken rant. I never heard him say anything sensible about relations. Oh, we know nothing of his connections. He came here on a banker's reference. Thanks, I think that's all I want to ask. You notice, Hewitt proceeded, turning to Nettings, the only ink in this place is scented and violet, and the only paper is tinted and scented too, with a monogram, characteristic of Negro with money. The paper that was pinned on Rameau's breast is in red ink on common and rather grubby paper. Therefore it was written somewhere else and brought here. Inference, premeditation. Oh, yes, yes. But are you an inch nearer with all these speculations? Can you get nearer than I am now without them? Well, perhaps not, Hewitt replied. I don't profess at this moment to know the criminal. You do. I'll concede you that point for the present. But you don't offer an opinion as to who removed Rameau's body, which I think I know. Well, who was it then? Come, try and guess that yourself. It wasn't Goujon. I don't mind letting you know that. But it was a person quite within your knowledge of the case. You've mentioned the person's name more than once. Nettings stared blankly. I don't understand you in the least, he said. But of course you mean that this mysterious person you speak of as having moved the body committed the murder. No, I don't. Nobody could have been more innocent of that. Well, Nettings concluded with resignation, I'm afraid one of us is rather thick-headed. What will you do? Interview the person who took away the body, Hewitt replied with a smile. But, man alive, why bother about the person if it isn't the criminal? Never mind. Probably the person will be a most valuable witness. You mean you think that this person, whoever it is, saw the crime? I think it very probable indeed. Well, I won't ask you any more. I shall get hold of Goujon. That's simple and direct enough for me. I prefer to deal with the heart of the case, the murder itself, when there's such clear evidence as I have. I shall look a little into that too, perhaps, Hewitt said, and if you like, I'll tell you the first thing I shall do. What's that? I shall have a good look at the map of the West Indies, and I advise you to do the same. Good morning. Nettings stared down the corridor after Hewitt and continued staring for nearly 2 minutes after he had disappeared. Then he said to the clerk who had remained, What was he talking about? I don't know, replied the clerk. Couldn't make head or tail of it. I don't believe there is a head to it, declared Nettings, nor a tail either. He's kidding us. Nettings was better than his word, for within 2 hours of his conversation with Hewitt, Goujon was captured and safe in a cab bound for Bow Street. He had been stopped at Newhaven in the morning on his way to Dieppe and was brought back to London. But now Nettings met a check. Late that afternoon he called on Hewitt to explain matters. We've got Goujon, he said gloomily, but there's a difficulty. He's got 2 friends who can swear an alibi. Rameau was seen at 1:30 on Saturday, and the girl found him dead about 3. Now, Goujon's 2 friends, it seems, were with him from 1 o'clock till 4 in the afternoon, with the exception of 5 minutes when the girl saw him, and then he left them to take a key or something to the housekeeper before finally leaving. They were waiting on the landing below when Goujon spoke to the housemaid, heard him speaking, and seen him go all the way up to the housekeeper's room and back, as they looked up the wide well of the staircase. They are men employed near the place, and seem to have good characters. But perhaps we shall find something unfavorable about them. They were drinking with Goujon, it seems, by way of seeing him off. Well, Hewitt said, I scarcely think you need trouble to damage these men's characters. They're probably telling the truth. Come now, be plain. You've come here to get a hint as to whether my theory of the case helps you, haven't you? Well, if you can give me a friendly hint, although of course I may be right after all. Still, I wish you'd explain a bit as to what you meant by looking at a map of all that mystery. Nice thing for me to be taking a lesson in my own business after all these years. But perhaps I deserve it. See now, quoth Hewitt, you remember what map I told you to look at? The West Indies, right. Well, here you are. Hewitt reached an atlas from his bookshelf. Now, look here. The biggest island of the lot on this map, barring Cuba, is Haiti. You know as well as I do that the western part of that island is peopled by the Black Republic of Haiti, and that the country is in a degenerate state of almost unexampled savagery, with a ridiculous show of civilization. There are revolutions all the time. The South American republics are peaceful and prosperous compared to Haiti. The state of the country is simply awful. Read Sir Spencer St. John's book on it. President after president of the vilest sort forces his way to power and commits the most horrible and bloodthirsty excesses, murdering his opponents by the hundred and seizing their property for himself and his satellites, who are usually as bad, if not worse, than the president himself. Whole families, men, women, and children, are murdered at the instance of these ruffians, and as a consequence the most deadly feuds spring up, and the presidents and their followers are always themselves in danger of reprisals from others. Perhaps the very worst of these presidents in recent times has been the notorious Domingue, who was overthrown by an insurrection, as they all are sooner or later, and compelled to fly the country. Domingue and his nephews, one of whom was chief minister while in power, committed the cruelest bloodshed, and many members of the opposite party sought refuge in a small island lying just to the north of Haiti, but were sought out there and almost exterminated. Now, I will show you that island on the map. What's its name? Tortuga? It is. Tortuga, however, is only the old Spanish name. The Haitians speak French, Creole French. Here is a French atlas. Now, see the name of that island. La Tortue. La Tortue it is, the tortoise. Tortuga means the same thing in Spanish, but that island is always spoken of in Haiti as La Tortue. Now do you see the drift of that paper pinned to Rameau's breast? Punished by an avenger of or from the tortoise or La Tortue, clear enough. It would seem that the dead men had something to do with the massacre there, and somebody from the island is avenging it. The thing's most extraordinary. And now listen. The name of Domingue's nephew, who was chief minister, was Septimus Rameau. And this was César Rameau, his brother, probably. I see. Well, this is a case. I think the relationship probable. Now do you understand why I was inclined to doubt that Goujon was the man you wanted? Well, of course. And now, I suppose, I must try to get a nigger. The chap who wrote that paper. I wish he hadn't been such an ignorant nigger. If he'd only put the capitals to the words La Tortue, I might have thought a little more about them, instead of taking it for granted that they meant that wretched tortoise in the basement of the house. Well, I've made a fool of a start, but I'll be after that nigger now. And I, as I said before, said Hewitt, shall be after the person that carried off Rameau's body. I've had something else to do this afternoon, or I should have begun already. You said you thought he saw the crime. How did you judge that? Hewitt smiled. I think I'll keep that little secret to myself for present, he said. You shall know soon. Very well, Nettings replied with resignation. I suppose I mustn't grumble if you don't tell me everything. I feel too great a fool altogether of this case to see any farther than you show me. And Inspector Nettings left on his search, while Martin Hewitt, as soon as he was alone, laughed joyously and slapped his thigh. There was a cab rank and shelter at the end of the street where Mr. Styles' building stood, and early that evening a man approached it and hailed the cabman and the waterman. Anyone would have known the newcomer at once for a cabman taking a holiday. The brim of the hat, the bird's-eye neckerchief, the immense coat buttons, and more than all, the rolling walk and the wrinkled trousers, marked him out distinctly. "Watcher," he exclaimed affably, with the self-possessed nod only possible to cabbies and busmen. "I'm looking for a bilker. I'm told one of the blokes off this rank carried him last Saturday, and I want to know where he went. I ain't had a chance of getting his address yet. Took a cab just as it got dark, I'm told. Tallish chap, muffled up a lot, in a long black overcoat. Any of you seen him?" The cabbies looked at one another and shook their heads. It chanced that none of them had been on that particular rank at the time. But the waterman said, "Hold on, I bet he's the bloke what old Bill Stammers took. Yorkie was first on the rank, but the bloke wouldn't have had an hansom. Wanted four-wheeler, so Bill took him. Biggish chap in a long black coat, collar up and muffler thick. Soft, wide-awake hat, pulled over his eyes, and he was 'urry, too, jumped in sharp as a weasel." "Didn't see his face, did ye?" "No, not an inch of it, too much muffled. Couldn't tell if he had a face." "Was his arm in a sling?" "Aye, it looked so. Had it stuffed through the breast of his coat, like as though there might be a sling inside." "That's him. Any of you tell me where I might run across old Bill Stammers? He'd tell me where my precious bilker went to." As to this, there was plenty of information, and in 5 minutes Martin Hewitt, who had become an unoccupied cabman for the occasion, was on his way to find old Bill Stammers. That respectable old man gave him full particulars as to the place in the East End where he had driven his muffled fare on Saturday, and Hewitt then began an 18 or 20-hour search beyond Whitechapel. At about 3 on Tuesday afternoon, as Nettings was in the act of leaving Bow Street Police Station, Hewitt drove up in a four-wheeler. Some prisoner appeared to be crouching low in the vehicle, but, leaving him to take care of himself, Hewitt hurried into the station and shook Nettings by the hand. "Well," he said, "have you got the murder of Rameau yet?" "No," Nettings growled, "unless, well, Goujon's under remand still, and after all, I've been thinking that, he may know something." "Pooh, nonsense," Hewitt answered. "You'd better let him go." "Now, I have got somebody." Hewitt laughed and slapped the inspector's shoulder. "I've got the man who carried Rameau's body away." "The deuce you have! Where? Bring him in. We must have him." "All right. Don't be in a hurry. He won't bolt." And Hewitt stepped out to the cab and produced his prisoner, who, pulling his hat farther over his eyes, hurried furtively into the station. One hand was stowed in the breast of his long coat, and below the wide brim of his hat a small piece of white bandage could be seen. And as he lifted his face, it was seen to be that of a Negro. "Inspector Nettings," Hewitt said ceremoniously, "allow me to introduce Mr. César Rameau." Nettings gasped. "What?" he at length ejaculated. "What? You're Rameau?" The Negro looked around nervously and shrank farther from the door. "Yes," he said, "but please not so loud. Please not loud. They may be near, and I'm afraid." "You will certify, will you not," asked Hewitt with malicious glee, "not only that you were not murdered last Saturday by Victor Goujon, but that, in fact, you were not murdered at all? Also that you carried your own body away in the usual fashion on your own legs?" "Yes, yes," responded Rameau, looking haggardly about. "But is not this swoon public? I should not be seen." "Nonsense," replied Hewitt rather testily. "You exaggerate your danger and your own importance, and your enemy's abilities as well. You're safe enough." "I suppose, then," Nettings remarked slowly, like a man on whose mind something vast was beginning to dawn, "I suppose... Why, hang it! You must have just got up while that fool of a girl was screaming and fainting upstairs and walked out. I say there's nothing so hard as a nigger skull, and yours has certainly made a fool of me. But then somebody must have chopped you over the head. Who was it?" "My enemies. My great enemies. Enemies politique. I am a great man." This with a faint revival of vanity amid his fear. "A great man in my country. They have great secret clubs, theatres to kill me and my friends. And one enemy coming in my room does this. 1, 2. He indicated wrist and head. "With a chopper." Rameau made the case plain to Nettings, so far as the actual circumstances of the assault on himself were concerned. A Negro whom he had noticed near the place more than once during the previous day or two had attacked him suddenly in his rooms, dealing him 2 savage blows with a chopper. The first he had caught on his wrist, which was seriously damaged, as well as excruciatingly painful. But the second had taken effect on his head. His assailant had evidently gone away then, leaving him for dead. But as a matter of fact, he was only stunned by the shock, and had, thanks to the adamantine thickness of the Negro skull and the ill direction of the chopper, only a very bad scalp wound, the bone being no more than grazed. He had lain insensible for some time, and must have come to his senses soon after the housemaid had left the room. Terrified at the knowledge that his enemies had found him out, his only thought was to get away and hide himself. He hastily washed and tied up his head, and enveloped himself in the biggest coat he could find, and let himself down into the basement by the coal lift, for fear of observation. He waited in the basement of one of the adjoining buildings till dark, and then got away in a cab, with the idea of hiding himself in the East End. He had had very little money with him on his flight, and it was by reason of this circumstance that Hewitt, when he found him, had prevailed on him to leave his hiding place, since it would be impossible for him to touch any of the large sums of money in the keeping of his bank so long as he was supposed to be dead. With much difficulty and the promise of ample police protection, he was at last convinced that it would be safe to declare himself and get his property, and then run away and hide wherever he pleased. Nettings and Hewitt strolled off together for a few minutes and chatted, leaving the wretched Rameau to cower in a corner among several policemen. "Well, Mr. Hewitt," Nettings said, "this case has certainly been a shocking beating for me. I must have been as blind as a bat when I started on it. And yet I don't see that you had a deal to go on even now. What struck you first?" "Well, in the beginning it seemed rather odd to me that the body should have been taken away, as I had been told it was, after the writing paper had been pinned on it. Why should the murderer pin a label on the body of his victim if he meant carrying that body away? Who would read the label and learn of the nature of the revenge gratified? Plainly, that indicated that the person who had carried away the body was not the person who had committed the murder. But as soon as I began to examine the place, I saw the probability that there was no murder after all. There were any number of indications of this fact, and I can't understand your not observing them. First, although there was a good deal of blood on the floor just below where the housemaid had seen Rameau lying, there was none between that place and the door. Now, if the body had been dragged, or even carried to the door, blood must have become smeared about the floor, or at least there would have been drops. But there were none, and this seemed to hint that the corpse might have come to itself, sat up on the sofa, staunched the wound, and walked out. I reflected at once that Rameau was a full-blooded Negro, and that a Negro's head is very nearly invulnerable to anything short of bullets. Then, if the body had been dragged out, as such a heavy body must have been, almost of necessity the carpet and rugs would show signs of the fact, but there were no such signs. But beyond these, there was the fact that no long black overcoat was left with the other clothes, although the housekeeper distinctly remembered Rameau's possession of such a garment. I judged he would use some such thing to assist his disguise, which is why I asked her. Why he would want a disguise was plain, as you shall see presently. There were no towels left in the bathroom. Inference, used for bandages. Everything seemed to show that the only person responsible for Rameau's removal was Rameau himself. Why then had he gone away secretly and hurriedly, without making complaint, and why had he stayed away? What reason would he have for doing this if it had been Goujon that had attacked him? None. Goujon was going to France. Clearly, Rameau was afraid of another attack from some implacable enemy whom he was anxious to avoid, one against whom he feared legal complaint or defense would be useless. And this brought me at once to the paper found on the floor. If this were the work of Goujon, and an open reference to his tortoise, why should he be at such pains to disguise his handwriting? He would have been already pointing himself out by the mere mention of the tortoise. And if he could not avoid a shake in his natural small handwriting, how could he have avoided it in a large, clumsy, slowly drawn, assumed hand? No, the paper was not Goujon's. As to the writing on the paper, Nettings interposed, I've told you how I made that mistake. I took the readiest explanation of the words, since they seemed so pat, and I wouldn't let anything else outweigh that. As to the other things, the evidences of Rameau's having gone off by himself, well, I don't usually miss such obvious things, but I never thought of the possibility of the victim going away on the quiet and not coming back as though he'd done something wrong. Comes of starting with a set of fixed notions. Well, answered Hewitt, I fancy you must have been rather out of form, as they say. Everybody has his stupid days, and you can't keep up to concert pitch forever. But to return to the case. The evidence of the chopper was very untrustworthy, especially when I heard of Goujon's careless habits, losing shovels and leaving coal scuttles on stairs. Nothing more likely than for the chopper to be left lying about, and a criminal who had calculated his chances would know the advantage to himself of using a weapon that belonged to the place, and leaving it behind to divert suspicion. It's quite possible, by the way, that the man who attacked Rameau got away down the coal lift and out by an adjoining basement just as Rameau himself. This, however, is mere conjecture. The would-be murderer had plainly prepared for the crime, witnessed the previous preparation of the paper declaring his revenge, an indication of his pride at having run his enemy to earth at such a distant place as this. Although I expect he was only in England by chance, for Haitians are not persistently energetic race. In regard to the use of small instead of capital letters in the words La Tortue on the paper, I observed in the beginning that the first letter of the whole sentence, the P in puny, was a small one. Clearly the writer was an illiterate man, and it was at once plain that he may have made the same mistake with ensuing words. On the whole, it was plain that every one had begun with a too ready disposition to assume that Goujon was guilty. Everybody insisted, too, that the body had been carried away, which was true, of course, although not in the sense intended, so I didn't trouble to contradict, or to say more than that I guessed who had carried the body off. And to tell you the truth, I was a little piqued at Mr. Styles's manner, and indisposed, interested in the case as I was, to give away my theories too freely. The rest of the job was not very difficult. I found out the cabman who had taken Remo away. You can always get readier help from cabbies if you go as one of themselves, especially if you're after a bilker. And from him got a sufficiently near East End direction to find Remo after inquiries. I ventured, by the way, on a rather long shot. I described my man to the cabman as having an injured arm or wrist, and it turned out a correct guess. You see, a man making an attack with a chopper is pretty certain to make more than a single blow, and as there appeared to have been only a single wound on the head, it seemed probable that another had fallen somewhere else, almost certainly on the arm, as it would be raised to defend the head. At Limehouse I found he had had his head and wrist attended to at a local medico's, and a big nigger in a fright with a long black coat, a broken head, and a lame hand is not so difficult to find in a small area. How I persuaded him up here you know already. I think I frightened him a little too by explaining how easily I had tracked him, and giving him a hint that others might do the same. He's in a great funk. He seems to have quite lost faith in England as a safe asylum. The police failed to catch Remo's assistant, chiefly because Remo could not be got to give a proper description of him, nor to do anything except get out of the country in a hurry. In truth, he was glad to be quit of the matter with nothing worse than his broken head. Little Goujon made a wild storm about his arrest, and before he did go to France, managed to extract £20 from Remo by way of compensation, in spite of the absence of any strictly legal claim against his old tormentor. So that on the whole, Goujon was about the only person who derived any particular profit from the tortoise mystery. End of The Affair of the Tortoise by Arthur Morrison.
Section 18 of The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. The Assyrian Rejuvenator, by Clifford Ashton. As 6 o'clock struck, the procession of the Undined began to stream beneath the electric arcade which graces the entrance to Christiani's. The doors swung unceasingly. The mirrors no longer reflected a mere squadron of tables and erect serviettes. A hum of conversation now mingled with the clatter of knives and the popping of corks, and the brisk scurry of waiters' slippers replaced the stillness of the afternoon. Although the restaurant had been crowded some time before he arrived, Mr. Romney Pringle had secured his favorite seat opposite the feminine print after Gainsborough, and in the intervals of feeding listened to a selection from Mascagni through a convenient electrophone, price 6p in the slot. It was a warm night for the time of year, a muggy spell having succeeded a week of biting northeast wind, and as the evening wore on the atmosphere grew somewhat oppressive, more particularly to those who had dined well. Its effects were not very visible on Pringle, whose complexion, a small port wine mark on his right cheek its only blemish, was of that fairness which imparts to its fortunate possessor the air of youth until long past 40, especially in a man who shaves clean, and habitually goes to bed before 2 in the morning. As the smoke from Pringle's Havana wreathed upwards to an extractor, his eye fell, not for the first time, upon a diner at the next table. He was elderly, probably on the wrong side of 60, but with his erect features might easily have claimed a few years' grace, while the retired soldier spoke in his scrupulous neatness, and in the trim of his carefully tended mustache. He had finished his dinner some little time, but remained seated, studying a letter with an intentness more due to its subject than to its length, which Pringle could see was by no means excessive. At last, with a gesture almost equally compounded of weariness and disgust, he rose and was helped into his overcoat by a waiter, who held the door for him in the obsequious manner of his kind. The languid attention which Pringle at first bestowed on his neighbour had by this time given place to a deeper interest, and as the swing doors closed behind the old gentleman, he scarcely repressed a start when he saw lying beneath the vacant table the identical letter which had received such careful study. His first impulse was to run after the old gentleman and restore the paper, But by this time he had disappeared, and the waiter being also invisible, Pringle sat down and read. The Assyrian Rejuvenator Company, 82 Barbican, East Central, April 5th. Dear Sir, we regret to hear of the failure of the Rejuvenator in your hands. This is possibly due to your not having followed the directions for its use sufficiently closely, but I must point out that we do not guarantee its infallible success. As it is an expensive preparation, we do not admit the justice of your contention that our charges are exorbitant. In any case, we cannot entertain your request to return the whole or any part of the fees. Should you act upon your threat to take proceedings for the recovery of the same, we must hold your good self responsible for any publicity which may follow your trial of the preparation. Yours faithfully, Henry Jacobs, Secretary. Lieutenant Colonel Sandstrom, 272 Piccadilly, West. To Pringle, this businesslike communication hardly seemed to deserve so much consideration as Colonel Sandstrom had given it. But having read and pondered over it afresh, he walked back to his chambers in Furnivall's Inn. He lived at number 33, on the left as you enter from Holborn, and anyone who, scaling the stone stairs, reached the second floor, might observe on the entrance to the front set of chambers the legend Mr. Romney Pringle, literary agent. According to high authority, the reason of being of the literary agent is to act as a buffer between the ravening publisher and his prey. But although a very fine oak bureau with capacious pigeonholes stood conspicuously in Pringle's sitting room, it was tenanted by no rolls of manuscript or typewritten sheets. Instead, little or no business appeared to be transacted in the chambers. The buffer was at present idle, if it could be said to have ever had worked. It was resting, to use a theatrical expression. Mr. Pringle was an early riser, and as 9 o'clock chimed the next morning from the brass lantern clock which ticked sedately on a mantel unencumbered by the usual litter of a bachelor's quarters, he had already spent some time in consideration of last night's incident, and a further study of the letter had only served thoroughly to arouse his curiosity, and decided him to investigate the affair of the mysterious Rejuvenator. Unlocking a cupboard in the bottom of the bureau, he disclosed a regiment of bottles and jars. Sprinkling a few drops from one onto a hare's foot, he succeeded, with a little friction, in entirely removing the port wine mark from his cheek. Then from another vial he saturated a sponge and rubbed it into his eyebrows, which turned in the process from their original yellow to a jetty black. From a box of several, he selected a waxed mustache, that most facile item of the disguise, and having attached it with a few drops of spirit gum, covered his scalp with a black wig, which, as is commonly the case, remained an aggressive fraud in spite of the most assiduous adjustment. Satisfied with the completeness of his disguise, he sallied out in search of the offices of the Assyrian Rejuvenator, affecting a military bearing which his slim but tall and straight-backed figure readily enabled him to assume. "My name is Parkins, Major Parkins," said Pringle, as he opened the door of a mean-looking room on the second floor of number 82, Barbican. He addressed an oleaginous-looking gentleman, whose curly locks and beard suggested the winged bulls of Nineveh, and who appeared to be the sole representative of the concern. The latter bowed politely and handed him a chair. "I have been asked," Pringle continued, "by a friend who saw your advertisement to call upon you for some further information. Now, the subject of rejuvenation being a delicate one, especially where ladies are concerned, the business of the company was mainly transacted through the post. So seldom, indeed, did a client desire a personal interview, that the Assyrian-looking gentleman jumped to the conclusion that his visitor was interested in quite another matter. "Ah, yes, you refer to Pelosia," he said briskly. "Allow me to read you an extract from the prospectus." And before Pringle could reply, he proceeded to read from a small leaflet with unctuous elocution. Pelosia. The sovereign remedy of mud has long been used with the greatest success in the celebrated baths of Sherlock and Frazambad. The proprietors of Pelosia, having noted the beneficial effect which many of the lower animals derive from the consumption of earth with their food, have been led to investigate the eternal uses of mud. This success, which has crowned the treatment of some of the longest-standing cases of dyspepsia, the disease so characteristic of this neurotic age, has induced them to admit the world at large to its benefits. To thoroughly safeguard the public, the proprietors have secured the sole right to the alluvial deposits of a stream remote from human habitation, and consequently above any suspicion of contamination. Careful analysis has shown that the deposit in this particular locality consisting of finely divided mineral particles, practically free from organic admixture, is calculated to give the most gratifying results. The proprietors are prepared to quote special terms for public institutions." "Many thanks," said Pringle, as the other momentarily paused for breath. "But I think you are under a slight misapprehension. I called on you with reference to the Assyrian Rejuvenator. Have I mistaken the offices? Pray excuse my absurd mistake. I am secretary of the Assyrian Rejuvenator Company, who are also the proprietors of Pelosia." And in evident concern he regarded Pringle fixedly. It was not the first time he had known a diffident person to assume an interest in the senility of an absent friend, and he mentally decided that Pringle's waxed mustache, its blue blackness speaking loudly of hair dye, together with the unmistakable wig, were evidence of the decrepitude for which his new customer presumably sought the company's assistance. "Ours, my dear sir," he resumed, leaning back in his chair, and placing the tips of his fingers in opposition, "ours is a world-renowned specific for removing the ravages which time effects in the human frame. It is a secret which has been handed down for many generations in the family of the original proprietor. Its success is frequently remarkable, and its absolute failure is impossible. It is not a drug, it is not a cosmetic, yet it contains the properties of both. It is agreeable and soothing to use, and being best administered during the hours of sleep, does not interfere with the ordinary avocations of everyday life. The price is so moderate, 10 and 6 pence, including the government stamp, that it could only prove remunerative with an enormous sale. If you, on behalf of your friend, would care to purchase a bottle, I shall be most happy to explain its operation." Mr. Pringle laid a half-sovereign and a 6 pence on the table, and the secretary, diving into a large packing case which stood on one side, extracted a parcel. This contained a cardboard box, adorned with a representation of Blake's preposterous illustration to "The Grave," in which a centenarian, on crutches, is hobbling into a species of banker's drawing-room with a rocky top, whereupon is seated a youth clothed in nothing and with an ecstatic expression. "This," said Mr. Jacobs impressively, "is the entire apparatus." And he opened the box, displaying a moderately sized phial and a spirit lamp with a little tin dish attached. On retiring to rest, a teaspoonful of the contents of the bottle is poured into the receptacle above the lamp, which is then lighted, and the preparation being vaporized is inhaled by the patient. It is best to concentrate the thoughts on some object of beauty, whilst the delicious aroma soothes the patient to sleep. "But how does it act?" inquired the Major a trifle impatiently. "In this way," replied the imperturbable secretary. "Remember that the appearance of age is largely due to wrinkles, that is to say, to the skin losing its elasticity and fullness. So true is it that beauty is only skin deep." Here he laughed gaily. "The joints grow stiff from loss of their natural tone, the figure stoops, and the vital organs decline their functions from the same cause. In a word, old age is due to loss of elasticity, and that is the very property which the Rejuvenator imparts to the system if inhaled for a few hours daily." Mr. Pringle diplomatically succeeded in maintaining his gravity while the merits of the Rejuvenator were expounded, and it was not until he had bidden Mr. Jacobs a courteous farewell and was safely outside the office that he allowed the fastening of his mustache to be disturbed by an expansive grin. About 9 o'clock the same evening, the housekeeper of the Barbican offices was returning from market. Her thoughts centered on the savory piece of fried fish she was carrying home for dinner. "Mrs. Smith?" said a man's voice behind her, as she produced her latchkey. "My name's Odges," she replied unguardedly, dropping the key in her agitation. "You're the housekeeper, aren't you?" said the stranger, picking up the key and handing it to her politely. "Lor, sir, you did give me a turn," she faltered. "Very sorry, I'm sure. I only want to know where I can find Mr. Jacobs, of the Assyrian Rejuvenator Company." "Well, sir, he told me I wasn't to give his address to anyone. Not that I know it either, sir, for I always send the letters to Mr. Weeks." "I see you're not found fault with. I know he won't mind you telling me." A sovereign clinked against the latchkey in her palm. For a second she hesitated. Then her eye caught the glint of the gold, and she fell. "All I know, sir, is that when Mr. Jacobs is away, I send the letters, and a rare lot there are, to Mr. Newton Weeks, at the Northumberland Avenue Hotel. Is he one of the firm?" "I don't know, sir, but there's no one comes here but Mr. Jacobs." "Thank you very much, and good night," said the stranger. And he strode down Barbican, leaving Mrs. Odges staring at the coin in her hand as if doubting whether, like fairy gold, it might not disappear even as she gazed. The next day, Mr. Jacobs received a letter at his hotel. April 7th. Sir, my friend Colonel Sandstream informs me he has communicated with the police and has sworn an information against you in respect of the moneys you have obtained from him, as he alleges, by false pretenses. Although I am convinced that his statements are true, a fact which I can more readily grasp after my interview with you today, I give you this warning in order that you may make your escape before it is too late. Do not misunderstand my motives. I have not the slightest desire to save you from the punishment you so richly deserve. I am simply anxious to rescue my old friend from the ridiculous position he will occupy before the world should he prosecute you. Your obedient servant, Joseph Parkins, Major. Newton Weeks, Esquire, Northumberland Avenue Hotel. Mr. Jacobs read this declaration of war with very mixed feelings. So his visitor of yesterday was the friend of Colonel Sandstream, obviously come to get up evidence against it. Knowing old dog, that Sandstream. But then how had they run him to earth? That looked as if the police had got their fingers in the pie. Mrs. Odges was discreet. She would never have given the address to any but the police. It was annoying, though, after all his precautions. Seemed as if the game was really up at last. Well, it was bound to come some day, and he had been in tighter places before. He could hardly complain. The Rejuvenator had been going very well lately. But suppose the whole thing was a plant, a dodge to intimidate him? He read the letter through again. The writer had been careful to omit his address, but it seemed plausible enough on the face of it. Anyhow, whatever the Major's real motive might be, he couldn't afford to neglect the warning, and the one clear thing was that London was an unhealthy place for him just at the present. He would pack up, so as to be ready for all emergencies, and drive around to Barbican and reconnoiter. Then, if things looked fishy, he could go to Cannon Street and catch the 11:05 Continental. He'd show them that Harry Jacobs wasn't the man to be bluffed out of his claim. Mr. Jacobs stopped his cab some doors from the Rejuvenator office, and was in the act of alighting when he paused, spellbound at the apparition of Pringle. The latter was loitering outside number 82, and as the cab drew up, he ostentatiously consulted a large pocketbook, and glanced several times from its pages to the countenance of his victim, as if comparing a description. Attired in a long overcoat, a bowler hat, and wearing thick boots of a constabulary pattern, to the nervous imagination of Mr. Jacobs, he afforded startling evidence of the police interest in the establishment. And this idea was confirmed when Pringle, as if satisfied with his scrutiny, drew a paper from his pocketbook and made a movement in his direction. Without waiting for further developments, Mr. Jacob retreated into the cab and hoarsely whispered through the trap door, "Cannon Street, as hard as you can go." The cabman wrenched the horse's head round. He had been an interested spectator of the scene, and sympathized with the evident desire of his fare to escape what appeared to be the long arm of the law. At this moment, a crawling hansom came up, and was promptly hailed by Pringle. "Follow that cab, and don't lose it on any account," he cried, as he stood on the step, and pointed vigorously after the receding hansom. While Mr. Jacobs careened down Barbican, his cabman looked back in time to observe this expressive pantomime, and with the instinct of a true sportsman lashed the unfortunate brute into a hand gallop. But the observant eye of a policeman checked this moderate exhibition of speed just as they were rounding the sharp corner into Aldersgate Street, and had not a lumbering railway van intervened, Pringle would have caught him up and brought the farce to an awkward finish. But the van saved the situation. The moment's respite was all that the chase needed, and in response to the promises of largesse, frantically roared by Mr. Jacobs through the trap-door, he was soon bounding and bumping over the wood pavement with Pringle well in the rear. Then ensued a mad stampede down Aldersgate Street. In and out, between the crowded files of vans and buses, the two cabs wound a zigzag course, the horses slipping and skating over the greasy surface, or ploughing up the mud as their bits skidded them within inches of a collision. In vain did policemen roar to them to stop. The order fell on heedless ears. In vain did officious boys wave intimidating arms, or make futile grabs at the harness of the apparent runaways. Did a cart dart unexpectedly out from a side street, the inevitable disaster failed to come off. Did an obstacle loom dead ahead, it melted into thin air as they approached. Triumphantly they piloted the narrowest of straits, and dashed unscathed into St. Martin's le Grand. There was a block in Newgate Street, and the cross traffic was stopped. Mr. Jacobs' hansom nipped through a temporary gap, grazing the pole of an omnibus and being lustily anathematized in the process. But Pringle's cabman, attempting to follow, was imperiously waved back by a policeman. "No go, I'm afraid, sir," was the man's comment as they crossed into St. Paul's churchyard after a 3 minutes wait. "I can't see him nowhere." "Never mind," said Pringle cheerfully. "Go to Charing Cross Telegraph Office." There he sent the following message: "To Mrs. Hodges, 82, Barbican. Called away to country. Mr. Weeks will take charge of office. Jacobs." About 2 the same afternoon, Pringle, wearing the wig and mustache of Major Parkins, rang the housekeeper's bell at 82. "I'm Mr. Weeks," he stated. As Mrs. Hodges emerged from the bowels of the earth, "Mr. Jacobs has had to leave town, and has asked me to take charge of the office." "Oh, yes, sir. I've had a telegram from Mr. Jacobs to say so. You know the way up, I suppose." "I think so. But Mr. Jacobs forgot to send me the office key." "I'd better lend you mine then, sir, till you can hear from Mr. Jacobs." She fumbled in her voluminous pocket. "I hope nothing's the matter with him." "Oh, dear, no. He found he needed a short holiday, that's all," Pringle reassured her, and taking the key from the confiding woman, he climbed to the second floor. Sitting down at the secretarial desk, he sent a quick glance round the office. A poor creature, that Jacobs, he reflected, for all his rascality, or he wouldn't have been scared so easily, and he drew a piece of wax from his pocket and took a careful impression of the key. He had not been in possession of the Rejuvenator offices for very long before he discovered that Mr. Jacobs' desire to break out in a fresh place had proved abortive. It will be remembered that on the occasion of his interview with that gentleman, Mr. Jacobs assumed that Pringle's visit had reference to Pelosia, whose virtues he extolled in a leaflet composed in his own very pronounced style. A large package in the office Pringle found to contain many thousands of these effusions, which had apparently been laid aside for some considerable time. From the absence in the daily correspondence of any inquiries thereafter, it was clear that the public had failed to realize the advantages of the internal administration of mud, so that Mr. Jacobs had been forced to stick to the swindle that was already in existence. After all, the latter was a paying concern, eminently so. Besides, the patent medicine trade is rather overdone. The price of the Assyrian Rejuvenator was such as to render the early cashing of remittances an easy matter. 10 and 6 being a sum for which the average banker demurs to honor a check, the payments were usually made in postal orders, and Pringle acquired a larger faith in Carlyle's opinion of the majority of his fellow creatures as he cashed the previous day's takings at the General Post Office on his way up to Barbican each morning. The business was indeed a flourishing one, and his satisfaction was only alloyed by the probability of some legal interference, at the assistance of Colonel Sandstream, with the further operations of the company. But for the present fortune smiled, and Pringle continued energetically to dispatch parcels of the Rejuvenator in response to the daily shower of postal orders. In this indeed he had little trouble, for he had found many gross of parcels duly packed and ready for posting. One day, while engaged in the process, which had grown quite a mechanical one by that time, he listened absently to a slow but determined step which ascended the stairs and paused on the landing outside. Above, on the 3rd floor, was an importer of cigars made in Germany, and the visitor evidently delayed the further climb until he had regained his wind. Presently, after a preliminary pant or two, he got under way again, but proceeded only as far as the Rejuvenator door, to which he gave a peremptory thump, and, opening it, walked in without further ceremony. There was no need for him to announce himself. Pringle recognized him at first glance, although he had never seen him since the eventful evening at Christiana's restaurant. "I'm Colonel Sandstream," he growled, looking round him savagely. "Delighted to see you, sir," said Pringle with assurance. "Pray be seated," he added politely. "Whom am I speaking to?" "My name is Newton Weeks. I don't want to see you," interrupted the Colonel testily. "I want to see the secretary of this concern. I've no time to waste, either." "I regret to say that Mr. Jacobs—" "Ah, yes, that's the name. Where is he?" again interrupted the old gentleman. "Mr. Jacobs is at present out of town." "Well, I'm not going to run after him. When will he be here again?" "It is quite impossible for me to tell. But I was just now going to say that as the managing director of the company, I am also acting as secretary during Mr. Jacobs' absence." "What do you say your name is?" demanded the other, still ignoring the chair which Pringle had offered him. "Newton Weeks." "Newton Weeks," repeated the Colonel, making a note of the name on the back of an envelope. "Managing director," added Pringle suavely. "Well, Mr. Weeks, if you represent the company," this with a contemptuous glance from the middle of the room at his surroundings, "I've called with reference to a letter you've had the impertinence to send me." "What was the date of it?" inquired Pringle innocently. "I don't remember," snapped the Colonel. "May I ask what was the subject of the correspondence?" "Why, this confounded rejuvenator of yours, of course." "You see, we have had a very large amount of correspondence concerning the rejuvenator, and I'm afraid, unless you have the letter with you, I've lost it or mislaid it somewhere. That is unfortunate. Unless you can remember the contents, I fear it will be quite impossible for me to do so." "I remember them well enough. I'm not likely to forget them in a hurry. I asked you to return me the money your rejuvenator, as you call it, has cost me, because it's been quite useless, and in your reply you not only refused absolutely, but hinted that I dare not prosecute you." As Pringle made no reply, he continued more savagely, "Would you like to hear my candid opinion of you?" "We are always pleased to hear the opinion of our clients." Pringle's calmness only appeared to exasperate the Colonel the more. "Well, sir, you shall have it. I consider that letter the most impudent attempt at blackmail that I have ever heard of." He ground out the words from between his clenched teeth in a voice of concentrated passion. "Blackmail?" echoed Pringle, allowing an expression of horror to occupy his countenance. "Yes, sir, blackmail," asseverated the Colonel, nodding his head vigorously. "Of course," said Pringle, with a deprecating gesture, "I am aware that some correspondence has passed between us, but I could not attempt to remember every word of it. At the same time, although you are pleased to put such an unfortunate construction upon it, I am sure there is some misunderstanding in the matter. I must positively decline to admit that there has been any attempt on the part of the company of such a nature as you allege." "Oh, so you don't admit it, don't you? Perhaps you won't admit taking pounds and pounds of my money for your absurd concoction, which hasn't done me the least bit of good in the world, nor ever will. And perhaps you won't admit refusing to return me my money, eh? Perhaps you won't admit daring me to take proceedings because it would show up what an ass I've been? Don't talk to me, sir. Ha!" "I'm really very sorry that this unpleasantness has arisen," began Pringle, "but, pleasant or unpleasant, sir, I'm going to stop your little game. I mislaid your letter or I'd have called upon you before this. As you're the managing director, I'm better pleased to see you than your precious secretary. Anyhow, I've come to tell you that you're a set of swindlers. Of swindlers, sir." "I can make every allowance for your feelings," said Pringle, drawing himself up with an air of pained dignity, "but I regret to see a holder of His Majesty's commission so deficient in self-control." "Like your impertinence, sir," vociferated the veteran. "I'll let the money go, and I'll prosecute the pair of you, no matter what it costs me. Yes, you and your rascally secretary, too. I'll go and swear an information against you this very day." He bounced out of the room, and explosively snorted downstairs. Pringle followed in the rear, and reached the outer door in time to hear him exclaim, "Mansion House Police Court," to the driver of a motor cab, in which he appropriately clanked and rumbled out of sight. Returning upstairs, Pringle busied himself in making a bonfire of the last few days' correspondence. Then, collecting the last batch of postal orders, he proceeded to cash them at the General Post Office, and walked back to Furnival's Inn. After all, the farce couldn't have lasted much longer. Arrived at Furnival's Inn, Pringle rapidly divested himself of the wig and mustache, and assuming his official port wine mark, became once more the unemployed literary agent. It was now 1:30, and after lunching lightly at a near restaurant, he lighted a cigar and strolled leisurely eastward. By the time he reached Barbican, 3 o'clock was reverberating from St. Paul's. He entered the private bar of a tavern nearly opposite, and sat down by a window which commanded a view of number 82. As time passed, and the quarters continued to strike in rapid succession, Pringle felt constrained to order further refreshment, and he was lighting a third cigar before his patience was rewarded. Happening to glance up at the second-floor window, he caught a glimpse of a strange man engaged in taking a momentary survey of the street below. The march of events had been rapid. He had evidently resigned the secretaryship not a moment too soon. Not long after the strange face had disappeared from the window, a four-wheeled cab stopped outside the tavern, and an individual wearing a pair of large blue spectacles and carrying a Gladstone bag got out and carefully scrutinized the office of the Rejuvenator. Mr. Jacobs, for it was he, did not intend to be caught napping this time. At length, being satisfied with the normal appearance of the premises, he crossed the road, and to Pringle's intense amusement, disappeared into the house opposite. The spectator had not long to wait for the next act of the drama. About 10 minutes after Mr. Jacobs' disappearance, the man who had looked out of the window emerged from the house and beckoned to the waiting cab. As it drew up at the door, a second individual came down the steps, fast holding Mr. Jacobs by the arm. The latter, in a very crestfallen guise, re-entered the vehicle, being closely followed by his captor, and the first man having taken his seat with them, the party adjourned to a destination as to which Pringle had no difficulty in hazarding a guess. Satisfying the barmaid, he sallied into the street. The Rejuvenator offices seemed once more to be deserted, and the postman entered in the course of his afternoon round. Pringle walked a few yards up the street, and then, crossing as the postman reappeared, turned back and entered the house boldly. Softly mounting the stairs, he knocked at the door. There was no response. He knocked again more loudly, and finally turned the handle. As he expected, it was locked securely, and satisfied that the coast was clear, he inserted his own replica of the key and entered. The books tumbled on the floor in confused heaps, the wide open and empty drawers, and the overturned packing cases showed how thoroughly the place had been ransacked in the search for compromising evidence. But Pringle took no further interest in these things. The letter box was the sole object of his attention. He tore open the batch of newly delivered letters, and cramming the postal orders into his pockets, then secreting the correspondence behind a rifled package case, he silently locked the door. As he strolled down the street on a last visit to the General Post Office, the two detectives passed him on their way back in quest of the managing director. End of The Assyrian Rejuvenator by Clifford Ashton. Recorded by Todd.
Section 19 of The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. The Ripening Rubies by Max Pemberton. "The plain fact is," said Lady Faber, "we are entertaining thieves. It positively makes me shudder to look at my own guests and to think that some of them are criminals." We stood together in the conservatory of her house in Portman Square, looking down upon a brilliant ballroom, upon a glow of color and the radiance of unnumbered gems. She had taken me aside after the fourth waltz to tell me that her famous belt of rubies had been shorn of one of its finest pendants, and she showed me, beyond possibility of dispute, that the loss was no accident, but another of those amazing thefts which startled London so frequently during the season of 1893. Nor was hers the only case. Though I had been in her house but an hour, complaints from other sources had reached me. The Countess of Dunham had lost a crescent brooch of brilliants. Mrs. Kenningham Hardy had missed a spray of pearls and turquoise. Lady Hallingham made mention of an emerald locket which was gone, as she thought, from her necklace, though, as she confessed with a truly feminine doubt, she was not positive that her maid had given it to her. And these misfortunes being capped by the abstraction of Lady Faber's pendant, compelled me to believe that of all the startling stories of thefts which the season had known, the story of this dance would be the most remarkable. These things and many more came to my mind as I held the mutilated belt in my hand and examined the fracture, while my hostess stood with an angry flush upon her face, waiting for my verdict. A moment's inspection of the bauble revealed to me at once its exceeding value, and the means whereby a pendant of it had been snatched. "If you will look closely," said I, "you will see that the gold chain here has been cut with a pair of scissors. As we don't know the name of the person who used them, we may describe them as pickpocket scissors." "Which means that I am entertaining a pickpocket," she said, flushing again at the thought. "Or a person in possession of a pickpocket's implements," I suggested. "How dreadful!" she cried. "Not for myself, though the rubies are very valuable, but for the others. This is the third dance during the week at which people's jewels have been stolen. When will it end?" "The end of it will come," said I, "directly that you and others with your power to lead call in the police. It is very evident by this time that some person is socially engaged in a campaign of wholesale robbery. While a silly delicacy forbids us to permit our guests to be suspected or in any way watched, the person we mention may consider himself in a terrestrial paradise, which is very near the seventh heaven of delight. He will continue to rob with impunity, and to offer up his thanks for that generosity of conduct which refuses us a glimpse of his hat, or even an inspection of the boots in which he may place his plunder. "You speak very lightly of it," she interrupted, as I still held her belt in my hands. "Do you know that my husband values the rubies in each of those pendants at £800? "I can quite believe it," said I. "Some of them are white, as these are, I presume. But I want you to describe it for me, and as accurately as your memory will let you." "How will that help to its recovery?" she asked, looking at me questioningly. "Possibly not at all," I replied, "but it might be offered for sale at my place, and I should be glad if I had the means of restoring it to you. Stranger things have happened." "I believe," said she sharply, "you would like to find out the thief yourself." "I should not have the smallest objection," I exclaimed frankly. "If these robberies continue, no woman in London will wear real stones, and I shall be the loser." "I have thought of that," said she, "but you know you are not to make the slightest attempt to expose any guest in my house. What you do outside is no concern of mine." "Exactly," said I. "And for the matter of that, I am likely to do very little in either case. We are working against clever heads, and if my judgment be correct, there is a whole gang to cope with. But tell me about the rubies." "Well," said she, "the stolen pendant is in the shape of a rose. The belt, as you know, was brought by Lord Faber from Burma. Besides the ring of rubies, which each drop has, the missing star includes 4 yellow stones, which the natives declare are ripening rubies. It is only a superstition, of course, but the gems are full of fire and as brilliant as diamonds." "I know the stones well," said I. "The Burmese will sell you rubies of all colors if you will buy them, though the blue variety is nothing more than the sapphire. And how long is it since you missed the pendant?" "Not 10 minutes ago," she answered. "Which means that your next partner might be the thief," I suggested. "Really, a dance is becoming a capital entertainment." "My next partner is my husband," said she, laughing for the first time. "And whatever you do, don't say a word to him. He would never forgive me for losing the rubies." When she was gone, I, who had come to her dance solely in the hope that a word or a face there would cast light upon the amazing mystery of the season's thefts, went down again where the press was, and stood while the dancers were pursuing the dreary paths of a square. There before me were the 100 types one sees in a London ballroom, types of character and of want of character, of age aping youth and of youth aping age, of well-dressed women and ill-dressed women, of dandies and of the bored, of fresh girlhood and worn maturity. Mixed in the dazzling melee, or swaying to the rhythm of music-hall melody, you saw the lean form of boys, the robust forms of men, the pretty figures of the girls just out, the figures, not so pretty, of the matrons, who, for the sake of the picturesque, should long ago have been in. As the picture changed quickly, and fair faces succeeded to dark faces, and the coquetting eyes of pretty women passed by with a glance to give place to the uninteresting eyes of the dancing men, I asked myself what hope would the astutest spy have of getting a clue to the mysteries in such a room? How could he look for a moment to name one man or one woman who had part or lot in the astounding robberies which were the wonder of the town? Yet I knew that if nothing were done, the sale of jewels in London would come to the lowest ebb the trade had known, and that I personally would suffer loss to an extent which I did not care to think about. I have said often, in jotting down from my book a few of the most interesting cases which have come to my notice, that I am no detective, nor do I pretend to the smallest gift of foresight above my fellow men. Whenever I have busied myself about some trouble, it has been from a personal motive which drove me on, or in the hope of serving someone who henceforth should serve me, and never have I brought to my aid other weapon than a certain measure of common sense. In many instances, the purest good chance has given to me my only clue. The merest accident has set me straight when 100 roads lay before me. I had come to Lady Faber's house, hoping that the sight of some stranger, a chance word, or even an impulse might cast light upon the darkness in which we had walked for many weeks. Yet the longer I stayed in the ballroom, the more futile did the whole thing seem. Though I knew that a nimble-fingered gentleman might be at my very elbow, that half a dozen others might be dancing cheerfully about me in that way of life to which their rascality had called them, I had not so much as a hand-breadth of suspicion, saw no face that was not the face of the dancing ass or the smart man about town, did not observe a single creature who led me to hazard a question. And so profound at last was my disgust that I elbowed my way from the ballroom in despair, and went again to the conservatory, where the palms waved seductively, and the flying corks of the champagne bottles made music harmonious to hear. There were few people in this room at the moment. Old General Sherard, who was never yet known to leave a refreshment table until the supper table was set, the Reverend Arthur Melbank, the curate of St. Peter's, sipping tea, a lean youth who ate an ice with the relish of a schoolboy, and the ubiquitous Sybil Kavanagh, who has been vulgarly described as a garrison hack. She was a woman of many partialities, whom every one saw at every dance, and then asked how she got there, a woman with sufficient personal attraction left to remind you that she was passée, and sufficient wit to make an interval tolerable. I, as a rule, had danced once with her, and then avoided both her programme and her chatter. But now that I came suddenly upon her, she cried out with a delicious pretence of artlessness, and ostentatiously made room for me at her side. "Do get me another cup of tea," she said. "I've been talking for 10 minutes to Colonel Harner, who has just come from the great thirst land, and I've caught it." "You'll ruin your nerves," said I, as I fetched her the cup, "and you'll miss the next dance." "Oh, I'll sit it out with you," she cried gushingly, "and for nerves I haven't got any. I must have shed them with my first teeth. But I want to talk to you. You've heard the news, of course. Isn't it dreadful?" She said this with a beautiful look of sadness, and for a moment I did not know to what she referred. Then it dawned upon my mind that she had heard of Lady Faber's loss. "Yes," said I, "it's the profoundest mystery I've ever known." "And can't you think of any explanation at all?" she asked, as she drank her tea at a draught. "Isn't it possible to suspect one just to pass the time?" "If you suggest anyone," said I, "we will begin with pleasure." "Well, there's no one in this room to think of, is there?" she asked with her limpid laugh. "Of course, you couldn't search the curate's pockets, unless sermons were missing instead of rubies." "This is a case of sermons in stones," I replied, "and a very serious case. I wonder you have escaped with all those pretty brilliants on your sleeves." "But I haven't escaped," she cried. "Why, you're not up to date. Don't you know that I lost a marquise brooch at the Hayes dance the other evening? I have never heard the last of it from my husband, who will not believe for a minute that I did not lose it in the crowd." "And you yourself believe?" "That it was stolen, of course. I pin my brooches too well to lose them. Some one took it in the same cruel way that Lady Faber's rubies have been taken. Isn't it really awful to think that at every party we go to, thieves go with us? It's enough to make one emigrate to the shires." She fell to the flippant mood again, for nothing could keep her from that, and as there was obviously nothing to be learnt from her, I listened to her chatter sufferingly. "But we were going to suspect people," she continued suddenly, "and we have not done it. As we can't begin with the curate, let's take the slim young man opposite. Hasn't he what Sheridan calls— oh, but there, I mustn't say it, you know, a something disinheriting countenance?" "He eats too many jam tarts and drinks too much lemonade to be a criminal," I replied. "Besides, he is not occupied. You'll have to look in the ballroom." "I can just see the top of the men's heads," said she, craning her neck forward in the effort. "Have you noticed that when a man is dancing, either he star-gazes in ecstasy as though he were in heaven, or looks down to his boots? Well, as if it were the other thing." "Possibly," said I, "but you're not going to constitute yourself a Weimgericht from seeing the top of people's heads." "Indeed," she cried, "that shows how little you know. There is more character in the crown of an old man's head than is dreamt of in your philosophy, as what's-his-name says. Look at that shining roof bobbing up there, for instance. That is the halo of port and honesty, and a difficulty in dancing the polka. Oh, that mine enemy would dance the polka, especially if he were stout." "Do you really possess an enemy?" I asked, as she fell into a vulgar burst of laughter at her own humor. But she said, "Do I possess one? Go and discuss me with the other women. That's what I tell all my partners to do, and they come back and report to me, 'It's as good as a play.'" "It must be," said I, "a complete extravaganza. But your enemy has finished his exercise, and they are going to play a waltz. Shall I take you down?" "Oh, yes," she cried, "and don't forget to discuss me. Oh, these crushes." She said this as we came to the press upon the corner of the stairs leading to the ballroom, a corner where she was pushed desperately against the banisters. The vigor of the polka had sent an army of dancers to the conservatory, and for some minutes we could neither descend nor go back. But when the press was somewhat relieved, and she made an effort to progress, her dress caught in a spike of the ironwork, and the top of a panel of silk which went down one side of it was ripped open and left hanging. For a minute she did not notice the mishap, but as the torn panel of silk fell away slightly from the more substantial portion of her dress, I observed, pinned to the inner side of it, a large crescent brooch of diamonds. In the same instant she turned with indescribable quickness and made good the damage. But her face was scarlet in the flush of its color, and she looked at me with questioning eyes. "What a miserable accident," she said. "I have spoilt my gown." "Have you?" said I sympathetically. "I hope it was not my clumsiness. But really there doesn't seem much damage done. Did you tear it in front?" There was need of very great restraint in saying this. Though I stood simply palpitating with amazement, and had to make some show of examining her gown, I knew that even an ill-judged word might undo the whole good of the amazing discovery, and deprive me of that which appeared to be one of the most astounding stories of the year. To put an end to the interview, I asked her laughingly if she would not care to see one of the maids upstairs, and she jumped at the excuse, leaving me upon the landing to watch her hurriedly mounting to the bedroom story above. When she was gone, I went back to the conservatory and drank a cup of tea, always the best promoter of clear thought, and for some 10 minutes I turned the thing over in my mind. Who was Mrs. Sybil Kavanagh, and why had she sewn a brooch of brilliants to the inside of a panel of her gown, sewn it in a place where it was as safely hid from sight as though buried in the Thames? A child could have given the answer, but a child would have overlooked many things which were vital to the development of the unavoidable conclusion of the discovery. The brooch that I had seen corresponded perfectly with the crescent of which Lady Dunholm was robbed. Yet it was a brooch which 100 women might have possessed, and if I had simply stepped down and told Lady Faber, "The thief you are entertaining is Mrs. Sybil Kavanagh," a slander action with damages had trodden upon the heels of the folly. Yet I would have given £100 to have been allowed full inspection of the whole panel of the woman's dress, and I would have staked an equal sum that there had been found in it the pendant of the ripening rubies, a pendant which seemed to me the one certain clue that would end the series of jewel robberies and the colossal mystery of the year. Now, however, the woman had gone upstairs to hide in another place whatever she had to hide, and for the time it was unlikely that a sudden searching of her dress would add to my knowledge. A second cup of tea helped me still further on my path. It made quite clear to me the fact that the woman was the recipient of the stolen jewels rather than the actual taker of them. She clearly could not use the scissors which had severed Lady Faber's pendant from the ruby belt. A skilful man had in all probability done that. But which man, or perhaps men? I had long felt that the season's robberies were the work of many hands. Chance had now marked for me one pair, but it was vastly more important to know the others. The punishment of the woman would scarcely stop the widespread conspiracy. The arrest of her for the possession of a crescent brooch, hid suspiciously, it is true, but a brooch of a pattern which abounded in every jeweller's shop from Kensington to Temple Bar, would have been a consummate lunacy. Of course, I could have taken cab to Scotland Yard and have told my tale, but with no other support, how far would that have availed me? If the history of the surpassingly strange case were to be written, I knew that I must write it, and lose no moment in the work. I had now got a sufficient grip upon the whole situation to act decisively, and my first step was to re-enter the ballroom and take a partner for the next waltz. We had made some turns before I discovered that Mrs. Kavanagh was again in the room, dancing with her usual dash, and seemingly in no way moved by the mishap. As we passed in the press, she even smiled at me, saying, "I've set full sail again," and her whole bearing convinced me of her belief that I had seen nothing. At the end of my dance, my own partner, a pretty little girl in pink, left me with a remark, "You're awfully stupid tonight. I ask you if you've seen Manon Lescaut, and the only thing you say is, 'The panel buttons up.' I thought so." This convinced me that it was dangerous to dance again, and I waited in the room only until the supper was ready, and Mrs. Kavanagh passed me, making for the dining-room on the arm of General Sherlock. I had loitered to see what jewels she wore upon her dress, and when I had made a note of them, I slipped from the front door of the house unobserved and took a hansom to my place in Bond Street. At the second ring of the bell, my watchman opened the door to me, and while he stood staring with profound surprise, I walked straight to one of the jewel cases in which our cheaper jewels were kept, and took therefrom a spray of diamonds and hooked it to the inside of my coat. Then I sent the man upstairs to awaken Abel, and in 5 minutes my servant was with me, though he wore only his trousers and his shirt. "Abel," said I, "there's good news for you. I'm on the path of the gang we're wanting." "Good God, sir!" cried he. "You don't mean that?" "Yes," said I. "There's a woman named Sybil Kavanagh in it, to begin with, and she's helped herself to a couple of diamond sprays and a pendant of rubies at Lady Faber's tonight. One of the sprays I know she's got. If I could trace the pendant to her, the case would begin to look complete." "Whew!" he ejaculated, brightening up at the prospect of business. "I knew there was a woman in it all along. But this one, why, she's a regular flyer, ain't she, sir?" "We'll find out her history presently. I'm going straight back to Portman Square now. Follow me in a hansom, and when you get to the house, wait inside my brougham until I come. But before you do that, run round to Marlborough Street Police Station and ask them if we can have 10 or a dozen men ready to mark a house in Bayswater some time between this and 6 o'clock tomorrow morning." "You're going to follow her home, then?" "Exactly. And if my wits can find a way, I'm going to be her guest for 10 minutes after she quits Lady Faber's. They're sure to let you have the men either at Marlborough Street or at the Harrow Road station. This business has been a disgrace to them quite long enough." "That's so, sir. King told me yesterday that he'd bury his head in the sand if something didn't turn up soon." "You haven't given me the exact address, though." "Because I haven't got it. I only know that the woman lives somewhere near St. Stephen's Church. She sits under, or on, one of the curates there. If you can get her address from her coachman, do so, but go and dress and be in Portman Square at the earliest possible moment." It was now very near 1 o'clock. Indeed, the hour struck as I passed the chapel in Orchard Street, and when I came into the square, I found my own coachman waiting with the brougham at the corner by Baker Street. I told him, before I entered the house, to expect Abel, and not by any chance to draw up at Lady Faber's. Then I made my way quietly to the ballroom and observed Mrs. Kavanagh. I will not say dancing, but hurling herself through the last figure of the Lancers. It was evident that she did not intend to quit yet a while, and I left her to get some supper, choosing a seat near to the door of the dining-room, so that any one passing must be seen by me. To my surprise, I had not been in the room 10 minutes when she suddenly appeared in the hall, unattended, and her cloak wrapped round her. But she passed without perceiving me, and I, waiting until I heard the hall door close, went out instantly and got my wraps. Many of the guests had left already, but a few carriages and cabs were in the square, and a linkman seemed busy in the distribution of unlimited potations. It occurred to me that if Abel had not got the woman's address, this man might give it to me, and I put the plain question to him. "That lady who just left," said I, "did she have a carriage or a cab?" "Oh, you mean Mrs. Kavanagh?" he answered thickly. "She's a cab, she is. Allus takes a hansom, sir, 192 Westbourne Park. I don't want to ask when I see her, sir." "Thank you," said I. "She has dropped a piece of jewellery in the hall, and I thought I would drive round and return it to her." He looked surprised at the notion, perhaps of anyone returning anything found in a London ballroom, but I left him with his astonishment and entered my carriage. There I found Abel crouching down under the front seat, and he met me with a piteous plea that the woman had no coachman, and that he had failed to obtain her address. "Never mind that," said I, as we drove off sharply. "What did they say at the station?" "They wanted to bring a force of police around and arrest everyone in the house, sir. I had trouble enough to hold them in, I'm sure. But I said that we'd sit down and watch if they made any fuss, and then they gave in. It's agreed now that a dozen men will be at the Harrow Road station at your call till morning. They've a wonderful confidence in you, sir. It's a pity they haven't more confidence in themselves, but anyway, we are in luck. The woman's address is 192 Westbourne Park, and I seem to remember that it is a square." "I'm sure of it," said he. "It's a round square in the shape of an oblong, and 192 is at the side near Durham, something or other. We can watch it easily from the palings." After this, 10 minutes' drive brought us to the place, and I found it, as he had said, the square being really a triangle. Number 192 was a big house, its outer points gone much to decay, but lighted on its second and third floors. Though so far as I could see, for the blinds of the drawing-room were up, no one was moving. This did not deter me, however, and taking my stand with Abel at the corner, where 2 great trees gave us perfect shelter, we waited silently for many minutes, to the astonishment of the constable upon the beat, with whom I soon settled, and to his satisfaction. "Ah," said he, "I knew they was rum uns all along. They owe 14 pounds for milk, and their butcher ain't paid. Young men going in all night, too. Why, there's one of them there now." I looked through the trees at his word, and saw that he was right. A youth in an opera hat and a black coat was upon the doorstep of the house, and as the light of a street lamp fell upon his face, I recognized him. He was the boy who had eaten of the jam tarts so plentifully at Lady Faber's, the youth with whom Sybil Kavanagh had pretended to have no acquaintance when she talked to me in the conservatory. And at the sight of him, I knew that the moment had come. "Abel," said I, "it's time you went. Tell the men to bring a short ladder with them. They'll have to come in by the balcony, but only when I make a sign. The signal will be the cracking of the glass of that lamp you can see upon the table there. Did you bring my pistol?" "Would I forget that?" he asked. "I brought you 2, and look out, for you may want them." "I know that," said I, "but I depend upon you. Get back at the earliest possible moment, and don't act until I give the signal. It will mean that the clue is complete." He nodded his head and disappeared quickly in the direction where the carriage was, but I went straight up to the house and knocked loudly upon the door. To my surprise, it was opened at once by a thick-set man in livery, who did not appear at all astonished to see me. "They're upstairs, sir. Will you go up?" said he. "Certainly," said I, taking him at his word. "Lead the way." This request made him hesitate. "I beg your pardon," said he. "I think I have made a mistake. I'll speak to Mrs. Kavanagh." Before I could answer, he had run up the stairs nimbly, but I was quick after him, and when I came upon the landing, I could see into the front drawing-room, where there sat the woman herself, a small and oldish man with long black whiskers, and the youth who had just come into the room. But the back room, which gave off from the other with folding doors, was empty, and there was no light in it. All this I perceived in a momentary glance, for no sooner had the serving-man spoken to the woman than she pushed the youth out upon the balcony, and came hurriedly to the landing, closing the door behind her. "Why, Mr. Sutton," she cried when she saw me, "this is a surprise. I was just going to bed." "I was afraid you would have been already gone," said I, with the simplest smile possible. but I found a diamond spray at Lady Faber's hall just after you had left. The footman said it must be yours, and as I am going out of town tomorrow, I thought I would risk leaving it tonight." I handed to her as I spoke the spray of diamonds I'd taken from my own showcase in Bond Street. But while she examined it, she shot up at me a quick, searching glance from her bright eyes, and her thick, sensual lips were closed hard upon each other. Yet in the next instant she laughed again, and handed me back the jewel. "I'm indeed very grateful to you," she exclaimed, "but I've just put my spray in its case. You want to give me someone else's property." "This isn't yours?" said I, affecting disappointment. "I'm really very sorry for having troubled you." "It is I that should be sorry for having brought you here," she cried. "Won't you have a brandy and seltzer or something before you go?" "Nothing whatever, thanks," said I. "Let me apologize again for having disturbed you, and wish you good night." She held out her hand to me, seemingly much reassured, and as I began to descend the stairs, she re-entered the drawing-room for the purpose, I did not doubt, of getting the man off the balcony. The substantial lackey was then waiting in the hall to open the door for me. But I went down very slowly, for in truth the whole of my plan appeared to have failed, and at the moment I was without the veriest rag of an idea. My object in coming to the house had been to trace, and if possible to lay hands upon, the woman's associates, taking her, as I hoped, somewhat by surprise. Yet, though I had made my chain more complete, vital links were missing, and I stood no nearer to the forging of them. That which I had to ask myself, and to answer in the space of 10 seconds, was the question, now or tomorrow, whether I should leave the house without effort and wait until the gang betrayed itself again, or make some bold stroke which would end the matter there and then. The latter course was the one I chose. "The morrow," said I, "may find these people in Paris or in Belgium. There never may be such a clue again as that of the ruby pendant. There never may be a similar opportunity of taking at least 3 of those for whom we had so long hunted." And with this thought, a whole plan of action suddenly leaped up in my mind, and I acted upon it, silently and swiftly, and with a readiness which to this day I wonder at. I now stood at the hall door, which the lackey held open. One searching look at the man convinced me that my design was a sound one. He was obtuse, patronizing, but probably honest. As we faced each other, I suddenly took the door-handle from him and banged the door loudly, remaining in the hall. Then I clapped my pistol to his head, though for this offense I surmised that a judge might have given me a month, and I whispered fiercely to him, "This house is surrounded by police. If you say a word, I'll give you 7 years as an accomplice of the woman upstairs whom we are going to arrest. When she calls out, answer that I'm gone, and then come back to me for instructions. If you do as I tell you, you shall not be charged. Otherwise, you go to jail." At this speech the poor wretch paled before me, and shook so that I could feel the tremor all down the arm of his which I held. I won't speak, sir," he gasped. "I won't, I do assure you. To think as I should have served such folk." "Then hide me, and be quick about it. In this room here it seems dark. Now run upstairs and say I'm gone." I had stepped into a little breakfast-room at the back of the dining-room, and there had gone unhesitatingly under a round table. The place was absolutely dark, and was a vantage ground, since I could see there from the whole of the staircase. But before the footman could mount the stairs, the woman came halfway down them, and looking over the hall, she asked him, "Is that gentleman gone?" "Just left, mum," he replied. "Then go to bed, and never let me see you admit a stranger like that again." She went up again at this, and he turned to me, asking, "What shall I do now, sir? I'll do anything if you'll speak for me, sir. I've got 20 years' character from Lord Wally. To think as she's a bad 'un, it's hardly creditable." "I shall speak for you," said I, "if you do exactly what I tell you. Are any more men expected now?" "Yes, there's 2 more. The captain and the clergyman. Pretty clergyman he must be, too." "Never mind that. Wait and let them in. Then go upstairs and turn the light out on the staircase as if by accident. After that you can go to bed." "Did you say the police was here?" he asked in his hoarse whisper, and I said, "Yes, they're everywhere, on the roof and in the street and on the balcony. If there's the least resistance, the house will swarm with them." What he would have said to this I cannot tell, for at that moment there was another knock upon the front door, and he opened it instantly. 2 men, one in clerical dress and one a very powerful man in a Newmarket coat, went quickly upstairs, and the butler followed them. A moment later the gas went out on the stairs, and there was no sound but the echo of the talk in the front drawing-room. The critical moment in my night's work had now come. Taking off my boots and putting my revolver at the half-cock, I crawled up the stairs with the step of a cat and entered the back drawing-room. One of the folding doors of this was ajar, so that a false step would probably have cost me my life, and I could not possibly tell if the police were really in the street or only upon their way. But it was my good luck that the men talked loudly and seemed actually to be disputing. The first thing I observed on looking through the open door was that the woman had left the 4 to themselves. 3 of them stood about the table whereon the lamp was. The dumpy man with the black whiskers sat in his armchair. But the most pleasing sight of all was that of a large piece of cotton wool spread upon the table and almost covered with brooches, lockets, and sprays of diamonds, and to my infinite satisfaction I saw Lady Faber's pendant of rubies lying conspicuous even amongst the wealth of jewels which the light showed. There, then, was the clue. But how was it to be used? It came to me suddenly that 4 consummate rogues such as these would not be unarmed. Did I step into the room, they might shoot me at the first sound, and if the police had not come, there would be the end of it. Had opportunity been permitted to me, I would undoubtedly have waited 5 or 10 minutes to assure myself that Abel was in the street without. But this was not to be. Even as I debated the point, a candle's light shone upon the staircase, and in another moment Mrs. Kavanagh herself stood in the doorway watching me. For one instant she stood, but it served my purpose, and as a scream rose upon her lips, and I felt my heart thudding against my ribs, I threw open the folding doors and deliberately shot down the glass of the lamp, which had cast the aureola of light upon the stolen jewels. As the glass flew, for my reputation as a pistol-shot was not belied in this critical moment, Mrs. Kavanagh ran in a wild fit of hysterical screaming to her bedroom above. But the 4 men turned with loud cries to the door where they had seen me, and as I saw them coming, I prayed that Abel might be there. This thought need not have occurred to me. Scarce had the men taken 2 steps when the glass of the balcony windows was burst in with a crash, and the whole room seemed to fill with police. I cannot now remember precisely the sentences which were passed upon the great gang, known to police history as the Westbourne Park gang, of jewel thieves, but the history of that case is curious enough to be worthy of mention. The husband of the woman Kavanagh, he of the black whiskers, was a man of the name of White, formerly a manager in the house of James Thorndyke, the universal provider near the Tottenham Court Road. White's business had been to provide all things needful for dances, and though it astonishes me to write it, he had even found dancing men for ladies whose range of acquaintance was narrow. In the course of business he set up for himself eventually, and as he worked the bright idea came to him, why not find as guests men who may snap up, in the heat and the security of the dance, such unconsidered trifles as sprays and pendants and lockets. To this end he married, and his wife being a clever woman who fell in with his idea, she, under the name of Kavanagh, made the acquaintance of a number of youths whose business it was to dance, and eventually wormed herself into many good houses. The trial brought to light the extraordinary fact that no less than 23 men and 8 women were bound in this amazing conspiracy, and that Kavanagh acted as the buyer of the property they stole, giving them a third of the profits and swindling them outrageously. He, I believe, is now taking the air at Portland, and the other young men are finding it in the exemplary exercise of picking oakum work for idle hands to do. As for Mrs. Kavanagh, she was dramatic to the end of it. As I learnt from King, she insisted on being arrested in bed. End of The Ripening Rubies by Max Pemberton.
Section 20 of The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. The Case of Laker Absconded, by Arthur Morrison. Part 1. There were several of the larger London banks and insurance offices from which Hewitt held a sort of general retainer as detective adviser, in fulfillment of which he was regularly consulted as to the measures to be taken in different cases of fraud, forgery, theft, and so forth, which it might be the misfortune of the particular firms to encounter. The more important and intricate of these cases were placed in his hands entirely, with separate commissions in the usual way. One of the most important companies of the sort was the General Guarantee Society, an insurance corporation which, among other risks, took those of the integrity of secretaries, clerks, and cashiers. In the case of a cash box elopement on the part of any person guaranteed by the society, the directors were naturally anxious for a speedy capture of the culprit, and more especially of the booty, before too much of it was spent, in order to lighten the claim upon their funds. And in work of this sort Hewitt was at times engaged, either in general advice and direction, or in the actual pursuit of the plunder and the plunderer. Arriving at his office a little later than usual one morning, Hewitt found an urgent message awaiting him from the General Guarantee Society, requesting his attention to a robbery which had taken place on the previous day. He had gleaned some hint of the case from the morning paper, wherein appeared a short paragraph, which ran thus: Serious bank robbery. In the course of yesterday, a clerk employed by Messrs. Little, Neal, and Little, the well-known bankers, disappeared, having in his possession a large sum of money, the property of his employers, a sum reported to be rather over £15,000. It would seem that he had been entrusted to collect the money in his capacity of walk clerk from various other banks and trading concerns during the morning, but failed to return at the usual time. A large number of the notes which he had received had been cashed at the Bank of England before suspicion was aroused. We understand that Detective Inspector Plummer, of Scotland Yard, has the case in hand. The clerk, whose name was Charles William Laker, had, it appeared from the message, been guaranteed in the usual way by the General Guarantee Society, and Hewitt's presence at the office was at once desired in order that steps might quickly be taken for the man's apprehension and in the recovery, at any rate, of as much of the booty as possible. A smart hansom brought Hewitt to Threadneedle Street in a bare quarter of an hour, and there a few minutes' talk with the manager, Mr. Leicester, put him in possession of the main facts of the case, which appeared to be simple. Charles William Laker was 25 years of age, and had been in the employ of Messrs. Little, Neal, and Little for something more than 7 years, since he left school, in fact, and until the previous day there had been nothing in his conduct to complain of. His duties as walk clerk consisted in making a certain round, beginning at about 10:30 each morning. There were a certain number of the more important banks, between which and Messrs. Little, Neal, and Little there were daily transactions, and a few smaller semi-private banks and merchant firms acting as financial agents, with whom there was business intercourse of less importance and regularity, and each of these, as necessary, he visited in turn, collecting cash due on bills, and other instruments of a like nature. He carried a wallet, fastened securely to his person by a chain, and this wallet contained the bills and the cash. Usually at the end of his round, when all his bills had been converted into cash, the wallet held very large sums. His work and responsibilities, in fine, were those common to walk clerks in all banks. On the day of the robbery, he had started out as usual, possibly a little earlier than was customary, and the bills and other securities in his possession represented considerably more than £15,000. It had been ascertained that he had called in the usual way at each establishment on the round, and had transacted his business at the last place by about 1:15, being then, without doubt, in possession of cash to the full value of the bills negotiated. After that, Mr. Leicester said, yesterday's report was that nothing more had been heard of him, but this morning there had been a message to the effect that he had been traced out of the country, to Calais at least, it was thought. The directors of the society wished Hewitt to take the case in hand personally, and at once, with a view of recovering what was possible from the plunder by way of salvage. Also, of course, of finding Laker, for it is an important moral gain to guarantee societies, as an example, if a thief is caught and punished. Therefore Hewitt and Mr. Leicester, as soon as might be, made for Messrs. Little, Neal, and Little's, that the investigation might be begun. The bank premises were quite near, in Leadenhall Street. Having arrived there, Hewitt and Mr. Leicester made their way to the firm's private rooms. As they were passing an outer waiting room, Hewitt noticed 2 women. One, the elder, in widow's weeds, was sitting with her head bowed in her hand over a small writing table. Her face was not visible, but her whole attitude was that of a person overcome with unbearable grief, and she sobbed quietly. The other was a young woman of 22 or 23. Her thick black veil revealed no more than that her features were small and regular, and that her face was pale and drawn. She stood with a hand on the elder woman's shoulder, and she quickly turned her head away as the 2 men entered. Mr. Neal, one of the partners, received them in his own room. "Good morning, Mr. Hewitt," he said, when Mr. Leicester had introduced the detective. "This is a serious business, very. I think I am sorrier for Laker himself than for anybody else, ourselves included. Or, at any rate, I am sorrier for his mother. She is waiting now to see Mr. Little as soon as he arrives. Mr. Little has known the family for a long time. Miss Shaw is with her, too, poor girl. She is a governess or something of that sort, and I believe she and Laker were engaged to be married. It's all very sad." "Inspector Plummer, I understand," Hewitt remarked, "has the affair in hand on behalf of the police." "Yes," Mr. Neal replied. "In fact, he's here now, going through the contents of Laker's desk, and so forth. He thinks it possible Laker may have had accomplices. Will you see him?" "Presently. Inspector Plummer and I are old friends. We met last, I think, in the case of the Stanway cameo, some months ago. But first, Will you tell me how long Laker has been a walk clerk? Barely 4 months, although he has been with us altogether 7 years. He was promoted to the walk soon after the beginning of the year. Do you know anything of his habits? What he used to do in his spare time and so forth? Not a great deal. He went in for boating, I believe, though I have heard it whispered that he had 1 or 2 more expensive tastes. Expensive, that is, for a young man in his position, Mr. Neal explained with a dignified wave of the hand that he peculiarly affected. He was a stout old gentleman, and the gesture suited him. You have had no reason to suspect him of dishonesty before, I take it? Oh, no. He made a wrong return once, I believe, that went for some time undetected, but it turned out, after all, to be a clerical error. A mere clerical error. Do you know anything of his associates out of the office? No, how should I? I believe Inspector Plummer has been making inquiries as to that. However, of the other clerks. Here he is, by the by, I expect. Come in. It was Plummer who had knocked, and he came in at Mr. Neal's call. He was a middle-sized, small-eyed, impenetrable-looking man, as yet of no great reputation in the force. Some of my readers may remember his connection with that case, so long a public mystery, that I have elsewhere fully set forth, and explained under the title of the Stanway Cameo Mystery. Plummer carried his billycock hat in one hand and a few papers in the other. He gave Hewitt good morning, placed his hat on a chair, and spread the papers on the table. There's not a great deal here, he said, but one thing's plain. Laker had been betting. See here, and here, and here. He took a few letters from the bundle in his hand. 2 letters from a bookmaker about settling. Wonder he trusted a clerk. Several telegrams from tipsters, and a letter from some friend, only signed by initials, asking Laker to put a sovereign on a horse for the friend, with his own. I'll keep these, I think. It may be worthwhile to see that friend if we can find him. Ah, we often find it's betting, don't we, Mr. Hewitt? Meanwhile, there's no news from France yet. Are you sure that is where he has gone? Asked Hewitt. Well, I'll tell you what we've done as yet. First, of course, I went round to all the banks. There was nothing to be got from that. The cashiers all knew him by sight, and one was a personal friend of his. He had called as usual, said nothing in particular, cashed his bills in the ordinary way, and finished up at the Eastern Consolidated Bank at about 1:15. So far there was nothing whatever, but I had started 2 or 3 men meanwhile, making inquiries at the railway stations and so on. I had scarcely left the Eastern Consolidated when one of them came after me with news. He had tried Palmer's tourist office, although that seemed an unlikely place, and there struck the track. Had he been there? Not only had he been there, but he had taken a tourist ticket for France. It was quite a smart move in a way. You see, it was the sort of ticket that lets you do pretty well what you like. You have the choice of 2 or 3 different routes to begin with, and you can break your journey where you please, and make all sorts of variations. So that a man with a ticket like that, and a few hours' start, could twist about on some remote branch route, and strike off in another direction altogether, with a new ticket from some out-of-the-way place, while we were carefully sorting out and inquiring along the different routes he might have taken. Not half a bad move for a new hand, but he made one bad mistake, as new hands always do. As old hands do, in fact, very often. He was fool enough to give his own name, C. Laker, although that didn't matter much, as the description was enough to fix him. There he was, wallet and all, just as he had come from the Eastern Consolidated Bank. He went straight from there to Palmer's, by the by, and probably in a cab. We judged that by the time. He left the Eastern Consolidated at 1:15, and was at Palmer's by 25 past. 10 minutes. The clerk at Palmer's remembered the time because he was anxious to get out to his lunch, and kept looking at the clock, expecting another clerk in to relieve him. Laker didn't take much in the way of luggage, I fancy. We inquired carefully at the stations, and got the porters to remember the passengers
for whom they had been carrying luggage. But none appeared to have had any dealings with our man. That, of course, is as one would expect. He'd take as little as possible with him, and buy what he wanted on the way, or when he'd reached his hiding place. Of course, I wired to Calais. It was a Dover to Calais route ticket, and sent a couple of smart men off by the 8:15 mail from Charing Cross. I expect we shall hear from them in the course of the day. I am being kept in London in view of something expected at headquarters, or I should have been off myself. That is all, then, up to the present? Have you anything else in view? That's all I've absolutely ascertained at present. As for what I'm going to do, a slight smile curled Plummer's lip. Well, I shall see. I've a thing or two in my mind. Hewitt smiled slightly himself. He recognized Plummer's touch of professional jealousy. Very well, he said, rising. I'll make an inquiry or two for myself at once. Perhaps, Mr. Neal, you'll allow one of your clerks to show me the banks, in their regular order, at which Laker called yesterday. I think I'll begin at the beginning. Mr. Neal offered to place at Hewitt's disposal anything or anybody the bank contained, and the conference broke up. As Hewitt, with the clerk, came through the room separating Mr. Neal's sanctum from the outer office, he fancied he saw the two veiled women leaving by a side door. The first bank was quite close to Little, Neal, and Little's. There the cashier who had dealt with Laker the day before remembered nothing in particular about the interview. Many other walk clerks had called during the morning, as they did every morning, and the only circumstances of the visit that he could say anything definite about were those recorded in figures in the books. He did not know Laker's name till Plummer had mentioned it, in making inquiries on the previous afternoon. As far as he could remember, Laker behaved much as usual, though really he did not notice much. He looked chiefly at the bills. He described Laker in a way that corresponded with the photograph that Hewitt had borrowed from the bank. A young man with a brown mustache, an ordinary-looking, fairly regular face, dressing much as other clerks dressed, tall hat, black cutaway coat, and so on. The numbers of the notes handed over had already been given to Inspector Plummer, and these Hewitt did not trouble about. The next bank was in Cornhill, and here the cashier was a personal friend of Laker's, at any rate an acquaintance, and he remembered a little more. Laker's manner had been quite as usual, he said. Certainly he did not seem preoccupied or excited in his manner. He spoke for a moment or two of being on the river on Sunday, and so on, and left in his usual way. Can you remember everything he said? Hewitt asked. If you can tell me, I should like to know exactly what he did and said to the smallest particular. Well, he saw me a little distance off. I was behind there at one of the desks, and raised his hand to me, and said, "How d'ye do?" I came across and took his bills and dealt with them in the usual way. He had a new umbrella lying on the counter, rather a handsome umbrella, and I made a remark about the handle. He took it up to show me, and told me it was a present he had just received from a friend. It was a gorse root handle with 2 silver bands, one with his monogram, C.W.L. I said it was a very nice handle, and asked him whether it was fine in his district on Sunday. He said he had been up the river, and it was very fine there, and I think that was all. Thank you. Now, about this umbrella. Did he carry it rolled? Can you describe it in detail? Well, I've told you about the handle, and the rest was much as usual, I think. It wasn't rolled, just napping loosely, you know. It was rather an odd-shaped handle, though. I'll try and sketch it, if you like, as well as I can remember. He did so, and Hewitt saw in the result rough indications of a gnarled crook, with 1 silver band near the end, and another with the monogram a few inches down the handle. Hewitt put the sketch in his pocket and bade the cashier good day. At the next bank the story was the same as at the first. There was nothing remembered but the usual routine. Hewitt and the clerk turned down the narrow paved court and through into Lombard Street for the next visit. The bank, that of Buller, Clayton, Lads and Company, was just at the corner at the end of the court, and the imposing stone entrance porch was being made larger and more imposing still, the way being almost blocked by ladders and scaffold poles. Here there was only the usual tale, and so on through the whole walk. The cashiers knew Laker only by sight, and that not always very distinctly. The calls of walk clerks were such matters of routine that little note was taken of the persons of the clerks themselves, who were called by the names of their firms, if they were called by any names at all. Laker had behaved much as usual so far as the cashiers could remember, and when finally the Eastern Consolidated was left behind, nothing more had been learnt than the chat about Laker's new umbrella. Hewitt had taken leave of Mr. Neal's clerk, and was stepping into a hansom, when he noticed a veiled woman in widow's weeds, hailing another hansom a little way behind. He recognized the figure again, and said to the driver, "Drive fast to Palmer's tourist office, but keep your eye on that cab behind, and tell me presently if it is following us." The cabman drove off, and after passing one or two turnings, opened the lid above Hewitt's head and said, "That there other cab is a-follerin' us, sir, and keepin' about even distance all along." "All right, that's what I wanted to know. Palmer's now." At Palmer's, the clerk who had attended to Laker remembered him very well, and described him. He also remembered the wallet, and thought he remembered the umbrella, was practically sure of it, in fact, upon reflection. He had no record of the name given, but remembered it distinctly to be Laker. As a matter of fact, names were never asked in such a transaction, but in this case Laker appeared to be ignorant of the usual procedure, as well as in a great hurry, and asked for the ticket, and gave his name all in one breath, probably assuming that the name would be required. Hewitt got back to his cab and started for Charing Cross. The cabman once more lifted the lid and informed him that the hansom with the veiled woman in it was again following, having waited while Hewitt had visited Palmer's. At Charing Cross, Hewitt discharged his cab and walked straight to the Lost Property Office. The man in charge knew him very well, for his business had carried him there frequently before. "I fancy an umbrella was lost in the station yesterday," Hewitt said. "It was a new umbrella, silk, with a gnarled gorse-root handle, and 2 silver bands, something like this sketch." There was a monogram on the lower band. CWL were the letters. "Has it been brought here?" "There was 2 or 3 yesterday," the man said. "Let's see." He took the sketch and retired to a corner of his room. "Oh, yes, here it is, I think. Isn't this it? Do you claim it?" "Well, not exactly that, but I think I'll take a look at it, if you'll let me. By the way, I see it's rolled up. Was it found like that?" "No, the chap rolled it up what found it. Porter, he was. It's a fad of his, rolling up umbrellas close and neat, and he's rather proud of it. He often looks as though he'd like to take a man's umbrella away and roll it up for him, when it's a bit clumsy done. Rum fad, eh?" "Yes, everybody has his little fad, though. Where was this found? Close by here?" "Yes, sir, just there, almost opposite this window, in the little corner." "About 2 o'clock?" About that time, more or less." Hewitt took the umbrella up, unfastened the band, and shook the silk out loose. Then he opened it, and as he did so, a small scrap of paper fell from inside it. Hewitt pounced on it like lightning. Then, after examining the umbrella thoroughly, inside and out, he handed it back to the man, who had not observed the incident of the scrap of paper. "That will do, thanks," he said. "I only wanted to take a peep at it. Just a small matter connected with a little case of mine. Good morning." He turned suddenly and saw, gazing at him with a terrified expression from a door behind, the face of the woman who had followed him in the cab. The veil was lifted, and he caught but a mere glance of the face ere it was suddenly withdrawn. He stood for a moment to allow the woman time to retreat, and then left the station and walked toward his office close by. Scarcely 30 yards along the Strand he met Plummer. "I'm going to make some much closer inquiries all down the line as far as Dover," Plummer said. "They wire from Calais that they have no clue as yet, and I mean to make quite sure, if I can, that Laker hasn't quietly slipped off the line somewhere between here and Dover. There's one very peculiar thing, Plummer added confidentially. Did you see the two women who were waiting to see a member of the firm at Little, Neal and Little's? Yes, Laker's mother and his fiancée, I was told. That's right. Well, do you know that girl? Shaw, her name is. Has been shadowing me ever since I left the bank? Of course, I spotted it from the beginning. These amateurs don't know how to follow anybody. And, as a matter of fact, she's just inside that jeweler's shop door behind me now, pretending to look at the things in the window. But it's odd, isn't it? Well, Hewitt replied, of course it's not a thing to be neglected. If you'll look very carefully at the corner of Villiers Street, without appearing to stare, I think you will possibly observe some signs of Laker's mother. She's shadowing me. Plummer looked casually in the direction indicated, and then immediately turned his eyes in another direction. I see her, he said. She's just taking a look round the corner. That's a thing not to be ignored. Of course, the Lakers' house is being watched. We set a man on it at once yesterday. But I'll put someone on now to watch Miss Shaw's place, too. I'll telephone through to Little's. Probably they'll be able to say where it is. And the women themselves must be watched, too. As a matter of fact, I had a notion that Laker wasn't alone in it, and it's just possible, you know, that he has sent an accomplice off with his tourist ticket to lead us a dance while he looks after himself in another direction. Have you done anything? Well, Hewitt replied, with a faint reproduction of the secretive smile with which Plummer had met an inquiry of his earlier in the morning, I've been to the station here, and I've found Laker's umbrella in the lost property office. Oh, then probably he has gone. I'll bear that in mind, and perhaps have a word with the lost property man. Plummer made for the station, and Hewitt for his office. He mounted the stairs and reached his door, just as I myself, who had been disappointed in not finding him in, was leaving. I had called with the idea of taking Hewitt to lunch with me at my club, but he declined lunch. I have an important case in hand, he said. Look here, Brett. See this scrap of paper? You know the types of the different newspapers. Which is this? He handed me a small piece of paper. It was part of a cutting containing an advertisement, which had been torn in half. OAST, U first, then to 3rd L, number 197, red BL, straight time. I think, I said, this is from the Daily Chronicle, judging by the paper. It is plainly from the agony column, but all the papers use pretty much the same type for these advertisements, except for the Times. If it were not torn, I could tell you at once, because the Chronicle columns are rather narrow. Never mind, I'll send for them all. He rang and sent Carrot for a copy of each morning paper of the previous day. Then he took from a large wardrobe cupboard a decent but well-worn and rather roughened tall hat. Also a coat a little worn and shiny on the collar. He exchanged these for his own hat and coat, and then substituted an old necktie for his own clean white one, and encased his legs in mud-spotted leggings. This done, he produced a very large and thick pocketbook, fastened by a broad elastic band, and said, Well, what do you think of this? Will it do for Queen's taxes, or sanitary inspection, or the gas or the water supply? Very well indeed, I should say, I replied. What's the case? Oh, I'll tell you all about that when it's over. No time now. Oh, here you are, Carrot. By the by, Carrot, I'm going out presently by the back way. Wait for about 10 minutes or a quarter of an hour after I'm gone, and then just go across the road and speak to that lady in black with the veil, who is waiting in that little foot passage opposite. Say Mr. Martin Hewitt sends his compliments, and he advises her not to wait, as he has already left his office by another door, and has been gone some little time. That's all. It would be a pity to keep the poor woman waiting all day for nothing. Now the papers. Daily News, Standard, Telegraph, Chronicle. Yes, here it is, in the Chronicle. The whole advertisement read thus. Y-O-B, H-R, shop roast. You first, then tonight. O2, second top third L, number 197, red BL, straight mon, one at a time. What's this? I asked. A cryptogram? I'll see, Hewitt answered, but I won't tell you anything about it till afterwards. So you get your lunch. Carrot, bring the directory. This was all I actually saw of this case myself, and I have written the rest in its proper order from Hewitt's information, as I have written some other cases entirely. End of Part 1. The Case of Laker Absconded by Arthur Morrison. Section 21 of The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. The Case of Laker Absconded by Arthur Morrison. Part 2. To resume at the point where, for the time, I lost sight of the matter. Hewitt left by the back way and stopped an empty cab as it passed. Abbey Park Cemetery was his direction to the driver. In a little more than 20 minutes, the cab was branching off down Essex Road on its way to Stoke Newington, and in 20 minutes more, Hewitt stopped it in Church Street, Stoke Newington. He walked through a street or two, and then down another, the houses of which he scanned carefully as he passed. Opposite one which stood by itself, he stopped, and making a pretense of consulting and arranging his large pocketbook, he took a good look at the house. It was rather larger, neater, and more pretentious than the others in the street, and it had a natty little coach-house, just visible up the side entrance. There were red blinds hung with heavy lace in the front windows, and behind one of these blinds, Hewitt was able to catch the glint of a heavy gas chandelier. He stepped briskly up the front steps and knocked sharply at the door. "Mr. Merston," he asked, pocketbook in hand, when a neat parlor maid opened the door. "Yes?" "Ah!" Hewitt stepped into the hall and pulled off his hat. "It's only the meter. There's been a deal of gas running away somewhere here, and I'm just looking to see if the meters are right. Where is it?" The girl hesitated. I'll ask master," she said. "Very well. I don't want to take it away, you know. Only to give it a tap or two, and so on." The girl retired to the back of the hall, and without taking her eyes off Martin Hewitt, gave his message to some invisible person in a back room, whence came a growling reply of, "All right." Hewitt followed the girl to the basement, apparently looking straight before him, but in reality taking in every detail of the place. The gas meter was in a very large lumber cupboard under the kitchen stairs. The girl opened the door and lit a candle. The meter stood on the floor, which was littered with hampers and boxes and odd sheets of brown paper. But a thing that at once arrested Hewitt's attention was a garment of some sort, of bright blue cloth, with large brass buttons, which was lying in a tumbled heap in a corner, and appeared to be the only thing in the place that was not covered with dust. Nevertheless, Hewitt took no apparent notice of it, but stooped down and solemnly tapped the meter 3 times with his pencil, and listened with great gravity, placing his ear to the top. Then he shook his head and tapped again. At length he said, "It's a bit doubtful. I'll just get you to light the gas in the kitchen a moment. Keep your hand to the burner, and when I call out, shut it off at once, see?" The girl turned and entered the kitchen, and Hewitt immediately seized the blue coat, for a coat it was. It had a dull red piping in the seams, and was of the swallowtail pattern, livery coat, in fact. He held it for a moment before him, examining its pattern and color, and then rolled it up and flung it again into the corner. "Right," he called to the servant. "Shut off." The girl emerged from the kitchen as he left the cupboard. "Well," she asked, "are you satisfied now?" "Quite satisfied, thank you," Hewitt replied. Is it all right?" she continued, jerking her hand toward the cupboard. "Well, no, it isn't. There's something wrong there, and I'm glad I came. You can tell Mr. Murston, if you like, that I expect his gas bill will be a good deal less next quarter." And there was a suspicion of a chuckle in Hewitt's voice as he crossed the hall to leave. For a gas inspector is pleased when he finds, at length, what he has been searching for. Things had fallen out better than Hewitt had dared to expect. He saw the key of the whole mystery in that blue coat, for it was the uniform coat of the hall porters at one of the banks that he had visited in the morning, though which one he could not for the moment remember. He entered the nearest post office and dispatched a telegram to Plummer, giving certain directions and asking the inspector to meet him. Then he hailed the first available cab and hurried toward the city. At Lombard Street he alighted and looked in at the door of each bank till he came to Buller, Clayton, Lads and Companies. This was the bank he wanted. In the other banks the hall porters wore mulberry coats, brick dust coats, brown coats, and what not. But here, behind the ladders and scaffold poles which obscured the entrance, he could see a man in a blue coat, with dull red piping and brass buttons. He sprang up the steps, pushed open the inner swing door, and finally satisfied himself by a closer view of the coat, to the wearer's astonishment. Then he regained the pavement and walked up the whole length of the bank premises in front, afterwards turning up the paved passage at the side, deep in thought. The bank had no windows or doors on the side next to the court, and the two adjoining houses were old and supported in place by wooden shores. Both were empty, and a great board announced that tenders would be received in a month's time for the purchase of the old materials of which they were constructed. Also, that some part of the site would be let on a long building lease. Hewitt looked up at the grimy fronts of the old buildings. The windows were crusted thick with dirt, all except the bottom window of the house nearer the bank, which was fairly clean and seemed to have been quite lately washed. The door, too, of this house was cleaner than that of the other, though the paint was worn. Hewitt reached and fingered a hook driven into the left-hand doorpost, about 6 feet from the ground. It was new and not at all rusted. Also, a tiny splinter had been displaced when the hook was driven in, and clean wood showed at the spot. Having observed these things, Hewitt stepped back and read at the bottom of the big board the name Windsor and Weeks, Surveyors and Auctioneers, Abchurch Lane. Then he stepped into Lombard Street. 2 hansoms pulled up near the post office, and out of the first stepped Inspector Plummer and another man. This man, and the 2 who alighted from the second hansom, were unmistakably plain-clothes constables. Their air, gait, and boots proclaimed it. "What's all this?" demanded Plummer, as Hewitt approached. "You'll soon see, I think. But first, have you put the watch on number 197 Hackworth Road?" "Yes. Nobody will get away from there alone." "Very good. I am going to Abchurch Lane for a few minutes. Leave your men out here, but just go round into that court by Buller, Clayton, and Lads, and keep your eye on the first door on the left. I think we'll find something soon." "Did you get rid of Miss Shaw?" "No, she's behind now, and Mrs. Laker's with her. They met in the Strand and came after us in another cab. Rare fun, eh? They think we're pretty green. It's quite handy, too. So long as they keep behind me, it saves all trouble of watching them." And Inspector Plummer chuckled and winked. "Very good. You don't mind keeping your eye on that door, do you? I'll be back very soon." And with that, Hewitt turned off into Abchurch Lane. At Windsor and Weeks, information was not difficult to obtain. The houses were destined to come down very shortly. But a week or so ago, an office and a cellar in one of them was let temporarily to a Mr. Westley. He brought no references. Indeed, as he paid a fortnight's rent in advance, he was not asked for any, considering the circumstances of the case. He was opening a London branch for a large firm of cider merchants, he said, and just wanted a rough office and a cool cellar to store samples in for a few weeks, till the permanent premises were ready. There was another key, and no doubt the premises might be entered if there were any special need for such a course. Martin Hewitt gave such excellent reasons that Windsor and Weeks's managing clerk immediately produced the key and accompanied Hewitt to the spot. "I think you'd better have your men handy," Hewitt remarked to Plummer when they reached the door, and a whistle quickly brought the men over. The key was inserted in the lock and turned, but the door would not open. The bolt was fastened at the bottom. Hewitt stooped and looked under the door. "It's a drop bolt," he said. "Probably the man who left last let it fall loose and then banged the door so that it fell into its place. I must try my best with a wire or a piece of string." A wire was brought, and with some maneuvering, Hewitt contrived to pass it round the bolt and lift it little by little, steadying it with the blade of a pocket knife. When at last the bolt was raised out of the hole, the knife blade was slipped under it, and the door swung open. They entered. The door of the little office just inside stood open, but in the office there was nothing except a board a couple of feet long in a corner. Hewitt stepped across and lifted this, turning it downward face toward Plummer. On it, in fresh white paint on a black ground, were painted the words, "Buller, Clayton, Lads and Company. Temporary entrance." Hewitt turned to Windsor and Weeks's clerk and asked, "The man who took this room called himself Westley, didn't he?" "Yes." "Youngish man, clean-shaven and well-dressed?" "Yes, he was." "I fancy," Hewitt said, turning to Plummer, "I fancy an old friend of yours is in this. Mr. Sam Gunter." "What? The Hoxton Yob?" "I think it's possible he's been Mr. Westley for a bit, and somebody else for another bit. But let's come to the cellar." Windsor and Weeks' clerk led the way down a steep flight of steps into a dark underground corridor, wherein they lighted their way with many successive matches. Soon the cellar corridor made a turn to the right, and as the party passed the turn, there came from the end of the passage before them a fearful yell. "Help! Help! Open the door! I'm going mad! Mad! Oh, my God!" And there was a sound of desperate beating from the inside of the cellar door at the extreme end. The men stopped, startled. "Come," said Hewitt, "more matches," and he rushed to the door. It was fastened with a bar and padlock. "Let me out, for God's sake," came the voice, sick and hoarse, from the inside. "Let me out." "All right," Hewitt shouted. "We have come for you. Wait a moment." The voice sank into a sort of sobbing croon, and Hewitt tried several keys from his own bunch on the padlock. None fitted. He drew from his pocket the wire he had used for the bolt of the front door, straightened it out, and made a sharp bend at the end. "Hold the match close," he ordered shortly, and one of the men obeyed. 3 or 4 attempts were necessary, and several different bendings of the wire were effected, but in the end Hewitt picked the lock and flung open the door. From within, a ghastly figure fell forward among them, fainting, and knocked out the matches. "Hullo!" cried Plummer. "Hold up! Who are you?" "Let's get him up into the open," said Hewitt. "He can't tell you who he is for a bit, but I believe he's Laker." "Laker? What? Here?" "I think so. Steady up the steps. Don't bump him. He's pretty sore already, I expect." Truly the man was a pitiable sight. His hair and face were caked in dust and blood, and his fingernails were torn and bleeding. Water was sent for at once, and brandy. "Well," said Plummer hazily, looking first at the unconscious prisoner, and then at Hewitt, "but what about the swag?" "You'll have to find that yourself," Hewitt replied. "I think my share of the case is about finished. I only act for the Guarantee Society, you know, and if Laker is proved innocent—" "Innocent? How?" "Well, this is what took place, as near as I can figure it. You'd better undo his collar, I think." This to the men. "What I believe has happened is this. There has been a very clever and carefully prepared conspiracy here, and Laker has not been the criminal, but the victim." "Been robbed himself, you mean? But how? Where?" "Yesterday morning, before he had been to more than 3 banks. Here, in fact." "But then how?" "You're all wrong. We know he made the whole round and did all the collection. And then Palmer's office and all. And the umbrella. Why?" The man still lay unconscious. "Don't raise his head," Hewitt said, "and one of you had best fetch a doctor. He's had a terrible shock." Then turning to Plummer, he went on, "As to how they managed the job, I'll tell you what I think. First, it struck some very clever person that a deal of money might be got by robbing a walk clerk from a bank. This clever person was one of a clever gang of thieves, perhaps the Hoxton Row gang, as I think I hinted. Now you know quite as well as I do that such a gang will spend any amount of time over a job that promises a big haul, and that for such a job they can always command the necessary capital. There are many most respectable persons living in good style in the suburbs whose chief business lies in financing such ventures and taking the chief share of the proceeds. Well, this is their plan, carefully and intelligently carried out. They watch Laker, observe the round he takes, and his habits. They find that there is only one of the clerks with whom he does business that he is much acquainted with, and that this clerk is in a bank which is commonly second in Laker's round. The sharpest man among them, and I don't think there's a man in London could do this as well as young Sam Gunter, studies Laker's dress and habits just as an actor studies a character. They take this office and cellar, as we have seen, because it is next door to a bank whose front entrance is being altered, a fact which Laker must know from his daily visits. The smart man, Gunter, let us say, and I have other reasons for believing it to be he, makes up precisely like Laker, false mustache, dress, and everything, and waits here with the rest of the gang. One of the gang is dressed in a blue coat with brass buttons, like a hall porter in Buller's Bank. Do you see? Yes, I think so. It's pretty clear now. A Confederate watches at the top of the court, and the moment Laker turns in from Cornhill, having already been, mind, at the only bank where he was so well known that the disguised thief would not have passed muster, as soon as he turns in from Cornhill, I say, a signal is given. And that board, pointing to that with the white letters, is hung on the hook in the doorpost. The sham porter stands beside it, and as Laker approaches, says, "This way in, sir, this morning. The front way's shut for the alterations." Laker, suspecting nothing, and supposing that the firm had made a temporary entrance through the empty house, enters. He is seized when well along the corridor. The board is taken down and the door shut. Probably he is stunned by a blow on the head. See the blood now. They take his wallet and all the cash he has already collected. Gunter takes the wallet and also the umbrella, since it has Laker's initials, and is therefore distinctive. He simply completes the walk in the character of Laker, beginning with Buller, Clayton, and Lads just round the corner. It is nothing but routine work, which is quickly done, and nobody notices him particularly. It is the bills they examine. Meanwhile, this unfortunate fellow is locked up in the cellar here, right at the end of the underground corridor, where he can never make himself heard in the street, and where next him are only the empty cellars of the deserted house next door. The thieves shut the front door and vanish. The rest is plain. Gunter, having completed the round and bagged some £15,000 or more, spends a few pounds in a tourist ticket at Palmer's as a blind, being careful to give Laker's name. He leaves the umbrella at Charing Cross in a conspicuous place, right opposite the Lost Property Office, where it is sure to be seen, and so completes his false trail. Then who are the people at 197 Hackworth Road? The capitalist lives there, the financier, and probably the directing spirit of the whole thing. Merston's the name he goes by there, and I've no doubt he cuts a very imposing figure in chapel every Sunday. He'll be worth picking up. This isn't the first thing he's been in, I'll warrant. But what about Laker's mother and Miss Shaw? Well, why, the poor women are nearly out of their minds with terror and shame, that's all. But though they may think Laker a criminal, they'll never desert him. They've been following us about with a feeble, vague sort of hope of being able to baffle us in some way, or help him if we caught him, or something. Poor things. Did you ever hear of a real woman who deserted a son or a lover merely because he was a criminal? But here's the doctor. When he's attended to him, will you let your men take Laker home? I must hurry and report to the Guarantee Society, I think." "But," said the perplexed plumber, "where did you get your clue? You must have had a tip from someone. You know, you can't have done it by clairvoyance. What gave you the tip?" "The Daily Chronicle." "The what?" "The Daily Chronicle. Just take a look at the agony column in yesterday morning's issue, and read the message to Job, to Gunter, in fact. That's all." By this time a cab was waiting in Lombard Street, and two of Plummer's men, under the doctor's directions, carried Laker to it. No sooner, however, were they in the court than two watching women threw themselves hysterically upon Laker, and it was long before they could be persuaded that he was not being taken to jail. The mother shrieked aloud, my boy, don't take him. Oh, don't take him. They've killed my boy. Look at his head, oh, his head," and wrestled desperately with the men, while Hewitt attempted to soothe her, and promised to allow her to go in the cab with her son if she would only be quiet. The younger woman made no noise, but she held one of Laker's limp hands in both hers. Hewitt and I dined together that evening, and he gave me a full account of the occurrences, which I have here set down. Still, when he was finished, I was not able to see clearly by what process of reasoning he had arrived at the conclusions that gave him the key to the mystery. Nor did I understand the agony column message, and I said so. "In the beginning," Hewitt explained, "the thing that struck me as curious was the fact that Laker was said to have given his own name at Palmer's in buying his ticket. Now the first thing the greenest and newest criminal thinks of is changing his name, so that the giving of his own name seemed unlikely to begin with. Still, he might have made such a mistake as Plummer suggested when he said that criminals usually make a mistake somewhere, as they do in fact. Still, it was the least likely mistake I could think of, especially as he actually didn't wait to be asked for his name, but blurted it out when it wasn't really wanted. And it was conjoined with another rather curious mistake, or what would have been a mistake, if the thief were Laker. Why should he conspicuously display his wallet, such a distinctive article for the clerk to see and note? Why, rather, had he not got rid of it before showing himself? Suppose it should be somebody personating Laker. In any case, I determined not to be prejudiced by what I had heard of Laker's betting. A man may bet without being a thief. But again, supposing it were Laker, might he not have given his name and displayed his wallet and so on while buying a ticket for France, in order to draw pursuit after himself in that direction, while he made off in another name, and disguised? Each supposition was plausible, and in either case it might happen that whoever was laying his trail would probably lay it a little farther. Charing Cross was the next point, and there I went. I already had it from Plummer that Laker had not been recognized there. Perhaps the trail had been laid in some other manner. Something left behind, with Laker's name on it, perhaps. I at once thought of the umbrella with his monogram, and making a long shot, asked for it at the Lost Property Office, as you know. The guess was lucky. In the umbrella, as you know, I found the scrap of paper. That, I judged, had fallen in from the hand of the man carrying the umbrella. He had torn the paper in half in order to fling it away, and one piece had fallen into the loosely flapping umbrella. It is a thing that will often happen with an omnibus ticket, as you may have noticed. Also, it was proved that the umbrella was unrolled when found, and rolled immediately after. So here was a piece of paper, dropped by the person who had brought the umbrella to Charing Cross, and left it. I got the whole advertisement, as you remember, and I studied it. Job is backslang for boy, and is often used in nicknames to denote a young, smooth-faced thief. Gunter, the man I suspect, as a matter of fact, is known as the Hoxton Job. The message, then, was addressed to someone known by such a nickname. Next, H.R. Shop Roast. Now, in thieves' slang, to roast a thing, or a person, is to watch it or him. They call any place a shop, notably a thieves' den, so that this meant that some resort, perhaps the Hoxton Row shop, was watched. You first, then. Tonight would be clearer, perhaps, when the rest was understood. I thought a little over the rest, and it struck me that it must be a direction to some other house, since one was warned of as being watched. Besides, there was the number, 197, and red BL, which would be extremely likely to mean red blinds, by way of clearly distinguishing the house. And then the plan of the thing was plain. You have noticed probably that the map of London which accompanies the post office directory is divided, for convenience of reference, into numbered squares. Yes, the squares are denoted by letters along the top margin and figures down the side, so that if you consult the directory and find a place marked as being in D5, for instance, you find vertical division D, and run your finger down it till it intersects horizontal division 5, and there you are. Precisely. I got my post office directory and looked for O2. It was in North London, and took in parts of Abney Park Cemetery and Clissold Park. Second top was the next sign. Very well. I counted the second street intersecting the top of the square, counting in the usual way from the left. That was Lordship Road. Then third L from the point where Lordship Road crossed the top of the square. I ran my finger down the road until it came to third L, or in other words, the third turning on the left, Hackworth Road. So there we were, unless my guesses were altogether wrong. Straightmon probably meant straight moniker, that is to say, the proper name, a thief's real name, in contradistinction to that he may assume. I turned over the directory till I found Hackworth Road, and found that number 197 was inhabited by a Mr. Merston. From the whole thing, I judged this. There was to have been a meeting at the H.R. shop, but that was found, at the last moment, to be watched by the police for some purpose, so that another appointment was made for this house in the suburbs. You first, then tonight, the person addressed was to come first, and the others in the evening. They were to ask for the householder's straight moniker, Mr. Merston, and they were to come one at a time. Now then, what was this? What theory would fit it? Suppose this were a robbery, directed from afar by the advertiser. Suppose, on the day before the robbery, it was found that the place fixed for division of spoils were watched. Suppose that the principal thereupon advertised, as had already been agreed in case of emergency, in these terms. The principal in the actual robbery, the yob addressed, was to go first with the booty. The others were to come after, one at a time. Anyway, the thing was good enough to follow a little further, and I determined to try number 197 Hackworth Road. I have told you what I found there and how it opened my eyes. I went, of course, merely on chance, to see what I might chance to see. But luck favored, and I happened on that coat, brought back rolled up on the evening after the robbery, doubtless by the thief who had used it, and flung carelessly into the handiest cupboard. That was this gang's mistake. Well, I congratulate you, I said. I hope they'll catch the rascals. I rather think they will, now they know where to look. They can scarcely miss Merston, anyway. There has been very little to go on in this case, but I stuck to the thread, however slight, and it brought me through. The rest of the case, of course, is Plummer's. It was a peculiarity of my commission that I could equally well fulfill it by catching the man with all the plunder, or by proving him innocent. Having done the latter, my work was at an end, but I left it where Plummer will be able to finish the job handsomely. Plummer did. Sam Gunter, Merston, and one accomplice were taken. The first and last were well known to the police, and were identified by Laker. Merston, as Hewitt had suspected, had kept the lion's share for himself, so that altogether, with what was recovered from him and the other two, nearly £11,000 was saved for Messrs. Little, Neal, and Little. Merston, when taken, was in the act of packing up to take a holiday abroad, and there cashed his notes, which were found, neatly packed in separate thousands, in his portmanteau. As Hewitt had predicted, his gas bill was considerably less next quarter, for less than halfway through it, he began a term in jail. As for Laker, he was reinstated, of course, with an increase of salary by way of compensation for his broken head. He had passed a terrible 26 hours in the cellar, unfed and unheard. Several times he had become insensible, and again he had thrown himself madly against the door, shouting and tearing at it, till he fell back exhausted with broken nails and bleeding fingers. For some hours before the arrival of his rescuers, he had been sitting in a sort of stupor, from which he was suddenly aroused by the sound of voices and footsteps. He was in bed for a week, and required a rest of a month in addition before he could resume his duties. Then he was quietly lectured by Mr. Neal as to betting, and I believe dropped that practice in consequence. I am told that he is at the counter now, a considerable promotion. End of Part 2, and end of The Case of Laker Absconded by Arthur Morrison.
Section 22 of The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrzej Zalewski. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. The Tilling Show Mystery by Ernest Bramah, Part 1. "I will see Miss George now," assented Carrados. Parkinson retired and Greatorex looked round from his chair. The morning clearing up was still in progress. "Shall I go?" he inquired. "Not unless the lady desires it. I don't know her at all." The secretary was not unobservant, and he had profited from his association with Mr. Carrados. Without more ado, he began to get his papers quietly together. The door opened, and a girl of about 20 came eagerly, yet half timorously, into the room. Her eyes, for a moment, swept Carrados with an anxious scrutiny. Then, with a slight shade of disappointment, she noticed that they were not alone. "I have come directly from Oakshire to see you, Mr. Carrados," she announced in a quick, nervous voice that was evidently the outcome of a desperate resolution to be brave and explicit. "The matter is a dreadfully important one to me, and I should very much prefer to tell it to you alone." There was no need for Carrados to turn towards his secretary. That discriminating young gentleman was already on his way. Miss George flashed him a shy look of thanks, and filled in the moment with a timid survey of the room. "Is it something that you think I can help you with?" "I had hoped so. I had heard, in a roundabout way, of your wonderful power." "Ought I tell you how? Does it matter?" "Not in the least, if it has nothing to do with the case," replied Carrados. "When this dreadful thing happened, I instinctively thought of you. I felt sure that I ought to come and get you to help me at once. But I have very little money, Mr. Carrados, only a few pounds, and I am not so childish as not to know that very clever men require large fees. Then when I got here my heart sank, for I saw at once from your house and position that what seemed little even to me would be ridiculous to you, that if you did help me it would be purely out of kindness of heart and generosity." "Suppose you tell me what the circumstances are," suggested Carrados cautiously. Then, to afford an opening, he added, "You have recently gone into mourning, I see." "See!" exclaimed the girl almost sharply. "Then you are not blind?" "Oh, yes," he replied, "only I use the familiar expression, partly from custom, partly because it sounds unnecessarily pedantic to say, 'I deduce from certain observations.'" "I beg your pardon. I suppose I was startled not so much by the expression as by your knowledge. I ought to have been prepared. But I am already wasting your time, and I came so determined to be businesslike. I got a copy of the local paper on the way.
because I thought that the account in it would be clearer to you than I could tell it. Shall I read it?" "Please, if that was your intention." "It is in the Stinbridge Herald," explained the girl, taking a closely folded newspaper from the handbag which she carried. "Stinbridge is our nearest town, about 6 miles from Tillingshaw, where we live. This is the account: Mysterious tragedy at Tilling. Well-known agriculturalist attempts murder and commits suicide. The districts of Great Tilling, Tillingshaw, and the immediate neighbourhood were thrown into a state of unusual excitement on Thursday last by the report of a tragedy in their midst, such as has rarely marked the annals of our law-abiding countryside. A Herald representative was early on the scene, and his inquiries elucidated the fact that it was only too true that in this case rumour had not exaggerated the circumstances, rather the reverse indeed. On the afternoon of the day in question, Mr. Frank Whitmarsh of High Barn presented himself at Barony, the residence of his uncle, Mr. William Whitmarsh, with the intention of seeing him in reference to a dispute that was pending between them. This is understood to be connected with an alleged trespass in pursuit of game, each relative claiming exclusive sporting rights over a piece of water known as Hanston Mere. On this occasion the elder gentleman was not at home, and Mr. Frank Whitmarsh, after waiting for some time, departed, leaving a message to the effect that he would return and, according to one report, have it out with Uncle William later in the evening. This resolution he unfortunately kept. Returning about 8:45 p.m., he found his uncle in, and for some time the two men remained together in the dining room. What actually passed between them has not yet transpired, but it is said that for half an hour there had been nothing to indicate to the other occupants of the house that anything unusual was in progress, when suddenly 2 shots rang out in rapid succession. Mrs. Lawrence, the housekeeper at Barony, and a servant were the soonest on the spot, and conquering the natural terror that for a moment held them outside the now silent room, they summoned up courage to throw open the door and to enter. The first thing that met their eyes was the body of Mr. Frank Whitmarsh lying on the floor almost at their feet. In their distressed state it was immediately assumed by the horrified women that he was dead, or at least seriously wounded, but a closer examination revealed the fact that the gentleman had experienced an almost miraculous escape. At the time of the tragedy he was wearing a large old-fashioned silver watch, and in this the bullet intended for his heart was found, literally embedded deep in the works. The second shot had, however, effected its purpose, for at the other side of the room, still seated at the table, was Mr. William Whitmarsh, already quite dead, with a terrible wound in his head, and a weapon, a large-bore revolver of obsolete pattern, lying at his feet. Mr. Frank Whitmarsh subsequently explained that the shock of the attack and the dreadful appearance presented by his uncle when, immediately afterwards, he turned his hand against himself must have caused him to faint. Readers of the Herald will join in our expression of sympathy for all members of the Whitmarsh family, and in our congratulations to Mr. Frank Whitmarsh on his providential escape. The inquest is fixed for Monday, and it is anticipated that the funeral will take place on the following day. That is all," concluded Miss George. "All that is in the paper," amended Carrados. "It is the same everywhere. Attempted murder and suicide. That is what everyone accepts as a matter of course," went on the girl quickly. "How do they know that my father tried to kill Frank, or that he killed himself? How can they know, Mr. Carrados?" "Your father, Miss George?" Yes, my name is Madeline Whitmarsh. At home everyone looks at me as if I was an object of mingled pity and reproach. I thought that they might know the name here, so I gave the first that came into my mind. I think it is a street I was directed along. Besides, I don't want it to be known that I came to see you in any case." "Why?" Much of the girl's conscious nervousness had stiffened into an attitude of unconscious hardness. Grief takes many forms, and whatever she had been before, the tragic episode had left Miss Whitmarsh a little hurt and cynical. "You are a man living in a town and can do as you like. I am a girl living in the country, and have therefore to do largely as my neighbours like. For me to set up my opinion against popular feeling would constitute no small offence. To question its justice would be held to be adding outrageous insult to enormous injury. So far I am unable to go beyond the newspaper account. On the face of it, your father, with what provocation of course I do not know, did attempt this Mr. Frank Whitmarsh's life, and then take his own. You imply another version. What reason have you?" "That is the terrible part of it," exclaimed the girl with rising distress. "It was that which made me so afraid of coming to you, although I felt that I must, for I dreaded that when you asked me for proofs and I could give you none, you would refuse to help me. We were not even in time to hear him speak, and yet I know with absolute conviction that my father would not have done this. There are things that you cannot explain, Mr. Carrados, and, well, there is an end of it." Her voice sank to an absent-minded whisper. "Everyone will condemn him now that he cannot defend himself, and yet he could not even have had that revolver that was found at his feet." "What is that?" demanded Carrados sharply. "Do you mean that?" "Mean what?" she asked with the blankness of one who has lost the thread of her own thoughts. "What you said about the revolver, that your father could not have had it." "The revolver?" she repeated half wearily. "Oh, yes, it was a heavy, old-fashioned affair. It had been lying in a drawer of his desk for more than 10 years, because once a dog came into the orchard in broad daylight and worried half a dozen lambs before anyone could do anything." "Yes, but why could he not have it on Thursday?" "I noticed that it was gone. After Frank had left in the afternoon I went into the room where he had been waiting to finish dusting. The paper says the dining room, but it was really Papa's business room, and no one else used it. Then when I was dusting the desk I saw that the revolver was no longer there." "You had occasion to open the drawer?" "It is really a very old bureau, and none of the drawers fit closely. Dust lies on the ledges, and you always have to open them a little to dust properly. They were never kept locked." "Possibly your father had taken the revolver with him." "No, I had seen it there after he had gone. He rode to Stinbridge immediately after lunch, and did not return until nearly 8. After he left I went to dust his room. It was then that I saw it. I was doing the desk when Frank knocked and interrupted me. That is how I came to be there twice." "But you said that you had no proof, Miss Whitmarsh," Carrados reminded her with deep seriousness. "Do you not recognize the importance, the deadly importance, that this one shred of evidence may assume?" "Does it?" she replied simply. "I am afraid that I am rather dull just now. All yesterday I was absolutely dazed. I could not do the most ordinary things. I found myself looking at the clock for minutes together, yet absolutely incapable of grasping what time it was. In the same way I know that it struck me as being funny about the revolver, but I always had to give it up. It was as though everything was there, but things would not fit in." "You are sure, absolutely sure, that you saw the revolver there after your father had left, and missed it before he returned?" "Oh, yes. said the girl quickly. "I remember realizing how curious it was at the time. Besides, there is something else. I so often had things to ask Papa about when he was out of the house that I got into the way of making little notes to remind me later. This morning I found on my dressing table one that I had written on Thursday afternoon." "About this weapon?" "Yes, to ask him what could have become of it." Carrados made a further inquiry, and this was Madeline Whitmarsh's account of affairs existing between the two branches of the family. Until the time of William Whitmarsh, father of the William Whitmarsh just deceased, the properties of Barony and High Barn had formed one estate, descending from a William Senior to a William Junior down a moderately long line of yeomen Whitmarshes. Through the influence of his second wife, this William Senior divided the property, leaving Barony with its 400 acres of good land to William Junior, and High Barn, with which went 300 acres of poor land, to his other son, father of the Frank implicated in the recent tragedy. But though divided, the two farms still had one common link. Beneath the growing corn and varied pasturage lay, it was generally admitted, a seam of coal at a depth and of a thickness that would render its working a paying venture. Even in William the Divider's time, when the idea was new, money in plenty would have been forthcoming, but he would have none of it, and when he died his will contained a provision restraining either son from mining or exploiting his land for mineral, without the consent and cooperation of the other. This restriction became a legacy of hate. The brothers were only half-brothers, and William, having suffered unforgettably at the hands of his stepmother, had all scores to pay off. Quite comfortably prosperous on his own rich farm, and quite satisfied with the excellent shooting and the congenial life, he had not the slightest desire to increase his wealth. He had the old dour, peasant-like instinct to cling to the house and the land of his forefathers. From this position no argument moved him. In the meanwhile, on the other side of the new boundary fence, Frank Senior was growing poorer year by year. To his periodical entreaties that William would agree to shafts being sunk on High Barn, he received an emphatic "Never in my time." The poor man argued, besought, threatened, and swore. The prosperous one shook his head and grinned. Carrados did not need to hear the local saying, "half-brothers, whole haters," like the Whitmarshes, to read the situation. "Of course, I do not really understand the business part of it," said Madeline, "and many people blamed poor Papa, especially when Uncle Frank drank himself to death. But I know that it was not mere obstinacy. He loved the undisturbed, peaceful land just as it was, and his father had wished it to remain the same. Collieries would bring swarms of strange men into the neighborhood, poachers and trespassers, he said. The smoke and dust would ruin the land for miles round and drive away the game, and in the end, if the work did not turn out profitable, we should all be much worse off than before. Does the restriction lapse now? Will Mr. Frank Jr. be able to mine?" "It will now lie with Frank and my brother William, just as it did before with their fathers. I should expect Willie to be quite favourable. He is more modern." "You have not spoken of your brother." "I have two. Bob, the younger, is in Mexico," she explained, "and Willie in Canada with an engineering firm. They did not get on very well with Papa, and they went away." It did not require preternatural observation to deduce that the late William Whitmarsh had been a little difficult. When Uncle Frank died less than 6 months ago, Frank came back to High Barn from South Africa. He had been away about 2 years. Possibly he did not get on well with his father. Madeline smiled sadly. "I am afraid that no two Whitmarsh men ever did get on well together," she admitted. Your father and young Frank, for instance. Their lands adjoin. There were always quarrels and disputes," she replied. "Then Frank had his father's grievance over again." "He wished to mine?" "Yes. He told me that he had had experience of coal in Natal." "There was no absolute ostracism between you, then? You were to some extent friends?" "Scarcely." She appeared to reflect. "Acquaintances. We met occasionally, of course, at people's houses." "You did not visit High Barn?" "Oh, no. But there was no particular reason why you should not." "Why do you ask me that?" she demanded quickly and in a tone that was quite incompatible with the simple inquiry. Then, recognizing the fact, she added with shamefaced penitence, "I beg your pardon, Mr. Carrados. I am afraid that my nerves have gone to pieces since Thursday. The most ordinary things affect me inexplicably." "This is a common experience in such circumstances," said Carrados reassuringly. "Where were you at the time of the tragedy?" "I was in my bedroom, which is rather high up, changing. I had driven down to the village to give an order and had just returned. Mrs. Lawrence told me that she had been afraid there might be quarrelling, but no one would ever have dreamed of this. And then came a loud shot, and then, after a few seconds, another not so loud, and we rushed to the door, she and Mary first, and everything was absolutely still." "A loud shot, and then another not so loud?" "Yes, I noticed that even at that time. I happened to speak to Mrs. Lawrence of it afterwards, and then she also remembered that it had been like that." Afterwards Carrados often recalled with grim pleasantry that the two absolutely vital points in the fabric of circumstantial evidence that was to exonerate her father and fasten the guilt upon another had dropped from the girl's lips utterly by chance. But at the moment the facts themselves monopolized his attention. "You are not disappointed that I can tell you so little?" she asked timidly. "Scarcely," he replied. "A suicide who could not have had the weapon he dies by, a victim who is miraculously preserved by an opportune watch, and two shots from the same pistol that differ materially in volume, all taken together do not admit of disappointment." "I am very stupid," she said. "I do not seem able to follow things. But you will come and clear my father's name?" "I will come," he replied. "Beyond that, who shall prophesy?" It had been arranged between them that the girl should return at once, while Carrados would travel down to Great Tilling late that same afternoon and put up at the local fishing inn. In the evening he would call at Barony, where Madeline would accept him as a distant connection of the family. The arrangement was only for the benefit of the domestics and any casual visitor who might be present, for there was no possibility of a near relation being in attendance, nor was there any appreciable danger of either his name or person being recognized in those parts, a consideration that seemed to have some weight with the girl, for more than once she entreated him not to disclose to anyone his real business there until he had arrived at a definite conclusion. It was 9 o'clock, but still just light enough to distinguish the prominent features of the landscape when Carrados, accompanied by Parkinson, reached Barony. The house, as described by the manservant, was a substantial grey stone building, very plain, very square, very exposed to the four winds. It had not even a porch to break the flat surface, and here and there in the line of its three solid stories a window had been built up by some frugal, tax-evading Whitmarsh of 100 years ago. "Sombre enough," commented Carrados, "but the connection between environment and crime is not yet capable of analysis. We get murders in brand new suburban villas, and the virtues, light-heartedness and good fellowship, in moated granges. What should you say about it, Parkinson?" "I should say it was damp, sir." observed Parkinson with his wisest air. Madeline Whitmarsh herself opened the door. She took them down the long flagged hall to the dining room, a cheerful enough apartment, whatever its exterior might forebode. "I am glad you have come now, Mr. Carrados," she said hurriedly when the door was closed. "Sergeant Brewster is here from Stinbridge Police Station to make some arrangements for the inquest. It is to be held at the schools here on Monday. He says that he must take the revolver with him to produce. Do you want to see it before he goes?" "I should like to," replied Carrados. "Will you come into Papa's room then? He is there." The sergeant was at the table, making notes in his pocketbook, when they entered. An old-fashioned revolver lay before him. "This gentleman has come a long way on hearing about poor Papa," said the girl. "He would like to see the revolver before you take it, Mr. Brewster." "Good evening, sir," said Brewster. "It's a bad business that brings us here." Carrados looked round the room and returned the policeman's greeting. Madeline hesitated for a moment, and then, picking up the weapon, put it into the blind man's hand. "A bit out of date, sir," remarked Brewster with a nod, "but in good order yet, I find." "An early French make, I should say. One of Lefaucheux's, probably," said Carrados. "You have removed the cartridges?" "Why, yes," admitted the sergeant, producing a matchbox from his pocket. "There are pin fire, you see, and I'm not too fond of carrying a thing like that loaded in my pocket, as I'm riding a young horse." "Quite so," agreed Carrados, fingering the cartridges. "I wonder if you happen to mark the order of these in the chambers?" "That was scarcely necessary, sir. 2 together had been fired. The other 4 had not. I once knew a case, possibly I read of it, where a pack of cards lay on the floor. It was a murder case, and the guilt or innocence of an accused man depended on the relative positions of the 51st and 52nd cards." "I think you must have read of that, sir," replied Brewster, endeavouring to implicate first Miss Whitmarsh and then Parkinson in his meaning smile. "However, this is straightforward enough. Then, of course, you have not thought it worth while to look for anything else?" "I have noted all the facts that have any bearing on the case. Were you referring to any particular point, sir?" "I was only wondering," suggested Carrados, with apologetic mildness, "whether you or anyone had happened to find a wad lying about anywhere." The sergeant stroked his well-kept moustache to hide the smile that insisted, however, on escaping through his eyes. "Scarcely, sir," he replied with fine irony. "Bulleted revolver cartridges contain no wad. You are thinking of a shotgun, sir." "Oh," said Carrados, bending over the spent cartridge he was examining. "That settles it, of course." "I think so, sir," assented the sergeant, cautiously but with a quiet enjoyment of the situation. "Well, miss, I'll be getting back now. I think I have everything I want." "You will excuse me a few minutes," said Miss Whitmarsh, and the two callers were left alone. "Parkinson," said Carrados softly as the door closed, "look round on the floor. There is no wad lying within sight?" "No, sir." "Then take the lamp and look behind things. But if you find one, don't disturb it." For a minute strange and gigantic shadows chased one another across the ceiling as Parkinson moved the table lamp to and fro behind the furniture. The man, to whom blazing sunlight and the deepest shade were as one, sat with the eyes fixed tranquilly on the unseen wall before him. "There is a little pellet of paper here behind the couch, sir," announced Parkinson. "Then put the lamp back." Together they drew the cumbrous old piece of furniture from the wall, and Carrados went behind. On hands and knees, with his face almost to the floor, he appeared to be studying even the dust that lay there. Then, with a light, unerring touch, he carefully picked up the thing that Parkinson had found. Very gently he unrolled it, using his long, delicate fingers so skillfully that even at the end the particles of dust still clung here and there to the surface of the paper. What do you make of it, Parkinson? Parkinson submitted it to the judgment of a single sense. A cigarette paper, to all appearances, sir. I can't say it's a kind that I've had experience of. It doesn't seem to have any distinct watermark, but there is a half-inch of glossy paper along one edge. Amber tipped, yes? Another edge is a little uneven. It appears to have been cut. This edge opposite the mouthpiece. Yes. Patches are blackened and little holes, like pinpricks, burned through. In places it is scorched brown. Anything else? I hope there is nothing I have failed to observe, sir, said Parkinson after a pause. Carrados's reply was a strangely irrelevant question. What is the ceiling made of? He demanded. Oak boards, sir, with a heavy cross beam. Are there any plaster figures about the room? No, sir. Or anything at all that is whitewashed? Nothing, sir. Carrados raised the scrap of tissue paper to his nose again, and for the second time he touched it with his tongue. Very interesting, Parkinson, he remarked. And Parkinson's responsive "Yes, sir," was a model of discreet acquiescence. End of the Tillingshaw Mystery by Ernest Bramah, Part 1. Recording by Andrzej Zalewski. Section 23 of The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrzej Zalewski. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. The Tillingshaw Mystery by Ernest Bramah, Part 2. "I am sorry that I had to leave you," said Miss Whitmarsh, returning, "but Mrs. Lawrence is out, and my father made a practice of offering everyone refreshment." "Don't mention it," said Carrados. "We have not been idle. I came from London to pick up a scrap of paper lying on the floor of this room. Well, here it is." He rolled the tissue into a pellet again and held it before her eyes. "The word!" she exclaimed eagerly. "Oh, that proves that I was right?" "Scarcely proves, Miss Whitmarsh." "But it shows that one of the shots was a blank charge, as you suggested this morning might have been the case." "Hardly even that." "What then?" she demanded, with her large dark eyes fixed in a curious fascination on his inscrutable face. "That behind the couch we have found this scrap of powder-singed paper." There was a moment's silence. The girl turned away her head. "I am afraid that I am a little disappointed," she murmured. "Perhaps better now than later. I wish to warn you that we must prove every inch of ground. Does your cousin Frank smoke cigarettes?" "I cannot say, Mr. Carrados. You see, I knew so little of him." "Quite so. There was just the chance. And your father?" "He never did. He despised them." "That is all I need ask you now. What time tomorrow shall I find you in, Miss Whitmarsh? It is Sunday, you remember." "At any time. The curiosity I inspire doesn't tempt me to encounter my friends, I can assure you," she replied, her face hardening at the recollection. "But, Mr. Carrados—" "Yes?" "The inquest is on Monday afternoon. I had a sort of desperate faith that you would be able to vindicate Papa." "By the time of the inquest, you mean?" "Yes. Otherwise—" "The verdict of a coroner's jury means nothing, Miss Whitmarsh. It is the merest formality." "It means a very great deal to me. It haunts and oppresses me. If they say, if it goes out, that Papa is guilty of the attempt of murder and of suicide, I shall never raise my head again." Carrados had no desire to prolong a futile discussion. "Good night," he said, holding out his hand. "Good night, Mr. Carrados." She detained him a moment, her voice vibrant with quiet feeling. "I already owe you more than I can ever hope to express. Your wonderful kindness—" "A strange case," moralized Carrados as they walked out of the quadrangular yard into the silent lane. "Instructive, but I more than half wish I'd never heard of it." "The young lady seems grateful, sir," Parkinson ventured to suggest. "The young lady is the case, Parkinson," replied his master rather grimly. A few score yards farther on, a swing gate gave access to a field path, cutting off the corner that the high road made with a narrow lane. This was their way, but instead of following the brown line of trodden earth, Carrados turned to the left and indicated the line of buildings that formed the back of one side of the quadrangle they had passed through. "We will investigate here," he said. "Can you see a way in?" Most of the buildings opened onto the yard, but at one end of the range Parkinson discovered a door, secured only by a wooden latch. The place beyond was impenetrable dark, but the sweet, dusty smell of hay, and from beyond the occasional click of a horse's shoe on stone and the rattle of a headstall chain through the manger ring told them that they were in the chaff pen at the back of the stable. Carrados stretched out his hand and touched the wall with a single finger. "We need go no farther," he remarked, and as they resumed their way across the field he took out a handkerchief to wipe the taste of whitewash off his tongue. Madeline had spoken of the gradual decay of High Barn, but Carrados was hardly prepared for the poverty-stricken desolation which Parkinson described as they approached the homestead on the following afternoon. He had purposely selected a way that took them across many of young Whitmarsh's ill-stocked fields in which Sedge and Sherlock wrote an indictment of neglected drains and half-hearted tillage. On the land, the gates and hedges had been broken and unkempt. The buildings, as they passed through the farmyard, were empty, and showed here and there a skeletonry of bare rafters to the sky. "Starved," commented the blind man as he read the signs. "The thirsty owner and the hungry land. They couldn't both be fed." Although it was afternoon, the bolts and locks of the front door had to be unfastened in answer to their knock. When at last the door was opened, a shrivelled little old woman, rather wicked-looking in a comic way, and rather begrimed, stood there. "Mr. Frank Whitmarsh?" she replied to Carrados's polite inquiry. "Oh, yes, he lives here. Frank," she called down the passage, "you're wanted." "What is it, mother?" responded the man's full, strong voice rather lazily. "Come and see." And the old creature ogled Carrados with her beady eyes, as though the situation constituted an excellent joke between them. There was the sound of a chair being moved, and at the end of the passage a tall man appeared in his shirt sleeves. "I am a stranger to you," explained Carrados, "but I am staying at the Bridge Inn, and I heard of your wonderful escape on Thursday. I was so interested that I have taken the liberty of coming across to congratulate you on it." "Oh, come in, said Whitmarsh. "Yes, it was a sort of miracle, wasn't it?" He led the way back into the room he had come from, half kitchen, half parlour. It at least had the virtue of an air of rude comfort, and some of the pewter and china that ornamented its mantelpiece and dresser would have rejoiced a collector's heart. "You find us a bit rough," apologized the young man, with something of contempt towards his surroundings. "We weren't expecting visitors, and I was hesitating to come because I thought that you would be surrounded by your friends." This very ordinary remark seemed to afford Mrs. Whitmarsh unbounded entertainment, and for quite a number of seconds she was convulsed with silent amusement at the idea. "Shut up, mother," said her dutiful son. Don't take any notice of her," he remarked to his visitor. "She often goes on like that. The fact is," he added, "we Whitmarshes aren't popular in these parts. Of course, that doesn't trouble me. I've seen too much of things, and taken as a boiling, the Whitmarshes deserve it."
Wait till you touch the coal, my boy, then you'll see,"
put in the old lady with malicious triumph. "I reckon we'll show them then, mother?" he responded bumptiously. "Perhaps you've heard of that Mr. Carrados, Win Carrados. This is my man Parkinson. I have to be attended, because my sight has failed me. Yes, I had heard something about coal. Providence seems to be on your side just now, Mr. Whitmarsh. May I offer you a cigarette?" "Thanks, I don't mind for once in a way." "They are Turkish, quite innocuous, I believe." "Oh, it isn't that. I can smoke catty with any man, I reckon, but the paper affects my lips. I make my own, and use a sort of paper with an end that doesn't stick." "The paper is certainly a drawback sometimes," agreed Carrados. "I found that. Might I try one of yours?" They exchanged cigarettes, and Whitmarsh returned to the subject of the tragedy. "This has made a bit of a stir, I can tell you," he remarked with complacency. "I am sure it would. Well, it was the chief topic of conversation when I was in London." "Is that a fact?" Avowedly indifferent to the opinion of his neighbours, even Whitmarsh was not proof against the pronouncement of the metropolis. "What do they say about it up there?" "I should be inclined to think that the interest centres round the explanation you will give at the inquest of the cause of the quarrel."
"There! What did I tell you?"
exclaimed Mrs. Whitmarsh. "Be quiet, mother." "That's easily answered, Mr. Carrados. There was a bit of duck shooting that lay between our two places, but perhaps you saw that in the papers?" "Yes," admitted Carrados, "I saw that. Frankly, the reason seemed inadequate to so deadly a climax."
"What did I say?"
demanded the irrepressible dame.
"They won't believe it."
The young man cast a wrathful look in his mother's direction and turned again to the visitor. "That's because you don't know Uncle William. Any reason was good enough for him to quarrel over. Here, let me give you an instance. When I went in on Thursday he was smoking a pipe. Well, after a bit I took out a cigarette and lit it. I'm damned if he didn't turn round and start on me for that. How does that strike you for one of your own family, Mr. Carrados?" "Unreasonable, I am bound to admit. I am afraid that I should have been inclined to argue the point. What did you do, Mr. Whitmarsh?" "I hadn't gone there to quarrel," replied the young man, half sulky at the recollection. "It was his house. I threw it into the fireplace." "Very obliging," said Carrados, "but, if I may say so, it isn't so much a matter of speculation why he should shoot you as why he should shoot himself."
"The gentleman seems friendly. Better ask his advice, Frank,"
put in the old woman in a penetrating whisper. "Stow it, mother," said Whitmarsh sharply. "Are you crazy?" "Her idea of a coroner's inquest," he explained to Carrados with easy contempt, "is that I am being tried for murder. As a matter of fact, Uncle William was a very passionate man, and like many of that kind, he frequently went beyond himself. I don't doubt that he was sure he'd killed me, for he was a good shot, and the force of the blow sent me backwards. He was a very proud man too, in a way. Wouldn't stand correction or any kind of authority, and when he realized what he'd done, and saw in a flash that he would be tried and hanged for it, suicide seemed the easiest way out of his difficulties, I suppose." "Yes, that sounds reasonable enough," admitted Carrados.
"Then you don't think there will be any trouble, sir?"
insinuated Mrs. Whitmarsh anxiously. Frank had already professed his indifference to local opinion, but Carrados was conscious that both of them hung rather breathlessly on to his reply. Why, no, he declared weightily. I should see no reason for anticipating any, unless, he added thoughtfully, some clever lawyer was instructed to insist that there must be more in the dispute than appears on the surface. "Oh, damn lawyers!" moaned the old lady in a panic. "They can make you say anything." "They can't make me say anything." A cunning look came into his complacent face. "And, besides, who's going to engage a lawyer?" "The family of the deceased gentleman wish to do so." "Both of the sons are abroad and could not be back in time." "But is there not a daughter here? I understood so." Whitmarsh gave a short, unpleasant laugh and turned to look at his mother. "Madeline won't. You may bet your bottom ticky it's the last thing she would want." The little old creature gazed admiringly at her big, showy son, and responded with an appreciative grimace that made her look more humorously rat-like than ever. "He, he, Missy won't," she tittered. "That would never do. He." Wink succeeded nod and meaning smile until she relapsed into a state of quietness, and Parkinson, who had been fascinated by her contortions, was unable to decide whether she was still laughing or had gone to sleep. Carrados stayed a few more minutes, and before they left he asked to see the watch. "A unique memento, Mr. Whitmarsh," he remarked, examining it. "I should think this would become a family heirloom." "It's no good for anything else," said Whitmarsh practically. "A famous timekeeper it was, too. The fingers are both gone." "Yes, the glass was broken, of course." "And they must have caught in the cloth of my pocket and ripped off." "They naturally would. It was 10 minutes past 9 when the shot was fired." The young man thought and then nodded. "About that," he agreed. "Nearer than about, if your watch was correct." "Very interesting, Mr. Whitmarsh. I am glad to have seen the watch that saved your life." Instead of returning to the inn, Carrados directed Parkinson to take the road to Barony. Madeline was at home, and from the sound of voices it appeared that she had other visitors. But she came out to Carrados at once, and, at his request, took him into the empty dining room while Parkinson stayed in the hall. "Yes," she said eagerly. "I have come to tell you that I must throw up my brief," he said. "There is nothing more to be done, and I return to town tonight." "Oh," she stammered helplessly. I thought "Your cousin did not abstract the revolver when he was here on Thursday, Miss Whitmarsh. He did not at his leisure fire a bullet into his own watch to make it appear later in the day as if he had been attacked. He did not reload the cartridge with a blank charge. He did not deliberately shoot your father and then fire off the blank cartridge. He was attacked, and the newspaper version is substantially correct. The whole fabric, so delicately suggested by inference and innuendo, falls to pieces." "Then you desert me, Mr. Carrados?" she said in a low, bitter voice. "I have seen the watch that saved Whitmarsh's life," he continued unmoved. "It would save it again if necessary. It indicates 10 minutes past 9, the time to a minute at which it is agreed the shot was fired. By what prescience was he to know at what exact minute his opportunity would occur?" "When I saw the watch on Thursday night the fingers were not there." "They are not, but the shaft remains. It is of an old-fashioned pattern, and it will only take the fingers in one position. That position indicates 10 minutes past 9. "Surely it would have been an easy matter to have altered that afterwards." "In this case fate has been curiously systematic, Miss Whitmarsh. The bullet that shattered the works has so locked the action that it will not move a fraction this way or that." "There is something more than this, something that I do not understand," she persisted. "I think I have a right to know." Since you insist, there is. There is the wad of the blank cartridge that you fired in the outbuilding." "Oh!" she exclaimed in the moment of startled undefense. "How can you?" "You must leave the conjurer his few tricks for effect. Of course you naturally would fire it where the precious pellet could not be lost. The paper you steamed off the cigarette that Whitmarsh threw into the empty fire grate, and of course the place must be some distance from the house, or even that slight report might occasion a remark." "Yes," she confessed, in a sudden abandonment to weary indifference. "It has been useless. I was a fool to set my cleverness against yours. Now, I suppose, Mr. Carrados, you will have to hand me over to justice?" "Well, why don't you say something?" she demanded impatiently, as he offered no comment. "People frequently put me in this embarrassing position," he explained diffidently, "and throw the responsibility on me. Now, a number of years ago a large and stately building was set up in London, and it was beautifully called the Royal Palace of Justice. That was its official name, and that was what it was to be. But very soon people got into the way of calling it the Law Courts, and today if you asked a Londoner to direct you to the Palace of Justice he would undoubtedly set you down as a religious maniac. You see my difficulty?" "It is very strange," she said, intent upon her own reflections. "But I do not feel a bit ashamed to you of what I have done. I do not even feel afraid to tell you all about it, although of some of that I must certainly be ashamed. Why is it?" "Because I am blind?" "Oh, no," she replied very positively. Carrados smiled at her decision, but he did not seek to explain that when he could no longer see the faces of men, the power was gradually given to him of looking into their hearts, to which some, in their turn strong, free spirits, instinctively responded. "There is such a thing as friendship at first sight," he suggested. "Why, yes, like quite old friends," she agreed. "It is a pity that I had no very trusty friend, since my mother died when I was quite little. Even my father has been, it is queer to think of it now, well, almost a stranger to me, really." She looked at Carrados's serene and kindly face and smiled. "It is a great relief to be able to talk like this, without the necessity for lying," she remarked. "Did you know that I was engaged?" "No, you had not told me that." "Oh, no, but you might have heard of it. He is a clergyman whom I met last summer, but, of course, that is all over now." "You have broken it off?" "Circumstances have broken it off. The daughter of a man who had the misfortune to be murdered might just possibly be tolerated as a vicar's wife, but the daughter of a murderer and suicide! It is unthinkable. You see, the requirements for the office are largely social, Mr. Carrados." "Possibly your vicar may have other views." "Oh, he isn't a vicar yet, but he is rather well connected, so it is quite assured. And he would be dreadfully torn if the choice lay with him. As it is, he will perhaps rather soon get over my absence. But you see, if we married he could never get over my presence. It would always stand in the way of his preferment. I worked very hard to make it possible, but it could not be." "You were even prepared to send an innocent man to the gallows?" "I think so, at one time," she admitted frankly. "But I scarcely thought it would come to that. There are so many well-meaning people who always get up petitions. No, as I stand here looking at myself over there, I feel that I couldn't quite have hanged Frank, no matter how much he deserved it. You are very shocked, Mr. Carrados." "Well," admitted Carrados with pleasant impartiality, "I have seen the young man, but the penalty, even with a reprieve, still seems to me a little severe." Yet how do you know, even now, that he is, as you say, an innocent man?" "I don't," was the prompt admission. "I only know, in this astonishing case, that so far as my investigation goes, he did not murder your father by the act of his hand." "Not according to your law courts," she suggested, "but in the great palace of justice. Well, you shall judge." She left his side, crossed the room, and stood by the square, ugly window, looking out, but as blind as Carados to the details of the somnolent landscape. "I met Frank for the first time after I was at all grown up, about 3 years ago, when I returned from boarding school. I had not seen him since I was a child, and I thought him very tall and manly. It seemed a frightful romantic thing in the circumstances to meet him secretly. Of course my thoughts flew to Romeo and Juliet. We put impassioned letters for one another in a hollow tree that stood on the boundary hedge. But presently I found out, gradually and incredulously at first, and then one night with a sudden terrible certainty, that my ideas of romance were not his. I had what is called, I believe, a narrow escape. I was glad when he went abroad, for it was only my self-conceit that had suffered. I was never in love with him, only in love with the idea of being in love with him. A few months ago Frank came back to High Barn. I tried never to meet him anywhere, but one day he overtook me in the lanes. He said that he had thought a lot about me while he was away, and would I marry him. I told him that it was impossible in any case, and besides I was engaged. He coolly replied that he knew. I was dumbfounded and asked him what he meant. Then he took out a pocket of my letters that he had kept somewhere all the time. He insisted on reading parts of them up and telling me what this and that meant, and what everyone would say it proved. I was horrified at the construction that seemed capable of being put on my foolish but innocent gush. I called him a coward and a blackguard and a mean cur and a sneaking cad and everything I could think of in one long breath, until I found myself faint and sick with excitement and the nameless growing terror of it. He only laughed and told me to think it over, and then walked on, throwing the letters up in the air and catching them. It isn't worth while going into all the times he met and threatened me. I was to marry him or he would expose me. He would never allow me to marry anyone else. And then finally he turned round and said that he didn't really want to marry me at all. He only wanted to force father's consent to start mining, and this had seemed the easiest way. That is what is called blackmail, Miss Whitmarsh, a word you don't seem to have applied to him. The punishment ranges up to penal servitude for life in extreme cases." "Yes, that is what it really was. He came on Thursday with the letters in his pocket. That was his last threat when he could not move me. I can guess what happened. He read the letters and proposed a bargain, and my father, who was a very passionate man and very proud in certain ways, shot him as he thought, and then, in shame and in the madness of despair, took his own life. Now, Mr. Carrados, you were to be my judge." "I think," said the blind man with a great pity in his voice, "that it will be sufficient for you to come up for judgment when called upon." 3 weeks later a registered letter bearing the Liverpool postmark was delivered at the turrets. After he had read it, Carrados put it away in a special drawer of his desk, and once or twice in after years, when his work seemed rather barren, he took it out and read it. This is what it contained: "Dear Mr. Carrados, some time after you had left me that Sunday afternoon, a man came in the dark to the door and asked for me. I did not see his face, for he kept in the shade, but his figure was not very unlike that of your servant Parkinson. A packet was put into my hands, and he was gone without a word. From this I imagine that perhaps you did not leave quite as soon as you had intended. Thank you very much indeed for the letters. I was glad to have the miserable things, to drop them into the fire, and to see them pass utterly out of my own and everybody else's life. I wonder who else in the world would have done so much for a forlorn creature who just flashed across a few days of his busy life. And then I wonder who else could. But there is something else for which I thank you now, far, far more, and that is for saving me from the blindness of my own passionate folly. When I look back at the abyss of meanness, treachery, and guilt into which I would have wilfully cast myself, and been condemned to live in all my life, I can scarcely trust myself to write. I will not say that I do not suffer now. I think I shall for many years to come, but all the bitterness, and I think all the hardness, have been drawn out. You will see that I am writing from Liverpool. I have taken a second-class passage to Canada, and we sail tonight. Willie, who returned to Barony last week, has lent me all the money I shall need until I find work. Do not be apprehensive. It is not with the vague uncertainty of an indifferent typist or a downtrodden governess that I go, but as an efficient domestic servant, a capable cook, housemaid, or general, as need be. It sounds rather incredible at first, does it not? But such things happen, and I shall get on very well. Good-bye, Mr. Carrados. I shall remember you very often and very gratefully. Madeline Whitmarsh. P.S. Yes, there is friendship at first sight. End of the Tilling Show Mystery by Ernest Brama, and end of The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 1. Recorded by Andrzej Zalewski.